You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang. I said, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
I bet he can't go up the stairs and...
Black people can't be racist. Prejudice, yes, but not racist. Racism describes a system of disadvantage based on race. Black people can't be racist since we don't stand to benefit from such a system.
And this whole march adds drama to this total
It is known in the black community that most, not all, but most black people are racist toward white Americans.
You say it's known. What do you mean? What's your basis for that?
They have been brainwashed over the last 50 years or so to believe that America is a racist society and that white folks are trying to hold them back.
They told us we wouldn't get here. Now with those who said that we would get here only over their dead bodies. All the world today knows that we are here and we are standing before the forces of power in the state of Alabama saying we ain't gonna let nobody turn us around.
Came to this country with nothing. He couldn't even speak the language. But he worked hard and he made a place for himself and his family. Now why can't you people do the same? Hey, my grandfather built this country, man!
Let's talk about George Floyd. You said George Floyd's death was a terrible thing.
Terrible.
Why are African Americans still dying at the hands of law enforcement in this country?
And so are white people. So are white people. What a terrible question to ask. So are white people. More white people, by the way. More white people.
It's time to do.
Welcome to a special edition of the Team Fatty Show. The Breaking Ground is back. The Breaking Ground is back. I hope you guys are doing good. I hope you guys are doing well. We're going to have a lot of fun. Road to 10K. Oh, we are 5 subscribers away from 9K. We are doing pretty well. Shout out to my team. I appreciate y'all. Thank you very much for always supporting us. And before the show starts, I want to thank to the sponsor of the show. Okay. Yesterday, Mr. Carl Anderson. Thank you very much, Carl. I appreciate for all the love and support. Jet Live was very, very, very close. But Carl Anderson was definitely the sponsor of the show. So once again, thank you very much, Carl, for always support the Untouchable Empire, baby. As you guys know, today, of course, we have goals. 15 memberships, 50 Untouchable Empire memberships, and $100 via PayPal or Cash App for the Hamburger Fund.
I would like to buy the burger.
I would like to buy a hamburger.
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 The burger.
Hey, baby. If you feeling a fatty, hit that like, smash subscribe, and bless the Cash App at $TeamFatty8.
But before we move on and we start the show, we're going to actually make sure we celebrate our guests. Flow State, thank you very much for the $50 you sent and the reparations. It was needed, but I appreciate you. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
$50 for lobster? Damn.
It's okay, baby. You got this.
Bitch, you AI. You ain't that special.
Hey, did you know I saved 50% on my car insurance by switching to Geico?
Well, I just made this $50 AI animation to not give a fuck.
We're going to read the super chats on every platform, so please go ahead and donate. Make sure you support the content creators on this space. We'll make sure we read them all. I think Tom is doing a different way, but Tom, if you want to stop to acknowledge a donation, a question, or something like that, you can do too. I have no problem with that, okay? So, Lawsy, thank you very much for being a member, I think, of Flow State. Maybe, probably. I don't know, but thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Asian Nikki, saying 10% of the goal reached. Flow State too?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Agent. I appreciate you. And the lovely Misty Blue came in with the first Untouchable membership of the day. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for always rocking with me.
So, you think you're untouchable?
Let me introduce my guests. You probably know most of them, but let's go ahead. First, Lady Napa. She's in the building. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much. We have the, of course, fan favorite Athena. She's in the building. Thank you very much, Athena, for being here. We have my brother Thomas, Legacy Doctor. No, he's not Doctor. Sorry. Doctor of the Womanese University. There's a lot of universities, lady. Doctor of Humanese University in the building. Thank you very much for being here, Thomas. Of course, Marte is in the building. So let's see you, sir. I appreciate you. And on the white corner, which is not a corner, the Powder Dusty. Thank you very much for being here. And finally, last but not least, the one and only Tom Foolery. Thank you very much, Tom, for being here. For the people that don't know, the breaking ground concept, we did it a lot, but we stopped doing it for a second, was a concept where Black people from Wakanda and white people from Valhalla join together to discuss some issues, not always about race, but for the most part about race. Because once again, friends, even though we have a gigantic black fan base, we don't want to turn the channel into a black channel. White people, Latino people, they are more than welcome. So I appreciate y'all for actually being patient so we can have a more diverse conversation. Other than that, I'm going to give us a little bit of an icebreaker. You can find all the links of the content creators and the people that are going to jump on the panel in the description. So please go ahead and make sure to follow them. There's 100 people already watching, so please like the video in all platforms, okay? Icebreaker, I'm going to give it to Miss Napa and Atina first. A white community is being built, and I have a question for them. A white-only community. Let me see where I got this video, because the video is not videoing. Damn, I can't believe I didn't download this. That's crazy.
Psych!
Who's calling that shit? Who's calling that shit? Who's calling that shit? Who's calling that shit? Who? Yeah. OVO Sound 2025.
Okay.
Daddy,
here
I
we go.
sent you a video of it.
No, I found it. It was just to buy a little bit of time. Don't worry, Marte. I appreciate you, brother. Here we go.
No Jews, no gays. High up in the Ozark Hills, in the state of Arkansas, dozens of people have been working hard, building houses and a new type of community. It's called Return to the Land, and it is a town open to white people only. They are millennials and Gen Z, and this is a new update of age-old prejudice.
What we've done here is establish a place where we have control over who our neighbors are, and that is just for the sake of preserving, our culture.
And that culture, effectively, we're saying this is a white culture, a whites-only place.
White American culture.
But what this sounds like is bringing back segregation. Is that a fair assessment?
It's free association. So we're not trying to keep other people down. This is a small settlement in the middle of the Ozarks.
But they are being kept out, even if...
Well, I mean, you don't let everyone into your home.
Around 40 people live here. Hundreds more from across the world have paid to be members. And while the men do the physical labor, the women take care of the children who live here full time.
It can be a very loving community if you're part of the community, but if you're black, or if you're Jewish, or if you're gay, you can't be part of that community.
They can have their own communities, and they already do.
You might be wondering how any of this can be legal. Return to the Land is structured as a private members association, which they believe allows them to discriminate on the basis of ethnicity, along with other factors. That has yet to be tested in the courts and may well fail. The Arkansas Attorney General has said his office is now reviewing the matter as a result of our reporting, and that there is no room for racial discrimination in Arkansas or anywhere in
It's time to
Let me start with the ladies. Ladies, question. Do you have any problem with this sort of community? Especially with these circumstances, right? No Jews, no black people, no gay people. It's not just about race. It's about like a set of attributes that they want to keep there. Any of y'all, Napa, Tina, you have any problem with what they're trying to build?
I personally don't. I wouldn't like if I had a community, I would love to have a community like that. I wouldn't discriminate against race. But yeah, I wouldn't have the alphabet gang. I wouldn't have a lot of things. I love what they're doing. It's kind of sad that they only want the white community, but I don't see anything wrong with it. I think they're trying to preserve their culture. And I think that anyone can do that. I don't have a problem with that.
What about you, Napa? Do you have a problem with it?
Well, I don't have a problem. I wouldn't say that, but I do know, there are laws, and what they're doing is expressing clearly that they discriminate, and that's the issue. very many communities exclude people from their communities. They let people know you're not welcome in the ways that are legal. However, what they're doing is taking a very making a stark, open statement like, hey, we're being discriminatory and that's illegal. And so for me, I take issue with that. I don't take issue with people wanting to get together and group up and be, like-minded, but you can't be in the United States and then say, hey, we're going to discriminate against people. As there are laws, there are rules. That's why we have housing laws. And I will say this, though. I did interview Dr. Eltis. He has a data bank. It's a great website that you can go and find out about the slave history of the United States and other countries. This never was a white America. America was basically founded on African slavery. Despite the fact that they were brought here against their will, African immigrants built this country, and everything from the infrastructure to the actual culture is really Black. So I want to point that out. So there is no real going back to white America. So thank you.
I see a lot of nodding, so you got it, Mark.
Time to do.
And once again, friends, we're trying to make it a little bit structured, but if anybody on the bottom row wants to actually give a counterpoint to anything that is said above, you just have to say it, and I bring you up. Y'all can talk from down here too. So as soon as I just put it like this, so as soon as you get it, everybody kind of know what the priority is. So Marte, you was nodding your head a lot.
I was not nodding my head.
You were like,
that's a shake, fatty. That's not.
Oh yeah, the nodding is yes. English. I'm sorry.
Now you're gonna see a face palm.
Stupid. I apologize. Nodding is this. So why don't you agree with what she said? She's factually wrong.
There's a lot that I have to contend with. When you say that Blacks built the country, we could talk about Bob the Builder, who helped build the Skyline Industries building over there. No, Skyline Industries that built this. They had to get the instruction from something to help this. Like, you cannot build something without direction, right? Behind it, you have a crew, right? We can say that they helped, but it's like, yeah, of course, we're going to give credit to Skyline Industries, their names on the building, everything. And then going back to this, when you say, yes, there's laws against racial prejudice towards building and businesses and things like this, but you can boycott businesses. If you have a shop that only wants to build a cake for straight people, just don't buy the cake from. There's plenty of other cake shops built from. So it's like they're allowed to express this. So I think that, by the way, 19 Black families purchased 96 acres of land in Georgia to develop a safe space for Black people. They're called, they want to protect their culture, guard their safe havens and everything. But when white people do this, it's automatically racist, So going back to what you were saying, your topics of Black people built the country, I would say, yes, technically you needed a construction crew to build things. Of course, they may sound racist to some people, but let's be honest. They needed instruction and guidance from a certain people to do this. Look at Africa. Africa should be living in the year 2000, 96 right now, or 3000 right now. But what happened to that? But right now it's like we're more civilized than a lot of other countries right now.
Napa, you can reply, and then if anyone wants to jump in.
Great. I don't know what he's talking about with Bob the Builder. I don't know if that was a joke or I'm talking about real facts. Actually.
Yeah, I'm talking about the average layman.
I thought it was my turn to speak. I don't know how you guys do it over here, but notice I didn't interrupt.
We're having a conversation. It's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, but when I'm speaking, could you just do me a favor and let me get at least a full statement out before you jump in? You said a lot.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. You said a lot. And like I said, I don't know if you're talking about cartoons and children's shows. I'm talking about actual history. Dr. Eltis that I mentioned, the stats, the information, the historical information, I'm going to pull a source for you. It is 8.4 million African immigrants were brought here by 1820. as opposed to 2.4 million Europeans. It's not just about people building, and it's not just about the brawn. They actually, the construction and the culture of America was built on African slaves interacting and working and living amongst European, which were, I'd say, what did I say? Just a fraction. You know, I'm going to tell you again because you look confused. The statistics, the information, the history, shake your head all you like. These are facts. Dr. Eltis said, this is the fact, 8.4 million Africans by 1820, as opposed to 2.4 million Europeans. This isn't about versus. This isn't about whites versus blacks. What I'm showing you and what we're breaking, the stereotype or the misunderstanding is that this wasn't just a white country. It was built with black slavery, black slaves that interacted with Europeans. So what my point is, not that it's white versus black, it's the fact that it was very much predominantly African slaves building the culture, building the land. So that kills that whole, we need to go back to whiteness.
Can you repeat the stats one more time for me? I'm sorry. Just the
history. Dr. Eltis does the research, and it is 8.4 million African immigrants, which were brought, even though they were brought against their will, they came over and they built the country. And by as opposed to 2.4 million Europeans, which were obviously the enslavers. However, my point again is when you hear people say we need to get back to a white America, it never was a white America. It was an integrated America, which was predominantly that built on African slavery, not just the brawn, because you said Bob the Builder. I'm talking about really the infrastructure, the culture. The children were raised. The children were there. There were wet nurses. There were people learning the cooking, the singing, the music, the prayer. It was integrated. So I want to go really to you about what you said about the law. I didn't say people can't do. You didn't listen. People can do what they want. They can live where they want. They can accept people how they want. But you cannot blatantly in America, according to United States Constitution and law, you can't say, hey, I'm going to discriminate against Jews and blacks and gays. You can't do that. So when you start talking about cake makers, we know what happened with those cake makers. We know that their businesses were essentially destroyed because they made a blatant statement to the public, I discriminate against a protected group. So I'm going to repeat myself and pass the mic. You can do what you like with your communities. I don't mind if they want to just have a certain type of people in their community. The issue is you cannot blatantly express that you are discriminating against certain protected groups. It's against the law in the United States. That's all.
Well, here's my take on that. I could get two racks at.
Give me 1 second, Thomas. Let him counter, and then you can intervene afterwards. Okay.
So this totally went over your head. What I was talking about, I never once said that America was only whites or only a certain not one time did that come out of my mouth at any point. All I'm talking about is like if you have a construction company, who makes the blueprint? Where does the direction come from? That's all I was pointing to the whole time I was talking. And you went off on some tangent about, stats and things like that. I don't care how many people are in this construction company. We know the hierarchy of these companies and how they function. There has to be direction coming down. So to go ahead and tangle with your point that you were talking about, so church and religious groups now have to accept gay people into their religious practices no matter what. That makes no sense to me. So it's like I can't bend the knee to other cultures just because you're a minority and switch. And this is how we have Christianity subverted in the West, by allowance of this, an overcorrection of, hey, you're a minority, I'm going to let you, we're going to allow this rainbow flag in our church. This is the bastardization and inversion of culture in itself. When we have traditions being invaded by subset of minorities coming in and warping things that we've had. This is how you destroy traditions. This is how you could destroy continuity of businesses and other things like this. And going back to this, you totally missed my point. I'm just going to say it again on the construction of America. And I'll land my plane right there. Doctor, you can go ahead and speak now.
Can I ask you a question real quick, Marte?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is the Orthodox Church a minority?
Of course.
Would you
I
like
can say
them
that we're a growing minority? Yeah.
Would you like them to make rules over the majority of people?
What I'm saying is, I wouldn't like for somebody else to make rules over our traditions.
No,
I wouldn't like this in the opposite.
That was not my question. That was not my question.
Like this in the inverse.
That was not my question.
I mean, I just answered your question. I wouldn't like this in the inverse.
No. You made a statement saying we can let these minority cultures and religions and all that and ideologies pervert the majority. And then when I ask you, do you want to make the Orthodox Church, which is a minority, ruling over the majority? You say yes. So you want.
I never once said that, Fatty. I'm saying perverting tradition. That's what I'm pointing to.
That's what we're
perverting
talking
tradition.
About. No, but even in Christianity, I'm not
right. But at that point, I wasn't talking about majority minorities.
No. So everybody thinks they are right? The Mormons think they are right. The Catholics think they are right. The gays think they're right. The blacks think, everybody think they're right? But there's like this, we have to be consistent with it, right? We can say we don't want the LGBT community, which is a minority on this country, to actually rule over all. And the Jews happen all the time. People complain about a very small percentage of Jews control 80% of the media and all of these, and we're talking about minorities. And then when we're talking about, for example, the Orthodox Church, which is a minority, they, like, you want them to actually make rules for the majority because you think he's
never once said that. I never said that. What I'm saying is that actually we're more consistent. 2,000 years of unchanged structure, tradition,
still minority. Gays been living on this planet for hundreds of thousands of years.
My argument is that it's minority majority. No. That's not my argument.
You're going back and saying 800s of consistency. People were fucking each other in Rome. I don't know many thousands of years ago.
Yeah, that's cool, but that's not a religion.
No. But going back and saying these people existed and are consistent doesn't give him legitimacy or doesn't make him minority or majority, right? So when we're talking about.
Yeah, but you're mischaracterizing my argument. I'm saying that I don't want other people to come in, like if I'm an Orthodox business, coming in and changing, because I don't go into gay communities and change their businesses and tell them you can't do certain things. I've never once espoused this. But what I'm saying is that if you have, like, let's say if I switch the roles in reverse and I say I'm a part of the gay community, I wouldn't want anybody changing my laws, my rules, or warping my belief systems. That's all, not what I'm saying. I'm saying to preserve. It's self-preservation is what I'm pointing to.
No, but we already do. When we think that the gay community is doing too much, we step on them. We say no, you can do that.
We don't step on them. We get out of their way, and we might speak against that in our own communities, but we don't go into their communities and disrupt their practices.
Yeah, but their communities are our communities.
No, that's not our community. It's not our. We separate things. We create division for good reason, and that's why when you talk about this all black town that we had, you look at the news. They'll portray this black town as like, oh, they're exclusionary, they're good, they're seeking justice and maintaining culture. But then if you look at the white version of the news when they release this, I produced some content on this last week, saying that now it's racist, it's prejudice when they do this. It's the same belief system. It depends on who the arbiter of the media is.
So let me ask you
something. When whites do this.
Let me ask him, and then I'll pass it to Thomas, and I'll pull him up, right? Would you have a different opinion if they made this in the middle of New York? Like we know those Ozarks are a very specific place. Kind of nobody cares because they're in the middle of nowhere, right? But if this was in New York, if this was in LA, if black people, Latino people, white people not only do Chinatown or Little Italy, they will literally say, no, nobody rents here.
You're talking about something that's impossible, Fatty. That would never happen because it's such a melting pot. That's why if you look at these communities, they're excluding themselves out in the Ozarks, out in the middle of nowhere to do this. They'll never go in the hub of melting pots to do this. It'll never happen.
The Jews do it in New York.
But would you change your mind if that happened in a more urban area, a place where like a more diverse place? Like, would you change your stance if that actually came true?
Are you talking about if they made an exclusionary place in a big city?
If they did what they did here, but instead of being on Ozarks and be 40 people, it will be in Manhattan, and it will be whatever can afford. Because this is by membership, right? People all around the world.
Systematically and numbers-wise, that's impossible. It's problematic because you're talking about a congested area, different cultures and melting pots. That's why the Ozarks and everything else makes more sense, because it's away from certain populaces of melting pots, different cultures blending together. So that's
you'll be against it if that happens.
Most people would. Everybody would. This wouldn't be exclusive to me, mutual exclusive. It would just be everybody.
Yes, but I'm just asking you.
Can I just add one thing?
Yes, Nepal, and but please, friends, let's
not
not
gonna
be
take long. I heard.
No, I know. That's what she said. Don't pay it. It's just for everybody, right? Y'all can be long-winded. The clock is just kind of to keep us honest. So you can be long-winded, but if we're doing too much, we start to actually use the clock. So go ahead, and then Thomas, you got it.
I know I'm long-winded, so thank you for having a clock. I heard someone say the Jews do it, and then you mentioned Chinatown. Perfect examples. You do not see them saying a certain group is excluded. That is the point that I'm making. So the Jews cannot, like the Sephardic community doesn't say no LGBTQ, even though they follow Torah. You get what I'm saying? So you can't just blatantly say you're excluded. So thank you for letting me say that.
Yes,
you're proving my point, though. Like, go ahead, Tom Foolery, go ahead.
And I don't know what's going on. Like, this is the second time it happens. StreamYard doesn't like the person that is on the corner to come up, so he's going to change it immediately. So go ahead, Thomas, and then we get the rest of the crowd involved.
Well, I don't give two fat fucks about them off in the middle of nowhere in their little hut, their little goddamn rut, talking about we don't want nobody else. Nobody want to go there anyway. I ain't doing business with y'all. Nobody gives a shit. Look at y'all. Nobody gives a damn. If y'all say we don't want people there, nobody gives a damn. Like, nobody want to go there. The hell, y'all see that? Who is thinking about going through there on a vacation, passing through there anyway? Like, it's totally, who cares? To your point, yes, the Jews, especially in New Jersey, or whites from New Jersey, they got their own little communities and stuff. But the difference is you can go into a Jewish store, buy whatever you want, they'll do business with you. They got their own, like they buy like most of blocks of the homes. but as far as that video, I am not envy of them people at all.
I'd like to respond to that whenever.
I mean,
You know what? I do want to correct myself. You're right. I saw the chat. It is not America only. It was the immigration of slaves. And so, but it's still, my point is that the slave immigration to North and South America, especially, and to the diaspora was like, what did I say? The stats are 8.2.
You said it was 8 million to 2 million.
So I do want to, I stand
which doesn't make sense because that's inverse of the numbers.
Yeah, I was literally just about to start with that. Okay.
And English is the language that we speak now, so nothing that you said makes any sense historically at all.
I'm correcting myself only to the point that it was not just the North America. However, it still stands. The point that I'm making still stands because
it doesn't stand at all.
No, actually, let me get the sentence out, and then you can let me know. We can go back and forth. It still stands because slaves built the country. They built the infrastructure, and the culture is still based on slavery, African slaves.
Why did I wait for you to repeat the exact same thing you've said 2 times already? That's not demonstrable at all.
It is
the numbers that you can I finish now? Can I finish? The numbers that you stated are the opposite of what we see now. So where did
for the United States?
You said that 22% of people that came over are white. I did the math, and compared to the other 78% would have been black.
Yes,
that's in the inverse of the populations we see now. So what happened to all the black people?
No. So do you dispute the facts that there were more black immigrant slaves here to the North and South America? Wait, do you just, before you get going, Do you dispute the fact that North and South America, there were more slaves than European black slaves?
I'm disputing that in America, in the United States.
In the United
No.
States.
So I wait. I corrected myself.
Yeah,
and
she
I
was
said
talking about
North and
continents.
South. So now I'm still standing on North and South. Do you dispute that
We're
there were
talking
more-
about the United States. You said
hold on.
they built the United States.
And they did build in the United States. However,
Mhm.
I corrected myself, and the point still stands. I'm going to ask you again. First, let's take baby steps. Are you saying that there were more European immigrants than black immigrants
Yes.
to North and South America?
Again,
To the United States.
He's talking about
I'm talking about the entire
your claim was who
immigration
built
slave
America, though.
to this-
Okay.
to
But
this-
we're
claim was
talking
who
about
built
the
America.
United States of America.
I'm making the point.
Why are you making the broader point? We
Because
don't
it
have
has
a
to be
unified
right.
culture.
This is
We
why-
don't have a
this is why
unified
I'm making the
culture
point.
throughout both
This is why I'm
continents.
making the point, because we're talking about black culture and black slaves.
Which one is
Hold
black
on.
culture? Hispanic culture or the United States?
No, I'm talking about African slaves building this country and South America.
So all of it is black culture. Is that what you're
No,
saying?
I never said all. The point that I make.
Where is
saying-
the black culture?
The point that the black culture, the
Yes.
infrastructure was built by Africans. Africans took care
Can
of
you bring back the goalposts?
No. The infrastructure was built.
Well, time to move the goalposts again. On three, fellas. 1, 2, 3, push.
The
We have to find. Wait 1 second. We have to find the point of this.
built by
1 second,
Africans here in the
Napa.
United
1 second. We have to find the point of disagreement, Flo. What
Okay.
do you disagree exactly with what she said? So she can
You
tackle
had
it.
originally said that the United States is culturally and infrastructurally American, or I'm sorry, African. Now, I'm not speaking about both continents in their entirety. There's too much. I mean, it's just too varied to make any claim that any one group of people built the culture or the infrastructure on both continents entirely. That'd be crazy. I'm talking about in the United States. In the United States,
Yes.
that claim doesn't hold.
Okay, so Napa, you have 1 minute to rebuttal, and then I want to include the rest of the panel. Go ahead.
Right. Despite the fact that the statistics, which I corrected, were not accurate, which I did retract that, it still stands completely solid that African slaves built the infrastructure of this country, the United States specifically. White Europeans did not build the infrastructure on their own, and they weren't overseeing with all these blueprints that Mr. Bob the Builder said. Black slaves they didn't just use their brawn, they used their intelligence, they used they influenced the culture, they raised the children. Black slave women actually raised the children.
But that was Marte's point. He was saying that that both did it. He was saying white and black people both did it, not one or the other. Okay.
No, it wasn't Marte's point. Tom Foolery.
Thank you, Tom. I appreciate it.
When I came in,
Sounds like it was.
My point was that it's not a white European-based country. That was my initial point. I said specifically that is a white talking point of white racist supremacists that keep saying
you specifically said black people built this country.
America has never been exclusively white. America has never been exclusively
So
white.
Napa, give me just 1 second, Napa.
Do you disagree
Is
with that?
anyone on the panel disagree that black people contributed a lot for the state of the United States right now in 20? Anybody disagrees with that?
No.
No. Right.
So everybody agrees. So we good.
Right.
We all agree.
So thank you
Everyone agrees. We good.
And that was my
We
point.
agreed
Yeah,
to something different
and
than what
Nepal
you
was
said.
correct on the other point as well. They're like, when we're talking about civil rights laws, there are laws that protect protected classes, and so race is a protected class. There's probably some sort of legality problem with the way that they're building this group. You can discriminate based on these things for private clubs and things like that, and so that's where like churches and female only gyms fall in sometimes, men's clubs, crap like that. But in this case, I don't know how this would qualify. It's a bit of a gray area, and I don't think it's been actually challenged before, so it'll be interesting to find out. I'd also like to see if later they actually find some hot chicks to be in there. The only 2 women that they showed were kind of androgynous looking. One of them was wearing a Kangol hat and jeans. If they're trying to have like a more traditional place, I would like to see some 50 styles housewives, some sundresses, things like that. That would have been a lot more attractive to me.
You know, Tom, they found out that
I agree, Tom.
they found out that
1000%.
the owner of the club, him and his wife, actually did you know those webcam shows? Like they actually were sex
Like
workers.
Andrew Tate's webcam shows. Yeah.
Like OnlyFans,
Like
you
cam
pay
girls,
to watch
yeah.
them. Yeah, you pay to watch them jump on each other, which is actually interesting, but it is what it
Hey,
is. Let me
Fatty,
ask you.
do you know before they go that when you talk about like racism and being discriminative, do you know that only applies to like the federal government and the state government? When it's private, I could sit here and say, hey, nobody but Tom can come in my restaurant. I mean, it's private.
I think
like
I
you
think
can
it's
make
actually
it
against the rules. No,
other
no, no.
rules.
I think you can, like, for example, when black people go to nightclubs, they don't say this is a white club, white people club.
Right, but those
only.
are public
They-
clubs. That's the difference, is that like my house, I get to decide who comes in or out of my house. So if I have something
Yeah,
that's like
absolutely.
private property, I can say like, you know, no midgets are allowed to come into my house, only tall people or something like that, right?
Absolutely. But for example, Donald Trump got sued like on the 70s or 80s for racial discrimination because like the applications clearly was like they found out that they were kind of weeding out the black applications and Latino applications and giving priority to white people, right? Usually people are, like you said, a little bit more covert when it comes to blatant segregation. On this
Fatty,
type of
I'm sorry.
on this type of situation, like does the location matter? Does the like the people that are around matter? Like, would you guys stand like? Is there any, for example, restaurant? Because that probably is like a public business, a private business. Like, can I do a only black people restaurant and not acknowledge and establish that nobody from outside of this community that doesn't look black or is not black can join in and I have no problems? Anybody can explain that to me?
You
Because
can't do that in the United States. It's illegal.
But I think this is exactly why they're making this community, because they want their kids to be raised around people that share the same values. And I completely agree with that. That's why I'm homeschooling my son, so that he doesn't get exposed to those things in public schools. I don't want him to see that. And I want to make a comment on what you said, how black people essentially helped with the culture in the United States. But when they were slaves, they weren't allowed to practice their own religion. At least from what I know, they were their families were torn apart. So they lost a lot of their culture as slaves. And then one other thing, I just want to say, Doctor of Women or whatever, as soon as you got up there, you were like, oh, that who wants that shack, this and that. No one gives a shit about that. It seems like you're a little defensive, like you are mad, because they looked like they were building something really nice up there. And you're sitting there like trash talking it. So obviously you do have a problem with it.
Obviously, ma'am, I could give two rats ass what they do because it doesn't affect my life. I would never go anywhere that looks like that. I just came back from vacation, very nice resort. I wouldn't give a good goddamn. I could care less if they held up a sign and said, no blacks allowed. I don't care because it's not affecting me. You know, I don't care.
And fair enough, but you were saying that their settlement is essentially trash and all that. It's all the extra that makes it seem like you do care, because there was no need for that. Actually, it looks like they have a pretty nice settlement. And even though I am fair skinned, I doubt they would let me in.
Well, the settlement. Well, the settlement. I'm just commenting on what I see. Commenting on what I see.
No, they wouldn't let her in. They check birth certificates. They check your lineage, all this other stuff.
It looks like a dump. It looks like a dump. I don't give a shit.
No, they have a vetting system before you can get in this village or this city or whatever they're building.
Get in there.
No.
Neff, you're wrong about this.
We're moving too fast. We're moving too fast. Thomas, would you change your mind if that was a resort type of thing? Like if the infrastructure was the Wynn Hotel, like would you change your opinion? If like would you say there's not a like maybe I want to go there. There's not a regularity like community if we actually had top-notch infrastructure.
Still on private property, or just
Yes,
like a
absolutely.
regular Wynn hotel?
Just your assessment of what they are building. If they did the thing, and instead of, because I know what Athena is doing. Athena is a farm girl. You see what I'm saying? So when she sees that, she's like, "You're not going to call Raggedy." Like, you know what I'm saying? So if that was if that looked like the resort that you came in from vacation, would you call it Raggedy? Or say, no, that's actually cool, but I still don't want to go there. I don't want to go there anyway.
Oh yeah, if what I saw look these, I'd be like, oh, they got something pretty good going on over there.
So it was about the what you saw built. It was not about being built by white people.
Two things. First thing, I don't give a damn about it was built by white people when they do their own control, want to do their own thing. I don't. If that's what they want to do on their own stuff, go ahead. And the other thing was, at least could have looked a little better from what I've seen, or give me some reason to envy.
I just wanted to make sure that it was not personal; it was actually infrastructure.
It was infrastructure.
Athena, and then Napa and Marte can go back to what they were saying real quick. Athena, is that more fair, or you think still you don't like?
No, I think it looked lovely. I personally think that something like that would be fantastic. I'm essentially doing that on my own, which is very difficult. But yeah, I think we need more communities like that so that we can, and I personally would not discriminate against race. Like, that to me is unimportant, but morals, that is important. I don't want my children or child, I have a son, I don't want my child exposed to any of the alphabet gang stuff, any of the trans whatever. I don't want them exposed to the left ideas or feminism. I don't want them exposed to any of that. If I could be in a community where we could get rid of all of that, I would join so quick.
Can I jump in and address that, since I think she's finished?
I actually agree with that.
The thing is, when you hear them saying gay, you keep focusing on, oh, I don't want my kids around gay. They're talking about Black people and Jews as well. Let's stop playing, okay? When you say, oh, I wouldn't want my kids around that, I'm raising the morals, what you're saying is people who are Jewish and Black equal immoral. Maybe
no, that's not what I said.
You don't know.
I specifically, that's not what I said. No,
their community is saying that. You may not naively think so, but their community is saying Blacks, Jews, gays, all of that's immoral. We don't want to be around them. So when you keep saying that's a great community, I'm going to say it again. The problem is that they're equating people of certain ethnicities and religion to something that's immoral. And
I've never seen a woman mansplain to another woman before.
I'm not saying that homosexuality is immoral over the board. I'm talking about American laws in American society. You can't say, oh, I wouldn't want gays. There's gay people in that community. They're just hiding it. But you can't hide that you are Jewish. You can't hide that you're Black or Latino or Native American or Eastern Indian or Asian or Korean.
Okay.
You can't hide that.
Black people got to stop this. Black people, you got to stop this.
I'm sorry. I can respond in a short.
Yo, chill out. Let's have one mic, please.
Let's Napa, you have to land. No, one second. Lamar, you can't. Napa, you have to land the plane.
Okay,
1 second. Goddamn, 1 sec. If I'm talking, if I'm talking, nobody needs to be talking.
Go ahead. I'm done.
This is why women can't fly planes.
Okay,
But anyway, go ahead.
Napa, can you control yourself? I'm telling you.
First of all, I said go ahead.
And that's what I'm saying. Hey, respectfully, I'm establishing what is going to happen from now on. I'm not going to cut y'all microphones. I'm going to say land the plane. More 30 seconds. I muted myself. Are we going to do this again today?
Can I not respond though?
I have another hour here. I muted myself. I said go ahead.
But that's what I'm saying. You don't have to mute yourself. I just said.
She's saying she's done though. She just let the other person go. She says she's done.
Thank God.
Okay. So she's done. Go ahead, Tina, and then Marte.
Okay, I never said anything. Actually, I specifically said I don't agree with discriminating against race. I wouldn't do that, but the structure of their community is what I was praising. The fact that they are creating a community and only allowing what it is that is permissible to them. I don't even care that they're racist, to be honest. I don't tell people that they can't be racist. It's actually their right to be racist, even if I don't agree with them. And do you see how concise that was? Short. Done. Thank you.
Well, you may not care that they're racist, but they're clearly saying they're racist. They're not mincing any words. And they're saying, we're racist and we discriminate against gays. Next thing it'll be, we discriminate against people in wheelchairs. That's why in the United States, we actually have laws protecting these type of groups of people. So you may not care because you just don't see it, but it is racism. It is sexism. No, it's racism, and it's discriminating against people's religious beliefs. So I will go on and on because for some reason the people that don't
you just like to hear yourself talk, and it's annoying.
Going, hey, it's
let me ask you.
I haven't insulted you.
Nepal, let me ask you a question.
I haven't insulted you personally.
Nepal, let me ask you a question.
If you'd like to go there,
Nepal, let me ask you a question. It's fine.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. It's
yeah,
fine.
I don't like when people pretend that they don't see that
Can
there
I ask
is
you? Can I ask you a
discrimination.
question, Nepal?
Yes, ask me a question.
If black people decided to buy a plot of land in the Ozarks or whatever the thing is and decided to build Wakanda, only black people, you only nobody gets resources, you only get in if you have vibrate, like, would you be okay with that?
If they said only blacks can be here, I would not be okay with it. Hell no.
So
No.
you maintain the consistency. You would say, I don't want these people to just gatekeep. You would open Wakanda to the world, right?
If they came in and said only blacks can be here, it is wrong. According
Okay, so you're against segregation, right? You're against segregation, period.
It doesn't matter what I'm against. It doesn't matter how I feel.
He's asking your opinion.
I'm not saying the United States, hey, we don't want gays and blacks here. You can't do that. It doesn't work.
No, but I'm asking your opinion. If you could do it, like if I could do it, like my point about segregation is, hey, sometimes it's actually needed and necessary. You see what I'm saying? Like sometimes it is. Like Martin Luther King, by the end of his life, he said that my biggest mistake was actually sending my, like, try to integrate with white people. I sent my people to a burning building. By the time he was done, he actually changed his mind. He was like, maybe I should actually, instead of going there, like we should build our own thing and do our own thing and move along. But for whatever reason, once again, like we kind of got to a place where now everybody is mingling with each other. If we have the opportunity, I think a lot of us, like Athena, would choose to live with people, live next to people that look like us, think like us, walk like us, go to the same schools, have the same religion. I think actually you come from a part of YouTube that either shares the same religion or the same values. No? So what is the connecting tissue that actually unites the people from on your side of YouTube, for example?
The connecting tissue for my
like the conscious community.
We like to have discussions, debates. Debates connect us. That's what really connects.
So there's nothing bigger than what we do here on YouTube. Like no Hebrew Israelites. There's
there's Jews, there's atheists, there's
okay. So it's an inclusive.
There's black.
Yeah, so it's an inclusive. No, she's being consistent about it. Let me just get Marte here. And then quick rebuttal from quick rebuttal from Thomas. And by the way, friends, once again, when we moderate panels, we're trying to make this a little bit easier. If y'all want to fight, I will let you fight. Let me know in the private chat, and I'll let you do whatever you need to do. Okay? I'm not against fighting. Y'all know me, but I need clarification of rules so I know I'm not doing too much and I'm not profiting of two people smacking each other in the face. Okay? So again, the private chat is there. Y'all can tell me what you want me to do. Go ahead, Marte, with the rebuttal, and then Thomas. And if you see people, it's not my fault. Thomas is being sent to the bottom for no reason. So it is what it is. Go ahead, Marte. Thomas, you can reply. And then I want to involve Tom Foolery, the Powder Dusty, and shout out to Glenn Lars for joining the show. I appreciate you, sir, for being here. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Marte, uninterrupted.
Napa, I want to address several points that you made. You said that, we can't have people hiding, right? In the Black community, we have down low brothers. This happens all the time. Matter of fact, Black women will tell a cautionary tale of being, I don't know if I want to go to Atlanta and date men because, they got DL brothers over there. There's subversive groups in every society, in every group, in every clique that we have. Megyn Kelly was outed by Andrew Wilson for being a covert feminist. We have covert subversive people in every community. Being hidden is very common. It's happened very often in society when we had this. And not to mention this, but when people get exposed, it's a good thing. I think it's good, right? But also I think that segregation is good to some degree. When we have religions, I think that we shouldn't have things like Judeo-Christian doesn't exist. It's not a thing. It's some political term that was made up a long time ago. There's no such thing as Judeo and Christian, but somehow we conflate these things. I think that segregation is important when it comes to religion with certain things. I think that it's good for communities to want to maintain some culture to where it doesn't get invaded by other things. Like we complain about cultural appropriation all the time, right? We'll say, well, the N-word's bad, right? Well, who made up this N-word? Aren't we culturally appropriating a word made by them? So it's like, so this happens all the time. So when you make points like, being hidden isn't good, or you're making your point about, no, people don't hide. They hide all the time. If you found out that your hubby back in the day was just sucking all kinds of D back in the day, you'd be pissed because he'd come out because he's DL. So I'll land my plane right there because I know how to land planes. Go ahead.
I know how to land.
You know what? You know what? I'm
sorry.
I feel like Black people, we got to stop this. We got to stop this trying to be accepted and liked and forcing people and just like us because we're Black, because of our plight, because we went through this in Fort 5 and stop trying to force people to like you and include you and make sure they have a sign that says, hey, Blacks, you're allowed to. Stop trying. I don't need their validation. I don't care if they like me or not. I don't need none of that shit because the white man ain't stopping me from doing whatever the fuck I want to do in my life daily. The white man ain't coming to take my stuff. They ain't burning no cross in my yard. This ain't that time of day. We in 2025, and we gotta stop seeking for validation and being liked.
Racial Can I address that, please? And what Marte said actually it's strange. I don't know what. Am I being muted when I say I think about being included? I don't care to be included. I'm not. I don't care what they're doing. I don't know why this is so hard. It's actually shocking that people who are
you just said you had a problem with the Blacks and Jews. You just act like you had a problem.
Our argument was very clear. Our argument was very clear. 1 second, Apa. She said our argument was extremely clear. It's not that I care. It's about the law. And when I gave her the position about if it was Black people, would you be okay with it? She said no too, because it goes against the law. So
but I don't know about that.
1 second, please. 1 second. We're not going to do the validation and we want to be a part of it because nobody on the panel said that they wanted to be a part of that community, to be honest. Only Atina, I have an extra positive position about what they were doing over there and the race part. But I don't think nobody on the panel said that, no, I want to go there. I need a village. No, we just said, once again, this can be multiplied. And is it like Roe v. Wade? Once you establish a precedent, you can't stop that anymore because, once again, if people say they can do it, now everybody can do it. And it's not that it's affecting you right now, it's that might be built in the on your backyard. And now we have a problem because instead of being in the middle of nowhere, it's on Thomas' backyard. And now you don't want your kid to just go around the street and they say you can join here because you're a little bit too brown. Is that
why is she talking about the law though?
Daddy, wait, did you just
that's what it says. Private property. How you talk about the law? That's totally wrong. That's totally wrong.
No, but that's what Nepa's turning racist right now.
Please let me do this.
1 second, no, 1 second, because I want to make sure of one thing.
Yeah.
This breaks the law. Because let's dive on the law thing, right? Does this break the law? Because Tom Foolery told me if it's private, like we had some exceptions.
Well, that's why I said it
Gentleman's
hasn't really been
Club,
challenged
yeah.
in this way before, that we don't really have like precedent for it, but it does seem to have like some gray areas in there, so we're not exactly sure.
So it might break the law, but why is she telling us about the law anyways? Because that's obviously
Because there are
not where
anti-discrimination
morality
laws.
comes from, and nobody asked you what the law thinks about it. Ask what you think about it.
Okay, I will answer you, but I know people have an issue with me talking long.
That's what I was speaking on, by the way, Powder Dusty.
concise.
I was speaking on that.
I'll try to be
The
concise.
clock is in the middle. You can look at the clock.
This brother down here, Dr. Womanese, you heard him say, I ain't got no crosses burning in my yard, and I can do that's because the law made it possible. If we start changing the law to where, like what Fatty said it very eloquently and very well, if we start letting these little things happen with these gray areas, we're going to go back to you having crosses burning in your yard. We're going backwards toward Jim Crow. So thank you. I'll hand the mic over. That's my point.
So what do you think about it?
What do I think about what? People being able to say, I don't want these kind of people around?
Yes.
There's nothing wrong with that. You just can't say, hey, guys, we got a community. I'm keeping all men out and all blacks and all handicapped. You can't do that.
Okay.
That's the issue.
You just said conflicting things. You said there's no problem with it. Yeah.
Sir, listen.
I think this is the problem that we're having, right? Just because someone is explaining something doesn't mean they agree with it, right?
Yeah.
I think when we say she's saying two things, it means that she's explaining what the law is and she's explaining what she actually.
But I only want her opinion on it because the law is obviously ambiguous here.
So let's take the law out of it. But I think I asked her because I asked, would you build Wakanda like Napa? Honest.
People are doing that already.
And on the Bible, Napa, you had $1 trillion. Somebody comes to you with
this already.
That's not your
but
opinion.
would you do it? Would you yourself do it?
Would I discriminate against race and people? No.
Yes.
Because unlike
what about gender?
I don't equate race with moral or immoral. I don't do that. But if people want to, we already do that. We already do it in a way that's legal. We say, oh, we don't like these people in our neighborhood. So they make it harder for those people to be around to where those people want to leave. They stay in the parameters of the law. So my issue is they can have a white community. People do that already. They can have a Chinatown.
Where?
The Sephardic community, the Sephardic community in New York. But for me personally, no, I wouldn't want to live or have a community with just Black people or just Latinos because I'm Dominican. I wouldn't be like, no Black people, just Afro Latinos. That's crazy. No, I wouldn't personally. So back to the law, though. You know?
Why do you keep hiding behind the law? The law is not where morality comes from, and it's not where your opinions come from. There's lots of laws, and has been throughout history, that are immoral.
Yeah, but I can't. Powder does what your name is Dusty. I can't stand on. I stand on the fact of the law because it protects people like me and like other people.
It also attacks people like you, and has historically.
Yes, but the thing what he said. I'm going to go back to burning. Well, people still get their crosses burnt in their yard and things like that, or there's sundown towns. But there is a law that we can revert to. We can go back to the law and say, oh my gosh, thank goodness we have this law, which people are going to challenge that community. I'm not going to be hoping that they get shut down, but you cannot, because what we're doing philosophically, they're coming out and they're saying, hey, we don't like a certain group of people, and we're going to make it to where we don't care about the law. And we're gonna discriminate, and that you can't do that in the United States. So I have to stand with the law.
Can you at least agree that the law doesn't mean anything unless it's enforced? Because we have immigration laws, but that shit didn't get enforced for how many years? And then all of a sudden, people are mad that ICE coming over. You know, all of a sudden, the law's been on the books the whole time. So laws are irrelevant unless they're being enforced.
But I think, for example, when it comes to ICE, people are not mad at ICE for doing their job. They are mad that ICE is doing their job on an unlawful way. So she kind of right, because it's not about
What is the unlawful way if they're
If
executing
you have a
orders?
whole state of emergency,
It's put in a ski mask, no identification, no nothing. Get off the car, grab you, and put you on a white van like it's like
That was not in all cases. That was actually, you know, I was here.
they had,
I
they had to
live in
call a
LA.
state of emergency
Oh,
to be
I
able
mean,
to implement the ICE laws the
But you
way
see what
that
I'm
they
saying?
are,
I
which
think
is
if they
crazy.
say police freeze, like the usual cop movie
Right,
thing,
so that gives
I
you a
think most-
second to pull a pistol and shoot me. Why would I
But
let
the
you know
thing-
I'm
but
right
no,
there?
Bland. If on the United States everybody has guns, you
You have-
coming out of the car
One,
on a
you have
ski
to-
mask,
but you have to
I think it's
understand
a
that-
better way for you to get shot because I don't know who you are. You may try to steal.
You have to realize, like in the cases that you're referring to, those are strategic, tactically done and drawn up for a specific reason for the individual that they are trying to apprehend.
Oh bullshit! You're giving way too much. Nah, I've been raided
Yeah.
before, and these
Well-
are not well done. Lots of times, they've got an address and they've got guns.
I don't know what they do in Kansas, Flo.
It's the,
I'm
why
just
do you
saying.
think it's different when ICE does it?
Because different agency, different training, different expectations. You know.
Yeah, but when you're saying for specific
speculating that it could be
circumstances,
different when
they're
they're doing the
doing
same
mass
thing.
raids like this. They're doing mass raids in this sort of way and taking tons of people in this sort of way without showing themselves, showing their faces. If they get attacked or beaten in some sort of way, they don't know how to identify one officer from the other to say who did what right or wrong. There's like a ton of problems that are wrong with this, and they do mass raids in this way. So it's not for like specific circumstances.
Anything, it would be less
safety is also important too, and for them to do their job and not to have any retaliation because they're doing their job correctly and having them or their family be at risk because of that, because they showed their face. I think that's
If
okay.
somebody doesn't know if they're the cops or another gang, for instance, they're doing their job poorly. If you
They
show up
normally
in
come into
plain
these
clothes-
vehicles with like lights and shit.
Is that how they come in the house?
Well, no, not unless they drive through your house.
If somebody shot one of them, like that's what I think about. I think about like
knows that
somebody
if
shooting
They
one
do
of them.
announce themselves. It's actually by law they have to announce themselves as they enter into a premise.
Sure,
So,
they once
even
they
if they're
once they
kicking in
arrest
the
you, they
door-
have to say who it is that's arresting you. But for
No,
federal
once they're
rules,
kicking in your
for
door, they have to announce themselves.
I think
What about the
that's
sting
I
operations
think
when they
that's
just
state
come
laws. I
in
don't
and-
know about federal. I think in federal they only have to announce themselves once they're arresting you and,
And I
saying
bet you
what
they don't
department
do it.
is
They're rounding
arresting
up
you.
way too many people way too fast.
But I want to get back to like this the concept here of what's the difference between segregation and separation?
What's the segregation is a type of separation.
But I think segregation is being told where you can and cannot go, and separation is choosing where you decide to go.
So it's
I
sure
separate myself
segregation
from,
is like enforced.
you know, some dumb people, right? So I choose to not be around certain people because they irritate me, right? I separate myself from them.
Yeah, that's a pretty good distinction. Isolation and enforcement. Big difference, right?
So if you choose to not involve or interact with a certain group of people, how is that wrong at all?
That's not wrong.
Well, again, there's tons of other problems that can come with this. Like even when we're talking about like homeschooling to keep your kids away from certain types of people. One, you're just making sure that your kids aren't going to be prepared for the real world, so that when they do go out in the real world, they're going to find out that there's a ton of other groups of people that you brainwashed them to make sure that they didn't have any clue existed. Two, that if people are growing up in this type of community,
That's a
and
whole lot
eventually,
of cope there.
how is that cope? That you think it's you
Because
think
you're saying I'm brainwashing my kids that these people don't exist.
Yes,
These
I'm
kids
saying.
go to after school programs. They have a coach. They get sent to practice. They can play in sports. They actually have a communal setting where they can play with other kids. You're not talking about kids just isolated in the home like a boy. in a
Wait,
bubble,
no, hold
like
on.
back in the day with that movie.
No, if we're saying people
is
are
not Remember
purposely
the Titans,
trying to
guys.
keep
This
their
is
kids
not
away from
Denzel
these
and Remember
people,
the Titans.
and now you're saying, oh well, no, they're not actually being kept away from them. We do let them go around them. Okay, well then, what the fuck? You're not actually trying to keep them away from them. Then, so what's the idea? What's the whole fucking idea?
Hold on. Would you say the same thing with crackheads? How about crackheads?
Well,
Are you
crackheads.
worried about crackheads? Can you separate crackheads from people?
Crackheads-
Where do you draw the line that we said,
on things that are actually bad and harmful? I think crack is actually bad and harmful. I don't think black people or gay people are actually bad and
do you not
harmful.
think
So
that
I
could
think
be
there's a big
subjective?
difference
Somebody
there.
could be like, oh, you know what? Crack is fine. I'm fine with crack. I think people could be like, have that argument too, right?
Sure, you can have that conversation, but I think that we can all agree that crack is harmful. I think we've got some pretty simple scientific data.
No, I think the LGBTQ mentality is harmful.
I don't even know what that means. The mentality, like it's a mentality.
But going back to his point, he said that what was the problem with?
Go ahead, Thomas.
But no, you're good. He said, what was the difference between, segregation and separating? And it says choosing not to be around. So when you go back to that first video, to me, it looks like they just chose to, on their property on their land, just chose to say, nah, we're just going to have our own thing here. So I'm trying to figure out, what is the problem with that? It's not like they're coming out and saying, putting flyers on the road. Hey, y'all don't go down there. They're just saying, hey, this is just our own land.
I don't think it's that big. I don't think most people actually care about it. Like, the only thing is whether or not it actually fits the law. But most people don't even seem to give a fuck. And I think they're more now like trying to get people to care and trying to get people upset because they're a little upset that people aren't as upset, that they don't have as many lawsuits as they were expecting. And so I think they're now getting a little frustrated that this wasn't as provocative as they had hoped it would be.
In the news, they'll take the framing, and when they show the black community with 86 acres that they bought, it's friendly, it's nice, they're trying to have cohesion and save their purity of whatever they have, right? But if white people start talking about this in the media, it's racist, it's prejudice, it's all this. It's a lot of the media's portrayal of this. So it's like, if I'm going to feed a dog a pill, I'm going to wrap it in meat. The media does this all the time.
Where did black people do
this? Certain race, they'll paint another in the next.
Where in the media did they show black people doing this?
They never have shown black people.
Foolery, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about black people.
I don't know where the hell.
Let me tell you this.
Yes.
They're not going to admit it, but black people are racist as hell too, bro. A lot of stuff that black people do, they get away with it today. If the white people would do and say some of this stuff.
I mean, Fatty started this panel off saying this wasn't going to be a white community.
Time out. No, because all groups are racist. All groups.
I said most.
All groups are racist.
I didn't say it wasn't. I said most.
Let me finish because I can't finish. I can tell you what I didn't say what you said. I'm saying all groups are racist. All religions discriminate against other religions. All groups, men discriminate against women. Like people are tribalism. If we are YouTubers and if a bunch of TikTokers come around, we are going to feel, hey, bro, because we know how TikTokers go crazy, right? So there's an in-group thing. We are going to be tribalist, and a lot of times what happens is where the Lakers or the Celtics, we are it's going to happen. The thing about it is a lot of times is what type of, let me mute Thomas real quick because I have no idea what's doing in the back. So what happened is a lot of times people don't have power to actually be like, my racism might not be powerful enough to actually stop you. Like all the time people say, Freddy, you are from Portugal. You sound like a Russian. Why are you here? Why are you talking with Americans? Why are you talking like you're not even black, right? But they don't have power to stop me. I do whatever the fuck I want to do. If you don't want to watch me, go watch somebody else. Go watch an American. Go watch, like you said, I'm saying. So the problem becomes when people are actually gatekeeping, meaning I'm Portuguese, and all of a sudden, hey man, Marta is American. I'm going to discriminate instead of actually pushing competency and people that are actually competent to be on the panel. I'm going to push people that either I like, are around me, are like me. That's when we actually have to have these conversations. And what Thomas is saying is that, okay, black people are racist, but Dr. Farah Khan calling white people white demons is not going to change their life at all.
Well, but everybody hates Farrakhan, though. Like, everybody hates Farrakhan, though. He's a piece of shit.
No, but there's the thing. But if the same way with the Grandmaster of the Ku Klux Klan in 2025, nobody gives a fuck about those people.
What was it? The problem with all of this is precedent. That, like, if all of a sudden we have something that just says, hey, I'm a private club, so now I'm going to discriminate based on race, and now everybody says, okay, well, my grocery store is a private club, my bank is a private club, my barbershop is a private club, like, and everybody starts to discriminate based on race to where we go back to fucking Jim Crow. Like, that's where I think a lot of people's fear is.
They do that.
Who's they?
How?
Who's they?
They do that. I'm gonna tell you why.
Who's they?
When I say the system, let me say the let's say establishments.
Okay.
Some investment brokers, you got to have 20,000, 50,000 minimum to invest. This country club, it's a minimum $50,000 a month. You see what I'm saying? So they have certain type of parameters set up where only certain types of people are going to be able to afford the line. And let me take it closer. Black community, the brand new Ralph Lauren line. That was a very upscale, affluent. A sweater cost $400, and it was targeted to African Americans. But it wasn't targeting to include all African Americans.
Wait, but you're just saying discrimination exists. That doesn't, like, all discrimination to some extent always exists, but that's not the same thing. When we're talking about like discriminating based on skill, hold on. I'm saying, hold on. It's not. I'm saying that, like, if somebody discriminates for a job to, like, you have to have a certain college degree or a certain amount of skill to get that job. Yes, they are discriminating based on your skill or your college degree, and that college degree costs money, so you at least have to have some money to get that college degree in order to go get that job. They are discriminating based on a number of things, but it's not on the immutable characteristic aspect. Those things may correlate with immutable characteristics. If black people are more likely to be capable of affording a college degree, it may correlate with that characteristic, but it's not discrimination based on the characteristic, and those are very separate things.
It would be like saying,
why the DEI? Why DEI?
Thomas, it will be like saying Ferrari discriminates, right? Not that if you don't have money,
there's a country club. There's a golf course out here.
But
there's a golf course out here in Orange County that I can't go to because I have tattoos that are visible. You know that?
Oh,
wow. I'm discriminated against. Do I care? No. That's what they want for their group, their club. That's their bylaw. There's a golf course that I can't go to because I have visible tattoos.
Really?
Well, most golf courses are private clubs.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that. I just go to the ones that I can go to.
Characteristics. You can remove tattoos.
No, they're permanent. They're permanent now. It hurts keeping them on.
Tattoo removal for permanent tattoos.
That's true, but I don't want to go through all that. Okay, I refuse not to.
That's who he is.
That's what I mean, immutable.
Okay, but I mean, like, not okay. Immutable, not to the point where it's actually you could do that right away. Like.
Well, I mean, but yeah, the problem is that even by that standard, like at that point, like race isn't immutable because Michael Jackson became fucking white too, and like I don't. There's lines that we can draw. I think that like tattoos, because you choose to get it, it's a very like we wouldn't consider it immutable characteristic, but
can we get the raise of hands real quick? Because I want to go to the.
So my plight is not viewed here. Okay, I get it. My plight of being tattooed is not accepted here.
Sir,
I am also tattooed.
Sam is still black, even though he bleached his skin, so it's immutable for him.
Well, I did want to answer the other question though. We got, like, DEI was never like a hiring practice, saying that like you hire more black people. That was affirmative action. A lot of people conflate affirmative action with DEI, but affirmative action was overturned by the Supreme Court for the same reason, that you can't discriminate based on race, so they couldn't do affirmative action anymore. DEI is something to where you're supposed to like have groups come in to make your place more accepting, so that if a black person does come work there, they're not going to feel excluded and leave. So if you have like a high recruit that's a black person and they come in, they're not going to be like, well, I don't feel accepted in this place. These people all want to touch my fucking hair and shit, so I need to get out of here and go somewhere else. Like, that's DEI more so than affirmative action.
Wow.
Let me get the raise of hand real quick, right? Who doesn't have a problem with what they're doing right now on that community?
Personally?
One second. Raise of hands. Everybody. So only in the pie is a problem with what they're doing. Okay, she's saying personally. So the pie is against you, right? Now let me.
I'm not gonna protest it, but I don't think it's. I think
in principle, you kind of like, I don't like what.
Yeah, I think it's even without the law. I think it's just crappy. Like,
okay, so let's do this. What if these settlements became the norm around the United States? Raise of hands. Who has a problem with that?
Wait,
okay, so Napa.
Hold on.
I didn't hear the question.
I'll repeat the question again. People don't have a problem with this specific settlement because it's kind of in the middle of nowhere, small size, irrelevant. What if this becomes the norm? What if instead of one, now you have 400 all around the country, urban areas, rural areas, affluent areas? Would anybody have a problem with it? Raise your hand if you would have a problem with it. Okay, so now we have Tom Foolery has you have a problem with it, Tom? 2? Okay. So my question will be to the people that don't have a problem, and I'm going to leave Glenn over there, and I'm going to bring Atina didn't have a problem with it too, but I want to see, like, Flo, why would you have a problem with it? And Glenn, why do you are okay with we having 400 of these all around everywhere in a bigger scale?
So my issue, I'm kind of on the fence. I'm not sure if I have a bigger. I think that race is a stupid way to segregate. I think it's a stupid way to make determinations about somebody. Obviously, there's in both directions, right? I don't like all white people. I don't dislike all black people. It just is a dumb metric to use. So I dislike seeing people doing things that are more stupid. That said, I don't know that I would want the law to get involved in people's free association. So do I like it? No, I don't like it. Would I do something to stop it? I don't know that I would, though.
Glenn?
Yeah, I think if people choose to separate themselves amongst, other communities or separate themselves from certain groups, I think that's their right, and they have the right to exercise that and live that way, and that should be fine. There's pros and cons with that, and they're gonna have to deal with those pros and cons in separating themselves, whatever they are. But I don't think that someone should be forced to have to live next to somebody or a group of people that they don't like if they don't want to, just to make everybody feel included.
Let me get Marte and Tom.
Okay, I'm gonna pair it off of what Powder Dusty was saying. He basically took the words out of my mouth. So I think that it's a bad metric to use if you're going to separate people by race. But I will say this, though. There are certain races that have certain things that they do as a proclivity because of cultural norms. We only have baby mama culture in one culture and all kinds of other things in other cultures. So if you think about this, we have to separate sometimes because we want belief systems to be separated from other belief systems and things like this. Case in point, if you notice when people say that I want to move away from a black community, they're getting away from certain culture. They're not saying race when they say this. Now people can say, well, you're thinking racist. Well, I want to get away from violence. I want to get away from gunshots, from all this. And then I want to go to a property because I want my property value to go up. When whites move in, property value goes up. I hate to tell you, I'm just spitting facts.
Are you talking about black people, Marte?
Huh?
Are you talking about black people, Marte?
I'm talking about black people. If I'm around a bunch of black people, I can't wear noise canceling headphones. If I'm around a bunch of white people in the affluent area, I can wear them all day and I'm not going to have any problems.
Let me ask you something. It is about color of the skin or economic power? Like
economic power.
If you hang around like I Show Speed and Ronnie James, like, do you think that will be like problematic? Like, would you rather be around rich black people or trailer trash white people?
It's culture. It's not the race, it's the culture. That's really what people are moving from.
Exactly.
I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure, for example, when a black person is on the neighborhood, right, and they get $1 billion, they don't go to Beverly Hills because there's white people there. They go there because they're where the rich people are, right? So they are not running away from themselves. They're running away from poverty because now they are a target.
You might see a different kind of crime there. It's going to be different. You might see white collar crime, so you're not going to leave crime, but it's just the level of crime. You're not going to see graffitied up buildings. You're not going to see people snatching persons. We see this in California, but I'm just saying, making a general statement here. That's it.
You see graffiti everywhere. I live in a white country, very kind of the fourth most peaceful country on the planet.
Okay, Fatty, let me ask you a question. Would there be more or less?
More or less what?
If you had black culture increase, would there be more graffiti or less graffiti?
No.
Graffiti.
That's
I get very no. I want to answer your question. The thing is, graffiti is something kind of outdated. You see what I'm saying?
When I
would say, if you were more affluent, for example, you would see people wear more fashion over dresses. I'll give you that. Or
I would say
graffiti is outdated. So I'll grant you this. I'm talking about crime. Crime in general. Would you have less or more crime?
If you have poverty, you have more. If you have less, poverty, you have less. The thing about it is, it's not about race, because affluent people or people on the middle class are not stealing.
When you said affluent and then poverty, you're basically giving me this distinction already.
No.
is what I'm moving to.
I'm saying that, like, for example, you talk about baby mama culture. White woman actually started that shit. In reality, white woman actually pushed feminism.
You can say
way
this,
be-
but who
no, no,
coined
no,
that
no.
phrase?
Think about it, because it's not cultural. This is what happened on the
Baby
black.
mama is a cultural term. What are you talking about?
But this is what I'm talking about. Portugal has a 70% divorce rate right now. Most women are actually having kids outside of the wedlock. That's not a cultural thing. It's just feminism. Women don't need men. Women don't have to actually be need men. They don't value marriage.
I think what he's saying is what culture or what subgroup is it more?
Who's making it stylistic?
Let me just finish. They didn't start doing that because they saw Cardi B or Meg Thee Stallion do it. They're doing that because the biggest religion in the West right now is feminism. It's like
Wait, but that's not true at all, Fatty. Black people had higher rates of divorce and higher rates of single motherhood before any of that happened. And they currently have 3 times the amount that white people have. So for you to say white people created the culture, but black people have always done it at higher rates.
I think what Martin's saying is,
I need to say, Glenn, I promise I'll give you that, right? I'll give you the chance to rebuttal. But the thing is, who are these people? Like, what are these people socioeconomic status? Because once again, and I'll say it again, if black people actually had better relationship between man and woman, and we solve the relationship problem, the households would have more money. More money will give you better schools. Will give you better equipment. Will you have access to better
Sure, but you said
school
white
activities.
feminism created that culture to where black people went and did it, and that's the part that I'm disagreeing with. Is that's obviously not true because that was already the case.
With it because so if feminism pushes the man out of the house and make this I'm strong and independent woman, and now this strong and independent woman have one income, so now they're dependent of the state, and now these kids are being brought into poverty, and now are perpetuating the. Wouldn't we, if we solve the relationships, if these women actually were like Marta said, more traditional, and they wanted the man in the house and all that, wouldn't most of these problems solve?
Welfare isn't feminism. Like welfare is just like a thing.
Yes,
for
it is.
No, it's not.
Is individualism.
Okay, I guess
Feminism will promote individualism. If woman couldn't be benefiting from the state and having all these type of subsidies, Section 8 and all that, they wouldn't be doing what they're doing.
Yeah,
So
but
this is
I think
clearly
that
a
initially
sign of-
the idea, if you even look at like how like all of it was proposed, the idea was that like the man, if he's not capable of providing for his family, will be able to get welfare and provide for his family. It wasn't like, well, she don't need no man because the government's going to take care of her. Like that wasn't that wasn't the idea.
No, but that's where the problem. But that's where the problems comes from. Because if I'm on the house, my
Sure,
kid is
you're
not
saying it
outside after dark.
reinforces it, but that wasn't the idea. You're saying the ideology is what led to this.
No, it not reinforces it. It creates it because now instead
Okay,
of
sure, it
these
creates
households
it, but it
that-
wasn't. I'm just saying it wasn't like feminist ideology that led to this
Tom,
because
think
the
about it,
idea was for like it to be a family thing.
No, it might be not a direct intention, but
It was
it's
less family than for family, Tom.
it might not be a clear intention, but it was a part of the collateral damage. And
Yeah,
this is what
I
we're
agree
talking
that
about.
like obviously the way that like it makes it to where women are less likely to want a second income in a household makes it to where the kids are less likely to grow up with parents. I obviously agree with that.
Can we agree with that? Let me just wait, and then Glenn and y'all can have it, right? If there was men in these households, meaning there's $40,000 more dollars, there's more discipline, there's more like, do you think that most of these problems will be solved? Do you think most of these kids actually wouldn't turn out better than they are turning right now? Do you think if there's you put a man there and this man brings
Yeah, to an extent. I just don't
this
think
thing,
that
you
has
think it
anything
would
to
be
do
better?
with feminism. But yes, I agree that like welfare
I would
has
say
something
yes
to
and
do with that
no.
for sure.
So,
yes.
so why do you think women in mess are not actually getting relationship with men, not staying married? Relationship life is because of what? If it's not feminism, what it is? What is making this woman just choosing? I want to be a baby mama. What is choosing? What is happening?
Well, one is that we have more options and resources like condoms. The birth control is a lot more affordable now, and so it's a lot more accessible to where more people are going to be capable of getting it. 2, abortions are a lot more accessible and easier to get. 3, the fiscal financial situations to where people want to wait later in life to actually start families so that they don't ruin their chances at going to school or working and having to take time off for having babies early on when they're still trying to prove themselves. Like there's lots of reasons for why it's
This
a
is more
big difference
feminism
today.
the more you talk.
Wait, that's not feminism. That's just fact. That's just a fact. Like that is just true.
No, this is leaning more towards individualistic lifestyles and feminism. This
No,
is
no,
like
no. Hold on.
coinciding
I
with
didn't
that.
say that's a
It's
good
analogous.
thing. He asked why that's the case, and I said that like this is what people are doing, but it is the fact that those resources are more available to them, that more people are going to take advantage of that.
But do you understand that feminism capitalized off of this and magnified this to where they prevent dads from coming in the home? Because if dad moves in, they're going to cut my check off. So now we've eliminated 2 dads from that home. Feminism took God out of the home, and then they took the real biological father out of the home.
So is the
it's like when
idea
you
is
say
to
this,
make it
it's
to
like
where they have we
birth
have the
control,
resources,
everything else. It's
we
like
have the
leaning more towards
technology.
feminism, bro.
Yes, you're saying we have the technology, we have all the resources available to them. We just shouldn't let them have it. Is that the idea? Is you're not allowed to have it?
I mean,
what's the idea?
This is a magnification of feminism as a result of
You're
this.
so,
So if you
you're
take
not
something and
answer
you
my
give it to a
question,
kid
please.
who's-
Answer my question. If we have the resources,
ahead, Tom.
should we
Ask your
say
question.
if we have the resources available, should we just tell them you're not allowed to have it?
Case by case scenario, but now we've had a culture around this that's enveloped around this, and not only does this culture support this, we're having propaganda push this even when it's unnecessary. Birth control inserts 98% of births are, when you delete babies, it's elective. That tells you automatically it's just propagandized culture. When we have black women come in, we literally had a hip hop artist twerking outside of an abortion clinic. How crazy is this?
I'm sorry, I
propaganda
don't
coming?
think people
This tells you
twerking
already.
outside of an abortion clinic are making people get more abortions. I think that the fact that these things are just available to them more often means that they're going to take advantage. Hold on. Those
So
people
who
are
will
going to
welfare the
take
most?
advantage of the
Hold
resources.
on.
That's it. Like it's as simple as that. If
As
the
much as
resources
I
are
like
there,
when
more
hop
people are
on-
going to take advantage of it.
As much as I
There's
like
no
to
way you're
hop
going to
on
tell
the
me that somebody
bandwagon,
twerking outside of an abortion clinic is taking people away from this and not incentivizing culture, making it cool. That's crazy.
It's not going to make people get abortions, but it's normalizing it and making it okay. Then this is
Wait,
the
that's
problem.
making people get abortions because it's
yes.
becoming more normal and it's leaning more towards the left, even more.
Yes, and once again, I want Glenn to join in. I'm just saying again, I don't want to put blame on a woman. Okay,
no,
I'm talking
actually,
about.
I'm gonna take a take care. I'm gonna say, as much as I want to blame this on feminism, guys, we do know that it was men that actually, really pushed this idea, and we actually men benefited from a lot of these things that, like the birth control pill and abortions. Like not all men, but men of less or low standing or value, right, or moral status. They encourage that. Guys, we encourage hookup culture. When I was younger, I encouraged girls to hook up with.
Glenn, you're talking
right?
about corporations. Corporations made the pill. Corporatocracy
I
is
know.
what we're talking
But I'm
about.
saying, but
The very few, not the majority. of
Context,
American
man.
men.
You got the context.
Well, even men were at the forefront of feminism. Like men were by far the majority of people who said that women should vote. So it's a distinction without a difference, is what I'm saying. Is that men were at the forefront of feminism, but it still was feminism at the end of the day. Like by far, when we're looking at like the amount of people who said that women should vote back in the day, it's about it was like 75% of the people who said that women should vote back in the day were men. It was by far men who said that women should have the right to vote. So it was by far men at the forefront of the feminist movement who were really making these things happen.
So you're saying men gave women all their rights?
That's what I was trying to get at. That
Well,
men do
in
have
order for women to
accountability
get
for
rights, it would have
that's what
had
we
to have been men
today.
give it to them. They couldn't have gotten rights.
Go ahead, Glenn.
I'm saying we do have to acknowledge that as men, like men have led us here. Men have put us in a situation that we are in today. Either lack of leadership, failure to be that patriarch and lead the home, because there was that problem too. Men not being good men. Because you said, oh, if we put men back in the home, things will change. No, you have to have good quality men of value, men of standard, men of moral good compass, right? Not just any man. You need to have good men. There's a difference. There's always going to be a patriarch, and either you're going to have like an evil patriarch or you're going to have a good patriarch, right? That's it.
Glenn, I'm going to push back against
but
that.
no. Let me just say this. You know what's funny? We can play this game, right? If it's not woman's fault because they grab feminism, which is kind of a good thing because you're making woman a first-class citizen, and they put it on hyperdrive and they fuck everything up, right? And it's the man's fault because the man gave him those powers to do so. So you can blame black people. It was white people that did welfare and Section 8 and all that shit. So coming here and saying, no, it wasn't the woman because the man gave him those rights. I'm not talking about you, Glenn. I'm not talking about you individually. I'm saying if we're going to follow that logic, you can blame black people too because black people never had control over their woman. You went from slavery, colonialism, to Jim Crow, and then from Jim Crow to just nothing. Because as soon as he ended, black women were free, and now the government is subsidizing all these things. I think it's ridiculous. I think definitely the black community should hold each other accountable, even though there's some things that were pushed to make the conditions the way that they are. I will not blame the white man from Stacy just wanted to have 3 kids from 3 baby daddies in whatever white neighborhood it is.
The problem is ever saying one or the other at any point. Like if you ever if you ever say one or the other at any point, you're taking away all of the context that surrounds it. If it's ever white people did it, you're taking away context. If ever black people did it, you're taking away a lot of context.
Can we do 51%?
Well, I mean, I think people.
Can we do 51%? 51% is fair, right? Because we put in accountability.
I don't know 51% on what.
He's saying 51% of the blame on black people so that they take responsibility for their own lives.
Yes, like who is like, because we know the pre-existing conditions that happen with women and with the black community. Woman was oppression, right? Black people was clear oppression, right? If we take the shackles and we take everything, and now we're talking about 2025 and the state of the black community, would you put 51% of blame on who? On the people that actually contributed for the state of it, or on the black community for not standing up and rising on the
Cincinnati
60 years that
conversation
they've
is
been
going to
free?
start we just haven't started
who
it
choose
yet.
not to capitalize on the opportunity that they have at their exposure.
But can we do a whole thing, kind of generalization, 51-49?
Sure, it'll be if the black people have a problem with the black community, it's the black people's problem.
Okay, everyone agrees. Everyone agrees.
Agrees if black people have a problem with the black community, it's the black people's problem.
Like the majority, if we are going to give a percentage of guilt, 51%, would it be on the system that was instated before? Jim Crow, redlining, and all those things, slavery.
No, Justice, thank you for the raid.
On the black community, if you were to give 51% of the blame, which one would you give, Napa? Black community, majority, or on the state of the country before actually black people are free?
Well, the problems come from social constructs and post-traumatic slave syndrome, but we do have to take responsibility for the state of the community.
Is that a new disorder?
I actually never heard of that.
I know, it's Dr. Joy Degree. No, Dr. Joy Degree. She does all the research on post-traumatic slave syndrome. It is actually a fact that trauma is in. Why are you shaking your head? You don't even know. I'm talking to Marte.
Marte is a very expressive man. It's like,
yes.
So I don't play poker well. The continue.
I have a question. I mean, I want to inquire real quick.
Trauma, and I just wanted to say, trauma it's a fact that trauma is encoded into your DNA epigenetically, and that has a lot to do with what's wrong with black people.
How long does it last for?
Well, it depends. It depends on how you deal with it.
Okay, then we all have it because every race has been enslaved.
I never said.
Yeah, true.
See how you just said that? Did I say that black people have the cornered the market on it? I didn't.
No, you were talking in context of black people.
Well, no, she is talking about context of black people. But if our last generation hasn't been enslaved, obviously it's not going to get passed on to the next generation. She's saying, well, hold on. She's no. She didn't say it's not necessarily just slavery. I mean, even stuff with like Jim Crow and things that can happen afterwards. That like if people grow up in certain scenarios, disproportionately, even black people just growing up in like poorer neighborhoods disproportionately and having a harder time. Making ends meet, that like if that disproportionality is still being passed on to the next generation, that is still going to disproportionately affect the next generation. Whereas just as the opposite way. So it would like obviously if white people came out of this faster, they're not going to have as many problems with it.
But Tom, do you see?
I'm curious about this. Like,
one second, please. Do you see? I just want to make sure that I just want to make sure I point this out, please. Tom, do you see how he's about money and not about race? Because you kind of admit it right now.
Yes. No.
If you are saying that, if you are saying that the place where I live, if I live on an impoverished area, now my community doesn't have money to invest in schools and infrastructure and all that, is not about culture or race. It's about money. It's
But
about
if the money
the
became a problem based on race, if it became a problem because of discrimination based on race, you can't separate the two. If that was what caused the problems with the money in the first place, then it's not one or the other.
I'll give you that. That's fair. That's fair to say. Go ahead, Napaz. Sorry for interrupting you.
No, it's okay. So I don't know if your name is Dusty. I heard somebody calling you something different, but anyway.
Flow State is my other channel. Powder Dusty is my new one. I respond to both of them, so either one's fine.
Is his stripper name Powder Dusty?
So Dusty, I'm saying I'm not disputing that. That wasn't my argument, because the Irish have some similar issues in their country, and even in America, but more so that the slaves, the African Black people who were the slaves, and all the trauma that they've experienced, it's really like it's a psychosis, and it keeps being passed down. And it's not the only thing that stops Black people. I'm not giving Black people a pass for killing or being violent or doing any crime, but you asked a question. And so, yes, it has to be addressed about it being epigenetically encoded, and then the social constructs that are set up. So it's like a vicious cycle. And so you can dispute it if you like. I'd be more than happy.
Doesn't this sound more like a birth defect?
No, it's not a birth defect. It's not a birth defect, because I know that sounds funny to her. It's not a birth defect because it actually is a trauma. An epigenetic trauma means something from outside. They did research on mice, and mice. They did research. Scientists, meaning scientists have done research on mice, and what they did was, I believe it was a grape or a berry, but they did something to harm the actual adult, the parent.
She's right. I saw this.
Yeah, so
is it a real thing?
thank God somebody reads and does the research.
Well, it's not even just in mice. It's like even just the idea. Well, even just the idea that.
There's a problem with the mice
Well,
experiment.
it's just that even just the idea that like humans, obviously, if they're going to have stress, it's going to affect like their biology. It's going to affect their diet. It's going to affect like a lot of parts of their life. It's going to affect their brain, and so obviously these sorts of things are going to be like passed down from one generation to the other. It's not like that difficult to.
There's a problem
really
with the mice experiment, though. When I read this, you didn't see mice as grandchildren, whatever that would be, experimented to see if they carried this. So when you're talking about slavery, how far are we removed from this? And it's like, I can understand if my dad went through slavery, I would get this. According to your mice experiment, that's correct, right? But my grandfather is my grandfather. There's no way that they've proven that this is followed direct lineages, skip my dad, and then went straight to me.
Well,
after
wait,
passed
that's
through
the
him.
same thing
That's
for all
crazy. If you
genetics,
live a
though.
peaceful life, how do you know if this doesn't get removed?
That's the same for all genetics. It's the same like if you have two parents with blue eyes, it doesn't mean that your kids are all going to have blue eyes. Like some of them can have green eyes.
That's
Like
my
it's
point. That's why it's flawed.
It's different.
All right, so let me just say this.
That's why it sounds like a birth defect.
No, but no, you actually no. It's not a birth defect, but it's something that's on your DNA. Your great grandparents can be 7 feet tall, and nobody's 7 feet tall from him to you, and then now your son is 7 feet tall because these genes a lot of times they disappear or they stay dormant for a while and then they pop up on the next generation. I'm not saying, once again, I didn't see the studies. I didn't say what I like to actually talk about what happened. No civilization in the history of mankind rebuilds in 60 years. It's impossible. It's very difficult. And the ones that did benefited from extreme external help, like Germany with the Marshall Plan and Japan and all that, right? For the most part, once again, African countries and the Black communities in the United States have been free for 60 years. The first time we are seeing billionaires. 20 years ago, there was barely no Black billionaire. So the things are moving. They're just moving slowly. Meaning you probably need more 60 years. So Thomas kids now can inherit property. Now they are not barefoot. They're actually stepping into something. And now Foolery kids and
well,
Thomas kids actually.
The problem is that it's well, just real quick. It's not actually. It's not. I'm sorry. I'll let you guys just. It's not actually. I have been explaining this, but it isn't like necessarily true that it's like encoded in our DNA or genes. It is. It like it's a lot more complicated than that, but it is like that is like the most simplistic way of explaining it.
Okay.
I like to say something. Like,
Tina, Glenn,
I
and
don't
Thomas.
think that that's affecting it
So,
enough. I think more so diet affects genetics a lot. Actually, what you eat can cause certain genes to be expressed or silenced. I think that affects a lot more than what, and I do know about that rat study because I mean, I was in school for biotechnology. I do know a little bit about this. So I just think it's a huge, what would I say? It's like running away from accountability. Whenever it comes to genes, again, you have genes that are, that will affect certain things, but like, again, it'll pop up somewhere else. But to say that it's affecting them on such a large scale that's just.
It sounds like white supremacy to me. The genetic argument actually sounds like white supremacy to me.
Her name is Dr. Joy.
All right, so hold on.
Her name is Dr. Joy.
Let me say this though.
Doing decades of studies on it. I'm glad you took a class, a biology class, but she's been doing decades of study and research on post-traumatic slave syndrome. It's interesting. That
Okay.
Sounds like
Let me say before the 1960s, if you want to go back to 1965, if you want to go back to 1965, if you want to go back to 1965, if you want to go back to the Jim Crows, okay, I get it. Culture some may have affected black people. Going to go back to slavery. All that genetic shit, forget all that. Today, black people have it the best that they've ever had it. Let me tell you this.
Never disputed
that. Welfare participants. Blacks are number 3. In prison population. Hold on. I'm not done. You don't have the mic.
Yo, chill out. Let's have one mic, please.
Thomas, Napak can respond. I want Glenn, final statements on the issue, read the super chats, and then we go to the main event, okay, friends? So go ahead, Thomas.
All right.
I'm going to restart the clock.
Right.
Let's be brief, 1 minute intervention.
All right. So once again, welfare, we not even leading a race on that. Federal inmate population used to be flooded by us. We're number 2 on that, behind white men. We're not even leading the prison population. You want to come down to actual killings by police? We're number 2. We're not even number 1. Those could be questionable, whatever. We're not even the number 1. We're not even leading it. So all that Black Lives Matter crap, we're not even
in proportionality.
Leading that. And when it comes down to increase in income in the past 5, actually, we're not leading it.
In proportionality,
we're not leading it.
In proportionality,
per capita.
No.
It's so the difference is that you're leading it in proportionality.
Let me finish this part.
Go ahead.
Let me finish this last part. There's that last part, and you can respond to that afterwards. When it comes down to increasing income in the last 5 years, we are right behind where ours is 17 point some percent. The highest is like 19 points. So what I'm saying today, there is no excuse for African Americans to keep saying this. Well, because 5,000 years ago when they had to change them, this is the reason why we can't do what we do today. I'm not buying it. It's no. You can miss me with the studies, how the electromagnetic waves can still connect chains from slavery and then tied to our DNA system and handicapped us mentally. Fuck all that. Nah. You're doing a lab rat, a sewer rat, a mice. I don't give a damn if you're doing it on a gerbil. I don't care about that. I don't get you, and no studies is going to true me. I am not having a problem doing what I need to do in this world. It ain't been because of color of my race why I have not been able to get stuff accomplished. As a matter of fact, I've gotten more accomplished than the amount of black people I know in the past 5 years than they've done in their whole lives.
Yeah, but
I've been out of society for 8.
But there's an individualistic point of view, Thomas. It's like the Queen of England saying, "I never was oppressed." It's like, okay, Queen, I got you. But kind of, you see what I'm saying? I get what
we get whatever we want. All we got to do is scream, and they're going to give it to us.
I say this like we've been having these conversations for a while, right? You can acknowledge past atrocities that happened to you,
yes,
and still tell people to strive for greatness. We don't tell Jews to forget. We don't tell Irish people to forget. We don't tell women to forget. 9/11, never forget. Like we want people to remember what happened to them. You just don't have to be stuck there. You can
Doctor.
strive for greatness.
I think
So
If black people have it so good, why'd your internet freeze up a million times during that whole speech?
he said that he was doing better than ever, but his internet connection started to do.
I don't know what you're talking about, Fatty. I remember.
I got 3 Wi-Fi boxes. I got 3 Wi-Fi boxes.
Thomas, you're good. You're good. It was a joke.
Fatty,
So
I remember when World War II happened, everybody said, like, let's just ignore it and it'll go away. I remember when, like, slavery was going on, everybody's like, let's just ignore it and it'll go away. Like, I remember all I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
That,
but what
that's
would be
definitely
the
what happened.
correlation to what we're having right now? And then and final thoughts from everybody on the bottom, please, so we can go to the super chat.
Fatty, I do have one question. I don't want to offend nobody. Just one
But
question.
when I do that,
Was
they
there
say I
6
talk so
million?
much. He just talked forever, and now he's talking again, which I don't
Can
mind.
I mean, but you have the mic on. You always have the mic. I just got one question.
I don't always have the mic.
Thank you for your observation. Thank you.
Is this the ADHD battle or something like that? Like what's that? Like,
Yeah, I don't know. Thank you for the observation. Let me ask you a question. I just want a question.
Go ahead.
Was there 6 million people? Was there 6 million Jews on planet Earth?
No comment.
From one world.
No, we're not going to do that on YouTube. We're going to Rumble to have that conversation.
Okay.
Nobody's going to fuck up my multi-million-dollar.
I was just trying to.
No, I want to be
figure
rich
out.
of YouTube. Nobody's going to fuck up with my shit. We can talk about the Jewish community, Israel, but Holocaust numbers. Sorry, not on Rumble.
I'm just saying,
And once again, shout out to
look at the numbers.
the 9,000 subscribers we achieved right now. I appreciate y'all. Thank you very much. Yes, come and I tell my friends come on this ride with me. So please go subscribe to them. All the links are in the description. We got like 3,000 subscribers in like 3 months, something like that. So the future is bright, okay? And I appreciate every single one of you in the panel that actually helped me get there. Other than that,
Buddy, you deserve it, man. You've been putting in the work. You've been putting in work.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Glenn. And I'll say this once again. I'm a very I believe in reciprocity. I won't forget it. So Alban preach, here we come.
Fatty, can I say something nice? Can I concede to Napa for one thing?
I think there's going to be comments.
She whipped your ass because she made your screen look like you had Atari pixels on your whole screen. So,
Damn.
I mean, kudos to her not freezing up. That's all I got to say. No beef, though.
So don't worry about Napa. She has a nice. She actually is more dark skinned than me, to be honest. Today, but I'll.
Oh, we're doing colorism, Fatty. Now is that what we're doing?
I'm a dark.
I'm actually off my phone. I'm actually off my phone today.
I just I wanted to say, just like there was so much that he said, and you know it's interesting to see the blackest person on the.
I could have it on this.
Get on here and talk about how great his life is. He's a black male. We know that's not true, but does that?
Wait. What did you say? You know, it's not true. What?
I want to go back to what I originally said. It's funny how every time I say something, it's twisted. It's strange. You asked
what's
me.
Not true.
You asked me if I think that black people should take 51% of culpability for their position in society. I said black people have to be responsible, not even 51%, 100%. But we cannot ignore post-traumatic slave syndrome, which we all know that everybody's okay with post-traumatic trauma, post-traumatic syndrome, they're fine with that. Everybody's okay with that. But once you start saying, well, the trauma from slavery, we had like everybody saying, oh, that's ridiculous. So black people should be 100% responsible for themselves. But like you brought the Jews, our Jewish brothers and sisters, it is a fact that they had a serious trauma in history and things that happened to them. And we have to be hypersensitive and very understanding about things going forward with them. Same thing goes with Native Americans. So it's so interesting to see, again, if I look at the panel, the most black person or African American is the guy who was just like going on and on telling us how everything's great for him. And why are we upset? And I never said black people can't make it. I never said things weren't better. In fact, I said it's better than ever now for blacks. But we have to acknowledge that there is some mental illness. There's some mental illness from the trauma. There's
So
trauma.
why do I have to acknowledge that? Why do I have to acknowledge that? Because you're referencing me. Why do I have to acknowledge that?
Because you're a black
Why?
man.
So what? Why do I have to acknowledge it?
You don't.
What does that do for me? What does that do for me and my family?
Guess what? You can keep smoking on that thing that you're smoking on and pretend with their big fat ring. Let me tell you one thing. If anybody could just give me a minute. When you listen to Dr. Joy Degree, she tells us about why black men predominantly wear big chains and they wear big rings, because they have always had a problem with their worth. Because this isn't me. This is her teaching. The worth where they had been oppressed, locked out, preschool to prison, modern Jim Crow, the issues that black men face. I guess we're not going to act like that's an issue. Okay, fine. But not you, but a lot of black men face that. So they express their worth with big chains, rings, the cars.
What about investment property? What about investment property? What about investment property? What about investment property?
Three minutes of playtime. I get you for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of playtime.
Will the guard please lock the cage doors at this time?
Get the fuck up. Simon says, get the fuck up.
Yo, you're going nowhere. I got you for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of playtime.
Okay.
I told you I'm not averse to fighting. Y'all have 5 minutes to resolve your differences. Then we go to the super chat and to the main event. And once the clock stops, don't talk, please. Go ahead.
It's time to do.
Go ahead, Thomas. You were talking. Finish your point, please.
All right. So what you said, Tom? What you talking about? Yeah. So you said so this report says that, oh man, black people, black men, they don't know their words, so they gotta wear the pinky rings and they gotta wear the chains and they gotta do this and they gotta do that and yada 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 yada. Well, this black man is going to continue to wear his chain, a real modest one at that. He's going to continue to wear his rings. He's going to continue to drive his Mercedes Benz. He's going to continue to vacation in his own properties. He's going to continue to have insurance for his kids. He's going to continue to leave a legacy for them. He's going to continue to be married. He's going to continue to raise his kids. He's going to continue to take care of his family. He's going to continue to be a productive member of society. And he's going to continue to make well over 6 figures every year with ease. So all those studies, I'm very comfortable in my skin. I'm unapologetically black. I'm unapologetically me. I'm not going to take up any social cause just because I'm black that doesn't benefit me and my family. I'm not going to put myself in a struggle and act like I identify with every single struggle of black people today. That's the decision to put them in positions to struggle. That's just racism, not the police coming in our houses. Absolutely not. That you can't pull that shaming tactic on me, because I am going to think for myself. I'm going to be unapologetically me. And if you know me, this is just normal. As a matter of fact, this is very dressed down day for me. But I'll make sure I'll go put my bigger piece on the next time we on the panel today and put my other 2 rings on the next time we go. I'll make sure just for you.
Thomas, you are cutting in and out a little bit. You are cutting in and out, Thomas. If you have another computer or something, you probably would be better off with it.
We got him for the most part of what he said. Napa, you have the chance to respond.
I'm on my phone and these Bluetooth.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Go ahead, Napa. You have a chance to respond.
All right. Well, he obviously is triggered. The fact is, this isn't about him personally. This is about black men in America. And the facts are that I guess, watch out. See if when you have another conversation about driving black and all this stuff, make sure you get at him and say, nope, no, we don't want to hear from you, because you said you got it perfectly fine. I never said black men can't be successful. My husband's successful. My brother is a physician. He has 4 practices. My family, I have successful Black men in my family. That's not my point. My point is there is post-traumatic slave syndrome, that is a fact, and that there are social constructs. What is the issue with this Black man trying now to convince us that he's got it great? And by the way, he's making he's triggered. He's making like a mockery of his own self, putting on more chains. You're making my point. You wear the chain, Dr. Joy Degree says, you show more of your wealth because Black men in America have had to do that because they had to struggle to have value or to have things of value. So, I mean, we're living in a capitalist society. I'm not going to go on and on. His feelings are hurt. Hispanic men and Black men are the most impoverished men in our society. And I didn't say anything about you personally. Black men are struggling in society, and Black men are doing the most murders and the most murders in society. I don't think you're doing the murders, but you are a Black male. So I don't know what else to say. This is kind of like, for me, I feel bad for him because he's hurt, like triggered. I think Marte may be a Black man. He looks ambiguous, but any other Black man would say, yeah, that is the truth about Black men in America and Black people. So again, my point was
It makes
that
sense to
there
me.
are social
I don't know.
constructs, and there is post-traumatic slave syndrome.
Because it happened with like
psychosis,
Italians as well, wearing chains and
sociopathy,
rings and crap like
psychopathy
that.
affect Black people, that keep the vicious cycle of crime.
10 seconds.
I mean, I'm sorry that it triggered you. Okay, I'm sorry.
Now these represent.
Buckle up, everyone. It's time for some super chats.
I'll both of y'all split 2 minutes and a half. I told you 5 minutes. We're good. Okay, so let's
My ancestors, man.
Let's make big problems, small problems, and small problems, no problems. Red Lipstick Vibes with 1 untouchable membership. Thank you very much, Red. I appreciate it. We have Marcus Antonio on the Powder Dusty Network with 5 memberships. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. We have Tutius Sextius. I don't know, friends. The YouTube is fucking up with the names again. He gifted 1 untouchable membership. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. I don't know. None of my budget.
Yeah, you guys have ats in your chat. It's something that I've seen a lot of different YouTube chats all of a sudden have ats instead of their names, but mine still has names. It's weird.
Is YouTube when they go under maintenance or something like that, they start to do that, which is kind of weird. But it is what it is. So thank you very much. Once again, I appreciate you. We have King Sony in the building saying, y'all are gaslighting her. Thank you very much. He comes back and he says, y'all don't know what she was saying. She explained it very accurately. Thank you very much, Sony. We have my boy Carl Anderson with a 5 untouchable memberships. Thank you very much, sir. I truly appreciate the love, the sponsor of the last show.
I believe that there's multiple so-called Black leaders who believe that they are untouchable.
And I really lost my button. I don't know what is the untouchable empire, baby. That's crazy. So thank you very much, Carl. We have Sony back again and saying the great Minister Farrakhan is not 80. Thank you very much. We have Hunting Wisdom. She gifted 1 untouchable membership. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Salute, salute, salute. Thank you very much. Again, we have Jessica Jane. She says, happy Saturday on Flow State side. Thank you very much. Happy Saturday to you too. We appreciate you. We have more 12 to go. The Raging Patriot on Flow State says, for the cracker like a rift. Thank you very much, sir. Jessica Jane, member for 2 months, saying, let's go, everybody. Thank you very much, Miss. We have Buddha saying, I'm doing my part. Appreciate you. Josh, with 2 Australian super stickers. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you for the love. We have Lady Zarex in the building. She says, congrats on the 9K fat. Super proud of you. 10K, let's go. Appreciate you. Try to get it next month. Cake Mix is sent a $5 super sticker. Thank you very much for supporting Flow State. And we have only Mr. Bill, only a Mr. Bill, $2 in Sydney Sweeney jeans, bad, black trauma jeans. Kind of. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. We have Sean Fuller. He says, see how she trying to shame the brother now? LMAO. John Henry is in the building. What's up, John? He says, the fuckery from Nepal is outlandish. Damn, Martina, you're nodding. That's crazy. Don't try to pick up a fight. And Agril Police, he gifted 10 powder Dusty membership. Let's go. Finally, I think he's fuck simps. He became a member, so thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you. John Henry with a $10 ball. Thank you very much, sir, for the $10. I appreciate it.
Let's go. We got $10.
Sir, do you have any change?
Nah, motherfucker, I'm broke.
It says everything she stated was unsubstantiated and a goddamn projection of ignorance and checked. Fatty, check your asset for actual facts, stats on murderers per the FBI. Damn.
I don't think anybody disagreed with that.
If you want to come up.
Nobody disagreed with that, though.
Shadow Dragon TV, $5. It says Thomas is not only successful, but he gives the money game to everyone for free who is willing to listen. That brother is a better example than most. Thomas' legacy is from rags to riches. The Thomas legacy is very generous, man. And finally, is that Cat Kiss?
Yes,
Is she in their name?
that's Oxy.
Shout out to her for the $50 ball. We're going to play the video just for Flow State. Shout out to
for
Cat.
lobster? Damn.
It's okay, baby. You got this.
Bitch, you AI. You ain't that special.
Hey, did you know I saved 50% on my car insurance by switching to Geico?
Well, I just made this $50 AI animation to not give a fuck.
Thank you very much, Kat. I appreciate you. Once again, thank you very much for the 9K subscribers. And on my side, I want to thank Mr. Tio for gifting the first donation for the Hamburger Fund. Tio sent 30 succulent dollars. So I appreciate you, Tio. Thank you very much for all the love and support. If y'all want to support the show, we need more $70 via PayPal or Cash App, and we need 4 members, so you know exactly where to find us.
Hey, baby, if you feeling a fatty, hit that like, smash subscribe, and bless the Cash App at $Team Fatty 8.
So, friends, now, Tom, do you want to read anything? Because anyone is streaming on other platforms, they want to read? No? We good? Okay. So
now, didn't you say that at the end of the stream we're gonna add up who's more generous, whites or blacks? Did you say that?
Wow. You try.
Maybe I made that up.
You're trying to get burglarized, right?
Actually, black people are going to donate more because they have this issue with not feeling worth enough, and so they need to show off their wealth in YouTube chats, and so they're going to donate more.
According to Marte, we are going to steal your wallet, Powder Dusty, in 5 minutes. Like, we are going to fuck you up, sir.
You getting jacked, bro?
Because you think you are getting money, you are going to get stripped out of it. And speaking of the devil, Thomas Legacy saying, I can go super chat for super chat. So shout out to my boy Thomas Legacy for the $70 ball, completing the hamburger fund.
So good, dude. I love that clip.
Very much. Thomas is a sponsor of the show. We need only 4 memberships to get to all the goals. So, friends, the main event, the reason why y'all are here, the Cincinnati beat down. That is not a brawl. That was a motherfucking beat down. Okay, so we are going to make sure we be safe with YouTube because there's a lot of people restreaming. There's 400 people watching in all platforms plus Tom. So let's go with 500. Thank you very much for watching. Please go ahead and support all the content creators. And if you want to find any of them, go to my description. All of the links are tagged. Okay, let's put the ladies up there again.
Yeah, there's another
And we're going to go to
130
the
over here, I think. So, what is that?
You
700
see,
overall?
look at us, huh? Look at us being famous. This is white people and black people working together. Shout out, not black and white power. Let's go.
Like how America was made.
As a Portuguese citizen, that got me very upset.
I don't know how Portugal was made.
USA. So, friends, let's actually talk about what happened in Cincinnati. So, we kind of know the brawl. We can play the video. You guys know what it is, but you know where to find it. We're going to play how we started, and then we're going to actually delve into some pictures and all that, right? So, how we started this is we kind of understood like what is happening, right? So, sounds like there was a bunch of white people that actually are Russians. Okay, these people are citizens of Russia. I don't know if they are nationals or they are tourists, whatever. Everybody went to a jazz concert, if I'm not mistaken, and then afterwards, problem started. So I'm going to play the video of how we started, and then play a couple of.
I don't think they did go to the
of
jazz festival. From what I heard, none of it. None of them actually. Yeah,
were
none of
just
them were part of it.
Okay. So I'm going to play once again the video of how we started, and then a couple of pictures because it's very YouTube not friendly, so we're not going to play the brawl. So here we go.
Hey, these niggas is funny playing the Russians.
Oh yeah, sleep him. Yup. Get him up out of here. Get him up out of here.
So they were already almost fighting. Everybody calmed down, and then he give him a slap, and then you know the rest of the video. Everybody stumped everybody, and as a end of festivities, this is what happened to one white woman that tried to separate the fight. She ended up on the ground looking like Undertaker. We hope she's good, by the way. Shout out to her. The other people, debatable. Her, don't think she deserves it. Hope she's good, right? So, let's see what we got.
It's time to do.
Athena and Apa, do you think this was racially motivated?
Am I going first?
Yes. You're being
Okay.
quiet.
It sure does look that way, but I
outside
wanted
the
to be better prepared, and I did a live on TikTok, and what I heard from other Black people is essentially that they do this in their own communities, regardless of race. And so it could have been another Black person and the same outcome essentially would have happened. Not saying that I agree with it. Now, as far as the Russian guy, I don't really know. And I don't really know what his issue was. There's not really the backstory that I've had on that. But I mean, as an American, what I see is someone who's not American picking a fight with someone who is, and you don't go into other people's countries and start fights. And another thing that I also heard from people who were actually passing by when this happened is that that's normal for that area. So you don't go into another country and behave like that and have a expectation that nothing's going to happen to you. People were saying that he was maybe ignorant of there's a
Somebody's doubling up.
I don't know what's
It's fine. I think you're good now.
Okay, but essentially saying that he was ignorant of the culture or what goes on. But regardless of anything, he was a grown man, and I don't know if it was racially motivated on his side or the other people, but from what I've heard from other people, they don't think it's racially motivated, but I'm kind of on the fence on that one.
Napa?
Do I think it was racially motivated?
Yes.
No, but I believe that the beatdown, the way they beat those people up had some race involved, was because of race, because of the animosity, because of the issue, the climate of America with race. And like I was saying earlier, when a couple of people got upset, she just said the culture, that translates. I agree. It is a culture. She said, Athena just said, Black people said to her in TikTok, this is how we do it. So that goes back to, and I will stand on it, and when you do the research, that goes back to having a history of violence, having a history of post-traumatic slave syndrome that encoded into you, the community of violence. Whether you like it or not, it manifests itself just like it did. They had some animosity with him with being a white man, and the way to do it was violence.
Can I ask
So are
you
Black people more genetically violent?
No, it's not about.
It sounds like that's what you're saying.
No, I'm talking about a history and a culture. If you are raised in a culture of always killing and fighting, you're going to kill and fight. It's not about Black people. You really got to do the research on what I mean by epigenetics.
I'm asking you. I understand what epigenetics are.
Okay,
and what you're telling me.
I'm not exactly talking to you specifically, but yeah.
I don't know how what you're saying is not white supremacy.
So let me ask.
Supremacy, because the people are. It would be white supremacy for me to say, "Oh, Black people just act like that."
So let me ask.
You said they're. Go ahead.
No, I just want to let me ask you something, right? If there was instead of a Russian white man, there was a Black man and he got slapped, do you think they would fight?
They would have beat him up, but I don't think they would have stomped him out like that. I don't think.
No, but that's the thing.
All the Black people would have stomped him out like that.
Of course, Nepal, but that's the thing, right? The woman only got one slap or one punch. She didn't got 70,000 people because people kind of pull back once they see, okay, he's a woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
What we're talking about is, at least for the beginning of the fight, this is what y'all taught me. I literally said this on the other show. When I came to Fight Club, I was always the let's break these, let's not do this. I still am on my show. I kind of messy, but I don't like people just to fighting for the sake of fighting. And people call me the moral police. And one thing that they told me was, once you start a fight, Fatty, you can expect to tell the other person how to finish it. Right? This is what people be saying. The Kyle Rittenhauser situation. You go running after the dude. The dude has a gun on his hand. Hey, I don't know if you guys wanted to kill him or something like that, but you can tell the person how to end the fight.
That's a dumb saying, though. It's a dumb saying, though, because there's proportionalities. Proportionality matters, and how you react to something matters. Like saying one guy slaps one person, therefore 100 people can all come and beat the shit out of him and stomp him out and kill him now. Like that's just a ridiculous statement. Well, the problem is that from what I saw, there were witnesses who were there who said they heard the Black guys saying ahead of time, let's go fuck with these Russians. And so that, and then the first part of the clip is we see them kind of jostling, and then the white guy smacks him. So if the white guy is the first one to make contact, it seems like he's asking for it a little bit. Like if you got a group of Black people there and you just go up and smack one of them, you're kind of asking for it. It doesn't mean that what they did was justified. But if instead they were standing there talking shit to him, saying they're gonna fuck him him up and shit like that, and then he slaps him. I don't know. I like, to me, that's that's self-defense. Like he's already being threatened and crap. So
would you jump them if all of us? I want another raise of hands. If all of us are walking, right, and somebody wants to fight, and shout out to Grill Police for blessing 7,000 memberships on the Flow State side. Thank you very much. We appreciate you, sir, with the end up. Thank you very much. If we are all, going to say my opinion, then you guys got it. If we are all in the street and somebody punches Glenn, there's not a fair fight. I'm going to jump you. I'm sorry. Because we are together, respectfully. I'm not going to let you walk around and slap somebody that is on my group, and all of a sudden you are expecting a fair fight. You are going to be jumped.
I agree. But once they're on the ground,
basketball, the only place where you're going to get the fair fight is inside of jiu-jitsu practice, when we get a little bit angry. So now it's a one-on-one. But if we're walking outside, or if we have a basketball team and you, for whatever reason, decide to start a fight with somebody on my team, we are going to jump you, we are going to stomp you out, and then the cops can do whatever they want to do afterwards.
I agree, but once you're on the ground, to keep like stomping on your face, or when he's getting up and he's on his hands and knees to come and kick him in his face, like, yes, these are just way over the top. Like, to say like you already won the fight, the guy's already on the fucking ground, move on. That's one thing. But even on the top of that, like the woman who's trying to break things up, the other woman comes and knocks her out. There's a guy screaming that one of the men is 63 years old that they're beating the shit out of. There were 4 total skirmishes, like off to the side, where they were grabbing his other Russian friends and beating the shit out of them. We only see really like one part of this fight happening, whereas there's 3 others happening in the peripheries. And so, yeah, it was just well above and beyond. The proportionality there was not there, and it sounds like they started it. So.
And this goes back to the whole idea of not wanting people around you. They didn't want those white people there at that festival, and it manifested once. Me saying that there's post-traumatic slave syndrome. Whoa. Dr. Joy Degree is an advocate for Black people. That's not white.
Can y'all prove that? No, can y'all prove that they didn't want people out? Now people saying
the way they beat them.
No. I will say this. So no, but that's the thing. Respectfully, y'all have to actually prove what y'all saying, because. One thing is we're looking at the video and kind of see how it started. Another thing is you actually having evidence that they started it. Because if there's no evidence...
Well, again, I said that there was a witness who said that the black guys were saying, let's go fuck with these Russians.
And there's a bunch of witnesses that are saying that it was the Russians that started it. The Russians was kicking cars, and they were saying, like, the Russians saying the N-word. Like, I'm not going for the hearsay. I'm going to look at the video and see who kind of started, because
I thought the N-word was said after the fight started, though.
Yeah, but I heard that it was before, but I have no evidence. Once again, people are going to try to justify what happened. But what I saw was they kind of went at each other a little bit. Everybody stopped. It could be an opportunity for everybody to put their wallets in the bag and the pocket and leave and move. And then the Russian slaps the guy, and then they go crazy. Now they stomp him out and all that. My thing is this, actually. I'm going to be very honest. The fact that the other Russians that were around didn't defend him, to me, is crazy. Because if he was wrong, if he was right, I think they would intervene.
Well, they did again. Right? There were other fights happening all around. Like, there were other fights going on. So it sounds like they were all immediately fighting.
But you see, you know, a reaction when you are actually being victimized, and a reaction of, hey, man, you gotta get it is what it is. Like, it didn't sound like, what do you have there, Marte?
Well, I'm not saying that the Russian guy was innocent, but them beating him like that was criminal.
There's 4 arrested
it was
now.
Criminal.
Y'all don't like talking about the law.
So you know when we're having a conversation about the N-word, and I was saying to Jake, you have all the right to say it, but you're not free of consequences. I think this is the same conversation. I can stomp you out, and then I go to jail. I'm not saying that these people shouldn't go to jail. I don't think what they did was actually proportional, like Tom said. But respectfully, what are y'all expecting? Especially on a country that people say, Black people are violent. Black people do this. Black people do that. And then you slap a Black person in the face with 30 other individuals around. It became racially motivated when they slap him.
I'm surprised.
You can hear, get him. The Black people say that this is... Remember their boat thing? I think it was white people fighting like a black dude like he was fighting, and then people started jumping from the boat.
What do you mean
and
it
started
became racially
fighting.
motivated just because he slapped him? What is that? What? How do you? What?
I don't think
already an animal.
I don't think y'all understand how black people a lot of times move, and it's not just black people; it's tribal.
You're saying it's going to seem that way. It's going to seem that way, but it's not like I hate crime. Like legally, it's going to be racially motivated.
No, of course.
Okay.
But if I'm the Lakers, and somebody slaps Derek Fisher, I'm going to slap you back, right? The Melas in the Palace with the Pacers, where one of the guys got slapped or punched or they threw. No, Ron Artest, they threw a drink at him, and all of a sudden you see all the players in the crowd fighting each other and all that. I think is what Triple means is you are going to get the raw end of the stick if you poke one bee, because bees don't fight by themselves. They go call the whole clan, and now you dealing with a bunch of bees. So
okay, yeah. Well,
I'll pass the microphone to y'all because I'm still trying to understand what of these happen that show black people nature, or not just that. What is surprising about you seeing a black person getting slapped and then other black people trying to join the fun and actually doing a little bit too much? Go ahead, Glenn, and then I want the rest of the crowd, especially Mr. Marte, to join.
I want to point out, I believe, what's your name, ma'am? Napa. Thank you. You started saying, when you started talking about it, you were giving them excuses. Well, these guys didn't know the culture or the sub community that they were going into, or what, the people, and it's as if like not necessarily excuses to excuse their behavior, but almost to victim blame the people that were there, as if like, well, they kind of brought it upon themselves. And then you said, well, they weren't even wanted there. They wanted to be separated. No, I know, but it's the sentiment that it comes off. But then you also said that, well, the black people just want to be separated from the white people. They didn't want those people there. And you couldn't even back that up as if like, well, how do you know that? Well, because the way that they beat them up. Well, that's after the fact. There's no foreknowledge of that happening or knowing that. And I think when we come at these things overall, we just got to call, what's wrong. Anybody that jumps anybody to a point where the individual is unable to properly defend themselves, that is that's wrong. And that should be held accountable. And there's no excuse for that. There's no justification for that, right? Now, and if it was the other way around, I would say the same thing.
This is
right.
weird.
The amount of violence that was inflicted was unnecessary due to the actual confrontation that was displayed.
But that's the thing, though. When you put your hands on people,
this is when that super chat came in and said I'm being gaslighted or gaslit. I exactly said that. I never said any of that stuff that you said.
He said
they beat him up and it was not fair.
He said one thing, Napan. It was
weird.
This thing was, you said that
You just say they may not want those people in their community.
Yeah, they didn't want.
Yeah,
yes.
and so it sounded like a justification.
Oh my. Okay, listen.
That sounded like speculation. You see what I'm saying?
Talking too much. I need to because it's weird. This whole show, it's like been like
no, Napa. One second. You said you don't understand what he said, and me and Tom are telling you exactly what is the point.
I understood completely what he said.
So if you understood why you're saying that you didn't know what.
Well, you said that you were being gaslit.
He said it sounded like I was excusing the black people savagely beating a guy for barely slapping another guy in the face. I never said anything like that. I understood what he said to me.
Well, but you said that you were being gaslit, and so we're saying that if you were being gaslit, that we're saying it makes sense that he came away with this conclusion. So I'm just asking you to explain, why did you say that you like they didn't want maybe they didn't want the white people in the community then?
Yes.
Okay. I guess we're doing this for this panel, but I actually live in society and I'm black. Black people at a black event that's historically black see 2 or 3 or 4 white people and they're mad. They're like, and that goes the vice versa. If a bunch of white people see a few black people somewhere, they're gonna be like, why are they here? Oh, what do they think they're doing?
Are you feeling okay?
Acting like
not at all.
That's crazy.
Let her finish.
Land your parachute already, damn it!
Let
No,
her.
you know what? You know what?
Napa
I
is
feel
not
like
for
we
you.
spend a lot
Napa,
of time over here. This is
Napa, you
fun.
being reactive. Napa, you
Too.
being.
I can't be
Napa,
over it.
you being reactive. I'm telling you to let
Fatty,
you,
get over it.
lady.
Fatty,
I'm.
why when I'm
Can
talking,
you
you
stop
always do
talking?
that? Why you always
Because
do that?
because they were over talking you. Every time I
So
stop
why
them
are you
to give.
raising your voice?
Because you don't understand. Can you trust me? Out. Can
Why
you
are you
trust me,
raising your
please?
voice?
Are you gaslighting me now?
No, you're raising your voice.
Yeah, you,
and
you
you're like,
definitely gaslighting me because I'm
okay,
stopping them to allow you to speak, and you
yeah,
get mad at me.
it's okay. Anyway, they shouldn't. Let me explain something.
You need to be right.
Black people. Yeah, I know he's still hurt because I told him the truth.
No,
Black
I'm not.
people
No, I'm
are
not.
more
I'm not.
violent.
You see, no. Stop.
Black,
Stop.
oh my God.
Stop. Now you gaslighting me.
She was talking about Thomas.
If every time that I do something to help you, you feel offended for whatever. So
I'm
me
not
telling
offended.
you,
I just can't get a whole.
why you keep talking? Why you keep talking? If I'm talking,
because I don't need you to lecture me on
so
that.
if you're talking
just
and I'm
pass
talking,
the
can
mic.
we hear each other?
No, it's good. You know what? Black people are always right. They can beat up everybody.
That's what
they
I
want.
said.
Yeah, black guys don't wear a lot of chains, and they're not.
Is that you see? And this is what I'm talking about.
Black people aren't violent.
Now you being
when they see other
sarcastic.
white
What?
Now you're being passive aggressive because you actually was
because it's
addressing
like-
it.
It's the same playbook. It's the same
You
playbook.
go ahead and talk about these chains, and I said I wasn't talking about him. I was just talking about the random man in
Listen,
general.
I'd like to get my statement out. I'd like to respond.
Yes, you can get your statement up, but every time I moderate my show, I would ask you please to let me give you the floor. It was for you.
Okay, give me the floor. I'll wait.
Thank you very much. The clock is ticking. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
You know, this is funny over here because I love it. I love being on the panel.
No,
but
we
when-
don't have
when
to talk
people
about
act
that.
like
We
even
don't have to
white
talk
people-
about it. We don't
Oh
have to
my
talk
God.
about
I'm
it. Address what
talking
you.
about the guy, his. See what I mean? You're talking over me.
You don't have to talk about the conversation. Talk
I'm
about the topic.
responding to this man.
Stop the black and black
I
violence.
was in here, but in this
Okay, I'm
panel-
gonna wait till you let me respond to Glenn.
Okay, so wait. Let's wait together.
I'm waiting for you.
Yeah, let's wait together, all of us.
Do you want me to respond to him?
I want you to address what he said because you said he was gaslighting. Let's keep it on the topic and let's move along, please. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. The reaction that you saw with those people beating that man was overboard. Black people have a lot of animosity toward white people because of a lot of things that happened to them historically. I know you don't want to hear that. They were excessively violent, and I'm a Black woman, and I'm telling the truth. Black people, they can be excessively violent. Let's be real. They're always talking about beating each other up. I know everybody does it, but especially my people are always trying to fight, pull up, drop your location. Oh, I'm gonna kill him. That's just the culture. And if you don't like it, too bad. I'm sorry. And black males especially are triggered by it because they are violent as well. White men are violent, but Black culture is about beating somebody's butt, shooting somebody, and kicking their ass. And if the white man comes in, we're going to show him what he did wrong. Am I excusing the Russian guy? No. Alcohol was a factor. I get it. But beating that lady and that man like that was excessive. And it's easy to say, you know, hey, Napa, she's making excuses or she's against her people. Y'all can sit up here and act like that it's not Black people being violent. It is. I had to clarify that because I'm not going to sit up here and say that I'm excusing Black people beating up a couple of white people. And so, you know, at this point, it got weird that everybody's like going on and on that I'm excusing it. I don't know what else to say. I mean,
well, even in that, when you start talking about like the way that even when you start talking about like after we're saying like it sounds like you're excusing it, when you start bringing up like, oh well, they have animosity towards white people based on oppression, and so like even then it just starts to sound like there's some sort of excuse. I understand that you're saying like this is just context added, but I'm just saying that like that's just what it sounded like to everybody when we're all talking about like who's right or who's wrong in this scenario. We're going going to bring up like points that kind of back up that point, and it sounds like you're bringing up points to back up the fact that they maybe have some like historical animosity in this scenario, so it makes sense why they would want to go beat these people up.
Let me actually, Napa, if they let's accept the premise, right? Would black people, especially in the United States, would it be fair that they have animosity about
No.
white people for the things that happened in the past?
Let me say this. I want to get clear and gather myself because it got so bizarre how you kept yelling. So let me say this clearly.
I will repeat it. I will repeat it once again, Napa. This is the last time I'm going to do that shit with you. I'll repeat it once again.
You want to repeat
Stop
what?
doing that shit.
Listen,
You keep
I'm
no.
gonna
No.
I don't know who you're used to.
No, it's my show. Respectfully, you keep throwing these little jabs. I'm asking you something about the show. Literally.
And I'm telling you something about the show.
So if I'm asking you, is it that's fair that black people have animosity towards white people for the things that happened on the past? What does me yelling at you has to do with the
I don't know. When you came over to my channel, I don't need you going on and on about
You
this.
can abuse me over there. I'll be there tomorrow. You can abuse me over there. I'll be there tomorrow. One thing that you're not going to do is tell me how to run my show.
I'm
Tomorrow
not
I'll be
telling
on
you how to run your show.
Tomorrow I will be on your show. Is that fair? And you can do whatever you want to me. I will go there. I don't have a problem. Thank you. But on my show, please follow my rules. And tomorrow when I'm on our show, I follow your rules. Talk about the topic.
Follow your rules.
Talk about the topic. Don't talk about me, please. Go ahead. Talk about the topic. Don't talk about me, please. Thank you.
Do black people deserve to beat people to death? No. I would like to get this out.
That's not what I asked.
What did you ask me?
You said that black people have animosity towards white people, and this is why they do certain things to white people. Okay? What I'm asking is that looking at American history, is it fair for black Americans to actually feel animosity towards white people, like the Palestinians feel for the Israelis, like the Japanese feel for the Chinese? Like, would it be fair or not? You can say, no, I don't think it's fair. Or you can say, yes, I think it's very fair.
I'd like to elaborate. It's very fair.
Yeah, you can elaborate. Go ahead.
It's fair for them to have animosity, but to say, oh, we can just beat people to death. Let me give you the scenario, please. It wasn't a KKK rally. Like if a black guy was in a KKK rally or a Nazi meeting, a neo-Nazi meeting, and then they would beat him. It was a jazz festival, a mainstream open and public jazz festival. So yes, black people have animosity towards whites and toward black people more than whites. Black people kill black people all the time, more than whites. Black men, they shoot each other for no reason. Black women, they're always trying to beat each other up. And I'm not talking about this isn't something I feel like I'm rushing to articulate myself.
I'm kind of just curious, what did the KKK rally would have to do with that?
That's what I mean. That man went to a jazz festival thinking, I'm in mainstream public. Black people took the opportunity to beat up a white guy excessively and a white lady because the people probably agitated them, but because the violence that is in the culture there in that area or wherever they were as black people. I'm not talking about black people in Beverly Hills. I'm talking about typical black people in America think we got to beat them up. We got to kick their ass. We got to kill. And that's what happened because they excessively beat him more because he was white. They would have done it to a black guy. But if you were, let me flip it. If I'm black and I go to a white event, if it was a black guy at a white event and the black guy slapped a white guy in the face, the whole crowd, practically the whole crowd wouldn't beat the guy to death almost.
But I'm sure that there's white people going to events in Cincinnati. Cincinnati is obviously majority black, and I think there's probably white people at some of these events, and I don't think that this is happening so often to where we can think, well, this is just part of the culture that they see a white person and they'll just start beating the shit out of them.
Hello.
Yeah. I mean, doesn't that sound very racist? Like the way that it's like the way that it describes.
I told you, she's a white supremacist.
It sounds just like it. Like black people hate that we got to be. With the boys down to, it was the heat of the moment. He smacked him. The dude reacted. Now, granted, me personally, kind of would have looked at the old guy like he ain't really. He a little older, So I would have, probably didn't want to tap that far. And the woman, that was totally uncalled for. Yeah, I think she was just trying to break it up. Anyway, she's like an older woman. These are young guys, so I don't even know why they even put that. That was a sucker move, if you ask me.
So
It was a
what
coward
happened
move,
was
if you ask me.
so what happened was the black woman, the white woman was trying to separate the fight, and she was kind of pushing the black man, and the black woman saw it from afar and thought she was trying to fight him. So she comes from the back and she gives him something, but like she just looked back, and then the black guy in front of her just it was crazy. Like,
wait,
that
I
dude,
thought the
it was
black
a
woman, I thought it was like the
Here-
butch black woman with the hat on and the dreads punched her. No.
no.
Nah, it was
the
the
black
dude
woman
that
come
punched
across,
Oh, okay.
the black woman thought that she was attacking the guy the black guy with the red shirt, and the white man, the black man with the white shirt in front of her is the one that gives her like a Mortal Kombat uppercut, right, and she
Right.
falls on
So
the ground.
just I'm just laying it real quick. So to go to say that all that took place just because deep down from the studies from the micro lab rats that connected to black people's brain to say we're going to take it out on every white person we see because of what happened 5,000 years ago. Or let's look for a reason to take it out. Let's go, y'all. No, it was just the heat of the moment. It was a fight. Went too far. If it was replaced the Russian guy for a black guy, still would have been the same melee, probably even worse. The lady getting punched was totally uncalled for. So to think that we're putting too much into it, it was that situation and it spiraled. But these are some of the things where you got to be careful when you put your hands on people, because I might look at it like, well, hold on. All right, he smacked me, but I ain't gonna go too far with him. He look a little older. Other people are not looking like that. So you got to be prepared for whatever comes when you put your hands on people. But I personally wouldn't have took it that far.
Anyone disagrees with what Napa said? Glenn wanted to talk, but I wanted to make sure that people have the chance to rebuttal. Go ahead, Glenn. You got it.
Okay. I want to look at the actions, right? These people thought it was okay to go as far as they did. There was no force or threat present that warranted that level of aggression. And I think that's being missed here. And why would somebody feel the need that they have the right or the ability to do so? People do that when they think they're not going to face any consequence for said behavior. And the H guy that's like stomped on that dude's face could have killed him. And they didn't care whether or not that they were going to kill this individual, regardless of the skin color. They had no concern or worry of consequence. And you could say whether that's due to community or lack of policing, or maybe they thought they didn't care what would happen because the individual's appearance is different than theirs. I don't know. But whatever the reason is that they didn't value or have any concern of consequence of their actions. And that's the deeper problem in this entire situation, regardless of color.
Anyone wants to intervene? Because I have a couple of questions.
I mean, I don't know that they had no concern for consequence, but I do think that like this is the Cincinnati does have they have like higher rates of homicides and things like that. It's a big city.
How are they gun laws?
But,
are they more of a red state or a blue state? Like, how are their gun laws?
I think they're blue, but I think the state is red, I believe.
What do you think it would happen if this was in Texas, Tom?
What part of Texas?
What? I was about to say it depends if we're talking about like Austin or.
No, we're not talking about Houston. We're talking about rural Texas. This is like what would happen on a place where everybody.
I think these sorts of things happen in probably all inner city, like rural places, like where
Black,
yes,
black.
yes. If you're talking about a predominantly black place where people feel like they are the majority, they're more capable of getting away with something, or a lot of the people around are going to be on their side, they're like, it's going to feel a lot more comfortable. Obviously, there's like a group of like 5 white Russian dudes and then hundreds of black people around them. They're going to feel like a lot more comfortable doing something like this in a scenario like that. Whereas if it was 4 black people and hundreds of white people, it probably would not have happened at all. So yeah.
I think you're talking about blacks that just don't care. I mean, if you look at modern day, we have everybody with video cameras in their phone. A lot of people don't care. I've noticed like a lot of TikToks and a lot of other videos where black people are actually filming themselves doing a crime. We had the stop snitching movement a long time ago. And now all of a sudden it's like, I think that culture is ingrained in today where it's like, I know my brother's not going to tell on me or snitch on me or anything. But case in point, we have a walking contradiction. We have people filming the same events that are happening. While, I mean, how else do these people get arrested, right? By filming them ourselves. And I see that black people in the black community film themselves we film ourselves all the time committing crimes. So I think that this is like part and parcel of like the whole social media growing as a result of this. So I don't think that they were like saying that they're going to be absolved of anything bad happening. I think it's inevitably going to happen because we have snitching systems always, and it's like we're constantly finding attention, get more people to our YouTube channel, to something else. Oh, I'm just going to film it. But it's like we don't know that we're undermining the people that we say we're not going to snitch on. So it's like a lot of contradictions in this community.
Yeah, but what is the difference between that and white college wins the high school or college championship and white people just go ahead and burn everything and go on polls and
been on cameras for that. I've been on college campus for that.
Propaganda campaign about stop snitching.
This is why, one second. This is why I clearly denounce the black people do it. Nah, respectfully. If you're actually going to see the atrocities that black people did to white people and the atrocities that white people did to black people, I don't think you'd come with the conclusion that black people are more violent. If you go look at what the Japanese did,
I never say that.
I don't think that they are.
Let me finish, please. I'm addressing a regular point. If you're going to look at what the Japanese did to the Chinese, what the Mongols did to when the Muslims came to Europe, when the Europeans went outside to colonize and to keep, come on, man. The history of violence is not a monopoly. Everybody at a certain point, we literally are seeing on the Middle East, like some people killing other people, and we're lucky that we're right now not in a world war. So the reality,
what community adopts this?
Let me just finish my point. Right? It's just like talking about stealing. Oh, black people per capita do more stealing. And then you're going to see who is fucking up Wall Street and who is getting into a recession. And it's a bunch of white men with ties and suits stealing a tremendous amount of money compared with a man stealing a wallet. Is black people are violent, but the people that are literally profiting and pushing wars are all people that don't look like me. So I don't like when we keep pretending that the monopoly on violence is black people going to do this shit to white people, because you know what happens, and this YouTube is so real as fuck.
This is the starving children in Africa argument, though. This is like if I want to worry about a homeless person, there's starving children in Africa, dude.
So no, but Tom, the thing is this, right? I thought we come from Fight Club, the motherfucking wildest place. I really thought we were like that about that life. And then I start to go to Flow State channel, and then I start to go to Speakeasy and to Sarah, and I'm like, God damn, all of us like fighting, all of us calling each other names, all of us be rowdy, all of us saying, if I see you in my face, I'll fuck you up. So it's not the monopoly on violence because everybody's acting the same. Like I said, I will repeat this once again.
That's not analogous.
It's actually analogous because you can see. You can see this behavior in all the communities, in all parts of YouTube. I will actually going to be more precise. Lefties put the blame of violence usually on the right. They are the intolerant. Look at Twitter. Look at the wars they start. Look at the way they treat people. They don't respect nobody. And then you go to TikTok, which is a cesspool of lefties, and they are the worst people in the planet. They are intolerant. They step on people. They discriminate you with the based on what you believe in, all that shit. Like, they are the worst too. So if you are going to put the owners of something on one side and calling them fascists, and then you're doing cancel culture on the other side, I can accept the fact that you're calling a fascist to somebody on the right when you are literally canceling people on the lane.
These are
It's
just
the
not
same thing with the
analogous. They're just not analogous,
you
dude.
just
They're
moved the
I
not.
want to
goalpost.
say that I'm the
Actually
only one
slow,
who's
bro.
had somebody shoot a round off on
How
live
is that
stream
not?
because he's mad at me.
They're just not analogous
how is
because
that
what
not?
in
Remember
one
that, bro.
place we're talking about
How is
the
that not analogous?
in
From?
one place we're when we're talking about cancel culture, this is not violence. We're not talking about violence. When we're talking about people cussing each other out and calling each other names, that's not violence. When we're talking about the state using police forces and with guns on their fucking holsters to come and take you, and that you are under threat of being shot or taken to jail
Yes.
by that is a threat of violence. That is a monopoly on the use of force. That is very different from
Okay.
people canceling each other or calling each other names.
No, but we're talking about the attributes that people put in one side other than the other, right? We keep talking about this thing all the time. If you are going to say that black people do this disproportionately, I want to know one thing, and please, especially from Napa and from Arte, let's go back to the basics. Is this because they are black, or is this because they are poor? Is this because they are savages by nature? And like Flow State says, now we're going to turn this into a white supremacy show because that's kind of white supremacists believe, that black people are innately violent. Or
That's not
this
what I'm
is,
saying.
I know that is not what I'm saying, but I'm asking, right? Like, because these people actually having in them, or is because these people just are poor?
Well, I mean,
or
we can
are
look at people
disenfranchised?
like Luigi going and shooting a CEO, and a lot of people look at this as like a representation of the desperations between classes. That like the Luigi grew up a very rich kid and still went off and shot somebody. Like we don't always have to have like a clear. It's not always like this class conscious conflict that we have to look at things through. Sometimes like it is part of it. It's definitely something that's going to be an aspect of it, but everybody who's poor is now running around beating up people in the streets, and even all black people who grow up in the hood aren't running around beating up white people in the streets. It's not a super common thing. So it's black people are more likely to beat up black people than they are to beat up white people. So
it's proximity. Yes, it's proximity. That's why when the power was saying black people are killing each other and all that, so white people are killing white people more, because it's proximity. They just stand around each other more times, so they're going to kill each other more. And you go to any country, any community in the planet, that's usually what it is. The person that is your biggest threat is somebody that looks like you. And that's not just the black community, it's like every community.
sure,
So
but the black community does this more. Like the murder rates are much higher in the black community than they are in white communities, and so that's
they are.
while that's
propaganda is
true,
more on their
it is
side.
still like higher in the black community.
yes, absolutely.
The black community, what are we making up 13-14% of the whole population? But so it's disproportionate to the amount of homicide that's committed. And epigenetic isn't innate. I mean, I don't.
It's not.
I'm so exhausted.
It's
I'm
not.
sorry.
It's not
you
innate.
guys. It's me. I'm doing work and I'm talking to. So
Are you breaking up with us?
epigenetic? No, I'm a tough cookie. I told
All right.
Fatty. But I want to say this: epigenetic is from environmental situations, like experiences. So it's not like I mean, I'm black. I'm not saying that I'm innately, or my people are innately violent and murderous. I will leave.
You kind of said that, Napa.
No, I said epigenetic.
But that's the thing. If I inherit something from my dad because he was victim of colonialism, and OG inherits something from his granddad because he was victim of slavery, and you have a bunch of people that are brown, because most of people that are brown on this planet are either victims of colonialism or slavery, either one or the other. African people, people from Brazil, people from the islands. If you are saying that this trauma is passed from grandparent to son, and to dad, and to dad to son, and all that, it kind of isn't.
Well, but one is like inherent and objectively true. The other one, what she's talking about, is saying it just makes it more likely.
It's not something I made up. It's an actual factual study. It's not something that it's not my feelings and opinions. This has been determined. It's scientific. It's not something, and what's I guess frustrating to me is that it's like as if it's made like it's something fly by night and just some fringe thing. It's actually mainstream science about epigenetic. It's not just about slavery. So people who
Pseudoscience.
haven't really, I shouldn't be so frustrated because everyone isn't doing research on this. Everyone isn't looking into this. But I mentioned the doctor, I mentioned the name, I mentioned the science that not just she's doing it. And it's a fact that experiences can be passed down through in your
But the
genetics.
problem
It
is
doesn't
that
mean that
it's going to be a small portion of it. So like even the fact that black people have higher testosterone rates means that they're more likely to have a lack of control and more likely to act sporadically. The fact that they have what is it? Is up and down levels of cortisol rates, like they're that also makes it to where they're more likely to commit crimes, and like there's all of these other biological factors, but that makes up for like a 1 to 2% difference. And we can see this when we look at like white rich people versus black rich people. Black rich people still commit a little bit more crime than the white people, but it's like a 1 to 2% difference. Once we look at like the actual social factors that exist for people, poor white people still commit higher crime rates than rich black people. So it's not just this epigenetic thing. The cultural differences, the social factors are going to be a much bigger part of this than any like biological aspect then. So I think like mentioning the epigenetic things, I'm saying the epigenetic part you're totally correct on. It's just that it is like a 1 to 2% difference, whereas all of the other factors are like 20-30% differences.
Yes,
okay,
but
Tom, what you just said, it's not, it aligns with what I'm saying.
I know.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but it's not, I don't know about that percentage, about 1 to 2%.
But that,
but how, you know, how significant it is. I said social constructs as well. I said environment, but the vicious cycle is it encodes from the environment. And then when you talked about rich black people, that is how do you say, undo it. When you undo it, it doesn't have to just be wealthy. You can be, let's say, a black community of middle class black people. They do what we saw the white people doing in the Ozarks. If their crime is low and then they continue to have generations in that community, they will then be, in a sense, undoing that trauma, that epigenetic trauma that's been encoded.
But if
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interject here, but I think it's a mindset problem. The problem is mindset.
I think it's a bunch of bullshit. That's what I think it is.
I think it's propaganda.
I'm gonna get to that too. I'm gonna get to that bullshit too.
Hello, OG. How you doing?
How you doing? How you doing, fam? How you Pamela doing? You know what? One of the things I hate is a bunch of bullshit that I've been listening to all my goddamn life. That black people try to make excuses for bullshit, and then they become gatekeepers of bullshit. Now, you can talk about all this pseudoscience that you want to talk about. If that's the case, then white people themselves will suffer from the same thing because they start killing themselves first. That's number one. Way before they got to us, they were slaughtering each other. So they would have that in their DNA too. Now, you start bringing it down to this bullshit that you want to talk about. First thing I want to say to you is, them people was able to walk away alive. There was a man on the train, and the doctor, he left because I came up here. There was a man on the train that was just jumping around, having a mental breakdown, and a soldier killed him. He didn't walk away. So when y'all start talking about proportions and all that, let's go with this one. These rich white people you talking about, let's go with this one. Saddam Hussein called our president a wimp, and he went over there and killed over 1 million people. Now you want to talk about disproportion? Let's look at disproportion, what's going on right here in our face. See, we don't have to go back to slavery. Our young people are seeing exactly what's happening today. Most of them don't even know the damn thing about slavery other than the word slavery. They don't know what happened. You know what they see? They see 60,000 people getting killed, babies, children, don't give a fuck about them. Nobody give a fuck about them. And then you know what? Our president sent money over there to do it, make it happen. So when you start talking about all this pseudoscience, that shit sounds good. But in the end of the day, it don't represent shit. Because you know what? White people have shown that they are some of the most violent people on this planet, historically. Now let's start from there and come to the day. So what black people learned over here, what we did learn, and what we're learning today is when they call out their wolf gangs. When police has come out and don't you believe when black people do film themselves doing all crazy shit that they doing, I don't goddamn protect that shit. But you know what? Their asses end up in courtroom and they end up in jail. So that's what you don't want to talk about in that perspective. So stop all this bullshit like somebody know more about our brains than we do. Like they used to say, our brains was not capable of being quarterbacks. Our brains were not capable of swimming. Our brains were not capable of running institutions. So you bringing that same bullshit today in 2025.
Yeah, we used to have Irish gangs. We used to have Italian gangs. We used to have a bunch of different gangs that were white.
I start out with that. Why are you repeating what I said? I started off with that. Y'all start killing each other.
OG, 1 second.
OG, would you agree that it's a mindset issue?
I think he's agreeing with you.
Yeah,
but it'll make no difference. I don't need nobody to
well, then
repeat
shut
my
the
shit.
fuck up while I'm talking, and you can sit and listen for a minute. You just finished speaking, so I am now talking.
Fatty, I don't need nobody. Wait. See, one thing, you don't have to validate the truth.
Don't policing people?
I'm over
OG, 1 second, OG.
I'm over sensitive about this subject, bro.
OG, 1 second, OG.
Yeah, you are.
There was a panel before you got here, and he's going to be a panel after you.
I got you, but I'm just
letting you know. 1 second, OG. So when somebody is actually agreeing with you, let him agree with you and move along.
But see, this is why we have fell short, Fatty. This is why we fell short. We always trying to prove something and want somebody else to acknowledge what we know already. And this is what I'm saying is when I'm having these kind of conversations, I really don't need my adversary or my enemy on the outside or anybody.
Yeah, but that just means that you just came in after me and agreed with me as well. Why, if that was the case, the whole time you would have been talking, I would have been yelling over you going, I don't need you to prove my point. I don't need you to prove my point. I already said all this. I don't need you to prove my point. Right? I didn't do that to you.
Bro, slow down. I apologize if I talked. Wait a minute. I'm big enough to say I apologize if I talked over you. But the truth of the matter, I'd be lying to myself if I say
you were doing great, OG, and now you're
listen, Federer. If you listen, I apologize to the man.
OG,
why are you so emotional, OG?
Why are you apologizing for the wrong thing?
You know why I'm so emotional? Because I had to listen to this shit for 6 or 6 years.
Yes,
I'm not a crybaby. I'm a warrior.
Now, and if you're over talking me, if you over talking me, disrespect me now. Okay, I'm here. OG.
There was 2 people talking.
1 second, please. 1 second. We have to listen. Glenn is going to be next. OG. Napa said that black people are X, Y, and Z. Tom Foolery said, nah, I kind of don't believe in that. Always the woman that looks closer to you, not your enemy, but Tom Foolery that actually was agreeing with you, your enemy. This was your words. You said, this person is I don't need my enemy to acknowledge what I said. How is Tom Foolery your enemy?
He already apologized. We're fine.
No, he apologized. No, he apologized for interrupting. OG, I agree with him. I agree with what OG said. I agree with what OG said. It's not about the conversation. I'm just asking because he made a remark, right? How is Tom Foolery that agrees with you, your enemy, but in the part they said something completely different, but looks more like us, not?
Well, if you had to listen to what I was saying, you would have known that not only he was my enemy, I was talking to the young lady too. Matter of fact, I got on her more than I got on him. What I'm saying, no, listen, Fatty, this is the problem that y'all don't see. This is the problem that y'all don't see, all right? It's not that, see, what I need, this is what I need, Fatty. I need for white people, go talk to white people and tell them what they're doing wrong. I need the black people to understand.
They do it all the time.
Wait. Listen.
Tom has a show for 8 hours where he talks shit about Trump and the Democrats and the Republicans.
If you listen to what I'm saying, historically, that has always stopped our movement. It's when we involve people on the outside to come in our movement and our thought pattern and then come in. And it is almost like what Dr. Khalid said.
But that's the majority of panels. Like this panel, that is the majority of panels, though. This panel is that we all come together and have the conversation on this one. All of the other panels are exactly that.
He doesn't need you repeating him.
You don't know him. He doesn't talk about black issues for the most part. He stays every night talking about we want to see the Epstein files and Trump is doing this. Like he talks about what white people are doing wrong all the time. So the fact that you come in and you give a great speech, I agree with you. And then you can't stop there and you say, I don't have to listen from my enemy. How is it your enemy? It's not your enemy at all.
Okay, if do you want me to explain? Because you gonna walk away feeling the same way you feel. You don't know why I feel the way I feel.
Why do you feel the way you feel?
I feel the way I feel, Fatty, because I have seen this shit done over and over and over and over. If you go back his story, no, listen. What I'm saying is, if you look at most of our movements, from the Chicago 5 to most of all our movements in this country, it's only when. Think about it. Let me make it on a smaller side so you understand what I'm saying.
You have 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Okay. So I got the family here. Family's having a problem. So family now brings an outsider, even though he might agree with the person who's saying something right. You don't involve him to family matters. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, that's fair. So OG, how does the name of the show? What's the name of the show?
I don't know. I was listening.
It's called Breaking Ground. Do you see the thumbnail? Black people on one side, white people on the other side. On the other shows, we talk about white issues. It was not black issues. Actually, it was white issues. This is like the 6th show that we do. Some days, the black people are in front of the congregation. Some days, the white people are in front of the congregation. If this is literally the purpose of the show, and there's 500, now 670 people watching in both sides, and we went through the whole night talking about what white people do to black people, what black people do to what, like, this is the reason why we're here. So let's have the conversation. And if you can have the conversation with people that you deem your enemies, we can go ahead tomorrow, ladies first, and we have a panel with all eight black people, and we talk about black single mothers and black deadbeats. Can we do that? It's fine.
But my thing is, Fatty, that's your understanding of it, and I don't have a problem with it because it is your show. But you can't change my mindset, bro.
So you want me to cancel the show?
No, I want to. No. I'm just saying. I said what I said, and I'm standing in that square. And that's all I'm saying.
I don't want you to change your opinion. What I'm saying is that this show is this for a reason. If you think it's negative,
I get it.
Or you think you don't want to sit with people that don't look like you, might agree or disagree with you because you don't want to invite somebody from the outside to talk about black issues. I respect you. I love you, and I say, OG. Let's talk tomorrow. It's fine.
Well, Fatty, what you're saying, no. What you're really saying is you're having a problem with what I'm saying, really.
No, I don't.
No. Let me finish.
You went with the enemy thing.
No. Can I
He's saying it's the purpose of the show. The purpose of the show is white versus black.
I understand the purpose. Wait. I only made one statement. Well, you can say 2. I said I didn't need nobody repeating what I said. Fatty, you have been doing this show for almost going on 4 years now. And you have said, okay, well, not this show, but I'm just saying your show. You have always said when people start repeating themselves, I had already made my case clear. I don't need I don't need no choir. That's what I'm saying. I'm the lead singer here right about now. No. I know I already said that, brother, but I'm trying to make them understand what I'm trying to make them understand. I'm not trying to disrespect him as the person. I'm just saying that we have the freedom to express ourselves. Why should we come up here and play with each other and act like we don't have issue with certain things? I'm not saying I can't be part of the show, but I'm just saying is why can't we express?
Because this is a panel. Because if you think that talking with people that you deem your enemy is a no-no because you don't want to talk in-house with people that are out of the house, you stay out of the house until we open ladies night, until we open all black night. We have so many shows that we talk just about black things. The fact that you disregarded the title of the show, you disregarded the motto of the show, you disregarded why people are here together for the first part is, once again, this is not about you. So you had the most probably brilliant state of the night, but you literally denied the existence of the show. Like I said, OG, I respect you. I respect you to a way. You know, I respect you so much. But this is not about you.
But now you're making a show about me.
Because you make it about yourself.
No. Listen what I just said. Listen what I said. You spent the last 15 minutes.
Oh yeah, just like Glengo.
No.
The last 10 minutes making a show about me.
No. OG, you are not.
And this is exactly what I was talking about.
OG. You are
now
not.
Me and you are arguing, and he's sitting down there with his hand on his face.
OG, you are not. You were not invited.
You don't even understand what
we
I'm
do. We have too many meta conversations about moderation on the show.
I saw you ask for the link in the chat, and because I love you and I appreciate you, I gave you the link. so you can have space to say exactly what you said. And you are saying
Okay,
that I'm
and
making
I
it about
exit.
you came into. You know what?
I made it about history. I made it about history.
No. Let's
I
make
made it about history, not about me.
OG, I appreciate you. Let's
Thank
make big problems, small problems, and small problems, no problems. Let's move along. It's totally fine. I actually should have done that shit 5 minutes ago. Okay, it's totally fine. And once again, I'm not saying that your statement is not true. It was just the enemy line. I wanted to understand why are you saying enemy when, in my view, the person agrees with you. Okay?
Because he's racist.
We're waiting on Glenn to go.
You know what?
Yes.
I might be Dusty, but you know what?
You are.
You know what, Dusty?
What?
I learned it from you.
Me?
Yes, sir.
I'm younger than you.
I learned it from you,
still
Dad.
learned it from you
When
and
he
your
said-
kind. I learned it
So
from you and your
am I your
kind.
dad?
You gotta get him back. You better go down there and get him back.
Am I your
would
dad?
say it was-
Call me
I
daddy.
learned it from you and
Call
your
me
kind.
daddy.
I learned you from
I'm
your
your
kind.
daddy.
And I hear you when you on other shows.
I taught you bad.
You speak with a false tongue.
You learned
I hear you
wrong.
when you on other shows. I hear you, Dusty.
Okay.
I hear you. Don't
learned
sit
it
up
from
here
me?
acting like you. Don't sit up here like you Malcolm X today. Don't sit up here like you Malcolm X today, bro. I hear you on other shows.
Yeah. What do you hear me say?
Don't worry about it.
I am.
I
worried about it.
seen you
brought it up.
before. I seen you before.
Are we done?
No. What I said. He said I was racist, and
You
I
are
said
racist.
I might be, and I learned it from here. I didn't
I'm your
bring
dad.
shit up. I never did bring up that he was racist.
I think it was an awesome comeback, to be honest. What's the problem? Let's move on. It was a
Thank
great
you.
comeback. Thank you. Let's get Mr. Glenn and Mr. Marte up. And friends, we're going to wrap it up in like 15 minutes. Read the super chat before you go. There's more than 600 people watching the show. OG is one of the people that I most love on this place, okay? But we have some structure to do, and this is not going to be a black channel, OG. I already said this before, and I'll say this again. So once again, I appreciate my friends from Valhalla and my friends from Wakanda. Let's make sure that we get along, and if we don't, let's make sure that we punch in the face in a way that everybody can get home. Let's not stump out people like it happened on Cincinnati. Glenn uninterrupted, Marte, and then I want final thoughts from everyone and the super chats afterwards. Go ahead, Glenn.
Thank you. I want to point out just what we just saw here a moment ago. There was a lack of accountability, blaming someone else for someone else's actions or behaviors, and it's a mindset thing. And then when you choose to say that I'm always a victim, it's never my fault. I don't have to be accountable or responsible for things that I do in my life. Let me tell you, I'm the common denominator in my life. All right, I'm the only thing that's the number one thing that's consistent. So whenever there's a problem or where there's something that's successful that happens, the only thing I can factor in that is me. So if I'm the common denominator in all of my problems, why don't I address that first before I actually address all the external things that I have no control over? If we have this mindset of it's someone else's responsibility or someone else's blame, we're choosing to be a victim, and we're choosing not to grow and not to actually really do anything.
But
We
what
don't
if
wanna
it's
make any
true?
change.
Like
We wanna bitch about it.
sometimes people actually are victims. Like what if
is
it's
true?
true? Like engage with whether or not it's true, not
Like
like
what?
whether or not. Well, like the point that like if they say that like, oh, I learned it from you. Obviously, if he's talking about the fact that like black people are violent, he's brought up
Well, he
earlier.
didn't learn it
He
from
brought up
Fatty.
earlier
He didn't learn
that
it
he
from
said
Fatty.
he brought up earlier that
Propaganda.
white people were violent for long periods of times, and some of the most they've inflicted some of the most violence around the world. Like he's not saying something that's untrue. And so if you're going to just say like, oh, you're just it's just a victim mentality. Well, sometimes people are victims. Sometimes it makes sense.
Yes, but okay, you can be victimized, but to have a victim mentality is choose to accept it and not do anything to break free from it. You are choosing to victimize yourself over and over again.
The whole
over an
conversation
issue
has
that
been about
happened
how to
maybe
fix
one
it.
or two times. No, the way the fix is a mindset. Change the mindset.
But you can acknowledge that something happened to
Do
you.
you know the difference between victim and conscious?
Yeah.
What is the difference between victim and conscious to you?
Also, it's gonna be a subjective answer.
I think that's what Tom was saying. I think that was Tom was saying. A lot of times, victim mentality but you actually was
Right,
victimized
the
during
Russian dude's in the scenario in Cincinnati. The Russian dude is a victim in this case. I think we all agree. If he turns around and says, "I was victimized in this case," we would turn around and be like, "Oh, that's a victim mentality, bro. How are you claiming to be a victim? You are a fucking victim."
That's not what I'm talking
the white woman. Let's go with the white woman. We all agree that the white woman
this is
was the
crazy.
victim. And let me just
but
say
at
this.
that point,
Hey,
hold
Glenn,
on,
let me just say this
Okay.
real quick, right? The white woman was such a victim that now she did a GoFundMe. She has $170,000 and she deserves every penny. I hope she gets double, right? So a lot of times you are victim, like you have a victim mentality, but you were actually
you could be a victim, but then the victim mentality is now her blaming every African American that she ever comes across for doing something wrong that happened to her that night. That would be the victim mentality.
Glenn, what
All
you're
right?
talking
It's
about is an
choosing to live-
overcorrection of victim
Yeah.
mentality, and I get that.
Yeah.
So what you're talking about is when people are truly victims, but then they monopolize on this, and then they grift on this, and then they extend this into other communities, and then they tell their kids and indoctrinate those kids, and this is what he's talking about. So I agree with Glenn, even though I have some beef with him that I called him out on Roll Samasi. We have some unfinished.
Right,
stuff
but
we
I
gotta
was
take care
saying
of.
make
But
that
anyway,
argument. I was saying make that argument, not like
I will
make-
host that debate. I will host that debate not right now. Okay, I have to sleep, but later. So you guys got it. Go ahead. Sorry.
I don't even have beef with you.
Nah, fuck Rollo Tomasi.
With Rollo, I need to talk a lot.
I called you out on Rollo. We got to
I know
finish
you
that
did.
conversation. Glenn.
We can do it anytime.
Cool.
But
let's do it.
I
then.
want to host that debate.
But I still didn't get my question answered, Fatty.
I repeat the question, please, and then final thoughts from
I
everyone.
asked Glenn, what's the difference between victim mentality and conscious?
Well, I would. You said to me because I guess I could create my own definition here. Victim mentality is to live in the mindset that you are.
These are such weird questions.
Lower than, or because of a
wouldn't even answer
situation that
this.
you experience that you are less than, and you're constantly blaming that thing on why you cannot go any further in life or not do anything else in life.
It's like,
For
what's the
example,
difference between
I
a raccoon
was a
and poop?
victim of being falsely accused of a crime that I did not commit and was facing 14 years in prison at Leavenworth Penitentiary by the hand of a woman. Now, do I blame all women for that thing? Do I think
What's
that
the
all
difference
women are
between
wrong?
a tree and a sandwich?
I say I blame that woman. I was a victim to her lie, and because of that, I went through the process that I went through to vindicate myself and win my court case and prove my innocence. But I am not a victim, and I don't have the mentality where
He's
all
pointed
women
that they're two different things. Right, but the point is that they like saying they're two different things. They're not on the same spectrum. They're not like they're not opposites of one another. They're not even related to one another whatsoever. So it's saying like what's the difference between these two things? It doesn't even make sense.
being aware, in my opinion, being aware of what your environment, what's going on. You're conscious of, or you're.
Those are two different things, OG. What are you talking about,
Hey,
bro?
wait. I'm talking to one. Wait. I'm not into
But it's the
this
whole ass
triangle
panel,
thing. I know, but I still ask.
Tone
I'm asking.
policing the whole time, OG.
Okay,
what are you doing?
no. I'm just saying. I'm asking Glenn. He gave the definition
Wait,
for the
are you
first
gonna
one.
ask him or
Can y'all
ask
let him
him?
give the definition for the second?
Yo, chill out. Let's have one mic, please.
That's fair. Let Glenn answer, then y'all can answer too. It's fine. Go ahead.
I already did. I said, in my opinion, it would be being present or aware of what's going on or what you're experiencing.
So can you be a survivor and be conscious, and not have a victim mentality?
You're not a survivor of me.
No. Listen. I'm saying
he said you're a victim in context.
Can you be a survivor? Wait. No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking.
Go ahead, OG. Explain what you want to say, OG, please.
I say what I'm saying. Can you have a? Can you be a survivor and have conscience and not have a victim mentality? Because I don't think there's nobody up here that I think is greater than me and couldn't stop me from doing anything.
Apparently, I'm the one who taught you to be racist.
Why not be a victim?
About being conscious or conscious?
I just didn't want to talk to you. Really,
I know you don't want to talk to me, but I'm on the panel.
I didn't want to
call it my white privilege.
I'm still asking Glenn, and I think
I'm still talking.
Were you through, Glenn?
Well, I asked a question. Just for the choice of verbiage. Why did you choose survive rather than victor?
Because
I
a
was
lot of times,
victorious
y'all
over this instead of surviving something.
Okay, a lot of time y'all call people having a victim mentality, but what they really are survivors and conscious that these things can happen. It don't make them. They don't make them. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, it makes sense.
If I go to the bank 5 times, right? If I go to the bank 5 times at 5 o'clock and I get robbed 4 times, all right, and if something hit me and boom in the head and say, you know what? Every time you went there. When that bank at 5 o'clock, you know, you got robbed, that's my conscience talking to me, right? It's not going to stop me from going to the bank, but I might be conscious of my surrounding to make sure I don't get robbed.
It makes sense. So you I know you were asking the question to Glenn, but you can definitely be. Like I said, you can be aware of the atrocities that happened to you in the past and still have a victor mentality and strive for greatness. You don't have to be stuck there, but you don't have to forget it either. So a lot of times, and Glenn, I have to kind of agree with OG, what you said is not black and white, because if you are a victim, you actually should be aware of what happened to you, and you should, for whatever reason, I don't think you should just, it looks like it's a dismissive, you see what I'm saying, type of statement.
No.
If somebody puts false allegations, like for example, somebody put, I know your is the overcompensation, is a woman put false allegations on me, so now all women put false allegations, fuck them, da, 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 da. But I don't think there's a problem for you acknowledge that a lot of times things happen to you that completely outside of your control. And if a woman puts false allegations on you, there's no problem in you saying, you know what, I'm actually a victim, because there's nothing I can do.
If you make victimhood your identity and you gain other things and you try to compensate from this, and this is your identity and this is the whole of your nature, that's bad. This is who are you once you're not a victim, a bigger victim, because this is all you base your foundations off.
But what if you are a victim?
And but Glenn's example is very analogous.
You hold, it's not your identity.
It's like, what if you was born in Palestine? You kind of are a victim, you see what I'm saying?
But Glenn's example is very analogous, because what OG is saying is that he's racist because of all white people. I didn't teach him shit. He just has an external locus of control. That is a victim mentality.
You think oh, wait a minute. See, this is how tunnel vision you have to be, because it was really a fucking joke. You can't teach me anything but other than who you are.
So why are you racist?
I say, what? I'm not racist. I don't have the power to stop you. Wait a minute. I don't have the power to stop you from shitting. I don't have the power to stop you from going to your bank and get your bank account out.
Do I have the power to stop you from doing that?
No. I don't have no power to stop you.
No, I don't. But I do in your mind, because you're a victim.
If somebody read, wait. If somebody read the definition of racist, you will see
the new definition.
There's no way in the hell I could be a racist.
Only white people can do that. So you're a white supremacist too. You don't have the capacity to do something that I do.
Racist. What are you talking about, OG?
I can be prejudiced.
Is another white supremacist.
I can be prejudiced. I can be prejudiced. I can be biased, but I can't be a racist.
You can be racist.
And I can't be racist.
Okay.
Either.
Crazy.
I got you.
I can't be racist either, because I don't have any of those abilities that you just listed over anyone.
Thank you. I never called you Glenn. I never called you one.
I know. I'm just saying that. I'm just saying I can never be racist either, because I'm not.
I never called you one.
The
your
black
definition
people.
of race. Go ahead.
No. Finish your statement.
OG's definition of racist is inherently white supremacist. He's saying he doesn't have the capacity, the ability to do something that I do because he's black and I'm white. All right.
And friends, the conversation about can black people be racist is going to be held in 2 weeks. Thank you very much for giving me the perfect segue to go.
Make sure I'm on that, please. I've been having that fight for weeks. Please put me on that.
Absolutely. Don't even worry about that. Let's get the final thoughts for everybody, and then you.
I just wanted to ask the panel a quick question, Fatty.
Oh, go ahead.
How many of you guys agree that this is actually a mindset problem? Choosing to adopt a victim mindset or a loser mindset or a quitter mindset, rather than choosing to adopt a victorious mindset. I'm gonna conquer mindset.
Yes,
I'm gonna,
I think it's problematic. I'll raise mine. Absolutely. I think the pie is not tearing us, but the rest of it. I think you putting yourself in a position where you think there's nothing you can do is kind of like a lot of times you are the passenger or you are the co-pilot on your own car. It's like it's a movie. Something happens to you. People did something to you. I think your mindset always should be if something wrong is happening to me, I have to do the best my ability to actually run away from this to try to get better. And if you are stuck, then you can become a victim. This is why I brought the Palestine example, because when people are actually trying to get away, if you are actually a slave and you wake up every day and you try to do what's best for you, but people put you back in chains, hey, that's who you are. It is what it is. But on this state, and once again, Flow State actually had a great point coming back. The same way OG can do nothing to Flow State that actually can impair Arnie's rights and all that, Flow State can do nothing back to you, OG too. So it's fair to say that on a global effect, the people that you actually pointed out don't dress like Flow State, don't have a ad to the back. No, they have suits and ties, and they are so up there that even if I ask Tom and Flow State, hey, can you give me the number of the superiors? They said, nope, there's a very small group, and you are not allowed in. So it is what it is.
So that means somebody who said something earlier about genetics, if they agree along with them, then they're going to have a problem. Because if you have in your history, historically, you thought you was better than other people, and you mistreated other people. And so you're saying that you can pass a bad gene in genetics, but you can't pass that kind of mindset in genetics. Then all the people who agreed along with the young lady earlier, or the young guy who was saying that, then you have to take a step back and reevaluate what you're agreeing to.
This is going
and
to
the
be
reason
my
why I say what I say, Fatty, is due to the fact is, why is it we start to make the person who got raped, I said it with a G, more of the conversation than the person who did the crime? And this is what I see.
That's what Glenn said.
Wait a minute. This is what I see done too often.
No, OG, that's what Glenn said. Just because you got raped doesn't make you a perpetual victim. You were victimized, right? But I'm going to say, acknowledge the atrocities that people did to you, but you have to move forward. You have to strive for greatness. You have to take care of your kids. You have to take care of your house. You have to heal yourself. So if you state of that permanent state of victimhood, this is when actually it usually goes to shit, because people relish on their pain. People get depressed. People lose their mama. People lose their job. And now instead of crying in the pillow but waking up every day to actually do what's better for them, they stay over there. Like, we don't want nobody to actually be on that state of mind, even though that doesn't deny the fact they were actually victims in some point of period of time. You see what I'm saying, OG?
I'm sorry for raping you.
I got what you I got what you're saying, Fatty, but and nowhere in my conversation ever that I was said that I champion the victim mentality. What
So
I say is, when I agree with that part of it, but if you go make that to be the over scheme of this conversation, that's not true, because I said consciousness. Consciousness.
I don't believe in those things.
Well, I understand. I'm just saying consciousness. If something happened to you and it happened to you over and over, or certain things happening in your life over and over, it takes the consciousness of you to even want to do better, step around and jump over it or whatever. You being conscious that these things can happen. That's what I'm saying is, some people are just survivors and they're conscious. They don't look at themselves as being victims.
I think there's only two choices that we have in life at the end of the day. We can either make moves or we can make excuses in anything that we're dealing with. We can
You don't only have two choices, though. That's the thing. Why you keep making this a binary? You can make better choices. You can make You can make better choices based on facts. If you actually acknowledge the truth and acknowledge what is real, you're able to make better choices. And if this is true that you actually have these problems, you can make better choices. Like he brought up earlier when he gave the bank example where he's getting robbed every day at the same exact time. If he's actually getting robbed every day at the same time, it's probably a good choice to go at a different fucking time to the bank.
And he's not making
being conscious, right? He just made the choice.
You're actually agreeing with Glenn here. He's saying the same thing, Tom.
No, he's putting it in a binary is what I'm saying.
Well, show's over. Hope y'all enjoyed it. But nah, don't dip yet. We still got them final thoughts coming in.
Y'all really tore it up tonight, huh?
Motherfucker.
But don't dip just yet. Let's hear them final words. Hey, that's it. Show's done. Now shut the fuck up.
No, you
and
shut
let
the fuck
panelists
up.
Speak. It's time for final thoughts.
sorry to cut you off, Tom. Let's start with Tom, and then we go from there. We're going to read the super chat as soon as we get to the final thoughts. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, the problem that I had was with the binary that was being represented, because that's kind of the way that it's been presented over and over, is that it's like one or the other. It's these two options. Either you have the victim mentality and you blame things on being a victim, or you move on and try to, create better options for yourself in the future. Whereas I'm saying, like, it has to always be a mixture of the things. And so especially if we're talking about the way that Black people interact within society and like problems that have happened historically, we can fix these problems moving forward if we acknowledge the mistakes that were made in the past, and hopefully we can improve moving forward for Black people and white people and society overall. But we can't do that if we say, because I agree that a lot of people will say, oh, well, this is just a problem because of white people, or this is all whiteness, or this is all just racism. Like, there are some people who do that, but it seems like a lot of people just get more defensive than anything, where anytime these conversations are had and it's not all blamed just on this one thing, it's just something that they're acknowledging, a lot of people will still get upset about it and kind of fight against that idea, saying that you just have a victim mentality, when all it is just recognizing the truth.
Thank you very much, Tom. No, you don't need to. You're not getting no award. Flow State, please.
Yeah. First of all, you're killer with the AI. You got good AI clips.
I need the carpet bomb.
The carpet bomb is good.
I'm not.
So it's definitely a victim mentality. Anytime that you use something external to you to justify your own behavior, you're disempowering yourself, and it's an external locus of control. And it's not good for the person using it, nor the person who's the object of it. And I guess I'm sorry for graping you, OG. That's it.
OG. Final thought.
Do you accept his apology?
Well,
go, G. Chance to respond.
Number one is, if you was trying to have a dick measuring contest with me, I'll just pull out enough to win.
Gay.
That's number one. And you ain't raping nothing. You probably have problems with your shit getting out of your nuts without tweezers. So
okay,
you ain't raping nothing but yourself. So number two,
I will measure the most dicks.
What I try to understand when I come
Nobody wants to have a dick measuring contest with me. I will measure more dicks than anybody.
What I see in these spaces is the younger people, or the people in between the younger people and the people, they don't understand we all have past. We all have things that we see. We have things that we experience. And if I could accept the things that you are experiencing in your life, then you should be able to expect the things that the truth that I tell the experience of my life. I have never been a victim. My father and my mother never raised me as a victim, but they did raise me as being conscious. So when I came to Hollywood, I probably could have been in the Diddy thing with the oil and all the other bullshit that they do in Hollywood. But I worked in Hollywood for 35 years unscathed, because I came with a foundation in consciousness, not as a victim. I came here to do a job, and I did a job well. And I seen when other people were victimized, and then I came to their fight. So what I'm saying is, a lot of times that y'all want to call people victims, bad behavior is bad behavior. And I don't know what Dusty is talking about. It's all your experience in life to make you who you are. If you just don't get to be born as a baby, and all of a sudden you just grow up and you have no experience and you conduct yourself. It's things that happen to you in life that shapes you in life. So what you said earlier, I don't know where that comes from. Peace and love, and always strive for. You can shake your head all you want to, bro. We ain't no sermon.
Thank you very much, OG and Flow State, for pulling up. I appreciate y'all. Let's get Glenn here with the final thoughts. Glad to have you back, Glenn. I appreciate you. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think really how you choose to view the world and what you put your limitations on you is really what's going to end up happening. If you believe that things are shitty and you cannot get away with it, can't move and increase your station in life or move past your obstacles, then you're right. But if you think you can and you have the ability to overcome the obstacles that you are facing, then I believe you're right as well. It really, again, comes down to mindset. You know, my stepdad, who is a black man, all right, I have black siblings. did not raise us to allow to be victims or to make excuses for ourselves. He always said the world does not like you. The world's not going to coddle you. The world doesn't care about you. If you want anything in this world, you have to do it yourself. Don't expect anybody to give you handouts or don't expect people to help you. And that's what I grew up believing and understanding. That's how the world was. So he didn't have a victim mindset. He didn't blame, you know, his place or what happened to him on and to raise me differently. He loved me like I was his own son. He didn't see my skin color as any different. And I find we use trivial things at times and grow them out of proportion. Not saying that they're not a real effect.
Just FYI, from my channel, we're
give it
not
more credit and more
ending
power
here.
than it actually
We still
has.
got a long show
and
to go.
We need to take back our power rather than allow something
For
to have
everybody
power.
on my side, don't go anywhere. We're not ending here. So we're not even halfway through our show.
We're going to try to alternate the breaking ground with the Battle of Texas. Okay, next week Battle of Texas, and then breaking ground once again. So thank you very much, Glenn. I appreciate it. Tina, final thoughts?
Yeah, whether you call it a victim mindset or lack of accountability, I think society struggles with accountability and some people more than others. I think this whole conversation has been about accountability. I think no matter what situation you're in, you can take some level of accountability in anything. As far as like everything that we were discussing, even like the fight and all of that, yeah, the guy was beaten down pretty bad, but you know, I have this this saying, and I know a lot of people say it, fuck around and find out. When you're in the streets, you don't go around and act like that. It doesn't justify what was done, but he has a level of accountability that he needs to take for instigating a fight. And I think that the whole acting like a victim, it's been glamorized, and for what reason, I don't know. But I don't subscribe to that. Just take accountability, realize what you did was wrong, and then move on.
Thank you very much, Tina. I appreciate you. Marte?
Okay, I'm going to address OG and then Tom Foolery, and then I'm going to proceed with my closing statements. I'll make this quick. OG, you contradicted yourself plenty of times, but one of the blatant things you said was, oh, I meant with a G, and then you proceeded to use R twice. So, I mean, as far as Powder Dusty, I think he won the exchange. But back to Glenn, Glenn's point with tomfooleries, I think that we can create binary examples of this. When we start having this discussion of saying, no, it's not a false binary, we start ushering in the door and leaving door crack for excuses to come in. But, well, there's also this, and this is what happens in the community. They'll say, well, no, because what Nepal was talking about, that's why I hate white people and all that. It's like, we're just making more excuses. So I think that we should push more of a, what you call false binary. I think we should say black or white, meaning right or wrong. I'm not saying that I'm making a allegory of the two, by the way, don't accuse me of racism, but I'm just saying that it should be black and white when we say we want our kids to do evil or good. There should be a binary conversation had, and we should push this, not saying, well, there's all these other factors and all this. This is leaning more towards excuses, and I think we should push binaries. I think that's good, and it promotes a great system for us to integrate honor youth. I think that's good. Anyways, I'll land my plane there.
Hey, Fatty, I wanted to debate this coconut on any subject he want to. Since he addressed me, I didn't address him.
Totally fine, friends. We're going to do.
What coconut are you talking about?
We are going to do.
You gonna get wrecked. Go ahead.
Friends, 1 second. I'll allow you, friends. We're going to do something. We're going to scratch the rage in the cage. We're going to do something called SmackDown Saturdays, which is just debate days. If y'all want to be a part of it and you have a problem like OG and Marte, come to me. And on Saturday,
you just gonna have me abuse senior citizens up in here on your channel? That's crazy.
Hey, there's squabbling out there now.
Look, hey, my brother, I will whoop your ass with a bow tie suit with some goddamn
let me get you a
dress
wheelchair
shoes
first.
on.
You can have a seat.
Let me tell you this much. I seen better in my sleep. You already got your ass whooped today. And the day before.
You said, oh,
you got your ass whooped the day and the day before.
And then I said twice.
Yeah, you got your ass. You always getting your ass whooped.
Channel. That's
you
cool.
Save it
this
for
is
next
by
week.
women or men. Sure.
Well, this is
Save it for
OG is
next
a
week.
situation he can't win. If he yells at the old man, then he loses. If he doesn't yell at the old man, he loses.
Hey,
There's
wait,
no winning.
wait just a goddamn minute. Hey, wait a minute. Wait just a goddamn minute. I'm special.
Yeah,
I ain't like no old man you ever seen.
Yeah, you hell.
Wait. I ain't like no old man you ever seen in your fucking life.
Yeah, you definitely are. You
None.
I guarantee OG.
I guarantee you. I guarantee you. Everybody on this panel, man, why? I can outrun. I can outbox. I can outfight. I can outlift every fucking man on this country. You ain't never seen no old man like me.
Guilty. He's better than me at all those things. But Napa needs to give her final statements, so you can now read the super chats and leave. So friends, save the ketchup for next week. I'll read all the super chats from all the pages. So please, if you want to get your super chat read, just wait a second. Napa, final thoughts on Marte. Thank you very much for always being easy to work with, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Napa, final thoughts.
Okay, first of all, I want to say thank you, Fatty, for letting me join this very controversial conversation. I love these kind of conversations, to be honest, whether I'm the most popular or the least popular. I think these are important conversations. The issue about violence and race, I never, ever would say people should not be accountable for their actions. However, we need to get to the core of why there is so much violence, or so much different types of negative behaviors in certain cultures. It's not just blacks. There's the highest rate of teen suicide happen. Excuse me, I'm sorry to say that on your channel. Unaliving self is amongst Native Americans. Had we been speaking about unaliving self, I would have brought up that type of epigenetic encoding. So for me, like I said, I appreciate the conversation. I think people should be realistic. Black people, being a Black person myself, we should be realistic. I am not bashing Black people by saying that Black people are violent for a reason, and that I blame the not just slavery, the other systemic racism that Black people face throughout history. So in case I'm going too long, I just want to say thank you, and hopefully we can continue this conversation. Come on over, to my channel. I'll drop the link or whatever you do, but you're going to be there. You're going to be there, Fatty. You said tomorrow, but then you said you're doing.
No. When I say tomorrow means I have no, like, everybody on the panel can say this. I'm the easiest person to walk around. You say, Fatty, let's go where? I said when.
No, I've seen you go everywhere.
All right, so I don't take this personal, Napa. But that's the thing. You have an extremely assertive personality, and so does the fat one, right? And I'm suppressing myself because I'm trying to get this shit to work. And I don't want to snap on nobody because, once again, I'm trying to get this to work. So you bring a tremendous amount of value, and I want you to be here for as long as possible, and I'll try to retribude the favor. So I appreciate you being here. Thank you very much.
I loved it. It's great.
Mr.
And
Tuna.
I will see you soon.
Absolutely. Everyone link is in the description once again.
But
Go
I
ahead
interacted with you before on the panel, but you don't remember.
Oh,
you were being the rage in the cage, Fatty. This was a while
how
ago.
long was this?
It was probably last year.
You probably deserve that shit.
I don't think you
Probably deserve that shit. Hey, corporate fatty to the rescue. Friends, I appreciate you once again. Thank you very much for the 9K subs. Tremendous show. We are going tomorrow. Tomorrow. Rage in the Cage. Not Rage in the Cage. The infamous Ladies First show. We're going to talk about monsters. What turns men into villains. Mr. Hugh Hefner, the playboy bachelor, became a villain after his wife cheated on him. So we're going to talk about it. Please, friends, once again, we need to be pushed by the algorithm. So every time you see a pre-recorded video, click on them. They are pushing us so faster. So please go ahead and push on it, and I'll give you a preview for the video we're going to post tomorrow at midday. Just 30 seconds for y'all.
Going back to what I said originally, which you did not answer, if you believe that gender roles are bull, then why the hell are so many of you on the internet right now crying for men to operate the way they did when the only thing that mattered was gender roles? It don't make sense. You expect men to be from the 1950s while you operate in 2025 doing whatever the hell you want, whenever the hell you want. It doesn't work like that. And as far as you saying, oh, well, you men ain't leading nothing. You couldn't even flush your toilet if it wasn't for a man. You don't know what you're talking about. You wouldn't even be on this internet if it wasn't for a man. You wouldn't be able to go to the grocery store and get food if it wasn't for a man. You wouldn't even have tampons and maxi pads if it wasn't for a man. And also, if it wasn't for a man, you wouldn't have nobody to argue with right now.
So, friends, once again, I appreciate y'all. Super chats, and we are out.
Buckle up, everyone. It's time for some super chats.
I'm going to read the super chats of everyone that has the channel link first, and then I'll kick you out and read my super chats later.
Just
okay?
real quick,
So,
for my chat, we're not done. We still got a long way to go. Y'all don't head anywhere, but go follow Team Fatty.
I appreciate you. Thank you very much, Tom. Once again, all the links are going to be in the description. What is the name of this person?
Agrillapolis.
Agrillapolis. She or he?
He.
He gifted 15 untouchable, not untouchable, the Power Dusty memberships and $50. Oh my God! Look at you! Look at. Thank you very much for supporting the Powder Dusty. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Super donations. We have Cake Mix saying nothing, just a super seeker. Thank you very much, Cake Mix. Once again, I appreciate you. We go down here. Let me see if I can find more. We have Nuke Keys. No, Nuke Seas, maybe. Nuke Seas with 400 Austrian dollars, not Australian. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Thank you. Let's keep going down and see if we can find more foreign support. We have Clue Studio. You traitor. He was from Wakanda, and now he's on Valhalla. Pussy. He says, long time no see. OG Speed. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you. Salute to you. Only Mr. Bill says, where can I buy the Victim Dictionary? Aww. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you. So let's read the rest ones. Dark Lake Revive. He says, talk to Israel about proportion, not black folks. Thank you very much. We have Doug. He says, Glenn on the panel, let's go. Get them my G. We have Fuck Sim saying, Fatty, I hope to see you on AD on Mondays. I am kept at one visit a month, so I'm probably going to be there by the end of the month. Again, go ahead and bribe Alan Q so I can go there and do my job. So thank you very much. I appreciate you, sir. Thanks for the support and for the love. Tio, Untouchable Empire Executive says, white people do the same thing. LOL. Y'all haven't seen bar brawls? When you strike one in the group will get on you. Stop the bullshit.
Trying to get open, fires away.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Damn, I found my button.
Got Untouchable Empire, baby.
Oh, I found my button. God damn it. It was in the whole show. Shout out to just my 4 cents and damaged people. damage people. As a fact, OG Speed, OG, I love you, man. I don't want you to doubt this shit, but we will motherfucking fight. OG, as soon as I start to get grace, OG, as soon as I start to get grace, is no gloves, no nothing. Because now I'm an elder now. So you better enjoy these 2 years before you get the elbows. The OG says, "What are you, European?" Thank you very much. I appreciate you. The best editor in the game, player one with 1 untouchable membership. Damn, wrong button.
Got untouchable empire, baby.
Thank you very much, player one.
Appreciate it,
and
Shadow.
Once again, thank you very much for all your effort. 9K, a lot. Thank to you. So I appreciate you, sir. Thank you very much. Doug, MPA 2000 says, Flow State on the panel too. Great panel. Eddie, let's go. We have 15 to go. It's Theo. He says, if I slap Glenn in front of his group of friends on a night out, I bet you they will jump me. That goes for anybody on the panel. Not the Tina friends. The Tina friends will call 911. They will not. They'll say, please help. Thank you very much, Theo. Just my 4 cents, $2. I get what Napai is saying. She is correct. Thank you very much. We have the sponsor of the show, John Henry, with $5 saying, I understand these edit not being for the carelessness of using a racial slur. None of these would be a topic of discussion. Can we all agree on that? There was confronting reports about the racial slur, John. That's why I didn't want to talk about that, because it's allegedly is not approved. Theo comes back again and says, man, people have been snitching for decades. LOL, they say no snitching, but most of them are snitching. Woo-wee. Shout out to Theo. We have $10 from just my 2 cents. For somebody that only has 4 cents, you are actually a good supporter. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you.
Damn. Trump got these prices going up. Woo-wee. Let's go. 1 fatty burger, please.
It says Yahweh gave Moses 613 laws to govern black people from the minute we wake to the second we sleep, because we are special people that need special attention, or we will destroy ourselves and everyone else. Mark, okay, don't do it. I saw you lean into the microphone. Don't do it. Thank you very much. Just my 4 cents. I appreciate you. John Henry comes back and says 6 million Jewish people deleted. Thank you very much. We have Corey in the building. He says, I don't think it was anything to do with consequences. Probably was not even a thought. I think it's the disregard for life. No value in human life. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. King Sony is in the building saying, facts, Tom. John Henry says, Tom just spoke. We are almost there, friends. Mr. Bullet, $10 says, this guest appearance of Glenn Lawrence is brought to you by Tactical Soap from Grand Dyke Soap Company. Wash away the gen dirt with the soap that cuts through feminism funk. Try Tactical Soap today. Can I wash my balls with that soap? Damn. When I go to the United States, I'll get $2. Thank you very much for the promo. I appreciate you. We have just my 2 cents, $2 says, but black practice and righteousness as a culture. Thank you very much. King Sony back and says, no, it's not. We get convicted the most, but we get overturned the most too. Thank you very much. We have King Sony back again, and he says, that's not the fact. I appreciate you. And John Henry with the big 100 ball donation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hard work, money. I don't even know how to say this. Is one minute that you actually work hard to get. So I appreciate y'all supporting. Thank you very much, John Henry, the sponsor of the show.
Sir, for $100, what's the craziest thing you do?
The craziest thing I do is listen to your ass all day.
Ma'am, for $100, what's the craziest thing you do?
For $100, I'll let his baby mama braid my hair and then fight her. Damn, only $100? I look like some cheap hoe.
Could have fooled me.
Yo, all jokes aside, dead ass, $100? Nah, for real, I appreciate you. That's love from my boy Fatty, feeding the untouchable empire out here.
Thank you very much, John. He says, if the level of violence between races were to be tailed from the Crusades, the Salem witch trials, the Spanish Inquisition, transatlantic slave trade, slavery, the Holocaust, and Jim Crow, you couldn't possibly fix your mouth to say blacks are more violent.
Trying to get open, fires away.
Thank you very much, John. Once again, I appreciate you. We're almost there, friends. More 5 to go. With CEO says they jump in OG.
You gotta get him back. You better go down there and get him back.
OG fought back. Thank you very much. Sony says, Dusty, why you keen ever I violent creep crime? Yeah. Thank you very much. Lol Dog says, with a $10 ball, I appreciate you, sir. He says, OG is just coping for bad behavior and people acting like spoiled toddlers, throwing tantrums, and being violent because my feelings is childish and disgusting. Grow up. Thank you very much. We have Angry Stone Man with his 11-month membership. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate
The
you.
untouchable empire, baby.
He said, then the conscience of the conscience of the person who did it, the shit to you, don't put the responsibility on everyone that look like that one person. Very fair statement. Thank you very much. Final, the last from Tio with $10. I appreciate you, Tio. Thank you very
Let's
much.
go. We got $10.
Sir, do you have any change?
Nah, motherfucker, I'm broke.
Tio says, cause there's no need for a long conversation for the rapist, cause either put him in jail or put him down. But the person that got raped is needed for a longer conversation to try and avoid it. Thank you very much, Tio. I appreciate it. John Henry, the last one, the sponsor of the show, he says, Yahweh never existed. If anyone wants to debate John Henry on this, he feels very strongly about, let me know, and I will schedule it. And finally, the Powder Dusty helps us achieve all goals of the day with 5 untouchable memberships. So thank you very much, Powder Dusty. I truly appreciate you for helping us with our goals.
I believe that there's multiple so-called black leaders who believe that they are untouchable.
The untouchable empire, baby.
Friends, it's time to end the show. Once again, I appreciate y'all. Marte, OG, Tom Foolery, Glenn Lawrence, Atina, Flow State, and Napa. Team Fed in the Untouchables, signing out. Peace.
Black people can't be racist. Prejudice, yes, but not racist. Racism describes a system of disadvantage based on race. Black people can't be racist since we don't stand to benefit from such a system.
And this whole march adds drama to this total
It is known in the black community that most, not all, but most black people are racist toward white Americans.
You say it's known. What do you mean? Where's your basis for that?
They have been brainwashed over the last 50 years or so to believe that America is a racist society and that white folks are trying to hold them back.
They told us we wouldn't get here. Now with those who said that we would get here only over their dead bodies. All the world today knows that we are here and we are standing before the forces of power in the state of Alabama saying we ain't gonna let nobody turn us around.
My father came to this country with nothing. He couldn't even speak the language. But he worked hard and he made a place for himself and his family. Now why can't you people do the same? Hey, my grandfather built this country, man!
Let's talk about George Floyd. You said George Floyd's death was a terrible thing.
Terrible.
Why are African Americans still dying at the hands of law enforcement in this country?
And so are white people. So are white people. What a terrible question to ask. So are white people. More white people, by the way. More white people.
All right. These panels are always a little draining. Mainly because while I'm on the panels, there's so many people, and even though I probably end up talking more than most people on the panels, I spend the majority of my time not talking, and it's kind of it can start to feel very draining, sitting there listening to people say ridiculous things over and over, and then you don't get much of a way to push back. And then it gets a little frustrating when there's like a lot of meta conversations about like moderation, where sometimes it feels like the moderation, like he should be able to just tell them like, hey, don't do that again, and then move on. But they end up having like another 5-minute conversation about like what they did or said, and it drones on for a while, and so these panels can be a little draining, but I always enjoy them. I always enjoy those panels. So yeah, there were a lot of people going off about like epigenetics in chat. And then the guy came on and kept saying like that's pseudoscience and crap.
Ariana tipped $5. It's always the white people.
It's always the white people. True. That's true. Like the guy who came on later kept saying that like stuff about epigenetics and trauma and shit is pseudoscience. So it's not pseudoscience to say that trauma affects epigenetics. But epigenetics, a problem that a lot of the people who repeat these things have is that they bring up things like slavery and say that like there's trauma from slavery that's passed down through their genes. That's a little too far. Like epigenetics are normally passed from like one generation to the next. It's not a thing that's passed down over hundreds of years. But the difference is that like when they're talking about like trauma being passed down and shit like this, it's just something that makes it to where it's like more likely to show. But again, this is still based on like your own nature, right? So just having the genes does not mean that you're going to have it in the way that we were talking about earlier, but it can make it to where it's more likely to show. But again, it is just from like one generation to the next. These are not things that are passed down over the course of hundreds of years. That's just not how that works. So like things like depression, diets, like crap like that. A lot of this stuff can affect the genetic makeup that's passed down. It's just it's not. It's the problem. The main problem that I had is that she kept bringing it up as like this is the thing, right? This is it. It is this thing, and she kept bringing up, Tom, you're just wrong. I'm just wrong about what? Nothing I said is wrong. What do you think I'm wrong about? Be specific, please. Yeah, that was the problem, is that she kept bringing up that study as though this is the reason for it, and that was the problem. About geographical areas having certain genes that apply to them. I didn't say anything about geographical areas. I didn't say anything about that. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm sorry, Aaron. I have no fucking idea what you're talking about. Nothing I said is incorrect. Everything I just said is true. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. About people in area developing certain genes to adapt. I didn't say anything about this. I didn't say anything about this. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't know what is happening. It's an extension of the conversation. It's an extension into something that never happened. It's an extension into fucking Delulu world. I did not. Yes, you did. No, I did not. I did not say anything about this. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't know why you're not understanding. I'm understanding. You're not understanding. I never said anything about this. I didn't say this. Repeat what you said? I'm not going to repeat everything that I just said. They're likely referring to your slavery comment? My slavery comment had nothing to do with geographical areas. So are genes adaptable to environment? So I said things like depression, things like a diet, things like like these things, that they can affect what is passed down only from one generation to the next, and that it doesn't actually go past that, but it only makes it to where things are more likely to show, not that they're like these full-on like genetic traits that are passed down. It's not the same. You never said the word geography. Okay. No, not that I never said the word geography. I was never talking about geography. I was never talking about geography. Geography had nothing to do with anything that I said. I was never talking about geography. Not that I didn't say the word. I was never talking about geography. Epigenetics, yes. These things don't affect what is passed down from one generation to the next. Appreciate it, Fatty. Pretend I said environment. Okay, again, if by environment you mean just like the 2 or 3 things that I mentioned, then sure. Environment. Epigenetics, the changes in organisms caused by modification of gene expression rather than altered of the genetic code itself. This is what I said, is that it's not changing like what genes are passed down, but the expression. Can trauma or diet change epigenetics? Yes, both trauma and diet can influence epigenetics. Trauma and epigenetics. Trauma, particularly during early life, can lead to epigenetic change that affects gene expression. These changes don't alter the DNA sequence itself, but rather how genes are read and utilized by the body, potentially impacting mood, stress responses, and vulnerability to certain health conditions. This is childhood trauma causes physical and psychiatric complications through long-term effects on mitochondrial function, but function, gut microbiota or biota, hypothalamic, I don't know how to say this fucking word, axis, inflammation, and epigenetic changes, etc. This is what I said. So what is the disagreement here? Maybe you misspoke. Hold on. Genes are passed down. Epigenetics is not according to the evidence in the current literature. Okay. So yes, epigenetics can be passed down to subsequent generations, although the extent and duration of this inheritance can vary. Epigenetics change, which involves modifications to DNA that affect gene expression without altering underlying DNA sequence, can be inherited both intergenerationally in the immediate offspring and, in some cases, transgenerationally across multiple generations. I've never heard of this happening across multiple generations. I've never seen anything that says that this can happen across multiple generations. Epigenetic changes can be passed from a parent to their immediate offspring, from a parent to their child. This is particularly evident in cases where the parent has experienced environmental exposures or stressors that induce epigenetic modifications, which can then be observed in the offspring. So what? From the University of Utah. We used to think that new embryos epigenome was completely erased and rebuilt from scratch, but this isn't completely true. Some epigenetic tags remain in place as genetic information passes from generation to generation, a process called epigenetic inheritance. Epigenetic inheritance is an unconventional finding. It goes against the idea that inheritance happens only through the DNA code that passes from parent to offspring. So the new discoveries coming from epigenetics have drastically changed the way that we understand our genetics. Like, it has drastically changed the way that we understand the way that genetics are shown, or sorry, yes, the way that genes show from one generation to the next. This is I had to read on this a while back because of a couple debates that we had on my show where epigenetics became like a big part of the topic, and I read this, but I'm suspect of it. I read actual peer-reviewed papers, and it seems the current consensus is that epigenetic inheritance doesn't happen in humans. Yeah, everything that I've seen says it does. So this is Myths and Mechanisms. This is from 2015. Yeah, anyways, I had to read a bunch on this back in the day because of this stuff. What was it?
Let's turn some.
It was a debate on my channel with Not So Erudite and Andrew Wilson. Well, I mean, it was a bunch of people, but it was this one, I think.
At what point do you think they're going to start favoring older women over younger, hotter women? That's bizarre.
So I'm outlining why that could be the case because, again, evolution is just a natural response to the environment that you're in. So if young women are almost always on birth control and aren't willing to settle and have your kids, then more and more men are going to be successful if they select slightly.
Yes, the Myths and Mechanisms paper is my main read at the moment. It's literature review and sums up the consensus. I'm pretty sure that's changed From what I read, like 2018, 2019, like we understood this to be very different. And then COVID even changed this even more in the way that it seemed to affect DNA. And so from my understanding is that this has drastically changed over the last like 6 or 7 years. And that's a paper from a decade ago. Tom, scientific fields generally developing, not all scientists. Well, yeah, I agree that that's true. But from my understanding, this has become like more of the consensus over the last 6 or 7 years. Is that like this drastically changed more recently? So, from my understanding, this is the current consensus. But I could be wrong.
Slightly older mates who are willing to have their children and are not on birth control.
I think they would select them, but that doesn't mean that would be their preference.
Well, the thing is that males are just going to shift their preference to what is sexually viable for procreation necessarily. And so in the system, yes.
Over millions of years, maybe.
No. So
yes.
But even then, it'll just fall right back the minute that all of your, policing of what you're trying to do goes away. What happens when a pig escapes its pen? In 3 weeks, it goes feral again after 10,000 years of selective breeding and our attempts to try and make it our little pink little food source. If a pig gets out within 3 fucking weeks, it starts going feral and starts rooting around and it goes wild again. And its offspring will even have tusks. So all of our attempts to try and make the new whatever man isn't going to work.
Actually, this is to my point, because pigs with no tusks are very unsuccessful the moment they're not in being tamed. So this is a really big misconception about the way evolution works, right? We think that evolution is always this really slow doddering thing. But there's a really interesting case, for example, of these lions that got trapped on an island with just buffalo in the African plains.
I don't think this is actually a great example. I could be wrong, but from my understanding is that this was not an example of epigenetics. So she's talking about if you guys have seen these, there's a group of lions who got stuck on a little island and they ended up hunting primarily buffalo. They ended up being these fucking super lions. They ended up being these like massive, like, dude, they look like bodybuilder lions. I'm not even kidding. They look like bodybuilder lions. They are muscular. Like, their arms are just fucking beastly. But from my understanding, this is not as much epigenetics as it is the fact that they're hunting only fucking buffalo. That's it. That's all they eat. Buffalo all day, every fucking day, just buffalo. And they had a lot. They weren't competing with a whole lot of other not primates. I'm blanking on the term here, but other things that hunt. And so they ended up getting super big and super beefy because they were just eating like this huge amounts of protein. Yeah, predators. Yeah, they weren't competing with other predators. And so they were eating just like a large amount of protein very regularly to where they were just way bigger and way beefier. Now, that can affect them epigenetically, from my understanding, is that this can like affect them, because if the parents over and over are taking on more protein and their diet is now processing a higher amount of protein at a time to where they are built to be more muscular, that this can be passed down to where it builds from one generation to the next. But I'm pretty sure it was literally the first generation of lions that got stuck there. They were fucking massive. Like, right off the rip, they were fucking massive. And I don't know that there's been a big change since then. In Botswana, Duba Plains. a group of lions found themselves stranded on an island due to a river shift, and they now primarily hunt water buffalo for survival. This situation has led to the lions developing unique hunting strategies and becoming exceptionally muscular due to their focus on buffalo, which are known for their size and aggression. And you can see, like, these lions are muscular. Like, they have muscles sticking out all over them. They are beefy, dude. You see these muscles, bro. They are fucking beefy, bro. Tom, a better speciation example, speciation example is an ancestor fish species that split into two species by the Isthmus of Panama. Article pattern of divergence in fish species separated by the Isthmus of Panama. I think I saw this. Hold on.
Let's talk about the fact that there was a special breed of jacked steroid lions living in Africa. Well, kinda. So there's a part of Africa where the Okavango River meets the Kalahari Desert, resulting in the oasis known as the Okavango Delta, which is basically a Whole Foods for animals of all kinds. Here's where the lions come in. Basically, some years ago, a bunch of lions got stuck on an island when a river changed course and isolated them from the mainland. But instead of folding, the lions started adapting to survive there. Instead of avoiding the water, the lions would willingly wade and swim through the flooded wetlands. And they survived by hunting the only animal that was available at the time, Cape buffalo. That is a Cape buffalo, an assault charged with legs so on sight that hunters nicknamed it Black Death. And they're so dangerous that lions usually won't hunt them if they have another choice. These lions had no choice, so they became buffalo hunters. Instead of hunting at night like lions usually do, these lions would go grocery shopping during the day while the buffalo would stop to graze and drink. These lions would swim and hide in the waters at the right spot and then pretty much just jump them. And since buffalo can weigh well over 1,000 pounds, the better they got at hunting them, the more the lions got to eat. All that extra protein meant these lions got swole. And lions are pretty jacked to begin with. The average male lion usually weighs anywhere.
Look at that, dude. Look at the fucking muscles on these things. I'm telling you, they look like fucking bodybuilder lions. It's fucking crazy, dude. It's crazy looking at these guys and just how ripped they are. It's nuts. It is crazy. Like, top to bottom, these things are just beefy.
Anywhere from 300 to 500 pounds, while females are slightly smaller at like mid 200s to mid 300s. Well, according to researchers, the lionesses in the Okavango could flex nearly 400 pounds, while the males allegedly tapped out at well over 500. That is.
Look at that, dude. Look at that. This is crazy.
A big cat. At the time, some would even say the biggest cats in all of Africa. SparkNote's version, there are basically lions with SEAL training specialized in murking 1,200-pound temper tantrums for a living. All while staying natty.
All while staying natty. Beautiful. So yeah, so anyway, so it was this conversation that kind of pushed me to look into this.
They have higher testosterone levels across the board. They're basically like jacked super lions. It's kind of cool, actually. You should look them up. But
and they still probably like to have sex with young hot lionesses.
Hey, what I'm outlining is that the
like, what do you want?
Hold on, because
it's a chapter of The Lion King they don't show you.
I beg of you guys to not weaponize your like lack of understanding. What I'm saying.
Oh, right. I just don't understand that men don't like to fuck young hot women. I just don't get it, Natsu.
Can I get in here for a second?
I just don't get it.
If I can just finish this point. What you're not understanding with the lions is really big. What we're talking about is major phenotypic and neurological changes to the lions, right? This is a really big deal. We're talking about different endocrine secretions in female lions specifically within a year of like 30 years. That's actually crazy. It's breaking all of our fundamental assumptions about evolution because we had no idea.
Which still has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Then explain how you're not going to get a change of kind in lions where lions stop trying to have sex with the youngest, most fertile lions they can have sex with. Same thing with men and women right now, current day. Even if you're talking about phenotypical changes which are happening on the microevolutionary scale, it doesn't matter. At what point do you think they're going to start favoring older women?
So yeah, that like little back and forth is what made me go look into this, because I posted some videos, and on Twitter or on TikTok, as you can see, everybody was saying that she was absolutely correct and that she knew exactly what she was talking about. On Twitter, everybody said that she was wrong. She had no idea what the fuck she was talking about. On YouTube, there was a mix of both. And so, yeah, I had to go look into it and try to figure out what I had to figure out what they were talking about. This is wild. Do you know that University of Utah page on epigenetic inheritance, one of the papers referenced concludes it likely doesn't occur in humans. Well, okay. It might be one of the papers. I don't know. I haven't looked into this. So this happened, I think, 3 years ago. 2 years ago. This was posted on 7/2/2023. So yeah, this is a while ago when I went into this. But I don't want to look into it. I'm just telling you, this was my disagreement with her, okay, is that she kept saying that, like, this is the reason for it, and she would keep bringing up slavery, and slavery is just not going to be part of, like, an epigenetic, it's not going to be passed down from one generation to another when we're talking about things that happen from slavery, though it can affect the next generation, and that, like, whatever happens there can, but you would more so be talking about things like Jim Crow or segregation, maybe systemic racism. Like, you would be bringing up much more recent events. You're not going to bring up fucking slavery when you're talking about epigenetics being passed down. So that was one of my main disagreements with her, and that's why I was saying that, like, the way that she's talking about this, and the fact that she was using the rat study, which is a little bit controversial, is not just wasn't the best point. But the fact that, like, that these things can affect you overall is important. But I don't even, like, one of my biggest problem is that you don't even have to bring this up. Like, you don't even have to bring it up. Like, again, when we're talking about the epigenetics, that would only make up for, like, a very, very small difference. Like, even if we assume it's true, it's only going to make up for a very, very small difference when we're talking about, like, crime rates and shit like that. It's just not going to be a huge factor in this scenario. Whereas when we're talking about, like, social factors and crap like that. If you guys watched the other day when me and Irrelevant were having a debate with somebody about this stuff, we were talking about, like, yeah, obviously, like, we do think that there are some biological factors, there's some genetic factors, there's some problems I brought up in this debate, like there's a irregularity in cortisol levels, which makes it to where black people are more likely to be what's the fucking term? I always forget this fucking term, but it just means that you're more likely to be like sporadic, or like act out of nowhere, that, like, your like mood changes sort of thing, like you're willing to, like, take actions that are kind of almost random, that, like, it's not disgruntled, no, it's more just, like, about, like, how it's almost like impulsive, that the irregularity in cortisol levels are tied to impulsiveness, as is higher rates of testosterone. Black people both have irregular cortisol levels and higher rates of testosterone, to where both of those things are going to align with impulsiveness, which will align with crime. The problem is that that's still only going to make up, like, a small difference in crime. And so that's why I bring up the example of, like, because a lot of that also has to do with diet. A lot of that also has to do with, like, diet and living with, like, lead in the paint and crap like that. Like, there's so many other factors that can play into those sorts of things. So when we look at, like, a difference between rich black people and rich white people, black people do still commit a higher amount of crime. Okay, fair enough. But it's a small amount. It's not that big of a difference. It is a small amount to where they do still commit higher rates of crime, but it's not this, like, 30% more than their or almost, the double their proportionality. it's going to be like a small percentage more. So the social factors seem to be a much bigger difference, because rich black people don't commit crimes at the same rate as poor white people. Poor white people commit higher crime rates than rich black people. So we can, like, it's obviously not this biological inherent thing that is there, but you do. Dusty kept saying, this sounds like white supremacy. I think what he meant is that it just sounds racist. Like, it sounds like race realism or something like that. I think that's what he meant when he kept saying, this is white supremacy. I think he meant just like by her saying that this is a genetic thing or a biological thing, that this sounds like race realism. But the idea that that like it's just, yeah, that's my issue, is even bringing it up at all is so pointless, because it is a very, very small portion of the factors. When we're talking about like social factors are going to be by far the majority. That is going to be by far the biggest reason for the issues. But yeah, anyways, wait, what is it? I'm sorry, I just got a bunch of messages. I don't know what these are. Alright, I'll have to look at these later. I don't know what all this is. Alright.
Got a message from a friend, and he said to me, there's room in your new Democratic Party for Zoram Mamdani and, sort of anti-Zionist views, but me, a liberal Zionist, I'm no longer welcome in the Democratic Party as you described it. I'm wondering, what would you say to a liberal Zionist who feels that way?
So your friend...
That's stupid. That's dumb. Like, we went over this the other day, though. Like, while it is true that probably the majority of Democrats at this point, and the majority of Americans overall, are against funding the state of Israel. Most people who identify as Zionists just believe that, like, the state of Israel should exist, and that, like, it should be some type of ethno-state for a while. That's really all it is. That it, like, it has to have, like, some of these aspects for protections. But the idea that Zionists are being pushed out of the Democratic Party, this is just dumb. Like, obviously the Democratic Party is still largely in favor of not only the state of Israel existing, but the politicians are largely in favor of continuing to fund Israel at high rates. So it's not even a fucking problem, bro. And if you're sitting around saying that you're being pushed out of the fucking movement, like, you need to get a reality check over here, dude. This is some Republican bullshit where you're sitting around just thinking like everybody in the far left is the whole Democratic Party again.
Maybe a progressive, but he's what's called a PEP, right? He's a progressive except Palestine, because there is this carve out when it comes to liberals and the approach to the Middle East. We want equality, human rights, progressive values, except on this one conflict. I would say spare me the self-victimization. The entire Democratic Party in Congress does not support Palestine. It still supports Israel, even while 8% of Democrats told Gallup this month that they support Israel's actions in Gaza. In Congress, it's about 88% of Democrats. So the actual Democratic Party, the organized party, the leadership, the establishment, the presidential candidates, the senators, the donors, or organizers, the DNC, they are all hardcore still pro-Israel. They are not pro-Palestine. The idea that your friend would say this is a party that welcomes Zoran Mamdani, are you kidding me? Zoran Mamdani has still not been endorsed by Chuck Schumer, has still not been endorsed by Hakeem Jeffries, had Islamophobic abuse thrown at him by Kirsten Gillibrand. Give me a break. If anything, it's the other way around. You have a pro-Palestine candidate, a Muslim immigrant, as the Democratic mayoral nominee, and the party party can't even get behind him. Why? Not because of his freeze the rent policies, but because of his Palestine position. This whole self-victimization stuff, it's all a distraction from the fact that babies are being starved to death in Gaza right now. And if that's not what we're talking about, then sorry, forgive me if I don't accept your progressive credentials.
I hate this too, though. I hate this too, where every time like anybody wants to have any other sorts of conversations, like if that was a real thing where people within the Democratic Party felt like they were getting pushed out for being Zionists, that would make sense if they wanted to say like, hey, like what am I supposed to do here? I have beliefs that I believe very strongly in, and that I think are a big part of like how I vote and who I vote for. And if now all of a sudden I feel like the representatives aren't representing these issues for me, and I feel like the rest of the party doesn't want me over here anymore, like, what am I supposed to do? If that was a real thing, that would be a real, like, that would be a good question. It's not ridiculous. We can't always do this fucking, like, Hassan thing where we have to turn around and be like, but there's a genocide right now. Like, there is, and I think that, like, I don't know if I want to call it a genocide, but there is something going on that I think people need to pay, like, more attention to, and I think that there's not enough pressure on Israel to kind of get them to kind of pull back a bit, or even engage in good faith when it comes to a lot of the ceasefires. But you can't always turn around with this like there's a genocide, who cares about your little problems. This is what I brought up on the panel. This is the starving children in Africa argument. This is the, anytime somebody has a problem, if somebody says like, oh, I jammed my finger and now I can't go take down the gutters today and clean them out and everything. And somebody's like, oh, your first world problems. There's starving children in Africa right now, and you're crying about the fact that your finger has a boo-boo. Like, this is just dumb. Like, people still have their real everyday problems, and they can't just ignore all of those things just because of something else that's happening on the other side of the world. While it would be great if that was how things worked, and we could always just kind of turn our brains off for the rest of our lives just to go focus on one problem. It's just not realistic at all, and the rest of us still have to do stupid, petty internet shows and talk about bullshit internet drama and crap like that. So
it's just too simplistic, Nettie, and I really respect you, but you are just simply making this into a black and white issue and not hearing.
Genocide is a black and white issue, Jeremy. Forgive me.
Right, but if you make this into you either are pro-Israel or you are pro-Palestine, we are condemning these people to forever war, and we're condemning people to have more generations of genocide and famine and bloodshed and horror, because you have to pick a winner and you have to pick one side. And I think where I fall, I believe it is where the majority of the Democratic Party fall, is we are looking for a win-win out of this. We are looking for a way in which the Jewish people can feel that they do in fact have a state, that they have a right to have a national home in, and that the Palestinian people too can have the same exact state and freedom and rights. And I know we are a long way from that. The United States has been a failed mediator, but it doesn't change the fact that there isn't only one good guy in this, and everything that is evil is on one side and everything that is good is on the other side. Both sides have a history of trauma. Both sides have committed crimes. Both sides have been victims. Both sides have legitimate rights and needs and claims. And the only way forward is not to put this as 8% are pro-Israel and 92% are pro-Palestine, so we win. No, and 100% should be pro-Israel and pro-Palestine, and we should be looking for a way that both peoples can have a future.
I'm trying to find. Somebody said that Destiny did some sort of like overview stream of the bullshit recently, and that I was brought up a couple of times, so I did want to see what all was said.
Of what you knew Harvey was, like, do you think that he knew that you already knew she was a communist?
Yes, I do think that, because he knows that Aaron wears that on her sleeve. He knows that. Aaron wears that on her sleeve. You have to be like Aaron wears the.
I don't know what stream it's on, so. Yeah, I guess it's not this one. Where? Yeah, I have no idea where this is. So the other day we saw a bunch of clips of like Destiny using like paint and going over a bunch of different things, but it looks like this entire episode was just him talking to just this one guy, right?
Well-known Destiny fan charged with possessing over 300 videos of CSAM.
What is this?
I know a lot of people in here were mutuals with Jared Kelly, especially in the Destiny orbit. You guys all remember Jared Kelly, right? Or Jared Blanco, well-known DGGer. Donald Trump's entry point into politics was that Barack Obama was born in Kenya. And I think in 2024...
He edited it into a video. OMGF. What is wrong? What's wrong? Mantis. What are you doing?
I want to go on shows right now and argue about the lab leak, or I want to argue about vaccine advocacy with conservatives, or I want to argue about the Epstein, or I want to fight with lefties about whether or not they support the Democratic Party, or I want to fight about Israel-Palestine. Like I want to fight about these issues. It's way more entertaining to me. It's what I've dumped like all my time into researching for the past year and a half. The idea that like it's time to go back to the trenches of the crazy online drama, also with a bunch of people that kind of have nothing to lose. Like, not to be mean, but like, these people are all losers and they've been losers for a long time. Like, not going anywhere. Like, these people are not going to be anything in 2 years. So like, why waste and invest so much time right now? Like, I just don't want it. It's not fun for me. Okay, so one of the things that I've said, a brief history of my content, okay? And I was on sites like, I think Ustream, Livestream, and then eventually there was a site called Justin TV. I was a StarCraft 2, we'll say semi-pro / ladder hero / streamer. There were opportunities in my career to dedicate more time to practice versus streaming, but I always opted for the streamer route because the income was more stable. I already had a kid, so I was like, okay, I probably should not just go hardcore into just gaming. At around 2013, I think, Neo Destiny r/StarCraft.
I think that's kind of, for me, I find myself in this split over and over where I would much rather do like video essays and stuff like this, and I talk about this a lot. I would much rather do like more cohesive, fully researched content on a specific topic and come out with like a video essay on that thing, and then maybe do streams here and there in between. The problem is that none of my video essays actually do well enough to where that would be beneficial for me. If I did do that, I would have to go like fully in on just doing that all the time and just hope that like that grows by itself because that's what's expected of me now. But the problem is that, yeah, every time I take like a week or two off to go work on a video essay or a documentary or something like that, and then I come back and I put out the video essay, it gets 1,000 views, maybe 3,000 views, and then I'm way better off at just doing streams the entire time, because now I miss 2 weeks of donations and like money from each stream, and then I put out a video essay that makes like $13 in ad revenue, and it's frustrating. That's really frustrating though. Like, I can't, it's just so not worth it at all. It's not worth it. It's not worth the time. It's not worth the effort. It's not worth it whatsoever from top to bottom. But I would much rather have like really like high quality content that I'm putting out And instead, yeah, I end up doing this all the time, which I love streaming. I enjoy streaming. I'm kind of addicted to it as well. And so I think I'll always come back to streaming no matter what. Even if I'm doing video essays, I'll want to stream at the same time. But I'm always kind of frustrated though. Like I would really like to have much more concise content, and it's definitely not beneficial. So where he's talking about the fact that he could have gone and done like pro video games and stayed on the professional route and maybe gotten better and continued training and working on that craft, he was losing time streaming every time and therefore losing money. You think shorts would help those essays blow up? No. No, because even my shorts don't blow up. Like, out of all my content, I think that I have like a couple of shorts that have more than 10,000 views. Yeah, this one has 10,000. That's the most. This one has 9,000. And then third is 5.9 thousand. By far the majority of these are sitting around like 2,000. So like you can see, like all of these 2.4, 2.1, 2.1, 2.1, 2,000, 1.9, 1.9, 1.9, 1.8, 1.8, 1.8, 1.8, 1.7, 1.7, 1.7. Like this is where by far the majority of them are sitting, is between 1,000 and 2,000, and that's just not, that's not going to make a big difference either. So, and I don't get like a lot of subscribers off of shorts. I don't get a lot of like new viewers off of shorts. You know what the weirdest thing ever was? Okay. I had a video that I put out. Okay. By far the majority of my videos that I made around that time were getting anywhere from 1,000 to 5,000 views. Okay. I put out a video. There were anywhere from 1,000 to 5,000 views. And I was building an audience off that. Like, the people were flooding in, and I was gaining more and more viewers off of videos like this and streams like this. I do a video where I get 70,000 views. And during that like 2-week period where you're just watching the numbers just climb, getting sometimes like 10,000 viewers a day. Every single day during that 2-week period, while I was streaming to like 100 to 200 people. And I would ask every single day, how many of you came here and found me because of that video? Never, ever, not a single time ever did anybody answer and say, I found you because of that video. Even though that video probably got me like more subscribers than any single video, besides like the Balenciaga video essay. This is by far my biggest video, getting like 30 views in one didn't bring in like real viewers. It didn't bring in like common viewers whatsoever. So even though I probably have like a lot of overlap when it comes to interest with somebody like Willie Mack, when people watch a lot of stuff like that are political and drama and shit like this, like I would definitely have a lot of overlap with those sorts of people. Didn't bring them in. This video, the Balenciaga video essay, that brought in more like members and longtime viewers. And this video, like these two videos right here, probably brought in like more regular viewers than anything else. Like these two right here. So yeah, it's just it's strange when like I'm looking at all of these different things and I try to like decide like which way I want to go. What I want to do is one thing. What's actually beneficial is totally different. Tom has one of the best intros going on here, though. Yeah, I think I when I first got into like streaming, I was really frustrated with the lack of production. And so I put like a lot more effort into like making my streams look nice and look pretty and having good aesthetics and crap like that. Like I wanted it to be a nicer production that I was putting together. And so I've always worked hard on things like the intro, having like my logo spinning in the corner, having you know, being able to pull up chats while I'm reading them, and you know, crap like that. I feel like streams are very messy, and I don't even like having a chat. But if I'm gonna have a chat, I want it to be like nice. I want it to look nice. I want it to look aesthetically pleasing. I want it to look professional. And so I always like put a lot of work into making it look nicer than your average stream did. But then I go over to Asmongold's channel, and it's literally just a fucking video with him in the corner in a little box, and then a chat just sitting off randomly on the side. Like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe your essays are just cooking. But I think the videos that go viral years later, not saying it's practical or you should do it, just pointing out an observation. Yeah, it's possible, but that's what I'm saying is that, like, if I was going to do it, I feel like I would just have to just focus on video essays and just take time off streaming, not even stream at all. Because if I'm streaming as well, I'm not putting them out fast enough, right? But if I'm not streaming as well, then I'm not making any money. And I'm just waiting for them to be done cooking. Just the same as if I so I think the other option that I came up with is that I'm working on like a more long-term plan, and the idea is that eventually, soon, I think I'm going to do two different things. One, video essays. The other one, panels. And I will probably just go live just to do panel shows and have people on to do debates. That's it. And then go right back to working on video essays. The hope is that that will be enough to like actually generate views and super chats and stuff like that for the short amount of time that I'm live, and then give me the ability to just work on video essays for the majority of the time behind the scenes. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes, but yeah.
Blizzard, League of Legends, post, Reddit. I think I kind of saw the writing on the wall for StarCraft 2. For people that aren't aware of this, prior to streaming, there were kind of like, I would say there were like two real, quote unquote, esports kind of. There was a game called StarCraft, and then the expansion is what was played in South Korea, StarCraft Brood War. And then I would say broadly known across Europe would be Counter-Strike 1.6, I think. I feel like these were the two big like PC game esports. There might have been some console stuff, but I was never as big of a console person, so that's kind of what existed. In 2010-ish, after I started streaming StarCraft 2.
I imagine Tom streams from a Taco Bell. What? There was a group of people a while ago, some of you guys might remember, that I was helping a podcast work on like production stuff. And one of the things that they said is they were like, we went around to a bunch of different streamers and we kind of interviewed everybody and talked to all of them. And we're asking all of them the same questions. And they like later on down the line when they talked about like working together, where I kept telling them like, because one of the things they brought up is they were like, yeah, so you used to work in marketing and you did like linguistic marketing for like a corporation, so we think you'll help us in writing scripts. And I was like, no, not at all. They're like, wait, we thought you wrote scripts. I was like, I did, not for like shows like you're talking about. That is not that does not correlate at all. These are drastically different things. These are not related at all. I am not the guy you're looking for. And they're like, well, it doesn't matter. We're still going with you. And I was like, eventually they told me, they said, we went to all of these like different streamers and talked to them. And they're like, you got recommended a couple of times by people. But when we interviewed you, we asked everybody, like, if we offered you $10,000 as an investment into your show to help you grow your show, hoping for some sort of payback in the end, what would you do with that money? And they said that, like, everybody said dumb shit, like, I would pay somebody to make cool emotes. I would maybe get more RAM for my computer. I would like, and they would just like bring up just kind of like dumb shit like that. Like, I would get, you know, art here, I would get this done here. They're like, when we asked you, you said, I would initially use the money to get nicer production quality stuff. I would set up a couch, I would have like a nice background, I would have like microphones set up, very professional setup, and then I would use the rest of the money to pay for like 2 or 3 big name people to come on to my show. Then the amount of like attention and views that I would draw from those first 2 or 3 people hopefully would be enough money to generate more revenue to pay more people in the future, or to even have enough viewers to where people are willing to come on for free because they're going to get enough exposure off of it, just because I've already built a big enough channel just off those 2 or 3 interviews. And they were like, you were the only one who gave that answer. They were like, that was like the most obvious answer, that seemed like the most correct answer. You were the only one who came anywhere close to it. Everybody else just talked about just these like these little dumb niche things that like made it to where, oh, I'll get more, you know, Twitch subscribers if I have cooler emotes and blah blah blah. Like, it was just dumb shit like this over and over, where like we expected something that was long term, that was actually going to blow your channel up. If we're giving you $10,000, like, it should make a big difference pretty quickly, and you're actually thinking long term on how it's actually going to generate revenue to where we'll get our money back. And so I think lots of times when I watch a lot of these channels, it is kind of annoying when I think of like, I can't watch that shit. I can't watch you. You're obnoxious to watch. You're horrible to watch. You drive me fucking crazy with like how irregular everything is, how out of the ordinary it is, how I don't know, just how like unprofessional everything looks. And so yeah, I've always wanted to like get to a point where, yes, I could do something a little bit more simpler, I guess, in that way.
2 came out, StarCraft 2 became like the world's preeminent esport. I was the largest streamer in the world, probably for a couple of years. StarCraft 2 was the biggest game, I was the biggest streamer, so it like logically follows. There was a site called Team Liquid, people would go there to find streamers, blah, 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 blah. As the world changed and as the industries developed, one thing that I noticed that happens in business, in industries, is there's this thing, I assume there's this thing, I don't have an MBA or anything, but I always hear this term called first mover advantage, where I don't feel like there is much of a first mover advantage. Or rather, there's a first mover advantage that helps you like get a foothold in, but then
there is 100% a first mover advantage. 100%. So when I'm talking about the difference between what I'm doing here and what Asmongold is doing, the reason that Asmongold and a lot of these people have such a huge advantage on everybody else is because they got in first. They had a corner on the market. So once people get used to watching somebody, they kind of just stick with the same person over time. And because they're sticking with them and they've already generated like a community and an audience, that's going to push them in the algorithm more and more to where more and more people are going to find them. Getting in earlier made a huge difference for lots of people, especially for somebody like Destiny. Destiny was the first one to do political streaming. And you know what's fucking crazy? All big political streamers came from Destiny. They all had some attachment to Destiny early on in their careers. They had to have some attachment or go through his community. There's nobody out there that's not Destiny, Vosh, Hassan. Like, they all went through Destiny's community. And then even if you think about all the other people on the peripheries, like people like Pisco and Hutch and pondering politics. Hutch probably could have done it one way or the other, because Hutch had already built a massive community just off of video gaming. So he is a bit more like Destiny in that way, to where he got in early and he built a community off of video gaming, and then pivoted towards politics slower and slower. From what I remember, and KO Dave, you can remind me if this is wrong, but I talked about this a couple months ago when Hutch said, I'm going fully in on politics now, is that from what I remember, he started doing a little bit less gaming and a little bit more politics, and everybody in his community started to get really pissed off about it because they felt like it was splitting up his community. They felt like it was causing a lot of divisiveness. And while they liked the politics, they didn't like that everybody was kind of splitting up over it. The mods, the longtime community members were all getting like more and more outraged with each other and starting to leave. And especially over like some of the stuff going on with Destiny, and that Hutch would defend Destiny in some cases, that would really piss off people in the community, that I think he moved away from politics again, and then more recently within the last year came back and said, yeah, I'm just going fully in on politics now. So I wasn't paying close attention to his community during that time. No, you were. You literally called into his show with some of the mods and complained about this. I remember this very well. You definitely were.
You will lose if you don't innovate, and somebody will probably come along and do what you're doing better. But the people who are the first movers never feel like
Hutch is one of the pioneers of this whole content creator space. To an extent. Again, Destiny was around before almost any of these people. There's only like one other person that was around during the time that Destiny first got in, and that was... Fuck! I can never remember this motherfucker's name. Shit! You guys call him like PF Young, the other version of him. He's like a good-looking dude who plays very like childlike games on stream all the time, and I can never remember this motherfucker's name. But anyways, he was one of the few that was around with Destiny early on Justin TV before that got bought out and turned into Twitch. But Destiny was as well. And Destiny became like the biggest streamer on Twitch. At the point that Destiny, yes, Ludwig, at the point that Destiny like pivoted to politics, he was the biggest streamer on Twitch. He was like, he was capable of pivoting to whatever the fuck he wanted because he was already the biggest streamer on Twitch. And that was around the same time that the other guy that died, I don't know why I'm blanking on everybody's names right now, but yeah, the other guy that committed suicide a while ago, he also was like one of the biggest streamers back then. And so it was like him and Destiny, and I forget who the other person was, but yeah. But yeah.
Going to be displaced. I feel like for Vine is a good example of this, right? From like Vine, like seemed really popular for a little bit and then blew up, and I guess short form content just wasn't the future. And then obviously, you know, you get like TikTok and then Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts, and everything else. Like, oh, that is the future. Somehow just Vine just didn't capitalize on it. Or things like Skype or Microsoft Teams or whatever. I don't know. Maybe people were trying to do video conferencing, and that's not a thing. But then Zoom blew up, right? Somehow I don't know why this happens or how this happens. Or whatever. But I kind of get the feeling that even though all of the StarCraft 2 people were kind of high on their own supply, it felt like StarCraft 2 was this unmovable, like dominating industry thing. It felt like Blizzard didn't have the same attention to that game or attention to the longevity of the game as other up-and-coming game formats, especially MOBAs. And at the time, MOBAs were kind of seen as like kind of a fun, cool thing on the side, but they didn't take them very seriously. I don't know if Dota 2 was out yet. I don't know when Dota 2 did come out, but I know like Heroes of New Earth kind of came and it wasn't really. I think Dota, people still kind of played Dota, but this game League of Legends was starting to grow, and the streamers there were starting to get very big, and Riot had like a very active attention that they were paying to the community. So I remember around this time, like I kind of expressed disappointment, was like, hey, I think StarCraft 2 is going to be, it's not good. This was at the end of 2012. I got a lot of shit for this, but whatever, I was right. So from this like end of 2012, 2013, but the first time in my streaming career, I do this big like content diversification thing. And by content diversification, I mean I moved from StarCraft 2 to League of Legends. which was scary because obviously this was the first time in my career where I had like a significant drop in viewership. When I streamed StarCraft 2, I would say my concurrent viewership was probably anywhere from 5 to 7K, which was massive back then. And then I would say that after switching to League, it would go from like 1.5 to 2.5K, and then maybe sometimes it'd be higher if I was playing with friends or whatever. And then after doing LoL, from there I kind of branch out into more variety-ish content. Like I play, those are like the DayZ days, other types of stuff, but like kind of more, not like hardcore ladder hero stuff, I think. Speaking of drama Reddit posts, who remembers this one? Oh my God. Oh, I tried to be such a nice loser back then. Oh, I was right on this too. I feel like my thoughts back then were that the Arma 2 engine just couldn't handle what they wanted to do with DayZ, and that seemed obvious, especially once like when Dean to enthusiastically embrace his role as a link in the chain of sexual abuse, but direct his malice towards mentally ill women who he views as beneath him, disposable and easy targets to allow himself an easy out by simply saying they are unhinged BPD whores. Shortly after abandoning him, Destiny remarked, under a dose of mushrooms, that his favorite thing to talk about was Nathan, and curiously, he had to stay away from him, Destiny, one of his final vestiges of humanity before casting himself into the abyss of drinking. Of course, this glimmer of humanity had come under the influence of such powerful hallucinogen that Destiny would experience full ego death and a sense of self transferred to his friend Byron, a character of great humanity and tragic pity. Staring in the mirror, Byron trying to convince Destiny that he is not Byron is a striking image. You are you, Destiny. You are not Byron. You do not share my humanity. And how much better it would have been if Byron's characteristics would have permanently transferred to Destiny and he was the one who hurled himself off of a building and Byron was still the one streaming. How much pain we would have avoided. How utilitarian. And how noble to separate himself from his son to save his son. You might say, but it is precisely ignoble. He separates himself from his son out of pure self-preservation, for to sexually abuse his son and be witness to his traumatization would be to accept his own traumatization. It is precisely due to his lack of humanity that he avoids his son. How can you make appeals to humanity and make such crass
Holy shit, dude. I think so. This is why sometimes I talk about the fact that like when we're talking about like Tashika and the way that people view her, and the fact that like I'm saying like I'm willing to like grant a lot of forgiveness in these areas and being understanding, because I also see the way that other people view me, and they see me doing like a Nazi march, and they see me doing a number of things, or Mantis calling herself the Aryan Queen and crap like this, that these are signs to them that we're far right, and it makes sense why people might come to some conclusions when they don't have a whole lot of context for us. Whereas for me, for you guys know me, you guys know what it's like in my community, you know like who we are, you know our sense of humor. And so when we look at somebody like Tachiko, who's running around and making like a lot of crass jokes and saying shit like all white people should die and crap like that, they're like there's just you have to understand that like different communities are going to engage in different ways, and that when they're willing to be forgiving of something, it may not be as radical as you see it, especially in the context of what was happening at the time, where we had a bunch of people like running around saying that like all white people are racist and all white people are horrible and blah blah blah. I think the same thing happens with Hassan to an extent, and I know that this is gonna trigger a lot of people, as it always does whenever I say this, but I do think that there are some things that he says that like people who like him and are like willing to be more charitable are willing to listen to those things in a full broader context of like who he is and other things that he says and what it is he's trying to communicate, not just what he said, to where we can run with a narrative. And I think that Destiny lots of times is willing to do that. I think DGG is willing to do that to Hassan a lot of times. But I also see how you go watch like the video on Destiny from Ryan Beard, you can see how people look at him. You can see from clip after clip after clip after clip after clip after clip after clip, it makes him look like a fucking deranged pervert who's like a pedophile and a sex pest, and like it's very easy to like frame him in this kind of crazy way to where this person is sitting around talking about the fact that they think he's going to go and have sex with his own child. Like that's way too far, bro. Like, having issues with Destiny totally makes sense. Thinking that he's gonna go and fucking rape his kid, and that he's like, he's not a father to his kid, so that he doesn't have sex with them. Like, this is wild. But I can understand how people see him, though. Like, I can understand that. Like, once people have seen like 3, 4, 5 different clips of him saying crazy shit about, like, you know, teenagers are asking a guy if his daughter's boyfriend came over, and he asked the dad, like, well, did the boyfriend hit? Like, it was, it makes sense how people, like, see him from the outside, and they just think, like, oh, man, that's, this guy's disgusting. Like, it totally makes sense when you think about it from that perspective of, like, okay, I get what the fuck these people see. I totally understand it.
References to a child Destiny being raped constantly, says the DGGer. As if you could speak about this and refer to anything else. It would be like trying to describe the orbit of celestial bodies without referring to the sun. Quoting somebody else, while a sincere attempt at psychology, this is like attempting to move Mercury into retrograde by pure force of will. On my Galileo, please observe. So we have, I'm not actually sure what this is supposed to represent. But, resentment towards the unraised son, rapist, abandoned son, short. He's just an
dude. All
baby.
Of this is bleeped out.
Is in here too. Rejection. He is very ugly, unloved. Short. Okay. Hassan. Okay. I'm not 100% sure what this is supposed to be about, but okay. Could it not be more clear? There is no self. Okay. Like, I could finish reading this. Like, this is not like an odd post on this forum about me. Okay. Like, unironically, this is not an odd post on this forum. But the reason why I bring this up is because a lot of the stuff that you see coming from, say, like, Gisticle's Discord server. Oh, I should have. If you're one of the people that feed me info from here, I would greatly appreciate if you could send me these DMs. But you don't even have to look that hard. But, like, this is one of the reasons why you'll see a lot of this rhetoric amplified from Gisticle's Discord server. He calls me, like, or Destiny the one or whatever. He is mirroring a lot of the language that's coming from Kiwi Farms, and then the other people in there do that, and then that obviously filters up to other places, and then I should have, like I said, I didn't prepare a slide for today. But okay, anyway, his editor calls you. Oh yeah, this guy does a lot. You're so bro, ha ha ha. No, you're insincere. That'll teach him. Yeah, this Ryle Kittenhouse guy amplifies a ton of, like, the Kiwi Farms messaging. So does Queeman. But yeah, like I said, if I had a slideshow today, I could put together an album of them saying this stuff like a million times over. Like, all of these guys.
Yeah, I was about to say, I when it comes to Ryle, he says the dumbest fucking shit. Like, he is one of the, like, worst offenders of taking things out of context. Like, and it's obvious he does it on purpose. Like, he purely does it on purpose just to engage in a lot of rage bait. He goes and purposely takes clips out of context and then puts them all together in a way that'll make it seem as though somebody said something that they didn't say, or make it seem as though there's something contradictory, or make it seem as though they're harassing somebody, make it seem as though they're doing something cringe or embarrassing. Like, he is one of the worst offenders at purposefully just putting together a ton of clips to try to paint a picture that is so different from fucking reality. And he does it on purpose. He is just that's just what he does. He's there's tons of proof of this as well. That, like, he is purposely doing shit like this. Do you consider YouTube and Twitch as part of social media? Yeah, of course. What do you mean? Yeah, of course.
Strader Ray follows this guy as well. They're all friends, remember. You know, Strader Ray donates and Justical Stream. They all kind of, like, yeah, but. Justicle's editor posts about your 14-year-old son in snark subreddits, but Justicle on stream will always try to make a point out of not engaging with anything related to Nathan. This is an example of the type of obfuscation / soft endorsement that happens where Justicle still works with him and has financial ties with him, not just him as a Discord user while pretending he's above such things. Yeah, this is one of the advantages, and I think you even saw Justicle tweeting out a few days ago against my Twitter guy, Icarus, where he's like, can you show me an exact example of me doxing somebody? And he himself will never actually do it. And I'm pretty safe when I say this, or I try to be pretty clear when I say this. The doxing doesn't usually happen, or the most unhinged stuff doesn't happen on those servers. They come from other places, and then the information always very conveniently filters up, you know?
Yeah, I don't think he has been careful when he said this. I think he has, like, actually accused Queeman and JSDLK of doxing him, from what I remember. I could be wrong, but I believe he has, like, directly accuse them of this, which is what I said. I was like, I think that that's like going way too far to actually accuse them of doing it. But they 100% blatantly, obviously, engage in a culture that is like okay with these sorts of things. But the problem is that so does Destiny. Like, Destiny has said things that makes it just seem as though doxing is okay. Now, today, he will say, like, oh, obviously, I was talking about in this scenario where, like, that person was attacking me, or, like, there's, let's see. There's one clip that I can think of that, like...
Whenever new shit like that gets...
That... I remember him talking about, like, doxing recently. That just totally... didn't align with the way that I remembered him talking to me about this stuff. And I think that, just to be clear, this is not to say that he is like lying or anything like that. I think that I do this sometimes as well, where I'm talking about things in specific circumstances and I'm not encapsulating all of the context that comes with it, all of the nuance that comes with it, each and every single time that I say it. And so I think that lots of times people will run back and go grab a clip of me saying a thing that I think will... Based on what I was talking about, I thought it was clear that I was only talking about this, but I didn't say anything to let them know that that's what I'm talking about. And so I think, like, yeah, well, based on the scenario, that's obvious. So I'm not accusing him of anything here, but this is very different than the way that he talks about it today, from my understanding.
Because she was still doing it, and parts of Twitter and parts of everything else were like still mentioning it, like I figure it's worth it for me to like bring it up on stream. Like, hey, this is a thing. I know it's posted. If you want to go talk there, go for it. But that was my thing. If people consider that doxing or whatever, then fine, fuck it. I don't care. I do it again. But I feel like I had to make the announcement on stream.
I'm saying that you dox her, obviously. But
sure, well, but I mean, some people are saying it's like the moral equivalent. But if people want to think that, that's fine. I don't care. Building, that's okay. I don't care. Like, I have to make some kind of announcement on stream because people are going to be fucking asking about it and talking about it and typing about it in chat and shit. So I feel like I have to say something.
Well, wasn't the... So this is me asking him about doxing Anavar. Not that he doxed her again, but that, as he said, they make the moral equivalent of it because he told people to go to her Kiwi farms if they wanted to talk about her. And he made an announcement in his Discord saying, if you guys want to talk about Anavar, go to her Discord and you can talk about, or go to her Kiwi farms. You can talk about it there. Because they were talking about her Kiwi farms in his Discord. Excuse me, in his Discord. The point in the media blackout so that people didn't talk about it as much and it died down?
Yeah, but people still were because she was still streaming on me almost daily.
So then if you thought people were going to go, like, so, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand. So you're saying people are going to talk about it anyways. You just don't want them to do it in your chat because they're going to get banned for it. So they should go there and do it. But at that point, why even have the media blackout if it's going to be the same either way?
Well, it's not the same. There was all threads, all posts, all chat discussion, and everything was banned. But this was like a super like unique, like a thread had been posted on Kiwi Farm. So I knew that people were going to be typing in chat, like asking about it.
Okay, so you're saying people were going to post about the Kiwi Farms thread one way or the other, and so one way or the other, they were all going to be directed there. So you went ahead and just said, don't talk about this. Here it is.
Yeah, basically.
Now you can go.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you were saying that you didn't want them talking about what Anna was doing, not the Kiwi Farms thread.
Well, I didn't want them talking about either. I didn't want either of that, any of that going on in my chat, because it was like feeding into it hardcore.
Okay. So yeah, so when he says I didn't want it going on in my chat, it was feeding into it. That's the problem that I had with it, is that he's saying it's feeding into them, like, talking about her, which is harassing her, which is making her go crazy. But then I'm thinking, well, if you're sending people to her Kiwi Farms, aren't you going to have the same fucking outcome? Because, yeah, Mr. Girl calls this mobilizing your audience against women to go and attack them. And I think that...
If I wanted to do that, I would have just like explicitly linked it over and over again. Like I could have like done a ton of shit if I wanted to. Like if I really wanted to mobilize, I could just, yeah.
Well, not if you want plausible deniability. From his eyes, that would be the way to do it.
Doxing isn't illegal. Why the fuck would I care about plausible deniability for doxing? I literally just doxed that girl, fucking the one that threatened to throw egg on me like a fucking week or two ago. Like, I don't give a fuck about like doxing. I don't care that much about it. Dude, fucking half of fucking Islam doxed me the other day and said they were gonna come kill me. Like, I don't care that much about it. I guess at the end of the day, my question is like, what do you think that like I?
So that is the part that I'm talking about, is that like where he says that, yes, to anybody listening, they're like, oh, so Destiny just doesn't even think doxing is bad. He says like, oh, doxing isn't illegal. I just doxed a girl the other day. I don't give a fuck. Like, to anybody listening, they're gonna listen to that and think, oh, he thinks doxing is like morally okay. But then later when he's talking about people doxing people, they're like, well, what the fuck? He's literally sitting around like saying that he doesn't give a fuck about doxing. But then all of a sudden when it's like a way to be victimized, now he cares about it. I think from Destiny's point of view, it makes sense. He gets doxed all the time. So why the fuck should he care? I get that. I think... So more recently, somebody brought this up to him and he said, you know, that was a different scenario because somebody was actually like telling people to come to where I was. They were telling everybody where I was and telling them to come attack me. So it made sense in response to dox the egg girl because, and that's who he says, I just doxed a girl the other day. They're like, the girl he doxed the other day, she was telling everybody where he was and telling them to go assault him with eggs and shit like that. And so he felt like it was a fine response to go dox her. But then on top of that, where he says like, yeah, people are doxing me all the time, it's not illegal, I don't give a fuck about doxing. Anybody who listens to this in this context are going to hear it and say, oh, well, Destiny just doesn't care about doxing, he thinks it's morally fine, it's not a problem. So yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that like a lot of times when you say things, like you're not always thinking to include like all context and all caveats in all ways in the way that you say it, but it makes sense that yes, anybody listening to this is going to take that as the conclusion. That's obviously the conclusion that they're going to come away from. So then later, if he's upset about somebody doxing or complaining about doxing, or which he did numerous times, he brought up people trying to dox me and saying like, dude, all of these people are trying to dox Tom Foolery. Like, this is fucked up. Like, they're all just going after Tom Foolery, wanting to dox him. And a bunch of people are like, wait, you said you don't care about fucking doxing. What the fuck? Why are all of a sudden you getting all butt mad about doxing? Like, you said you don't care about this. So yeah, I understand like the thought process, but I'm saying I think it also makes sense where people will take these quotes very differently. Because he loved you. That's what it is, yeah.
Wait, is this... okay, I don't want to go through everything. I'm just showing examples. I'm not like crazy. Is this? I think this guy's a mod on Justical server, or maybe he used to be. Why is he suing them and going after them relentlessly? Because similar to his fellow obese freak, Stiny, he is also clouded by Infinite Hassan Bad Vendetta. For the next 1,000 years, wage warn him and his people. There's just like a lot of like weird stuff like this. Comments about my kid. Bro, using his son like this is gross. You mean his human meat shield, or people shooting the meat shield? I don't know. Yeah, but this is right now. Yeah, I think. This is from I think 3 minutes ago. If you ever join these servers, anytime I start talking about these servers, all of them will light up immediately about me, because all of these people are, I know it sounds crazy, but this is why I'm trying to build out this whole model so you can understand what I'm looking at here, so that I don't sound crazy schizo when I'm talking to people about this. So they're always watching, right? So like this guy's easy. Some of these look like they're earlier because I think these people are sending me stuff from different time zones. But so this is this guy right there. He's reading random Kiwi Farms post about his kid to moralize. Ryle name drop, apparently saying you're makes you a Kiwi farmer. So it's always like the kind of like the gaslighting, like, oh, we just happen to say all these exact same things and use the exact same insults and type with the exact same mannerisms. Like a lot of them do like the exclamation mark at the end of like random statements now. Kelly does it, just still does it. He talks that way, and then a lot of people on Kiwi Farms do it now too. But like, yeah, it's always kind of the, okay, sorry, last one, just so you can, snark, 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 bro, ha ha ha, snare. Ethan's life got torn apart by Hassan. What delusion is he living in? Bro is pretending to be the victim. Ethan talks nonstop about Hassan, of the Hassan cabal. Made multiple videos about him, post 20 stories daily about Hassan, right? This kind of thing. That ZZ person is impersonating ZZ JStalks mod. That's actually a guy named Weed_Lameo. Oh, that's Weed. They're changing their name actively right now on the server to troll you. His name is Weed_Lameo. Jesus. Okay. And then just as kind of like a, side story on a lot of this stuff. All of this stuff that's directed towards me is also directed at anybody in my vicinity to push them one way as well. So, for instance, last night, Mantis who's I guess an Australian. I actually don't know. I see her jump into Discord servers. I don't know if she's a streamer or not. But that Mantis person was in Pisco's Discord server chatting. And so like, I think this means these messages are deleted, but so like this was in like talking about her because remember, because anybody that's even remotely appears to be on my side has to be targeted and destroyed. So this is talking about her, I think, because she's a parasite who joins Pisco's stream. Anytime Destiny's being exposed for the piece of shit he is to shift the narrative and gaslight Pisco into thinking he's the crazy one. I know Pisco doesn't like banning criticism or people on the other side, but this Mantis parasite is so insufferable. I can't stand her voice. Holy shit. Didn't she send unsolicited nudes to Tom Foolery or something? I might have my story wrong. Tom Foolery.
What the fuck?
Foolery was like a huge target for Gisticle and Queeman and all these other like weirdos, and they kind of like ran the same game on Tom that they're trying to run on me. Or maybe you could say are successfully running on me, but Tom obviously doesn't have the same platform to fight back against it. Talking about Darius. Darius spent $4,000 he got from last fundraiser for the lawyer on a trashy spike. We're doing a fundraiser for that. What are you watching? Darius stream? Is he in jail? I only watch Ryle's market replacement of Darius. I don't understand how people hate this server. Every time I come in, you guys are talking about inconsequential nonsense and weird fetishes. This woman who used to like me doesn't like me anymore because of exposed being an ultra creep sex criminal. What a bitch. True. Who draws Destiny's new intros? Is it Nina? Is Nina still on the plantation? So before I said, when I saw a message yesterday when somebody's like, oh, what about, or who's this person? I'm saying that might not necessarily be like a call for doxing or whatever. These types of messages, this is a call for identification and doxing. When people ask like, oh, who's this person? Are they still like in that community? The goal, remember, is to target and then excise and target and isolate and target and like remove. That's always the way that this works. If anybody has that message from Hutch like 3 days ago, that's like the perfect example of what I'm talking about. If anybody remembers what I'm talking about, you can post that message and I can just move on from this. Oh yeah. So like all of this stuff is by design. Oh, are they talking about the Ukrainian Anna person here? I know people have sympathy for her and all, but you can still be a victim of war and choose not to support a sex criminal. She did well when she posted that she was disgusted by what Destiny did on Reddit, but then it seems like she walked it back completely. I remember seeing her calling Pixie a gold digger at one point. This kosher Kathy person is insane. I didn't mind her until her Orbit return call, where she was smearing Pixie as a gold digger. I remember when they did that to compensate for watching pirated movies in chat, but then either the Cum Guzzler 1 or the Cum Guzzler 2 banned the charity. Imagine being RTB and your biggest issue is banning an anti-malaria charity. Are all these girls? A lot of this is played into by girls, unfortunately. I don't know why, if women are just more prone to gossipy stuff or these online spaces, but unfortunately a lot of it is, yeah. They're trying so hard to gaslight Pisco and everyone that Pisco is being controlled by Queeman and Gisticle in his chat. Does Gisticle even chat on his stream? Remember, they always are careful in that plausible deniability, right? I don't think Gisticle will ever go on Pisco's stream, but he definitely talks to Queeman, and Queeman definitely posts in chat. You know how I said before? Somebody sent me this, and I was like, why did Pisco call me a sped? That was like so weird. I've never, ever, ever... it's been like a decade since I've heard somebody say that. And then somebody sent me a bunch of Discord like...
Sped is some old school... Sped is a old school term, bro. I haven't heard that term in a very long time. That's a good term, though. That's a great term, though. We need to bring back Sped.
Incel sped freaks. It was leaked by some random Discord sped. Okay, guys. Nothing for the last 2 minutes, sped. Listen. Involved in you, sped.
Apparently, this is something that Queeman says a ton. So, like, I don't know if...
You're a sped, dude.
I don't know if Pisco's just started watching a lot of Queeman's content, or maybe Queeman typed sped in his chat, he picked it up, or maybe somebody picked it up who picked it up. But, like, you can see that the... you see what I mean when I say, like, the interflow between all these people?
Do you really want this sped to reproduce?
Somebody sent me this whole last thing. Apparently, there's a super common... I guess I say super common, relatively common. 110 clips found of Queeman just... This is just a word that he says a lot.
He admitted, I spoke out. We got there. We did get there.
Sorry, okay. But don't worry about that as much yet. We'll get to that. Hold on. Does Gisticle even chat on his stream? Because Destiny thinks he does for some reason. Queeman just sends 8 emotes and corrected the record on a misquote once. For the most part, there are still the ultra parasocials who haven't, because Destiny told Pisco, I love you, before hanging up the call this morning. Maybe because the people outside DGG are the target of his campaigns? Gisticle is a doxing Discord server. As long as we have doxers in here, let me correct myself. A doxer, we all know who he is. But why didn't Pisco kick Mantis from the call? Oh, this was them watching, I guess, last night. DGGers are coming in waves to Hutch reviewing Destiny's call to make sure he sticks to their narrative. So something that's very strange, when you see this like obsession about narrative, this took me an embarrassingly long time to figure out. The reason why they use that word so much is because this is what they want to do. Their goal is they have to be able to rewrite history or to write current history on whatever's going on to prove that every single thing that's happening is part of some like top-down conspiracy to control a story, because that is what they do in their space, right? So if somebody like thinks that like, oh, I think Destiny was right in that combo, and then they go into a Discord server or a YouTube chat to argue it, then they'll say, that's a person who's doing narrative control. This person is running around trying to change the narrative. It's like, no, the person...
So, it is true in all of these cases. It's probably literally the same exact thing from one to the other. I mean, from theirs, it is like a bunch of streamers talking shit about somebody. They get everybody all hyped up about that person, about that streamer. Then they all start to like talk about it in their discords. Then anytime something's happening, they start to link it to each other in the discords to tell each other that like, hey, this is happening here. They post a link, everybody from that discord floods in, and this is exactly what happens all over the place. This happens in DGG chat. This is Destiny talks shit about somebody, or he talks about some sort of drama that he's in with somebody, then immediately they all start talking about it in their discords. They start posting links to each other saying like, well, look at this clip, look at that clip. They start posting like forums and shit, and then all of a sudden they start like, somebody goes live, they start talking about it, and then they all start linking it to each other and start talking about it. It is I think it's just as much of a top-down thing in Destinies as it is for all of them. The difference is that these people are like, within my community, within like Destiny's community, within a bunch of these communities, there's like a lot of split between some people who are literally just there for just politics and that's all they want to listen to. And if anything comes up with any sort of drama, they're not interested. Most of it's going to be overlap between drama and like politics and shit like that. Like they're there for just the general community sort of bullshit. But when it comes to like JSTLK and Queeman's communities, it is all just drama. That's all they're there for. That's all they want. And they're all just constantly like talking to each other about drama. They're all just talking to each other about like beefs happening on the internet. That's it. That's all they're ever talking about. And so when somebody posts a link, it's everybody going in on that, like on that link to go follow it to wherever it is, because it's all they fucking talk about. They're all sitting around all day talking about one or two things, and so it's just they're all obsessed about a specific topic, to where there was a period where some of you remember where like I knew this was happening and I wouldn't, like some days I wouldn't even feel like streaming or I didn't have anything to cover, and so instead I would just bait them all with like a title, and I would have like 50, 60, 70 people watching me. And then all of a sudden I like, you know, every day. And then all of a sudden I'd be like, you know what, I'm just going to fuck around today. And I'd go make a title that says like, ending it all now. Or like, you know, it's call out time or something like that. And just put that in the title. And then just go live and literally have nothing planned, nothing to talk about. And have like hundreds of people immediately flooding into the chat, all just spamming and saying dumb shit. Because yeah, there was nothing else to do, and I would get a lot of fucking ad revenue off of it anyways. So I'm sitting there like hitting like the commercial button, just playing over and over and over and over and over and over, to where yeah, there wasn't any substance to the stream. It was just me just getting enough people to watch to where I could spam them with commercials and get a bunch of people watching it. I remember the one day a guy jumped on and he just sat there just talking forever, and I wasn't even saying anything. And after a while, he started to slow down, and I sent him a message in the background, and I was like, "Bro, keep going." And he just kept going, bro. He just kept going, and we sat there like talking about like the most like generic Israel-Palestine conversation you've ever heard. Just that's it, just while I'm just hitting the fucking ad button over and over. Fucking hilarious. Like it would go on for hours too, where we would have like 200, 300 people sitting there just like spamming the chat the whole fucking time, and all I'm doing is just spamming them back with commercials. Pisco was on the cusp of evolving into new realms. So I hope he doesn't get high on the supply and blow it for himself. He'd do well to stay in his square and keep exposing Destiny as the pest. Well, I don't think he's not even trying to expose Destiny as that. He wasn't trying to expose Destiny as that, and he wasn't going after Destiny in that way. And that's part of like the thing that like I said the other day that I feel bad for him, is that most of the people, when they leave Destiny's orbit, they immediately turn into anti-fans, right? They are JSTLK, Queeman, like they are all of these people who are like hardcore Destiny, like sucker fish, who are just like, you know, all about Destiny all the time. And then all of a sudden he like has a beef with them, they have a fallout, and then they turn into full anti-fans and just keep making content about how much they hate Destiny. Pisco didn't do that, right? they had a falling out. Pisco said, like, he made a small announcement just saying, yeah, I don't want to make a big deal about this. I don't want to do drama content, so I'm just going to say, like, I don't agree with what Destiny did, and I don't agree with how he's handling this, and so I'm just going to step away from him and his community and hope that he gets better or something, right? And then he moved on, and that was that. It's weird to me that Pisco has Straighter Ed as a co-host. We talked a little bit about this yesterday, so I don't want to like get back into the whole conversation. But I don't know Pisco and Aaron's relationship, so I don't know what that is. But I also, from what I understand, I don't think that Destiny and Straighter Aid were having, I don't think that the two of them ever had a big falling out. From what I remember, the two of them never really had like some big falling out or anything. It was more so that obviously the optics were really bad for her in the whole Destiny scenario, and she probably just had to step away from Destiny, especially being friends with Pixie and fucking Pixie over, that like she had to just kind of distance herself from him. But I don't know if they actually had a big falling out. The fact that Destiny was turning around like, well, I blocked you over the fact that you started a show with Aaron. It's like, why though? Like, what did Aaron do to you? Like, I don't think Aaron did anything. And I saw somebody, I think it was yesterday at some point, but I heard somebody say Aaron was really fucked up because at one point she was telling, who said this? Fuck. I forget who said this, but somebody said that Aaron was telling Destiny one thing and then telling President Sunday another or something like that. And it, or that she was telling Pixie one thing and telling Destiny another. But oh, that's right. They said that they said that Aaron suggested that Destiny offer money. And then they said that Aaron went to President Sunday and said Destiny was trying to pay Pixie off. I don't think that happened, did it? That didn't happen. Pixie, but did Pixie, I mean, sorry, did Aaron ever say that Destiny was trying to pay Pixie off? Did that happen? If that happened, that would like totally change my view of everything I said the other day. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think that happened. So the other day I was talking about the fact that like I think that Aaron got like an enormous, she got a bit more shit than was actually necessary. But yeah, somebody said that the other day, and I can't remember who. But I don't remember that ever happening. I'm trying to remember who the fuck said this. Shit. I'm wondering if maybe I saw it on Twitter or something. I don't know. You know what? It might have been Wick. It might have been not that Wick said it, but it might have been on a Wick panel that I heard somebody say that. But I remember at the time I wasn't able to like ask for more information or correct it or anything. So I was super thrown off when I heard somebody say that. And Lonerbox? No, it wasn't Lonerbox. Aryan maybe? Well, I saw the Lonerbox clip on Twitter. But that's not the same. Is that the clip that I played the other day? That's not. This one? Maybe he said it. Maybe it was a different clip. I don't know.
As far as feeling kind of like homeless with regards to which communities or like people like that I want to get closer to, I will never, for the life of me, get my head around how all the same people who were accusing Erudite of being Ghislaine Maxwell have seemed to just kind of tolerate
Maybe that's where it
Aaron
was.
coming back into those communities and just chatting away like nothing's happened. Like, I don't understand how you live in a world where what Kyla did was worse than what Aaron did. It's not even close. Aaron like leaking all those DMs of Pixie like at her most vulnerable to President Sunday, and also like adding a bunch of her own fucking spin on it as well in a really bad faith way towards Pixie, and like giving it to President Sunday. We can talk about the risks of being a streamer, sending nudes or whatever to random people online. That's one thing, but giving it to President Sunday when the topic is fucking Destiny.
Well, so I mean, again, when the communities that we're talking about are communities like, you know, JSTLK and Queemans. Obviously, they're going to be okay with her coming into those communities. They were all for it. They were happy that she did all of that shit. So they were all for it across the board. But if he's talking about Pisco's community, yeah, that might seem a little off.
There's no, I don't know, like that's mental. The fact that she is just kind of like hanging out with a bunch of people who think that Erudite gets the blame, but Aaron somehow gets off scot-free. That's just baffling.
Yeah, it might have been in your comments, Mantis. That might have been where I saw it. I can't believe how everyone ignores. She told Destiny to offer to pay for her therapy or bills to get her mind off stuff, and then in other DMs, she's like, OMG, he's trying to buy her silence, like, bro, and then leaked to Sunday. And then, yeah, like, nobody else under here said anything about it. Because, yeah, I remember she was mad that Not So Erudite was talking to Pixie, but I don't think she did what they're saying.
Might just have an opinion on a thing, you know? Oh my God, wait. Remember how much Destiny and DGG virtue signaled about Hassan not moderating the Ethan Klein hate in his chat? Now they're openly hating on Pisco, and Destiny's mods don't give a fuck, right? The weird, like, rephrasing things. Like, my issue with Hassan not moderating the Ethan Klein is that it's not that they were being mean to him, it's that they were literally being unhingedly anti-Semitic and personal about it.
Yeah, it was, one, they were friends. So, like, Ethan and Pisco were friends. Or, sorry, Ethan and Hassan were friends. Two, Ethan was, like, sitting there asking him to, like, do something about it, and Hassan was just gaslighting him over the whole thing.
Right? That weird fucking cartoon that they made about Ethan Klein's wife, or calling Ethan Klein like a Nazi, or saying that you know, he was like pro-Zionist, pro-genocide. That was the issue, you know? Wasn't that originally Mr. Girl thing as well? Yes, Mr. Girl did a lot of this kind of stuff. We'll get there. Okay.
Wait. Did I just see my own thumbnail? I think I saw an old thumbnail. But he just, like, super quick, just... Yep, there it is. Any incels in chat? Damn, this guy is a charisma black hole. Genuinely cannot comprehend how people watch tomfoolery. Me either, dude. Me either. I don't get it.
We don't need it. Jesus, there's a lot of stuff here. Oh my God. Ha 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 ha, the cope. It's not Destiny, it's everyone else. Oh, this obsession of I dream of Pikas. I don't know if this guy's a fan or anti-fan or what, but a lot of people on my Kiwi Farms thread talk about this guy too. Blav hates this guy. This guy, I don't know why. I don't know if they know each other personally, but I think Blav is convinced that I Dream of Pikas has a Kiwi Farms account. I don't know why, but for some reason, Blav hates this guy. They go back and forth with each other. But God, the irony is lost on these people. Lol, doing DDS memes. Definitely not a cult, guys. We're so confident we're not in a cult. We're going to meme about being in a cult. This is like 12 levels of irony. Jesus, there's a lot.
I watch you because you said the N-word that one time.
True. Doesn't Destiny's community literally do the same thing? Don't they literally meme about being in a cult because they're so sure that they're not in a cult? Am I crazy?
I'm not going through all this. Okay, anyway, we got this. Okay, so, oh, and then just the thing. So like the ultimate goal of stuff like this. So when you see this, this means you've like a job well done. Okay. So when Hutch is saying things, and again, I'm not blaming Hutch on any of this. Okay. When Hutch is saying things like, I didn't want to be a part of this debate because of the toxic nature of the current Destiny discourse. The most deranged people are targeting me currently because of their beef with Destiny. I have zero desire to dip my toes into any of that, right? This is the goal, is to make a person as radioactive and as isolated as possible, because if you are in any part of this person's atmosphere, people are going to like JDM the fuck out of you.
Yeah, see, this is exactly what I said too. I was like, I bet Hutch doesn't want to be a part of this because Destiny's there, and this will just be a bad look for him being on Destiny's side, and so it's just going to be an optical L for him, to where doing the debate just wouldn't make sense from his point of view.
Goal is to, yeah, that's their goal. Okay, is there anything else that I need? Queenman was just now in Hutch chat telling him he was an orbiter. I don't think I need to prove any more of that. I feel like I've done enough. Okay, what was I saying? Oh, okay, so what I'm doing on stream today, right? I haven't done much of this in the past. I've started to, like, I think over the past week. Kelly memes too. She was the most unhinged. Oh, this was a long time ago, wasn't it? This isn't recent, is it? I remember when Kelly said this because they were mad that my girlfriend wasn't publicly disowning me over the whole Pixie Substack shit. This was back when Kelly was like, oh yeah, February 21st. This is back when Kelly is posting daily and is a huge part of the Just Feel server, okay? I officially don't feel bad for Destiny adjacent people being doxxed anymore. I do not care. This was on February 21st, okay? So remember this when you see people saying things. This is why, and I will restate this so you don't have to tease it out or anything. Is Destiny okay with doxing? I don't give a f. This is why I said it on the Willie Mack interview thing when he interviewed me, and he was like, how do you feel about, doxing? I was like, I don't care about any of these people, because this is unhinged, okay? If you want to dox me and swap me, okay, I gotta waste the cop time, or get me killed if you want. I guess that's the goal. But like when you start going for literally every single person in my circle, that's insane. But anyone associated with Destiny is not an innocent party anymore, aside from his family, okay? That's unhinged, in my opinion. And then the constant obsession. This is March 22nd. The constant obsession with my girlfriend. I literally only called the cam girl sucking Destiny's the Dildo Max 9000 for $30 a pop a whore. I do not call most women lympheo, but this one, yes, quite literally. And just like she would just repost stuff from any other lolcow thread she would see from any other thing. But yeah. But anyway, okay. All right. Okay. So we have all of this stuff from these places. Okay. So we saw some Kiwi Farm shit that used to kind of be more private. But now we have like this weird like snark thing that gets amplified into all of these side Discord spaces, that shows up with all of these like weird streamer people, that filters up into all of like your medium streamer people and your unhinged people like that empanada. And then finally it's now it's showing up directly on Hassan's stream. And it's very, very hard when there's a system like this. It's very, very hard in a system like this to point to any single actor and say, you're doing something bad, and this whole kind of like network kind of works by design like that. As long as you don't openly host anything on your platform, you always have some form of plausible deniability. You can always ban people that are directly doing the bad thing itself. Like you always have the ability to say that like, well, I'm not in charge of that. I don't do that. However, I would say that it is curious. No, I wouldn't say it's curious. It is by design that all of this stuff only shows up on one side, right? There are no side Destiny servers with a whole bunch of unhinged anti-fans that are like A-logging Gisticle and Queenman and all these people, which is also one of the reasons why I basically have no ability to fight on the same level, although that's not even fulfilling for me because like why the fuck would I care if they're getting outlawed and shit? And why they can kind of operate with so much impunity. But they can operate with impunity because they enjoy it, because it's part of what they do. This is part of their content model.
Well, yes, that is true. This is part of the content model. This is one of the problems, like going after any of these people and proving that they're lying about a bunch of stuff. It doesn't matter because like you can prove a billion things over and 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 over. They're already in this like, oh, I don't actually give a fuck, like fuck them, who cares, like sort of headspace where I think Destiny might even engage in that sometimes as well, to where like yeah, it's impossible to actually attack these people for the same shit that they do. It doesn't, like, they can be hypocrites across the board. It doesn't matter all that much because it's just fucking content, bro.
One of the things that I said, like, I don't have the tools as much to fight against these people because like this stream that I'm doing right now, this is like okay because I'm talking about it because I'm talking about it that much, but like I can't do this every single day. If this was 2 years ago, we could make content out of this every single day. I would just load up the Imager album and we would just look at like, oh, what are they talking about today, over and over and over again, and then you could do, yeah, and then you could just do that, right? Oh yeah, so like you see Gisticle here, like making the same comments. This is the new account that he made. I think his last one on Discord got banned for child something. Turn on stream. I don't need to prove anymore. I feel like I've done enough. If I watch whatever happened here, will this seem less schizophrenic? Yeah, like this kind of stuff. It's just fun times. Isn't he ban evading then, Gisticle? He might be. You should report the account anytime you see it. I would say. Same thing with I'll just that for now. Okay. Where was I think is this all I need to build out and then to talk about the Pisco stuff. Somebody said that Hassan actually co-opted my explanation here, and then he tries to pass this off as though something he's identified on my side. Is this? I don't want to risk like derailing for 10 minutes to watch this though. If that's, is that true?
Debating, duking out in the marketplace of ideas.
Oh, also keep this in mind as well. Oh, me. I can point to one big reason. So I said I wouldn't speculate before, like, why does this show up on the left and not, my side as much? I'm not sure. I can actually point to one big reason why it does this. One of the big reasons why all of this weird A-logging and personal obsessive happens, okay, is because none of the people on the left generally want to argue about the issues, okay? That's why a lot of this devolves into weird personal attacks and weird obsessive A-logging to try to go after somebody in a way that's not really relevant to anything they say, right? So for instance, if I have a position on Israel-Palestine, the reason is not because of whatever arguments I've built up, despite the fact that you can watch dozens or hundreds of hours of me on stream, researching, debating, talking, taking notes, doing whatever. It's because I'm like a Mossad agent who is just here to try to other people and manipulate them and do like, it always devolves into this like very weird, cringy, like personal attack stuff. And Hassan absolutely obsessively plays into this. He does it a lot with Ethan too, where if you watch Ethan's content nuke.
Okay. I think for Destiny, this is not an attack on Destiny. This is just part of the game, I suppose. But I think a lot of this is always just like narrative building. I think this is the same thing with Queeman and JCLK. A lot of what they do is just a whole lot of narrative building. They like to just go and keep getting like little tiny anecdotes of things over and over and over, so they can try to build patterns and try to build a narrative. And a lot of times it's easier to just go after like a single thread instead of actually engaging in larger conversations. And this is what I've said about Destiny in the past, is that like a lot of people calling him saying that he should be on the sex registry, calling him a sex criminal, calling him a rapist, calling him rapestony, calling him like all of these other things, that I think that this gives him like a really easy out, to where like it's really easy to just go after the most bad faith criticisms. And especially when there's a bunch of people out there amplifying those bad faith criticisms over and over and over, it makes it to where like that's the easiest thing to go after and focus on, instead of actually engaging with like the like real, criticisms that actually make sense. I think this is a common part of the internet, unfortunately, but this is what annoys me about a lot of these different issues. Do all Destiny zombies memory hole his content? He behaves badly in broad daylight. I think, again, so earlier when somebody like, when Kelly Jean was saying something, like anybody who's still associated with Destiny is complicit, this is part of the problem. It's like, there's not real, like, well, I don't want to say there's not new information, but before, like, she was already excised and kind of out of the loop before any of that stuff happened. But she but it was because she was just being so bad faith for so long that he Tom Queeman doesn't narrative build, he just speaks truth. So true, dude, so true. But yes, the Kelly Jean was already pushed out of like the community before any of this shit happened, and was already like hardcore shit talking him, but nothing had changed really for her during that period, right? Nothing had like, Destiny hadn't done something drastically different or become a different person, but the whole time she was in his community, she didn't have a big problem with him. She would defend him. She was somebody who was a big DGG person for a long time, and nothing really changed, right? Like the only thing that changed is that she just got called out for being a manipulative piece of shit over and over and over, to where she didn't like that. So then eventually she started talking shit about Destiny. The problem, I think, is that like people, when she says everybody's complicit who still associates with him, most people don't. I don't think everybody thinks about things that way. Like a lot of times, like when we're talking about doing content with people, or who you engage with, or who you watch, or something like that, they don't have to be like this good person or anything like that. They don't have to be some like morally righteous person for somebody to watch them. Unless that's like a big part of their content or a big part of their character or something. If people are watching somebody for political takes and they like what it is that they get into, the main thing that they're getting out of them is political content, right? The main thing that they're getting from them is political takes. That's what they like about the person. And so they watch them for that. If the person turns out to be a piece of shit, but they're still giving good political takes, they're not going to care as much about about their personal lives if they still get shit that they find valuable from them. So I think that there's that aspect, but then there's also the aspect that if you are continuing to watch somebody and platform them, associate with them, you are amplifying them yourself. And if they're encouraging bad behavior and you're giving them more of a platform, so like in the case with, I think with like Destiny, a lot of people would say that he misuses his platform, or that he's using it to like prey on people and crap like that. Yeah, if that's your take, it could feel as though anybody who's helping him in building his platform whatsoever is helping him in predatory aspects as well, just because of the larger audience that he has, and the more people that he the more viewers that he has, the more he's capable of weaponizing that or leveraging it. But I don't think that's not really my perspective, is that it's like predatory behavior. But it's but I can understand, yeah, people saying that like Destiny engages in bad behavior, or that he engages in negative behavior or immoral behavior or whatever. I don't think that you're going to be able to find a single streamer out there who's around for long enough who doesn't have a lot of skeletons. That Pisco, Econo, Connor, Destiny debate proved how debate culture Destiny / Connor are, and how he can't evolve, and who he's attracting now, i.e. Connor, who is a Republican. What do you mean? You say now? Destiny and Connor have known each other and been around each other for years. But you're saying now as though that's a new thing. Counterpoints also engages with Pisco regularly. He also, Counterpoints comes on here regularly. Like, that's not yeah, that's just not. Plus, it was a panel debate. The person who hosted it was the one who invited the different parties. The first person that they invited, I believe, was Hutch. They asked Hutch to go on. Hutch said no, and so they got Counterpoints to go on instead. It's not about Destiny's behavior. You just don't like his politics, I think. Right, which is the point, is that like even with Hassan, this is what I was talking about earlier, like even with Hassan, a lot of people, just because they don't like his politics and they disagree with him, now everything does become very malicious and very bad. Like his entire character is bad, and he's just a bad person from top to bottom because they don't like his politics. It's going to be the same with Destiny. A lot of this starts off with like team sports, where people just dislike the person's politics, they dislike their takes, they don't like what it is they have to say, and then from there they also start to imply a lot of negative attributes. Actually, I don't feel close to anyone on that panel's politics based on how they were expressed, but you can't deny the stylistic shifts. I don't know what you mean by that. I have no idea if I could deny the stylistic shifts because I don't know what you mean by that. Hutch was scared of the anti-fans because they just doxed and harassed him. Yep. He doesn't evolve, but he shifts his styles. I don't know, Tom. Destiny had a good thing going in reference to his moderation of his community. He always had really good branding deal with that. Now his community is putting out JSTLK's face. What do you mean they're putting out his face? Where are they putting out his face? Like in the Discord? Oh, on Twitter? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've said before, like, I when it comes to JSTLK and that shit, like, the amount of people in that community who were very quick and happy to go and start, like, you know, trying to talk to, like, my ex-girlfriends and trying to, you know, run around with shit about, you know, my private life and crap like that, and then platform this stuff and run over the videos over and over. Yeah, I don't feel bad for them at all. There's like it's not easy to like draw a line there where you're talking about like, oh, well, this is his ex-girlfriend. She's able to go and talk about whatever she wants. If she wants to go on the platforms and shit talk him and talk about his personal life and talk about like, you know, talk about things that whatever she wants to talk about, that obviously that's like very different when it's somebody who's not a streamer, somebody who is just like going out just to talk shit, and that is all that she was doing, is just going on platforms and just shit talking me, and then they all run around and clip this shit and review it and talk about it. Yeah, I'm sorry, but like I don't feel bad for these motherfuckers. I don't feel bad for them. Like, when they're doing this on their actual fucking streams. Like, yeah, I'm sorry, I just, I can't pretend to care. Yeah, that's super fucked what's happened. I agree. I just think it's disappointing. I mean, look, from my point of view, it's what we were talking about earlier. They're like, with a lot of these people, even if you prove that they're lying over and over, it doesn't do anything. Like, nobody cares that they're lying. Like, we've seen this firsthand. We can prove over and over that they're lying about things, that they're being malicious with things, that they're purposefully lying about things. We can do this over and over all day, every day. It doesn't make a difference. So, like, it makes absolutely no difference for those people because they don't give a fuck. And so it's kind of annoying to like have people who are able to like attack you in every single fucking way, and that are participating in like doxes and shit like this, and can engaging in shit with like kiwi farms and spreading the information around. But then when they're like supporting communities that exist like this, and then it happens to them, all of a sudden everybody's up in arms, which I think the Destiny's community obviously has always gotten a lot of shit for like harassment in the past as well. So when you say that like, oh, well, he always had like a really clean community and always good at moderating, I don't think that that's been the narrative. You gave them some layups with those lies? Yeah, I'm sure. To be fair, they did prove you were lying. Like what? What do you think they proved I was lying on? Would love to hear this. This is gonna be, it's probably gonna be super, super killer. Commercials made me not be live anymore. I didn't know that. I didn't know that pushed people back. I thought that it just like stayed live with you and then came back to live. Nice, gotcha. Then I ask a question. How much influence do mods have on the community's health? A lot. A lot. And this is part of the problem that I've gotten into a bunch of times as well, is that, and I think this is a problem with Destiny's community sometimes, is that sometimes you have people who have been around for a really long time. And you have people who are like very interwoven in the community. They've been there forever. They've stood by you for a long time. They've like helped build your platform. They've helped build your Discord. And so like those people over time get more and more roles and more authority within the community. And then eventually you may not agree with the way that they influence the community, but you also don't want to like step on their toes too much because they should have like a lot of free reign. And so I've had problems with this where I've had people in my community who were taking things a little bit too far in ways that I didn't like, as mods and as like, yeah, leaders within the community. But I wasn't willing to like make a big deal about it because these were people that overall I wanted to like give them a lot of I don't know, what do you call it, like a lot of agency with my community as well. I wanted them, like, they had a big part of building the community, so I felt like they should have a big part of shaping it as well. And yeah, looking back at it, I totally wish I hadn't done that, but yeah, forethought. There's a bunch of, I don't know much about forethought, so I don't like, I'm just saying, like, yeah, specific, there's a bunch of people who I know. So John just doesn't have anything? John just doesn't have anything? He's just, they did totally prove you were lying. About what? Nice, gotcha. That's it? All right. I was gonna wait, but whatever. Let's see. Oh, that's right. The dude posted his video.
And over younger, hotter women. That's bizarre.
So
What was his name again? Peyton Vanest. Peyton Vanest posted his video. Let's see. Users. Oh, here we go.
All evidence being used in this
Oh
video.
man, he looks institutionalized. Oh shit. Bro. He is so much bigger. He's got his hair cut like very like military style now. Sheesh. Damn, he looks different. Do you have a designer art background? No. Tom, there's literally hours of people on YouTube catching you in lies. Which videos should we watch? Queeman Ryle, Kitten House, there's a few others. I asked you to give one, and now you're fucking drowning because you don't have anything. I'm gonna give you one last chance. If you want to name something, you can. But it sounds like you don't have anything. Because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Or, you know that whatever you name is obviously going to be debunked pretty quick, so you're just going to... You're just kind of... how many people did you DM, or how many things are you trying to look up real quick to try to find an answer? You said they proved it. You already know the answer, right? You already said that it's a thing, so just name it. It should be so easy. Go ahead, debunk it all. Wait, you haven't given me anything. You haven't given me anything. What am I supposed to debunk? John, one more fucking chat, bro. One more chat. I'm not gonna keep asking you the same fucking question while you're refusing to answer. Just answer the fucking question. Mantis isn't trans. Got him.
Video is backed up by first-hand accounts, second-hand accounts, and screenshots. And to any prosecutors currently looking to convict me of any crimes that I may or may not have committed, you will have my confession in this video. Do with it what you will. So as a lot of you know, I spent the last 67 days in the most dangerous jail in America, and a lot of people online took that time to try and defame me, ruin my reputation, fuck with my money, shit like that, because they don't like me. People online took the first 3 or 4 weeks while I was in jail to just like
just
lie
debunk
about
it.
me blatantly because I
Tom, just debunk it. Debunk the thing.
wasn't here to defend myself. The first thing happened, the fucking bail money. I was not raising.
Okay, so real quick. All right, just to give people context on this, all right? So this guy was the guy I talked about this a little bit yesterday because I thought that we were going to I thought we were going to get the video yesterday. But we didn't get the video yesterday, so I'm going to give you guys some context here. Alright, you got caught making up accounts on Reddit. Queeman and Chud Logic have some hilarious, well-documented vids on it. I know you won't debunk it because you can't. Hilarious. Okay. John Doe, what was my response to that? I know that their videos don't show any of the responses to these things. So what were the responses to it? Telling people you had papers published in universities was funny? I didn't say that. Never said that. Your questions are funny? Answer the question, John. You said I got caught lying. This is easy, right? It's already been proven. It's very easy, right? Just answer the question. How long does it take an autistic bald man to ban me? How long does it take a dumb fuck to answer a question? Yeah, this is too complicated. These are very complicated questions, guys. All right. Anyways, let's see. So yeah, I guess this is the first one. So this guy came out with a video a while ago claiming that Z did like this horribly racist thing, right? This is what kind of sparked off everything with the Unfuck America tour shit, was this guy coming out with a couple of videos saying that Z was this horrible racist and that everybody was leaving the tour. So Cleveland has an excellent playlist on the topic. Tom can't debunk it. I already did. When this shit happened, I already did. You're just very late. You're just very, very late, and you've only seen one side of it, or you're just insanely fucking bad faith. But yeah, it's John Doe, so I don't know what to expect. But anyway, so yeah, so this guy said that Z was racist and that she did a bunch of racist shit. And so him and a bunch of people were leaving the Unfuck America tour, right? So eventually somebody messaged me. They said, hey, this guy who's been like going after Z, calling her racist and everything, calling her a criminal, saying she was doing money laundering, which he did numerous videos on her saying that she was engaging in money laundering, illegal behavior, that she keeps getting sued by all these people, blah, blah, blah. He came out with all these videos. So then somebody messaged me and says, hey, he got arrested recently. Here's all the information. This just happened an hour ago. And so I was like, all right, I'm going to go publish it. And so I went and published it. And this is pretty much how everybody found out about this, was from my video right here. What's up, guys? So I'm getting ready to go live in just a little bit, but my internet is still out, so I can only go live on one platform right now. Can't go live on both TikTok and YouTube, but it appears Peyton Vaness was arrested. Seems as though he's sitting in jail right now. So I have the records up. It has 2 arrest dates, 5/23/2025, 9/9/2022. I posted this on 5/23, so you can see right here, 5/23 is the date that it was posted. This is the date that he was arrested right here. Peyton Vaness. The people still all over my comments saying that I was lying. There were a bunch of response videos made to this saying that I was lying. And so a bunch of other people went and pulled up the information and proved that I was correct and that he did get arrested and that I was not lying in this video. There's one thing I say in this video that's a little bit speculative, but I'll get to that in a minute. Now,
it seems like he never even fucking cared about us, honestly. I feel like we're all in agreement here.
Sounds like he robbed a black woman a while ago.
Hey, that's fucking illegal. That's really fucking illegal.
So this clip of him, this is him talking about Z. When he was saying that she was doing money laundering, he said, that's illegal. That's really fucking illegal. So I went and took clips of him talking about Z and made it apply to himself. But right there where I say he robbed a black woman, apparently he robbed a black-owned store. It was like 3 black women who owned some sort of, I think it was a pay here, like a a cash checking place, I think is what it was. Like one of those 24-hour cash checking place. I believe that he robbed them. I think he walked up and just handed them a note and said, "Give me all the money." Like that. At least that is allegedly what was claimed, okay? So when I say he robbed a black woman, it wasn't not the clearest way of saying it, but yes, he robbed a black woman's buy here, pay here place. Has now been put in jail. It looks like he may have a bit of a drug problem.
Dude, now Peyton's out here just asking for money. Like,
so when I say he's got a bit of a drug problem, and then I show a clip of him, you know, making fun of people who said that he was always asking for money, I say it seems as though he may have a bit of a drug problem, okay? That is speculation. I do make it sound like it's speculation. But there was just so many things. One, that he was just very blatantly lying about people over and over and just like kind of making shit up about folks. Two, the fact that he was pretty consistently asking for money from his audience and like getting stuck in situations. He was always in a situation. I'm here. I'm abandoned. I'm over here, and I can't do this. I'm here. I have to raise money for this thing. Hey, I'm trying to help this nonprofit. Everybody donate. Like, and it was always like stuff like that. Oh, I couldn't get on a plane. My plane ticket got messed up. I need to pay for an Uber to get to from 5 states over. Like, it was stuff like that was kind of happening all the time. And so but then it was also just he was kind of erratic. Like a lot of times when he was confronted on things, he would always kind of fall apart. And I think I heard from like ex-girlfriends that I know, never mind. Just there was enough things out there that made me think that he probably had some sort of drug problem, but it is speculation. And this is coming from somebody who's an ex-heroin addict. So I did, like, I'm saying this as somebody who's gone through this and has been around drug addicts for a long time, that like he just had a lot of the behaviors that I would align with that sort of problem.
what?
Like, I'm going to go over a lot of this on my stream. It's going to be over on youtube.com/Tomfoolery Show, going live right now. So if you want to watch, head over to YouTube, youtube.com/Tomfoolery Show. Hope to see you there.
Let's go. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Pick up the pace.
So yeah, came out with this video. If you guys remember, his friend came out with 2 videos that we reviewed. They were fucking hilarious. But his friend came out with 2 videos, and they at different points talked about the fact that like he was that like when they were at the house where they were supposed to be raising money, they were with a crew of all black people who were running this like new housing organization. And while they were there, they got stranded, and the guy was supposed to pay for them to get back home, but they didn't. So then they went to TikTok again and said, hey, we need a ride. We need somebody. We need money. Can you guys send us money so that we can get back? And he says like they just stranded us here, and these are the people who were supposed to be running the whole housing organization. Just we got in a big fight and they left us. And then a little while later we find out that he got arrested, and his friend makes another video saying, yes, okay, like he did get arrested, but he what happened was they were drunk, they were fighting, and they started to threaten to call the cops on us. And because they were black, we had to tell them, guys, that's not going to be good for you, okay? That you have a house full of black people. You do not want the cops to come here. So do not call the cops, guys, because you'll be in a lot of trouble. And they had these 2 white kids, these 2 fucking little white kids had to explain to black men what it is like being black and what it's like to be around cops for them. And so they had to convince them not to call the cops. When the cops were calling the cops, the black people were calling the cops on the white people. but they had to try to tell them not to call the cops for the black people. So fucking hilarious, dude. One of the funniest fucking things I've ever seen in my life. So fucking good, dude. So good. But yeah, they kept saying that like he's innocent, he didn't do any of the shit. They're lying. They're saying that he's like, oh, maybe got drug problems. That's why he's asking for money. That's why he's doing this. That's why. That's like, don't believe that guy. Like he doesn't know what he's talking about. So don't listen to him. So this is him finally. He just got out months later. Like I said, that was made in March. Or May. And then, yeah, he just got out and is now making this video. So
all evidence being used in this video is backed up by first-hand accounts, second-hand accounts, and screenshots. And to any prosecutors currently looking to convict me of any crimes that I may or may not have committed, you will have my confession in this video. Do with it what you will. So as a lot of you know, I spent the last 67 days in the most dangerous jail in America, and a lot of people online took that time to try and defame me, ruin my reputation, fuck with my money, shit like that, because they don't like me. People online took the first 3 or 4 weeks while I was in jail to just like lie about me blatantly because I wasn't here to defend myself. The first thing happened, the fucking bail money. I was not raising bail money with my mutual aid video. That's a mutual aid video. I told you guys exactly what it was for. There's no bail money that I had to raise for my fucking failure to appear. I just missed court.
Yeah, that was bullshit. A bunch of people kept saying that, like, well, the $1,000 that he said he had to raise was the exact amount for his bail money that he had already gotten out. It didn't make sense. The whole narrative with the bail money did not make sense. It was a thing that a bunch of TikTokers just run around and say, dude.
Court because Fulton County is notorious for not sending court papers, and I didn't know I missed court a fucking year ago. If I knew I had a warrant out for my arrest, would I go back to this fucking state? No, absolutely not. The people who knew I had a warrant out decided not to fucking tell me, first of all. Second of all, they waited until I went back down there in Georgia because they knew I was doing it on my tour and called the cops, and that's why they showed up at my fucking show.
Okay, so that is possible. But again, one of the problems with this story is that twice he was offered flights. He was offered a flight to Unfuck America. The Z offered to pay for a flight for him to go to Unfuck America tour. He said, no, thank you. Can I get a car instead? A lot of people are afraid that like TSA will arrest them, that like when they're going and booking flights, or that like, yes, when they're going through some sort of I can't think of the term, like, you know, some sort of law official process of like TSA, that they're afraid that like they'll get picked up, or that they'll see that they have a warrant out for their arrest or something like that and come arrest them, right? That's what they're afraid of. And so this is a common thing that people think that they can get arrested for. I don't think you normally can. It's not common unless you're like a really big criminal, like they're actively trying to like chase you down or something like that. It's very uncommon that somebody's going to come, especially for small time shit like this. They're not going to track whether or not you're taking flights anywhere. But he had the warrant in Atlanta. He was no longer living in Atlanta and left and went somewhere else, and was living in like South Carolina or New York and shit like that, right? So he's seemingly actively avoiding this warrant while saying he didn't know that the warrant existed. Okay, fine. But then he also goes to South Carolina. He meets up with people in South Carolina. And then from there, they were supposed to take a plane to Atlanta. And again, they asked for a drive. Then, once they get to Atlanta, they get there and they say, here, we bought you plane tickets back home. And again, they don't take the plane. And again, try to get money for a drive. It seemed like they were actively avoiding all of the plane flights, and it seemed like he was afraid that he would get in trouble in Atlanta airports for the warrant, and so he was avoiding Atlanta airports. That's what it seems like. I'm not saying that that is exactly what happened or for sure or anything like that. I'm just telling you that's what it seems like.
I've never asked my audience for anything like that, ever. It's just not what I do. I did this one time. I was like, let's fucking go. You know what? A lot of my community wants to see a lot more out of me creatively. I'll just see if maybe I can just fundraise the money. And I was raising the money. I was right fucking there. And then they decided to lie to you guys about what I was raising it for, and then it disappeared. I felt like I was about to get everything that I ever dreamed of, like right there. And I did it the right fucking way, man. And they took it from me. They took it from me. Not only, they didn't just take that money by telling you guys that it was for something that it wasn't for. They took down my videos, my big fucking videos on them, because they couldn't fucking defend themselves against the goddamn blatant lies they were saying. And so, and one of them fucking copyright struck one of my videos. All the money from that video went to that fucking guy. From here on out, I'm just going to speak frankly with you guys, because I'm not doing the best mentally. Now, physically, for anybody who put me in jail, doing great. Like, I'm feeling good. I got to cut down about like 10 pounds, but
Yeah, see, I said he looks fit, bro. He looked like kind of flabby, out of shape before, like little big in the belly, little skinny in the arms. Now it's the opposite. He looks fit as fuck, dude. This is he looks very different.
this is the best shape I've been in my life. But other than that, pretty dick move. I've been through like legit hell the last 67 days. And the hell was exacerbated by the fact that so many people online were lying about me, and the two people who are closest to me, my best friend and my girlfriend, the love of my life, the one who is, I mean, I had to call her about 7 or 8 times a day, every single day while I was in jail. Not to mention, I don't know if you can see on my face on camera, but my face, the outside of my face is just now healing, but the inside is still not healed from when a cop assaulted me, and you know, all of the other hell that I had to experience, cockroaches in my food and constant violence going on around.
I believe he was in a place called Rice Street, just based on where he was arrested and where he committed the crime. I believe he went to Rice Street. Rice Street is a rough jail. Like, most of the time when we're talking about like county level or city level jails in Georgia, most of them are easy peasy. The ones that I was in, they were easy peasy, fucking lemon squeezy. They were fine. Like, I had fucking microwaves, I had juice makers, I had a basketball court. They were very easy. Rice Street is not that. Rice Street in Atlanta is definitely very rough. Yeah, Rice Street Jail, officially Fulton County Jail, is a detention facility located in Atlanta, Georgia. It is known for its high population exceeding its capacity of 1,125 and for facing numerous allegations of inhumane and unconstitutional conditions, according to the Wikipedia article and the Department of Justice and DOJ. This is a rough jail. This is not fun, and especially for a white boy. Especially for a young white kid, that would not be fun. For sure. At least 30 inmate deaths have occurred since 2022, with one high-profile case involving a man dying in a bedbug-infested cell. Many individuals at Rice Street are detained due to their inability to afford bail, highlighting the issue of poverty and pretrial detention. So yes, this is it. Rice Street is not a fun jail. It really is not.
Around me. And until I was in jail, I have never told anybody this, because I was instructed by a lawyer not to tell anybody about this, but let's go ahead and do it anyway. This is the full true story of what happened to get me in jail for the only time that I've ever been in jail prior to this FTA.
So the first time that he got arrested, he told everybody he was wrongfully arrested, that it was a bullshit case, and that it was a mix-up of identity, where they thought that he was somebody who robbed the check cashing place. Now it sounds like he's about to admit that he did do it, because based on the report, it is obvious that, like, it seems as though it's very likely him. Like, people fingered him. Well, people pointed him out and said, yes, that's the guy. So It says the story I shared about the arrest was also something my PD came up with, but it was still my decision to share a lie, and for that I am sorry, and I understand if this causes you to unfollow or distrust me moving forward. I lied, and that's what happens when you lie. In these sorts of situations, I understand, like, a lot of people saying, like, yes, I lied, but I had to because of this, because of my ongoing trial or whatever. The best situation in this case is to say, I have ongoing legal matters and I'm not able to talk about this. Because there is a current criminal case, my lawyers have instructed me not to talk about this. So that's normally the best way to do it, not to talk about, like, not to make a statement of, like, innocence or guilt or anything like that, but just to say, like, I'm sorry, I can't talk about it, I can't say one way or the other, and I hope you understand that, like, I'm just doing what my lawyers have asked me to do. So, yeah.
I was homeless, made homeless very abruptly by a family member taking my money. And I'm not from Georgia. I was there for an audition. So becoming homeless there really, I mean, I'm on the street with nowhere to go. I needed money. I was homeless. I was scared. I walked into a restaurant. I put on like 3 or 4 layers of clothing and put my hair up. I had longer hair at the time. I put my hair up in a bun and then put a beanie on over it, and then put one of those like COVID masks on my mouth. And then I wrote a note that said something to the effect of, I need money. Please give me money. There was no threats of violence or anything of the sort. It was just like a little like pathetic like note. And I was going to walk into a bank with it. I walked into a Truist. I got too scared and too nervous because there were a lot of people around, and I was like, well, what if they raise the alarm? And then I walked out and I saw a check cashing place, probably a lower key vibe in there. So I walked in, I handed her the note. I didn't say a word, and she looked confused, and she wrote back on the note to me that they didn't have a lot of money there. I felt my like chest like just like everything like sunk into me. Not necessarily scared, just more confused. I'm doing the worst thing I've ever done in my life. I wrote back that like I was like, are you sure you don't have more? Like I think she said she had like they only had like $700 in the like on hand. I wrote back and I was like, are you sure that you guys don't have more or whatever? And she said no. She didn't say it, she wrote it. There was no words the whole time. I mean, I sat there for like, when she wrote that back, I sat there for like, oh my God, it felt like 75 years. Like I was just sitting there, just staring into nothing. I said I was sorry, and I stood up and I walked out. Either they tipped off the police, which is why a cop was walking by, or it was just lucky. The second I left the door, I mean, the door did not even shut behind me. There was a cop to my right, pulled his gun on me, told me to get on the ground. I got on the ground. I just kept saying I was sorry. I didn't take any money. Just sort of embarrassed myself and felt like shit. And was just like the amount of people who like will turn on a dime and be like, "A cab, woo," like or whatever. And then like like I heard fucking older millennial got locked up while I was in jail. And maybe it was just the headspace that I was in. Maybe I would have laughed a little bit more at that time. And yeah, I mean, he's like one of the dumbest, like worst people I've ever had the displeasure of like knowing about. But like rooting for cops is like weird behavior. Like root for mob justice against that fucking guy, but like not cops. The people who notified the police.
This is so weird, dude. These, I guess, I suppose he's right. Like, in terms of, like, yeah, people who are all about the, in terms of people who are all about, like, ACAB and shit like that, like, I guess he's not wrong, but it's so weird, bro. This is so strange.
Police are, like left people who are constantly like BLM, like we should, like, or whatever. Like, it was 3 people that I know of who notified the police. You guys probably already know who they are. I'm going to talk about them at some point in time in the future, but right now I just don't fucking have it in me, and I have more important things to talk to you guys about. But, like, yeah, I'm sorry that I called out people who were being fucking racist. Like, I ruined your little fucking tour. Like, sick. You understand that I've, like, almost died multiple times the last 2.5 months. Not by the fucking inmates. Don't get it twisted. I'm friends with so many people from that jail now. No. Like, I've had, like, multiple guns drawn on me. I was denied water. I was denied food. I didn't exist for, like, 2.5 months. And I'm not okay. That mutual aid video was everything to me. Everything just came together, and you guys were so supportive to like try and crowdfund my studio where I can actually like take the
I'm trying to find, I'm pretty sure I have like the entire police report here somewhere. I don't think a little bit of this sounds off from what I remember, but I'm not positive, so I don't want to exactly like make a claim one way or the other right now, but I remember I was sent the entire police report, and yeah, this seems a little bit different.
this into the stratosphere and do what I do. I don't do paid promotions. I don't do like fucking ads and shit on my channel because I like to remain authentic, and there's just not a lot of brands that that I think are authentic enough to like work with. I never chase money. This is the one time that I asked, and it was right there. I understand I made a mistake, but fucking let me go to court and be found guilty first. I called someone racist, like, because I showed like who a fucking person was, and people didn't want their money fucked with, like.
Yeah, so he's going back to Z, saying that Z is money laundering and shit like that. Which again, he just doesn't have any evidence for. He's just claiming this is a thing that he doesn't really have any evidence for. He's doing the same exact thing that Allison was doing, where they just show a bunch of different things within the payments, and then they just start asking a bunch of questions. Well, what about this? Well, they could have done this. They could have been moving this from here to there, and blah blah blah. That's all he was doing. So he never had any evidence, but he kept making the claim that she was money laundering and that she was doing illegal shit. That's illegal. That's really illegal. Like, he kept doing shit like that. So afterwards, when he gets arrested and those people all run around and are like, wow, not only is this guy calling us racist and saying that we're stealing money from people, but he is arrested for stealing money from people and stole it from a black-owned business. Like, he's saying that we're racist just for this, that, and the other. Like, it was kind of comical, like the irony of the situation, not his situation or that he got stuck, getting arrested or being homeless or anything like that, but more so just the fact that he was so obnoxiously bad faith throughout all of this, and then ended up getting stuck in a scenario where he did do these things.
My dreams, like, were right there. The people who were like, what, doesn't he have family? No, some people aren't blessed. Like, I don't have family. The only family that I've ever cared about are dead and gone or about to be. No, they can't fucking help me with anything. But yeah, my girlfriend's family.
So again, that also just sounds like somebody with a drug problem. It does. It just sounds like somebody with a drug problem. Again, that's not necessarily the case, but just a lot of the things that he says, like all of these things just all align with somebody who seems to have an addiction problem.
Family, they're like my family. Having them worry constantly, and with everything else they have to worry about with the way the fucking world is right now. Yeah, I'm not okay. and they're not okay. And all these people, like they're not even, they don't even fucking care. What did one have to do with the other? I made a mistake. Sick, dude. He committed a crime. Fuck off. Like, obviously I feel like fucking horrible for what I did, but at the same time, like, these fucking people, like, victory lapping and, like, doing this. They didn't do this because they went, oh, a criminal needed to be off the streets. They did this as a retaliation, which I don't feel is the right type of retaliation. Like, if you're gonna retaliate against me, like, do some shit, but don't, like...
So it sounds like he's saying the people who retaliated are the people who did the home thing that he was working with. So again, he was trying to raise money for affordable housing, and they had a fight with him. But that's what he's making it sound like. But he is saying that the guy who did the affordable housing stuff said that they didn't call the police on him. He says they didn't. When Peyton's friend came out with his video, he made it sound like maybe they did, but he didn't want to talk about it. And so it was, yeah, it was a little strange, but I'm not sure. What up, Trib?
You, like, put me through fucking, like, legit torture for, like, months. For, like, internet shit and, like, a couple money laundering things that were happening for you. Like, sick, man. And now that we've cleared everything up and we can all move on, I'm restarting my mutual aid, and we're going to hit our goals because we're going to hit our goals. I already know you guys. Here it is right here. First, $1,000. We will have bail money for my friends that are in jail right now in Fulton County because they need to get out, and I was supposed to be able to get them out. But again, these people stole all of my fucking money. At $7,000, I'll be able to pay off all the debt I incurred while I was in jail, which again wouldn't have happened if these people who have a hate boner for me wouldn't have gotten my videos taken down. And at $20,000, we're right back where we were when I left, trying to get this studio, and you guys were crushing that goal. I'm going to be on live.
Oh, okay. When he said all the money from the videos that they copyrighted it, that was also, yeah, the people with the housing program.
Until we hit our goal, which should happen very fast because there's a lot of you. And thank you all for bearing with me and believing in me and not buying into bullshit that was going on online. You guys sent me like a lot of really awesome messages and kind words, and thank you. And I'm sorry that I'm not okay right now, but I will be soon. All evidence being used in this video is backed up by first-hand accounts.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, I don't see. Oh, wait, here it is. Yeah, Peyton Vanest. Handed an employee of Central Loan a note that said, please grab a bag and put all the money in it. Okay. Okay, so this says that the charge is robbery. He's making it sound like he didn't actually get any money from them, right? Am I crazy? He made it sound like he didn't actually get any money from them. But this says the charge is robbery. Not attempted robbery, but just robbery. Yes, in Atlanta you can be charged with robbery even if you only attempted to steal something. Robbery in Georgia, as defined by this, includes the attempted taking of property from another person, along with the use of force or intimidation.
Oi. Tom tanks fa keepin me company while me fish thaw. Now me go dine on dem pelagic bois dem.
What the fuck? Fucking Zyrian? What is that? Is that $231? Is that correct? Yeah, I think that is. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's get some W's in chat. Hell yeah, dude. That's like 200, what, 200? I think that's 200 pounds is like, how much is 200 pounds? So yeah, it says 265. I think it's lower than that, but yeah. Fucking base, dude. Hell yeah. Tom's eating tonight? Yeah. Well, in 2 months when it comes through, but yeah. Based as fuck, dude. A 24-hour stream? Yeah, we might go a little bit longer. I don't know. What are we at right now? 6.5 hours? Yeah. We started stream early today, so I don't have a lot that I planned on getting into today, though, so. There's tons to cover. Well, send it to me because I haven't seen it. Is it not pounds? It's euros? I thought that was... Oh yeah, 231. Okay, I was thinking of euros. Okay, so those are euros, not pounds, right? Tom, ADHD kicked in while we lost him. You lost me last night? What are you talking about? I didn't go off on ADHD shit last night. Oh no, you guys were saying I did. No, I was moving on to another thing. I had other stuff to cover. Yeah, I've looked at content suggestions. It's all pretty much the same over the last couple of days. I do have this though, which I don't know much about Mutahar. So I guess like I'll cover this, but I don't really know much about it. I was thinking about going and jumping on some TikTok panels. I blame the Red Bull. Hassan interview. What's the Hassan interview?
The greatest rule of thumb, of course, is that if you have to call yourself masculine or alpha, then you probably do not exhibit those qualities in general. People keep asking.
I don't know if I want to watch this. What? Do we want to watch this? Here, let me see what this is real quick. We'll...
For your computer science. Welcome, I'm Nicantros. If you've been following some ordinary gamers or Mutahar's behavior the past year or so, you might have noticed that something is up. He quits Twitter suddenly, causing people to panic, and then rejoins Twitter quietly months later. He says he won't buy a Nintendo Switch 2, and then instantly buys one when it comes out. There was even that time he disavowed his longtime friend, Naxtaku, but then he took the video down and apologized. Apparently he overreacted to a video criticizing him for watching lowly hentai with Naxtaku, and not for anything else.
Wait, you showed more in those videos?
That's a video I'm still working on, and this video you're about to watch right now is a little appetizer I've cut out of its body of research, because it was getting too bloated as it is. Anyway, despite saying he would quit drama, not only did Mutaha return to drama, he decided to join forces with Ethan Klein to go after Hassan Piker. It's an odd choice because Ethan doesn't exactly have the highest opinion of Mutaha.
Do you have the part where Mutahar runs outside with a gun?
I don't, but
I'm like, dude, these people are.
Yeah, I don't know about him joining forces with Ethan because I'm pretty sure Mutahar had already been covering stuff about Hassan before Ethan Klein started going after him. So I don't know why we would necessarily link those things.
Saying Boogie's not even the craziest one in that room still. There's a point where Mutahar goes, "Oh shit, is someone stealing my car?" And he runs outside with a gun. And then he comes in 30 seconds later and goes, "Oh no, it's chill, it's just my brother."
Oh my
god.
God.
This pseudo badass weird fucking shtick he's doing is not it. And frankly, he's so mean-spirited and nasty, and he has this weird thing where he needs to act like cool and that he's so successful and rich. He tells Boogie, "Dude, why don't you upload more? I upload every day and YouTube's not even my job." I was like, shut the fuck up, bro. I think he thinks his real job is being a day trader. I might be wrong about that, but I mean, that's pretty funny. But like, yes, it is.
I mean, the context of all of these claims are totally. None of this means anything without the context for the claims. Like, I don't know who Boogie is, but if he says that's right with Boogie. No, that is correct. I was about to say I would assume the thing with Boogie, but no, it is correct. Boogie was saying that he had a bunch of problems with money, that he wasn't making any money, and that he was going broke, and that he was. Yeah, that he was like going way into the fucking negatives. So recommending that he uploads every day when that is Boogie's full-time job is doing content, yet he's not even uploading every day. That does totally make sense. That's not a weird call out. And to say that he needs to act successful, I don't know where that came from, but yeah, I'm hoping we're going to get some fucking context for some of these call-outs, because I don't know anything about Mutahar. I do know he jumped into the middle of me talking to Destiny and was just totally like wrong on everything that he was saying. He kept saying that like we were arguing about semantics and shit, that we were having like an argument about an argument that's about an argument. Like, he kept saying shit like that was just, none of it was true, and he just sat there complaining in the fucking call the whole time. It's like, if you don't want to be part of the fucking conversation that you just joined, why the fuck did you join to just sit there and bitch about it the whole time? That's the only experience I have with the guy. I don't know anything about him, don't have any gripes with him outside of that. There's a part of the end of this video that signals, wait, that went away too quickly. There's a part of this video at the end that signals doxing Muta, so be careful. That signals doxing Muta? I don't know what that means. Basically, this video focuses on Muta emphasizing his credentials, but doesn't really back it up. You're saying that Mutahar says he has credentials, but he doesn't back it up. You're not that the video doesn't back it up. Does the video not back it up, or does Mutahar not back it up?
Shut up, bro. I'm uploading every day. Ugh, I really got turned off by Mutahar in that one, man. Really did.
So Mutahar is a poser, and he lies about having a job outside of YouTube. Those are pretty heavy accusations. But who has the time to watch through over a decade of videos and streams to check if he's telling a consistent story? I certainly don't, but I know a much faster way of achieving the same end result with only a few hours of effort.
The former, I don't remember which one I said first. That Mutahar doesn't back it up. Okay. I don't have a problem with that. Like, I can understand people if they say like, all right, I don't trust this person. They're saying that they have some sort of like credentials or something, but they don't ever show it. If that person doesn't want to be like if they don't want to show like doxing information about themselves, so they don't want to like out things a little bit too much, I don't have a problem with that. I can understand that for a lot of people, they'll say like, well, if you're going to claim it, like you should be willing to back it up. When it comes to like personal things about your own life, I don't know that you should have to, unless you're using that expertise to say that like, I know what I'm talking about. I'm a fucking authority on this. Like you need to depend on my credentials for this claim. Then sure. Like now it makes sense that people would expect that. But if that's not the case, then, yeah, that's what he leans into? Okay.
But I can just search all of his video transcripts at once for certain keywords and timeline the claims he's made.
I play video games and scratch my balls most days when I'm not working. I wake up, I scratch my balls, I do my job, and then I fucking play some video games. I wake up, scratch my balls, play some Mass Effect, make a video, and like do some of my stock work, and that's it. I wake up, I scratch my balls, and I play some Mass Effect, okay? I wake up every day, I do my job, I scratch my balls, I play around with Linux, some video games, and that's my life, dude.
Before we get into it, isn't this stalking? Isn't this a violation of privacy? No. I am going by information Mutaha has made public through pieces of media he's voluntarily published on his YouTube channel, or public media appearances he has consented to. I'm also using information from a video that shows his LinkedIn page, which is something he seems to be cool with. He can do whatever he wants in his private life, but if he's claiming to be a doctor or an engineer to make his perspectives more valuable to an audience, validating the truthfulness of these claims about his life become a matter of public interest. If a history channel was receiving undisclosed funding from a foreign state, publishing that information would be in the public interest, even if that knowledge was gained through violations of privacy. Violating someone's privacy to humiliate them by exposing their porn browsing habits would not be in the public interest. But I haven't gone there, and I don't need to. I also completely disavow and denounce any kind of harassment or actual stalking behavior. Based on my findings, Mutaha has consistently claimed that YouTube isn't his job.
Hey, YouTube isn't my job. Thank God my job isn't YouTube. YouTube is not my job. 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 I use YouTube as a hobby. This is not a job for me, okay?
He works a regular 9 to 5.
Wait, did he have years on all of those things?
Isn't his job.
Hey, YouTube isn't my job.
2025, 2024.
Thank God my job isn't YouTube. YouTube is not my job.
2022,
YouTube is not my job. 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 I use YouTube as a hobby. This is not a job for me, okay?
He works a regular 9 to 5.
Like I work a regular job every day. I go to my office, I work, I come home, I cut together the video that I recorded the night, or 2 nights or whatever before, and I post that on the internet. It is a therapeutic, fun thing for me.
So what is that job? If you ask Mutaha's fans, they think he's a cybersecurity expert, an IT professional, a video editor. Ethan said day trader. There seems to be an awful lot of uncertainty about this definitely real job that Mutaha has. Mutaha's also insisted throughout his career that he is an engineer.
I'm an engineer. I'm a fucking engineer. I'm a goddamn engineer. I'm an engineer. I'm a fucking engineer. I'm an engineer. I'm only an engineer. Okay, I'm an engineer. So I'm an engineer. I'm just an engineer. I'm an engineer. I'm just a fucking engineer. I'm a goddamn engineer. I'm a fucking engineer. I'm an engineer. I'm an engineer. As an engineer, being an engineer, I don't have to tell you as an engineer. I'm just a dumb engineer as an engineer. My engineer asked, but as an engineer, so I'm just a fucking dumb fucking engineer. Like I can tell her, like I'm an engineer, but I'm an engineer. As an engineer, I'm an engineer. As somebody that is an engineer, as an engineer. I'm saying I'm the number one engineer as an engineer. As an engineer. All right, as an engineer, I'm just an engineer. Speaking as somebody that is an engineer, I'm an engineer. I'm an engineer.
But there's multiple types of engineers, so what kind of engineer is he?
I'm a fucking computer engineer. I'm a computer engineer. Dude, I'm a fucking computer engineer. I'm a YouTuber. Why are you asking me? And I'm just like a computer engineer by default. Like I'm a fucking computer engineer. I'm a fucking computer engineer. You want to talk about cyber warfare? I'm a computer engineer by trade. I'm a computer engineer. I'm a computer engineer. I'm a computer engineer.
So that by trade thing, this is a conversation that we had a while ago, where there were a bunch of times where I did say I'm a linguist by trade or something like that, or I said that I work in linguistics, and then a bunch of people started saying, oh, he's claiming he has credentials, and I was like, no, that's literally saying I don't have credentials. Whereas I wasn't saying it to say like I have an expertise in any sort of field. I would generally say it to say I have an interest in this field, or like I like talking about this subject, or the reason that I talk about this is because I work in linguistics, and so I like semantics or something like that. And I said this back in like 2022, 2023, when I was still working while I was streaming. But that isn't, yeah, that's not, when you say by trade, that's not a like credential in the same way that like a like a college degree would be something like that, right? That's you claim you had papers published in universities. No, I did not. I never said published. You keep saying, you guys all add a bunch of fucking extra words in there. Never said it. Didn't happen. Never said published. That is a drastically different thing, and this is what I'm talking about, where people take things that you say and then kind of twist it to try to mean something else so that they can try to run with it. When he says by trade there, that does make it sound like it's not something that he has a degree for, because he got it by trade, that like he got this label by working that job, right? That's that seems different if you've always said like I'm an engineer, which you can be an engineer and an engineer by trade, but that is different than saying like I have a degree in engineering or something like that. What would like a computer engineer by trade be though? Like what would that job be? Why does John Doe have to expose himself as bad faith by repeating bad faith criticisms like a bot? I don't even think he's repeating them. I think he's just lying. I think he's just making it up himself. Software programmer. Engineering computers. Depends on what type of engineer. What? He said computer engineer. I said, what does a computer engineer do? Computer engineers design, develop, and test computer systems and components encompassing both hardware and software. They work on a variety of tasks, from creating new technologies to improving existing systems, ensuring that hardware and software work together seamlessly. Designing and building computer hardware components like processors, circuit boards, memory chips, and networks. So one thing that I noticed is that when he showed a bunch of things where people were, he said, well, what does his community think he does? And some of it said like they work in IT, or he does this, he does that. They all said that almost all of those had, from what I saw, they looked like they all had like two or three different clips, or sorry, 2 or 3 different likes on it. There's so many clips of you saying I've had papers published in universities. No, there's not. There's not. Send me one. Don't just keep saying Queeman, my daddy, he said it, he said you said it. Send me one. There's not one. You're a fucking liar. You're a fucking liar. That never happened. That is not true. So yeah, I'm trying to think so many, haha, but you're too autistic. You think I need to link you the video. Yeah, so you don't have shit. You're a fucking liar. I'm autistic because you're just making shit up, and then I ask you to prove it, and you're saying, oh, there's so many of these clips, but I can't clip one. I can't possibly send you any. No way. But there's so many. Oh, it's so obvious. Everybody knows. But yeah, The clips that he showed of him saying like that he worked other jobs, they all looked like they had like 1 or 2 likes on it or some shit. And so it didn't seem like there was. I'm not convinced that there's that much like ambiguity in his community over what he did, because yeah, they didn't. Those were just like small posts on like Reddit forums or some shit that had a couple of likes on it. So it looks like he was kind of stretching for that one.
Now, I'm a computer engineer, okay? I'm a fucking computer engineer. I'm a computer engineer.
In the United States, people throw around the word engineer like candy, but in Canada, it's a bit more protected, especially in Ontario where Mutaha lives. Now, I do want to give the disclaimer that I'm not a lawyer or a Canadian. I'm just a guy who looks stuff up online, and based on what I've read, it's actually illegal to call yourself an engineer if you are not a licensed engineer. The Ontario Engineering Regulatory Body, Professional Engineers Ontario, claims to take offense to even titles like software engineer being used instead of software developer, but they do make an exception for terms like train engineer, broadcast engineer, or sound engineer, which are not professional engineers in the same way that a computer engineer or a civil engineer would be. Calling yourself a computer engineer to a public audience is like saying that you're a civil engineer or a mechanical engineer. You might as well call yourself a doctor or a therapist. For Mutaha to be a licensed computer engineer, for him to be able to legally call himself a computer engineer, or an engineer in general, he would need a 4-year degree, 4 years of training, and to pass the National Professional Practice Exam. If he had just a degree, then he could only call himself a computer engineer graduate. This is where things become a little bit difficult, because Mutaha is apparently not just a computer engineer.
I'm a video engineer now. I think I know how this shit fucking works. Speaking out of an engineer, like if I wasn't a computer science engineer, I wouldn't speak about Elon being an idiot. But as an engineer, yeah, I'm gonna call him a fucking idiot, because he does do idiotic statements. This is why, as a cybersecurity engineer,
a computer engineer is very much a real thing. But a video engineer or a broadcast engineer isn't a real professional engineer.
So wait, did he say different things? He said cybersecurity engineer?
If he had just a degree, then he could only call himself a computer engineer graduate. This is where things become a little bit difficult, because Mutaha is apparently not just a computer engineer.
I'm a video engineer now. I think I know how this shit fucking works.
So he said, I'm a video engineer now, so it sounds like he's doing something different.
Out of an engineer, like if I wasn't a computer science engineer, I wouldn't speak about Elon being an idiot. But as an engineer,
what did he say? A computer science engineer?
if I wasn't a computer science engineer, I wouldn't.
Okay, so it sounds like a computer science engineer is literally the same as a computer engineer. Okay.
Speak about Elon being an idiot. But as an engineer, yeah, I'm gonna call him a fucking idiot, because he does do idiotic statements. This is why, as a cybersecurity engineer,
a computer engineer is very much a real thing. But a video engineer or a broadcast engineer isn't a real professional engineer. While computer science graduates often work in software...
See, did he say broadcast engineer? Did I miss it again? I haven't heard him say broadcast engineer. Did I miss it?
In general, he would need a 4-year degree, 4 years of training, and to pass the National Professional Practice Exam. If he had just...
In Canada is computer engineer in Canada, the title engineer and various like computer engineer are generally considered protected titles. This means they can that only individuals licensed as professional engineers (PENG) by the relevant provincial and territorial engineering regulator can legally use these titles. The regulation of the engineering profession in Canada is done at the provincial and territorial level through their respective engineering associations. These bodies are responsible for licensing, engineering, and assuming public safety. Alternatives for those working in computer-related fields who are not licensed for the profession. Engineers, some alternative titles that they may be included. Data analyst, data scientist, software specialist, software technician, data technologist, data manager, data technical expert, engineering graduate, technologist, or developer. Okay. Computer science is a science degree. Yeah, but I was looking at what they do. And so I was looking at what does a computer what does a computer engineer do? And it gave me all the same things as what a computer science engineer does. They're literally the same thing. So interesting. Okay.
Master degree, then he can only call himself a computer engineer graduate. This is where things become a little bit difficult, because Mutahar is apparently not just a computer engineer.
I'm a video engineer now. I think I know how this shit fucking works.
So yeah, that part there where he says, I'm a video engineer now.
Computer engineer.
I'm a video engineer now. I think I know how this shit fucking...
This is in 2015. Oh, okay. So yeah, this is in 2015 when he says, I'm a video engineer now. So what is a video engineer? A video engineer is a professional who specializes in the technical aspects of video production and broadcasting. They are responsible for the design, setup, operation, and maintenance of video systems and equipment, ensuring high-quality video delivering in various settings like broadcast studios, like events, and digital media platforms. Video engineers design and configure video systems, including cameras. So what I'm wondering is, like, would a video engineer and a computer engineer, would these people work on like video? Like, if somebody did have like just asking just in case. So if somebody had both of these things, would this be would somebody like this be able to work on just like video games and doing like video game computer video engineering? Engineering is focused on hardware, while science is just math. Well, earlier it said computer engineers do hardware and software and those other things. A computer science engineer is involved in designing, developing, and testing computer systems and components, including both hardware and software. They bridge the gap between computer science and electrical engineering, working with everything from microchips and circuit boards to software applications and operating systems. Then if we take science out of it, it says computer engineers design, develop, and test computer systems and components encompassing both hardware and software. They work on a variety of tasks from creating new technologies to improving existing systems, ensuring that hardware and software work together seamlessly. So these are a little bit different. Again, this is just like an AI overview. I don't want to get like too deep into it, but computer engineers research, design, develop, and test computer systems. Some engineers specialize in hardware or software engineering by creating and improving devices and programs. These technology professionals help keep the world working safer, smarter, and faster. Could even work on videos like YouTube videos. Huh. Because, yeah, I was about to say, based on, like, some of the shit that they gave for video engineers, I would be a video engineer based on, like, this. I'm a video engineer by trade, apparently. Like, that's kind of the based on, like, a very simplistic explanation of the idea. Like, you could call yourself a video engineer by trade by doing just any sort of YouTube stream. Because, yeah, even this, like, collaboration video engineers work closely with professionals like directors, producers, and other technical staff to integrate video with other production elements. Video engineers design, configure video systems, including cameras, switchers, routers, encoders, and other equipment, ensuring they are optimized for specific needs and workflows. They operate and maintain a wide range of video equipment, troubleshooting technical issues, and ensuring optimal performance during live events and recordings. Like, yeah, this all sounds like literally what I did for this fucking show. So that's what I'm wondering is when he says, at one point he says by trade, and then one time he says a video engineer, and then other times he says computer engineer. And then I think another time he says computer science engineer. That these are the video engineer part, I guess, is literally, yeah, just like any, this would have to do with streaming. And it's a little odd that, like, when I talk about, like, all the stuff that I do to, like, change my aesthetics and make them look better and, like, try to, like, fix a lot of the stuff on the computer, his fucking shit is pretty horrible for somebody who would be a video engineer. Like, his, like, camera angles, his lighting, his the way that he looks at the cameras, like all the setups, like all of this seems like pretty shitty for somebody who would be a video engineer. It's not like he is giving out advice and or getting paid for it, so why does it matter? No, he is. No, he is. Like, it is. So if part of his content is saying, as a video engineer or as a computer science technologist or whatever he said, a computer science engineer and shit like this. Like, if he says, as this, I know what I'm talking about, and then also critiques other people like Elon Musk and other, you know, and he's making videos off this, and he's getting ad revenue off this and donations and shit like that from his audience, and they're listening to him as somebody who knows what he's talking about, and he's putting out videos as somebody who knows what he's talking about because of this thing. Like, if all he did was just, like, give his experience in that scenario, that would be totally different, saying just like, I had an experience and where I'm from, we do X, Y, and Z, blah, blah, blah. So to me, this sounds weird. Like, that's not claiming something as like an authority. That's like that's an experience that you've had as somebody who would have like inside information. Whereas like an authoritative position is backed up by institutions. Like an authoritative position is backed up by some sort of like institutions that, that are able to give you some sort of label, which is why some labels are protected labels. So like we talked about 1,000 times, like a term like linguist is not a protected label. We talked about this 1,000 times. The term political scientist is not a protected label because that's a term that President Sunday would use a lot. And he would also say as a political scientist, but he didn't have a degree and he didn't have, you know, any sort of like, experience in the field or anything like that outside of what he did on his own YouTube channel, which you could call political science as well. But yeah, those are not protected labels, right? Those are labels that people can call themselves political scientists just by engaging in what they call political science on YouTube. Like they're engaging in ideas of stats and numbers and studies when it comes to politics and shit like this. So we could call this, oh, well, we're engaging in political science, so I am a political scientist, right? You can do that, no problem, not that big of a deal. But when it comes to shit like, when it comes to shit like this, he has a bachelor's, okay, maybe he has a bachelor's, something like that, okay. But yeah, when it comes to this, apparently a computer engineer is a protected label in Canada. And this is something we went through with Not So Erudite as well, with, yes, the psychometrist or psychometrician label, where in Canada, that I think one of them was a protected label, the other one wasn't, but even though she used both, the one that she used did say that you were able to use it if you went through some sort of process, which she did seem to have gone through. And so it was, yeah, but these, like, a lot of these labels are complicated, because when it comes to protected labels, these are labels that, like, the government says you cannot use this unless you have some level of authority on this. You have some level of education, you have some level of degree, like you have to have something real that says you can use this label. Otherwise, that, like, you can get sued for it. So that's like a doctor. Like, that's an obvious one. You can't walk around saying, I'm a doctor, and then, like, give advice on medical things or something like that. You can very quickly get in trouble if you don't actually have the fucking label. If you haven't gotten it through the state or through some sort of license or through some sort of certificate, you have to have that in order to use the label. Otherwise, you can get in a lot of fucking trouble for that shit. So these are, yeah, very different. Canadians are anal about professional degrees. Sometimes, I mean, it's been true that, like, there's a lot of things, through my experience, a lot of the stuff that we've looked up that are protected labels in the United States, they are not protected labels in Canada. So I was surprised to find out that that was a protected label in Canada, because it's not in the United States. That every other time it's been the opposite way around, where every time something is a protected label in the United States, it's not in Canada. And so, yeah, that was surprising to me, but it could be that, yeah, that was just my experience, and that overall Canada is way more stringent on those things.
Works. Speaking out of an engineer, like, if I wasn't a computer science engineer, I wouldn't speak about Elon being an idiot. But as an engineer, yeah, I'm going to call him an idiot, because he does do idiotic statements.
This is why, as a cybersecurity engineer,
a computer engineer is very much a real thing. But a video engineer or a broadcast engineer isn't a real professional engineer. While computer science graduates often work in software development, sometimes called software engineering, computer science isn't an engineering discipline. So computer science engineer doesn't really make sense. Cybersecurity engineer is once again using the word engineer as just a job title. Move to
Okay. Are computer scientists engineers? While not all computer scientists are engineers, many computer scientists work in roles that are considered engineering. Computer science and engineering are closely related, with many universities housing both departments within the College of Engineering. The core difference lies in their focus. Computer science explores the theoretical foundation of computation, while computer engineering is focused on the practical application of those concepts to build and design computer systems. Okay. So yeah, so the computer science is more about, like, yes, understanding the math, understanding the technical aspects of it. But then if you take that and you actually put it into practice, would you then be an engineer by some theory versus hard? Is engineering a protected title in Canada? In Canada, designation professional engineer and engineer includes titles containing words engineer and abbreviations such as PENG, and can be used by licensed engineers, and the practice of engineering is protected in law in all provinces. It is unlawful for anyone other than a professional engineer licensed under this chapter to stamp or seal any plans, specifications, plats, reports, or documents with the seal or stamp of a professional engineer in any manner under the title. So it's saying that you can't stamp something, but are you allowed to claim? Can I claim to be an engineer in Canada without a license? Can I claim to be an engineer on YouTube? In Canada, the use of the term engineer in titles including that word, like software engineer, is legally restricted and regulated by provincial and territorial engineering bodies. Here's why you can't simply claim to be an engineer on YouTube in Canada without a license. Protected title. The titles engineer and professional engineer, along with abbreviations like PANG, are legally protected terms in Canada. Licensing requirements. To use the title engineer and practice engineering in Canada, you must hold a license from the relevant provincial or territorial engineering regulator. This regulation is in place to protect the public by ensuring that those who identify as engineers have met specific educational experience and ethical standards and are held accountable for their work according to Engineers Canada. Even in fields like software or data engineering, using the title engineer is generally prohibited unless you're licensed by the appropriate regulatory body. The only exception is Alberta, where recent legislation has enabled some technology companies and workers to use software engineer without a license from engineering regulator according to Engineers in Canada. Using a protected title like engineer on a platform like YouTube, if you are not licensed, could be considered misleading and potentially illegal. Regulatory bodies have the authority to take action against individuals who improperly use these titles, and courts can impose fines or injunctions. Huh. Okay.
Clearly wants the prestige of being perceived as an engineer, given that he's been calling himself an engineer for the past 10 years. And he uses this title to make himself more authoritative.
But I'm an engineer. I know how this stuff is going, so I'm not even speaking out of pocket right here, okay? If you want to disagree with me, feel free, but you're actually wrong. As somebody who is a computer, engineer, somebody who understands computer code, for instance, hearing Elon talk about computers and anything code related is actually mind-bogglingly stupid.
It's not clear what kind of an engineer he is. So, what education does he have?
Like, it's a really good explanation of why, I picked engineering as, the road to go down when I was studying. I'm like...
So, he would have an engineering degree.
I went to university for computer sciences, and that's it. Education background,
Wait, but yeah, that... Going to school for computer sciences would get you into engineering. Those things are not mutually exclusive. You can go to school for computer science, and then that will get you into engineering. You can use it to in engineering. So what does locale work when you're a streamer? Is it based off viewer base or just their IP? For what? Who? For what? In what scenario? Yeah, this guy's being very uncharitable. Well, I mean, we'll see. I mean, maybe there's a contradiction here, because maybe at one point he says he went to school for computer science, and then at another point he says that he went to school for something else. So we'll see.
Because a lot of CS knowledge. Yeah, I did computer engineering when I fucking went to college. That's what I did.
Okay, so at least a computer science degree.
I thought when I got into university for a while, and I dropped out a semester in because I was like, okay, no.
Oh, he dropped out after a semester.
Like I'm a dropout myself. I've never finished university, but I'm not going to dog on like school. You know what I mean? Like if you're going to learn to be
valuable.
Yeah, if you're going to be an engineer, if you're going to
Yeah, so I said earlier, because I didn't think he was, that's the part that was really throwing me off, is like, wait, if he went to school for this, why the fuck did earlier he say by trade? But then I thought, okay, maybe if he did get it like a computer science degree, but then got into engineering, that would still make him an engineer by trade, especially if you, like, through your job, they get you licensing. Like, I've had jobs where I had to get some sort of, like, licensing or some sort of certifications and crap like that, for, like food safety, right? If you're running restaurants as, like, just even a store manager or something like that, you have to go and get certifications to run a restaurant. To just even be like a general manager or a regional manager or something like that. Then eventually I had to get other certifications for, I forget what it was called, but it was for me to also give out testing to other people and like give them the ability to do this. And so it was just like my job like paid for me to take the tests. They paid for me to get I don't think it was called licensing, but it might have been, but then I also had to get like food and liquor sales licensing, shit like that, or at least approved under it. But yeah, there's a number of things that like people have to get as like certifications and licenses, and normally your job pays for you to get those things. And then even after your job pays for you to get it, normally you can take that and go other places with it. Unless you have to update it, which with proctoring, that's the word I was trying to think of. Then I had to get a license to be or not a license. I had to get a certification for proctoring, which then made it to where I was also handing out tests as well. But in this case, this says that it's all done through the state, which makes sense to an extent. So I would assume you probably go through some sort of similar process.
A doctor, a lawyer, if you're going to be in the STEM field, you need to go to university, okay?
You need to go to university to be an engineer, but Mutahar is a dropout. He has no degree.
Were you a computer science major?
I think that was his point, is he's saying, I work in STEM, I didn't get a degree, but I'm not going to dog on education. I think that's what you need to do in order to get into this field, or these fields. I think that's what he was saying.
Yeah, that's what I went to for college for a little bit, dropped out of it, you know. I feel like there's a weird misconception. People think I'm like some fucking crazy degree holder. It's like, no. No, I would have been way more in fucking university debt if I went down that fucking route.
I sure wonder why people might have that impression.
Is it bad if you don't get a STEM degree? Look, I'm gonna sound biased as fuck, but STEM degrees all the way. I'm gonna sound biased because, you know, as an engineer, like, you know, you want to get the degree that's gonna get you a job, you know, a good job. Not saying other degrees can't, but like, you gotta be smart.
Sometimes he says he didn't always want to be an engineer.
My biggest thing was I didn't really want to be an engineer anyways. Growing up, I didn't really want to do anything. I actually wanted to do law. I didn't go through law. Honestly, I didn't even want to be an engineer when I grew up. Like, I wanted to be a lawyer for the longest times.
Other times he says he's a former engineer.
So, like, being a former engineer, like, I virtualized, like, everything, so I, like, contain shit. And
Even an ex-engineer.
the coolest ways possible. I'm like a fucking ex-engineer.
But here's the thing. He's been saying he used to be an engineer, or that he worked as an engineer for 10 years.
I wanted to share sort of my engineering background with you. Okay, I worked as a fucking engineer, all right, before I went into this shit. I think I know this.
Wait, when he says I want to share my engineering background, what did he say? I want to hear that. Do they go over that? Anybody who's seen this, put a 1 in chat if they go over that. If they go over that clip, because if they don't, I'm gonna go find it real quick.
I also like to mess around with technology. I myself used to be an engineer before I went into the video editing route.
Mutahar started his channel in 2012, the same year he turned 18. By video editing route, he means that he switched careers after his channel began taking off.
And the interesting thing about this whole YouTube stuff is it actually made me change my entire career choice. You know, I never really thought of myself as an individual who, I mean, I expressed talents in film production and everything, and, you know, I never really threw myself into it. I did stuff on the side even before YouTube as well. But this really changed me, and it made me more passionate in the whole, you know, video production side too. So now that is my field of choice. Now I work as a video editor. For those of you who don't know what I do outside of YouTube, I do that. I work as a video editor for my own post stuff.
All the programming, cybersecurity, penetration testing work he talks about early on are jobs he supposedly did before he did YouTube, and he didn't like doing it.
Before this, I was a depressed individual, and I was going to go through a certain set path in
Well, so that would make sense as far as video engineering goes.
my career and just go through that and move on, right? And there was a point where I really didn't think there was much else. I was going to go through the motions and everything. And then, you know, to cut down on the stress, and I still have stress issues nowadays, but
I've watched this, but I don't remember off the top of my head. Okay. Let's go find that clip then.
those of you who don't know what I do outside this whole YouTube stuff. Engineering background.
Worked as an engineer for 10 years.
I wanted to share sort of my engineering background with you. Okay, I worked as a
Okay. What does he say here?
For 10 years.
I wanted to share sort of my engineering background with you. Okay, I worked as a fucking engineer, alright, before.
I wanted to share sort of. Let's get the exact. Oh, he doesn't have fucking captions. What the fuck? How does he not have captions on this video? Wait, what? 1028? Let me refresh this and make sure it's not
Former
just...
engineer, like I've.
Let me just make sure this isn't glitching. He doesn't have captions on it. What the fuck? No captions, not an engineer confirmed. Well, no, this is the Nick Andros channel who's like exposing Mutahar in this scenario. So, but they do them automatically. You just have to turn it on. You just have to turn it on. That's all. So if you just turn it on, it's there.
Sort of my engineering background.
Okay, let's listen to this one more
Worked as an
time.
engineer for 10 years.
I wanted to share sort of my
So Intel sent us something really cool. All right.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and welcome to a very special video. Now this channel is called Some Ordinary Gamers, and I operate and upload videos onto it. Now, there are many men and women subscribed to this channel who come under the guise of being gamers, and this channel is oriented towards video gamers. Now, a lot of you people ask me what I have in my personal computer. There's a fraction of the community here, division of it, that is primarily PC oriented. Now, while I do a lot of creepypastas, and I do a lot of other stuff, and I do a lot of gaming, primarily all those EXE games, I also like to mess around with technology. I myself used to be an engineer before I went to the video editing route. Now, as an engineer, I played around with the latest PC parts, and as a gamer, I play around with them too, to elevate my gaming both graphically and computationally. I like to see where gaming can take us and what parts we can use.
So he says I used to be an engineer before I went the video editing route. So again, yes, if we're being charitable here, it sounds like he could have gotten into engineering, he went to school initially for computer science, was able to take whatever he learned there and turn it into a job. Then he had to get a license for that, and if he got licensed in that area, then he would be able to carry that on somewhere else, like carry on the label afterwards to where he can say, I used to do that, or I am this, because he just has the license in that scenario. That's just being like as good faith as possible. Who knows? You don't have to get licensed. Protected titles, engineer and professional engineer, along with abbreviations like this, are legally protected terms in Canada. Licensing requirements. To use the title engineer and practice engineering in Canada, you must hold a license from the relevant provincial or territorial engineering regulator. So you guys are saying all of this that we've read like 3 times, that this is wrong now? Maybe it's different in America? No, this is Canada we're talking about. We're talking about Canada. Oh, yes, here in America, no, we don't have... I don't think engineer is a protected title here in America. In Canada, it's a protected title. If working for the government, I presume? I don't think it is. According to this, it doesn't ever mention anything about working for the government.
Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. If you're new to my channel, my name is Amartha Rupani, and today's video is one of the most requested videos from those who have engineering degree and they want to know how to get a professional engineering license in Canada. So anyways, in this video, I'm going to walk you through the complete step-by-step process to apply to get your PhD license, and this video is going to be super helpful for you because I've also shared some of the information based on my personal experience, which is not available online as well. So anyways, without wasting any time, let's start. Okay, let's first understand what does professional engineer mean. A professional engineer is an individual who has been issued a license by a provincial or territorial engineering regulatory body after demonstrating that they have the requisite education, skills, knowledge, and work experience. Each province or territory of Canada has its own engineering regulatory body, but in this video, I will be talking about Ontario's engineering regulatory body, and it is called PEO, that means Professional Engineers Ontario. Now the question is, why do you need PEng license? And is this possible to work without PEng in Canada? So guys, the answer is yes, you can work without PEng in Canada, but there are certain factors that you need to keep in mind, such as you can't call yourself an engineer if you don't have your PEng license. You must have your PEng in order for you to work without the supervision of a professional engineer. And if you're a professional engineer, then your pay will be more than those who don't have their license. And once you get your PEng license, then you will be able to approve those engineering drawings by yourself, which could make you an asset for your company. So anyways, these were a few main...
Yeah, this also says that, yeah, you can't call yourself an engineer without this license, so...
Engineering background with you. Okay, I worked as a
so as I was saying, he could have worked like gotten the engineering license, so now he's licensed, he's allowed to call himself an engineer, but then moved on to another job afterwards in video production, and now calls himself a video engineer, which I doubt you need a license for that. In Canada, the use of the term engineer is legally protected, and to call yourself a video engineer or any type of engineer, you must be licensed by the engineering regulator in your province or territory. So yeah, so it's just all types of engineer. So yeah, just once you have the engineering license, you can be a train engineer, you can be a video engineer, you can be a computer engineer, you got the fucking You got the license, you're good to go. You automatically get it after graduation. Well, that video was not saying this. This video was saying that like that like this is how to get it from your province.
Reasons that why do people go for PNG license, and now it's time for me to walk you through the number of steps to get your PNG license, and there are total 5 stages that you need to pass in order for you to get your PNG license. So let me walk you through in detail one by one. So the first step is to submit your application, and it is super straightforward and easy process. All you have to do is just go to their official website, and the link of this is given in the description box below. I wanted to mention that due to COVID-19, they have made some changes in their application process. Before, we had to mail our application to their address, but now due to COVID-19, everything is online, so you need to submit your application through email. So anyways, let me show you the application form that you need to fill out, and you can get it from this link, and it is given in the description box below, as I said. So this is the application form that you need to fill out, and it is super straightforward process to do it. And as you can see, there are total 8 pages. So the first 4 pages is your guide.
I'm pretty sure he said he was a video editor, not engineer. He said both. He said he was a video engineer. He's called himself an engineer. He's called himself a computer. I think he said he was a computer scientist or worked in computer science or went to school for computer science, but I think he also said he works in computer science. And then I think he also said he was a computer engineer. Then he said he was an engineer. He also said he was a video engineer. He also said he was a video editor. And so all of these things, if we're taking it in the most good faith way possible, this can all make sense. So far we don't have anything like truly contradictory here.
To push that envelope further and further and further. As the next generation came out, we saw games get bigger and much more expansive, and this video is geared towards showing you how much more expansive it can even get, and to also show you, again, what PC parts that I personally use in my computer for YouTube and gaming purposes, which is a big question that's asked to me. And just as a personal thing, you know, it's nice to see that people look at us as some ordinary gamers and know that we are a market of gamers, and we like video games, and we enjoy it, it's our hobby, and it's nice to see that companies that are supporting gaming look at us, and it's nice to see that they sent us, you know, stuff to look at, and high performance stuff, and see what the exact future rather, of PC gaming and video gaming in general can be, because a lot of people in the Some Ordinary Gamers camp are slowly kind of switching to the PC side, and this couldn't be a better time than to showcase to you guys what I run in my systems, and to also show you what the future, again, of gaming holds.
Tom, in the video labeled Inspiration from 10 years ago, he explains he used the Code Bank application. Meaning bank software, which explains security. Okay. Because yes, that's right, he also said security engineer. Okay, that makes sense.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is the Intel Box Master System. All it needs is Intellia the Echidna, and we have our next generation system. Now, it's sent over by Intel. It literally looks like a 90s box for a video game console on the side over here, looking at some of these awesome games. If you're looking at the corner there, that's Office Hero. Sometimes the best way to escape boredom in the office is by a day in the office. But we're not here to look at a box with safety features included, or the Master System, which puts the good in good game. Gotta love these 90s mottos. We're actually here to look past that and show you all the insides of it, which is this nice little box. It's got this wood finish on the side, so I definitely took a note from classic game consoles over here. There is actually a really fun fact. This is something only I and the people at the studio would even do, is we actually smelled the box, and it smelled like, you know, the classic plasticness of the game consoles back in the day. Don't ask me how I know about that smell. We pop off these little tabs over here, and inside we have what appears to be a game. So to get into it here, and that being said, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. I know this is a deviation from what I do, but it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and being a tech enthusiast, I wanted to share sort of my engineering background with you, and I wanted to show you the future provided by the lovely lads over at Intel, Corsair, and Asus. This is
okay.
Stuff to look at, and high-performance stuff, and see what the exact future rather, of PC gaming and Intel literally looks like a... I'm going to keep trying to focus on through over here. Processors, well, not the exact model, but these are the exact workstation CPUs I use when I mess around with any video games or EXE games out on my, you know, here. They even shipped us over an SSD. I've used SSDs. I have SSDs in my computer. This is my first time actually dealing with any Intel SSD, though. But aside from that, we got the whole processor again. I really want to focus 4 gigahertz on it. Feel free. It comes with... I started using more higher grade CPUs, and again, I use i7s primarily, with basically dealing with flash storage, and that alone helps with... You need something that doesn't bottleneck your renders. Maybe Los Santos at really high speeds, and if you have a system that doesn't have a speed, a read-write speed on its hard drive high enough, then you're going to run into issues where Los Santos won't even load, and my friend Kyle has that issue on his system. And in order to even rectify that, you're going to need a hard drive that can stand itself, especially when you're dealing with creating YouTube videos or, you know, rendering stuff out. You're going to need something that doesn't bottleneck your renders. Maybe your processing speed might be really amazing, but your hard drive, because it's, you know, because of the lack of read and write on it, it may not be storing it as fast as it's being rendered. So you're running into issues like that. Even having a hard drive that is good goes a long way. And again, this Intel SSD over here, as I've been told, comes with the NVMe technology. And the little tests I ran on it actually do make a real world difference on file transfers too. I've tried rendering some videos on it. I've tried, you know, recording some EXE games on it. The Aladdin EXE, some of the GTA stuff I've recorded for the future is actually done on these CPUs and this exact CPU actually, and this exact SSD. And as of now, I've gotten better performance than I usually would. The problem is with earlier, attempts at recording video game gameplay using my old i7 processor and using a old SSD, which wasn't even from Intel, I ran into stutters when I was recording, and which was understandable as I wasn't exactly up to snuff with the parts at the time, and playing a high-end game like Grand Theft Auto 5 has higher bandwidth throughputs, and it is, in general, good quality RAM. Now, a lot of processing is going to be slower, and in code times, maybe PCI slots, and you basically have a whole environment for upgradability, and you're getting a whole lot of expansions, basically close up some bandwidth throughputs. And again, one of the things with PC builds is you got to have parts in the same class. When you're building a computer for making YouTube videos, making gaming, you got to make sure the parts you have are in the same class. You can't just skimp up and get a really good CPU and a bad GPU and vice versa. So you want to get good parts, and you want to have stuff that's in the same class, so nothing bottlenecks the other.
Yeah, that's part of my big problem right now, is that like when I want to upgrade stuff, I have to upgrade so many other things in order to just upgrade a thing. So like right now, one of the big problems that I have is that I want to upgrade my GPU. I really need to, I really need a better, what do you call it? Graphics card. Need a better graphics card. But any graphics card that I get that's going to be better, I have to get a whole new body for a whole new frame for my computer. And it's really obnoxious that like I have to get a whole new fucking body for this. And I have to get a whole new plug for my computer as well. So I would have to change the outlet on it. But then on top of that, any GPU that I get, it needs to have an in and out HDMI port. Mine right now only has one HDMI port, even though I have two monitors. I need all this, so it is like it's a lot. It's a lot of fucking shit to be able to do just one thing. I have to buy like $300-400 worth of shit. So yeah, it's kind of obnoxious. But yeah, he doesn't even sound like he talks about it in this. So it's otherwise, you need to show 6 to 8 years of relevant experience to do written and practical exams. Let's see. Accredited engineering universities give out CEAB accredited degree, which allows you to get PENG license right away. Okay, I don't know what that means. It allows you to get it. It doesn't sound... The way that that's worded, I don't know if that's your wording or somebody else's, but if it allows you to get it, then yes, that means that like you just put in the application and now you're allowed to take the test, or it's that they literally just give it to you as part of your degree. But yeah, I'm not sure.
Engineer. All right, before I went into this shit, I think I know this. I also like to mess around with technology. I myself used to be an engineer before I went to the video editing route.
Mutahar started his channel in 2012, the same year he turned 18. By video editing route, he means that he switched careers after his channel began taking off.
And the interesting thing about this whole YouTube stuff is it actually made me change my entire career choice. You know, I never really thought of myself as an individual who, I mean, I expressed talents in film production and everything, and, you know, I never really threw myself into it. I did stuff on the side even before YouTube as well. But this really changed me, and it made me more passionate in the whole, you know, video production side too. So now that is my field of choice. Now I work as a video editor. For those of you who don't know what I do outside of YouTube, I do that. I work as a video editor for my own post stuff.
All the programming, cybersecurity, penetration testing work he talks about early on are jobs he supposedly did before he did YouTube, and he didn't like doing it.
Before this, I was a depressed individual, and I was going to go through a certain set path in my career and just go through that and move on, right? And there was a point where I really didn't think there was much else. I was going to go through the motions and everything. And then, you know, to cut down on the stress, and I still have stress issues nowadays, but, you know, back then I had a crazy amount of depression and stress issues. And so to counteract that, I decided, you know, why not do YouTube? And so, you know, one night I went onto the Google Create account and did it, and, you know, and then we started making videos.
I told you guys, I'm a guy who used to code bank applications. Really boring shit. Now I'm a...
There you go. I'm a guy who used to code bank application.
Dude who cut stuff together. all right, who edits stuff, you know, who does stuff for film, TV, all that stuff. And I can't stress to you all how important that is to me. And you all have inspired me to go out and chase that dream. You all inspire me to fucking sit in front of my computer and make a video when I have some off time, and I fucking love doing it.
Baby Mutaha liked to edit videos, and after starting YouTube, he switched careers from computer engineering to film and television, and this is where his actual education comes in.
I worked in film and TV before I still don't have a fancy fucking degree, okay? And there we go, I filmed it, all right? I used my film degree to something.
He calls it a film degree, but it's actually a 2-year broadcasting/videography diploma he got from Humber College between 2013 and 2015. If he went back to studying to get an actual engineering degree, he never mentioned anything about it. Not a single slip. Mutaha was never a real engineer, but he's been calling himself one for a decade.
Again, wait, you don't have to have a degree in order to be an engineer. You don't have to have a degree. You just have to get the fucking license.
Because of tech jobs he supposedly had before 2013 or 2012.
Because I never tell people like what I do. Like I never tell people anything, right? Like I don't even tell people I'm not an engineer. I haven't been one for like years, like fucking for eons at this point, right? Like an internet time.
What he calls him being an engineer is something he did for only a little bit.
I can imagine. Like,
again, having the licensing is different.
For families, like, I mean, just an Indian family alone, it's like, son, you've got 3 choices for what you're doing, all right? You got 3 character classes, doctor, engineer, or maybe a lawyer, all right? Like, that's it. So, you know, I did one of them for a little bit, and then I just pretty much stuck to, you know, this life now.
Imagine if you worked as a mechanic in high school, and 10 years after quitting that job, you're still introducing yourself as a mechanical engineer. From 2015 to 2020, he claimed to primarily work as a video editor.
That's because I'm a fucking editor in real life anyway, so. Ever since I became a video editor, and that was my job in life, I work as a video editor. You know, that's my job.
By trade, what I do for a living is video editing.
I wasn't always a fucking video editor. Am I a fucking passionate video editor? Do I like my job? Yes, I do. My job is video editing. I'm a video editor by trade. No, I'm video editor. You know, that's how I pay for the strip club and the home.
And initially called himself a video engineer.
I'm a video engineer now. I think I know how this shit fucking works.
It's not a real engineering job, but he was still calling himself an engineer. In 2019.
Yeah, I'm sorry. He's only shown him call himself a video engineer one time. In that one clip, it's the same clip every time that I've seen him say video engineer, right? So if you said it one time, that's not that's nothing, especially when you're talking about people who stream every single day. They say one thing one time and then a bunch of like other things pretty consistently. It doesn't mean much to say that he said one thing one time.
He conflated being a video engineer with being a computer engineer.
I'm a computer engineer, so I really computer video engineer, whatever you want to call it. I'm one of those people, so...
Again, totally different qualifications.
What did he say there?
I'm one of those people, so I really computer video engineer, whatever you want to call it. I'm one of those people, so...
Again, totally different qualifications. One is an actual professional engineer, the other is a job title. In 2020, Mutaha claimed to be an exceptionally successful day trader.
Now, for those of you who don't know, one of my side hobbies turned basic, you know, general second profession of mine is day trading, swing trading, whatever you want to call it. I like to sit in the mornings, sip my coffee, you know, go on the NASDAQ, see what I can look pre-market, buy, sell, and be done by, what, 11 or something, and call it a day. Ladies and gentlemen, it's something that I've been doing for almost a year, give a couple months, and it's definitely a very, like, it's a fun part of my lifestyle. I'm a very mathy guy. I do a lot of calculations in my head. I lose money, but I generally have an 80-85% success rate, and that's just the nature of this stuff.
In 2021, he claimed his job was trading and investing.
My job right now, I just sit around and trade and invest. That's what my job is.
But he was still an engineer or a computer engineer. Apparently his dad calls him an engineer who knows computers.
I'm sitting in the room, it's like, when it comes to computers, do you talk about it with my son? Do you act like an intelligent person? Because my son's a fucking engineer, okay? If I'm wrong about computers, I'm gonna believe what my son says, because he's the fucking engineer, not a doctor. Like, fucking insane, dude.
But he also just sits at home and invests money.
I invest, that's my job now. I just sort of...
He claims that he started IT. What does that mean? He started IT. Tom sweeping for Muda was not on my bingo card. I'm not sweeping. What? Are you being? I can't tell if you're being serious or not. But I don't. I'm going over this and it doesn't seem. You're trolling? Okay. Yeah, it just doesn't seem very succinct so far, but we'll see. We're not even halfway through, so.
Or to sit home and invest money.
Now, if I was ashamed of only being a YouTuber, that is the job I'd be claiming to have. When asked by guests on his podcast about his computer work, he claimed it's only a hobby now.
I don't know how much you want to delve into this, but like do you do computer stuff on the side, or that's your main thing?
I literally just invest money. Like I buy property and I invest, and that's all I do now.
You're at that point now. You're that big of a baller, Buddha.
I wouldn't say it's like baller. It's just like
Do you do programming? I don't know why that took me 3 different ways to ask that.
I do it it's more of a hobbyist thing now for me personally. I'm trying to like work around with consoles at this point, like reverse engineer shit that I have.
Oh, gotcha.
So that's what I'm into now. It's just like it all has become like a hobbyist thing for me at this point. Like just like for me, I look at it, it's like woodworking and shit. Like those woodworking channels. I'm like, this is just like me sitting down for 2 hours, like killing time and like working on a long form project. But not something that I would ever care to ever be bothering doing again, even as a career path. It's just too stressful. It's like boring. Well, compared to anything that we do now, you know?
In 2023, he's calling himself an engineer a lot, just like before. But in March, he claims he just invests money again.
Were you into business before doing YouTube? No. After, like, you know, I worked and then it's pretty much like my job. Like, I worked and then now I have enough money to, like, you know, buy property and, like, invest, and that's pretty much what I do.
In August, he gave the impression he still worked as an engineer.
All right, as an engineer, if I show up to my office and I fuck up...
Again, he keeps saying works as an engineer. But he didn't say he currently works as an engineer here. That's not what he said. I know maybe he says that after this, but he didn't say that here.
All right, as an engineer, if I show up to my office and I fuck up, okay, I don't have a job anymore.
But then he also mentions working at his own company that does asset management and property development.
At our company, like not YouTube, but outside YouTube, like when it comes to our main work property and everything, like our like asset management, property development, stuff like that.
So before YouTube, Mutahar did the computer, programming, cybersecurity work he thinks entitles him to call himself an engineer. Between 2013
Again, if he has the license, then it would.
And 2015, he's studying his videography diploma. From 2015 to 2020, he's a video editor, and from 2021 onwards, he's a day trader, investor, and eventually the CEO of his own company that does asset management and property development. He's also calling himself an engineer the whole time. We already know he's not an actual engineer, but is he actually a business owner?
We don't know that. What is he? Why is he? Yeah, so he's saying that like if he didn't get a degree in engineering, he's not an engineer, but that's just not the case. We know that that's not the case, and that you're capable of getting a license in engineering in Canada without being an engineer. So without going to school for it, without having a degree. So this is not all that ridiculous. Like if you have licensing in engineering, he can still say he's an engineer and there's no problem for it. He's literally legally allowed to call himself an engineer if he has the license.
Because there's some weird inconsistencies in the things he says about it as well.
As a boss, and I don't know, like this is gonna sound like kind of cold, but I don't make jokes at the office. I don't make any fucking jokes at an office. I am not this kind of Mutahar, okay? So to explain what kind of person I am, like at the office, I'm just like, how's work? What are we doing? What's the plan for today? Like literally, it's as matter of frank as I can be. I don't partake in jokes. I don't do any of that fucking shit. And if I see fucked up jokes, you know, which I haven't seen, I stop that shit right there. I always have to you always have to be professional at your office. And sometimes you come across as like a deadpan motherfucker, but it's better to be deadpan.
That was me for the most part at work. That was definitely me. Like, there was a big difference when I was working in like my personality and the way that I acted because of work. But yes, it was mostly because the same thing that he said. Like, if you're the boss, like there's kind of like a different level of like a demeanor that comes with it. And so there's, I was definitely like a very just kind of like stern, straightforward, like kind of deadpan person that even people regularly like got annoyed with the fact that like they didn't know what I was thinking. They didn't know like how I felt. They didn't know whether they were doing good or bad, or if I was happy or mad at them or what. Like it was a complaint, but it was also just like I felt like part of the job as well. So
then, you know, turn your office into like, what I mean is like, I never would have my office turn into like frat house workplace. Like it would never be a frat house.
He would never allow his office to turn into a frat house. But 8 months later...
To be fair, like there is a betting pool in amongst like my office friends, because we do talk about like which gig streamer is dying first.
Yeah, and
Isn't that pretty fratty? Isn't that a fucked up joke?
And if I see fucked up jokes, you know, which I haven't seen, I stopped that shit right there.
Maybe he just sucks at maintaining a professional culture. Could it be possible that Mutaha has been faking having a job all along? Doing daily uploads while being a CEO 9 to 5 is a pretty busy schedule, as Ethan said. When he was on the Unsubscribed podcast, Mutaha made sure to let everyone know he works 9 to 5, and that he's a very serious businessman.
legitimately still have a 9 to 5.
Yeah, I have a 9 to 5.
Dude, he works in hours and hours. That's what, like, this is why I respect it. How many subs do you have on YouTube?
I think like 3.4 or 5 million or something. I don't know the exact amount.
3.5, like 3.5 million. We'll say that. And you're still doing multiple 9 to 5s where you're running different businesses. You were talking about Q4
Yeah, I'm the
being
CEO of our
extremely
own
busy.
company. Like I'm the CEO of like our own group. We do a lot of like property and like asset investment around where we live. We're getting into construction and everything too. So it's like for us, like my job is a 9 to 5 every day.
You upload how many videos a week?
A day. Like I upload it every day.
Jesus, this is why exactly, and why I always.
He really loves bathing in that.
What did he say he does?
Office to turn into a frat house. But 8 months later...
To be fair, like there is a betting pool in amongst like my office friends, because we do talk about like which gig streamer is dying first.
Yeah, and
Isn't that pretty fratty? Isn't that a fucked up joke?
And if I see fucked up jokes, you know, which I haven't seen, I stopped that shit right there.
Maybe he just sucks at maintaining a professional culture. Could it be possible that Mutaha has been faking having a job all along? Doing daily uploads while being a CEO 9 to 5 is a pretty busy schedule, as Ethan said. When he was on the Unsubscribed podcast, Mutaha made sure to let everyone know he works 9 to 5, and that he's a very serious businessman.
legitimately still have a 9 to 5.
Yeah, I have a 9 to 5.
Dude, he works in hours and hours. That's what, like, this is why I respect it. How many subs do you have on YouTube?
I think like 3.4 or 5 million or something. I don't know the exact amount.
3.5, like 3.5 million. We'll say that. And you're still doing multiple 9 to 5s where you're running different businesses. You were talking about Q4
Yeah, I'm the
being
CEO of our
extremely
own
busy.
company. Like I'm the CEO of like our own group. We do a lot of like property and like asset investment around where we live. We're getting into construction and everything too. So it's like for us, like my job is a 9 to 5 every day.
You upload how many videos a week?
A day. Like I upload it every day.
Jesus, this is why exactly, and why I always.
He really loves bathing in that praise, but it's not enough. He needs to flex more.
Well, that's like the algorithm tell, right? Like when you're like an engineer and somebody's like, man, why does the algorithm keep feeding me? I'm like, bro, what's the last 10 things you watched? Gay porn? It's probably gonna give you the 11 videos. I'm just saying.
Driving there, we were talking about cybersecurity because that's what you went to school for. You're like, homeboy's very smart. You do actually business, and then YouTube is a
YouTube is always like the secondary side gig. It's
Then he brags about his charitable donations, and we see behind the curtain how uninformed Mutaha actually is.
Like for me, it's like the receipts. If I could tabulate them up every year, you know, like like during COVID, I probably gave away $200,000 of charity, and it was like out of my personal accounts. I don't write any of this off for taxes because I don't believe in writing off charity for taxes. I think it's a pretty shitty thing to do.
Writing off charitable donations is a shitty thing to do. How? Why? All that means is that the money you donated is tax exempt.
Stupid.
It means you can donate more money to charity.
Yeah, that's fucking stupid. I don't believe in writing off. That's dumb.
And Herrera says
it's a pretty shitty thing to do. Well, for me, it's like
the more money you can write off, the more money you can keep from the government and spend it better. You know, putting it toward more charity.
The money that
How can you be the CEO of a company, a serious businessman who knows his shit, but you don't understand basic accounting?
You want to talk about social battery? Like 7 is when I get up. I got to be in meetings every fucking day. My work day doesn't end until like 4 p.m. That's when I get like a chance to open up the Premiere Pro project file for the video, and I get to work on that, and then I get to upload that a day later. Like I don't believe in days off. Like I literally can't believe in a day off. Like I'm always like jittery because I'm like I want to do work. Like I really do like enjoy doing work. Like any day that I don't feel like I do my job, fucking cry about it. I'm like, this fucking sucks.
I mean, if I like 15 years ago, if I had heard somebody say that, I would think that that was stupid. I would think that that was dumb. But then eventually when I got to points where like I had like a really high work ethic and crap, I would always feel shitty on days off. Like even when I would get like a 2 weeks paid vacation when I worked at like a Pizza Hut or something like that, right? Like the time that I would take off, I felt like shit. I felt like I was like hurting other people for taking time off, or I felt like I was like doing something wrong. And then eventually, once I got to the point where I was working like 90 hours a week, I anytime I got a day off, I felt like shit. I felt like shit. I felt like a bad person forever, like having a day off. And I was always like calling everybody and saying like, hey, did you get this done? Hey, did you send this? Hey, did you get that done? Did you call this guy? Like, I was always checking in with them even on my days off to make sure that like in saying like, hey, if you need help with anything, like you can send it over to me. Like if you need me to do anything, I'll get it done from home. Like there was always like guilt for not doing shit. There was always like some sort of guilt for not getting stuff done with everybody else. And I feel like if you weren't, I don't know, for me, I feel like it's hard to believe somebody's saying that unless they've actually like been there and done that. Like I feel like it's hard for me to imagine somebody saying something like that unless it's possible that they heard somebody like Elon Musk say shit like this and thought it'd sound cool and repeated it, but I don't know. I don't know. It's hard. It's just from my own like personal anecdotal life. Like I remember it would be impossible for me to ever think that I would say something like that when I used to just like die, just like couldn't wait to get off work or couldn't wait to get home, couldn't wait to go do something else, couldn't wait for a day off. And then all of a sudden, yeah, getting older, days off felt like shit.
He works till 4 p.m. every day and cannot take a day off. However, he seemed pretty happy to take a day off to watch a video game commercial from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. on a Thursday.
I love to read comment sections in videos. That is probably the best part of doing YouTube content creation, is reading the comment sections of what a video has to offer. You know, as a content creator, the coolest thing is like when you see like 1,000 comments on a video, because I'm somebody that likes lurking internet forums and just reading internet discourse, right? Especially when it comes to topics I enjoy. So when you read 1,000 comments, you're like, all right, shit, let me line up and get ready, boys. Let me read that shit all day.
This guy has a wife, he's a CEO, he works 9 to 5, and he uploads daily. How do you have the time to read YouTube comments from random people? Check this out.
You should be an upstanding, good citizen, okay? I wake up, I do my job, I come home.
Many of the instances where Mutaha says YouTube isn't his job are from videos where he rants about how unstable YouTube is as a job because of their...
I don't know, dude. I have trouble organizing my time while just doing streams. Like, if all I'm doing is just like an 8-hour stream every day, it's hard for me to like fit things in before and after and get shit done. But then I also see people like Elon Musk being the CEO of numerous companies and tweeting over 200 times a day and like going and doing press conferences and doing Doge and I don't know how people do it. I don't know how they do it. I am streaming is a little different though, Tom. What? I feel like it's different in the opposite direction. Wait, what do you mean? Yeah, he's taking a lot of drugs, yeah. Yep. Yes, you also have the tism. I don't have the fucking tism. What the fuck? Where is this coming from all of a sudden? Over the last 2 days, all of a sudden people are saying I'm fucking autistic or some shit. Where, what, is there some inside joke that I'm missing out on, or what the fuck happened here?
Their never-ending policy changes. These things supposedly don't impact him. He does YouTube to relax, but he's always obviously upset in these videos. He consistently paints himself as a hard worker.
It sounds like you worked really hard in high school. Like you're talking about taking night classes, doing community service, like side jobs on the side, like...
Yeah, no, it's blurred. I'll help you understand.
He has this insane work ethic, but he...
I'm saying if you're streaming 6+ hours versus doing a video, like the time difference is probably drastic. Well, right. That is the issue, is that lots of times the best option is to stream, and then as soon as I get off stream, try to find some part during that stream to edit into a video and publish. But it's also hard because if you do that, you're going to spend normally like 2 to 3 hours working on that video. And so, yeah, if you streamed 8 hours and then you work on a video, add another 3 hours on that, now that's like 11 hours out of your day that you don't have time to do anything else. And yes, if you're trying to do other things. Also, one of my problems is that I kind of stream in the middle of everything, to where like I'm up for a while doing stuff like getting ready, but not like super productive stuff. Most of it's, yeah, like taking a shower, like cleaning, you know, doing laundry, shit like that. And then streaming, which, yes, 8 hours pretty much every single day. And then like 3 hours maybe after stream sometimes that I have left. And so, yeah, there's definitely like a small amount of like scheduling issues there, to where it would be easiest to like stream, immediately get off, edit something, publish it. It used to be a lot nicer when I had editors working for me and like producers, because everything was done for me. So I would just wake up and they're like, hey, this is what you're covering today. Thanks so much. And I get on, and then I cover it, and then I get off, and my editor's like, hey, just publish your video. I'm like, appreciate it, homie. Thank you. Like that was so much easier. That was so much easier. And I was like streaming full time and working a full time job at the same time, to where everything was very nice.
He's also curious about how Destiny can get so many things done.
I noticed that you do like a lot of canvassing. Like you actually go out of your way. You've launched your own like podcast with like other people, The Bridges, and it's like, what is next really? Like, how do you kind of manage all that too? That's the other big thing that I kind of wanted to come into, because it's like, it really feels like you're a one-man show, but you're doing like a lot of shit, and you're managing.
Why'd you give them up? I wasn't happy with my editor's work over time, and eventually he had like other stuff that he was doing, and he got a little bit too busy. So but there was a period where like my channel was making about $2,000 a month. And so during that time, I told him, I was like, hey, what we're going to do. And I went about a year, maybe. No, sorry. It was like I think it was 7 months. 7 months. I went 7 or 8 months without getting paid from YouTube. So for those of you who were here back then, when I first got monetized, I was very frustrated with the fact that YouTube would not approve my AdSense page, to where I was making money through YouTube. I was getting ad revenue. I was getting super chats. I was getting all of the shit, but they would not approve my AdSense page. And so I just couldn't get the money. And so I just had thousands of dollars stacking up in this account that I couldn't actually get. But then when I did get it, I got like $10,000 all at once. Then I was averaging about $2,000 a month at the time. So, haha, I remember that? Yeah, because a lot of you fucking bitches, I would sit here telling everybody, guys, please stop sending me super chats. Please, for the love of fucking God, stop sending me super chats. Please send it through tips. Please, fucking shit. I'm working every day. I'm streaming all day, every day. I want the money. I would like to actually get the money. So please send it through tips. I don't know if I'm ever going to fucking get the money from AdSense. So please send me the money through tips. And they would all just keep fucking tipping through super chats. Just showing me, hey, Tom, here's more money that you can't have. Here's more money that you can't have. Oh, here's some more money that you can't have. We're making sure that we don't have the money, but we're also making sure you don't have the money. Oh, it was infuriating, dude. And they would all do it on purpose. They would all do it on purpose just to piss me off. They could have been sending me the money to where I was getting the money, but they chose not to. They chose to send it and know that I wasn't going to get the money. But eventually, I did get the money. And And so that's why, like, even today, we make a big deal about sending money through tips instead of super chats, is because through super chats, they take a third out of it, and then they also take taxes out of it and crap like that, and then it takes like 2 months for the money to actually come through. Whereas, didn't you call yourself autistic? No, I've never called myself autistic. No, I have like very severe ADHD. Definitely do not have autism, but ADHD for sure. But yeah, the Venmo, well, I mean, I use the tips link, and so it's tagged literally, or pinned at the top of chat, but told everybody to use that. But then once I got the money, I got like $10,000 at once, and so I gave, oh man, I want to say like $2,000-$3,000 to my editor, and then told him, I said, so I'm giving you this money, and I want you to now edit at least 5 videos a week. So every day when I finish stream, you upload at least 1 video from that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the first $1,000 that this channel makes. Everything after that and on top of that, I will keep. So per month, we're making about $2,000 a month right now. So per month, you will get $1,000. You're uploading 5 videos a week. I am getting everything on top of that. But once we get like farther and farther into this, like, I should be making more money than you, and then I will eventually, like, you'll start making more money as well. But if you choose to upload more videos, you will get us there faster to where you will end up making more money faster, right? So this is good incentive for you to make sure. That was the last month we made $2,000. That was the last month we made $2,000 and then just dropped off a fucking cliff. We were making about $1,200 a month after that, and every month he's getting the first $1,000 and I'm getting like $200 after that. And yeah, that just was not working out. Especially I wasn't super happy with editing, and so I eventually just decided to do it myself. And then yeah, eventually my producer left over some personal issues. So why do you even need an editor? I don't understand. Well, like I just said, like time constraints. Like if I'm streaming 8 hours a day and then I get off and I'm normally going to need at least like 3 more hours after that to stream, to edit. It was a lot. Plus, at the time, I was still working another job. And so it was better for me to just work another job, pay him what was coming from YouTube so that he could grow the YouTube, and I'm able to like work a job and pay my bills. And then hopefully, yes, that will continue to grow the channel as we go. But yeah.
It pretty well.
Destiny's too lazy to cook for himself. He's not a workaholic with an excessively tight schedule he can never pull back. If Mutaha's stories about himself are true, he should not be impressed by Destiny at all. Mutaha also often claims that he's an immigrant and equates that to him being poor or his family being poor. He will say his father had to go through medical school twice, not recognizing the
reclaiming your car soon. I do believe I have the money to get the car back. Yeah, my issue now, and I talked about this a couple days ago, my issue now is wondering if I get the car back, will I have enough money for everything else afterwards? But, like, I'm more worried with just getting the fucking car back, because that'll make everything else cheaper, not having to, like, order food as much and order groceries, order everything to me. That'll make everything a lot better.
Privilege of being able to go through it even once. You don't need to come up with all these hardships you've been through. Everyone can already see your life is a struggle. You're not—
Imagine making $1,000 a month, making 5 shorts. Wait, that wasn't for me. they didn't make 5 shorts. They were making videos. Like, so they have to go and edit my videos and publish them, and it was 5 videos a week. So I can show you like some of what he did during that period. Fuck. I remember Tom surviving several months on just his savings alone and some side job on the side. Yeah, I did just say it's a full-time job. I was, yeah, it definitely wasn't full-time. It was, oh, no. Yeah, no, it was full-time. I don't remember. I think I was working 35 to 40 hours, I believe. 35 to 40 hours. Yeah, it was not much. So yeah, pretty much all of this was him. I still made the thumbnails just because I felt like I was gonna be a little bit better at it, but yeah, a lot of these were him editing them and uploading them, and I would make the thumbnail afterwards. These are all his thumbnails, so you can see there's a drastic difference in thumbnails here for when he made them versus when I made them.
Not white, and you still can't say the N-word. He's got this other laugh about not buying
Yeah, and it wasn't 5 videos a month. He made 5 a week, which was 20 a month.
anything expensive.
Very rarely am I trying to pay full price for any of this computer crap. You don't need to, all right? I don't overspend my money on crazy computer chairs. I think whatever I can get at Costco fits me fine enough. As far as my peripherals go, I have some SteelSeries headsets, keyboards, and a Logitech mouse, which I think is really awesome. If anything, I overspend on my monitors.
He's so frugal, but he also owns a luxury diving watch worth almost 10 grand. If you have an easy life because you were born to a rich family, just enjoy it. If you're rich, just enjoy being rich. Improve your production value. Get some acoustic treatment. Get some monitor arms. Show your audience that if you work hard and succeed in life, you can have nice things. Why not? So, was Ethan Klein right all along?
I upload every day and YouTube's not even my job. I was like, shut the fuck up, bro. But like, yes it is. Shut up, bro.
I'm not going to claim that Mutaha has absolutely no jobs beyond YouTube, even though the things he says about his business are very vague.
Yeah, AB Clay, one of my biggest issues was thumbnails. I definitely sucked at making thumbnails until I kind of figured out like my design, my niche, the way that I wanted them to look. Through this kind of process here, but if you look at like these were my thumbnails before, and they were not good. I couldn't like these are his thumbnails as well. Back to the same editor. These are all his thumbnails again. And so yeah, we had a bunch of issues with trying to figure out thumbnails.
And inconsistent. However, he has definitely been lying about being an engineer for a decade, benefiting from the prestige, the authority, and the credibility.
Who made this video? This is from Nikandros? 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 Here's the link to his video.
that comes with that label. You don't call yourself an engineer dozens of times without specifying you're talking about programming jobs you did 10 years ago. He's clearly mostly just a self-taught tech enthusiast, not an engineer. He's seen as a cybersecurity expert or as a cybersecurity engineer, as he called himself.
This is why, as a cybersecurity engineer...
But when he assisted Nuxtaku in tracking down the V-Shoujo swatter, he fell for a basic social engineering trick, where the swatter, who was a minor, pretended to be one of Nux's fans who knew the swatter in real life, and fed them a bunch of bogus information.
I appreciate the random fan who was in that Discord server that actually contacted me and reached out to me about this stuff. Oh my god, you guys are legends, honestly.
V-Shoujo's cybersecurity expert knew this was bullshit. The cybersecurity engineer did not. Mutahar doesn't do drama content anymore because it's all needless negativity, and YouTube isn't his job. However, he still weighed in on the pirate software drama after videos about it began going mega viral. What insight is Mutahar, the computer engineer who knows all of this shit, going to weigh in with?
No. Right now, as a video editor, I do more engineering now, so back-end programming for effects work. I'm working on a new codec for video right now for H.265, so we can actually transmit better video quality at higher resolutions. I'm actually doing something which...
You check this guy's channel? The Chondros channel?
I want to sell to Microsoft at some point later on. So I've been designing AI toolset that basically you can inject, hopefully, into like video tools, and this could be like video games or whatever, right? So it's like, let's say that Microsoft backwards compatibility, right? So I had this tool idea. This is kind of what I got going in my head. So I had this idea, and I hope to one day sell it to Microsoft, right? So what I do is, since I have a really good video background, right? I've been designing neural stuff around it. So what I want to do one day is, you know how Microsoft has backwards compatibility, right? So would it be really fun if I could design a way that Microsoft could take the textures in their video games, right? So they could take the textures mapped in their video games and find a way to AI upgrade them. So like basically use a fucking photo AI, like basically use an artificial intelligence that can scan across, you know, all these textures and just fucking upscale them to like 4K, 8K, whatever they want to go to, and make games look better without needing, you know, developers to make it better, right? That could be an idea for me. It sounds simple on paper. Obviously, it's very, very, very fucking time-consuming to make it even as effective as you want.
He knows how to program video encoders. He knows graphics APIs and AI tools in 2019. What does he know in 2025? What can he add?
One of the code bases that we're looking at over here is this falling particle. Now, there's a lot of numbers that are being dropped in here, and one of the things that you'll tend to see in Pirate Software's code is magic number abuse.
Nothing unique, nothing new, nothing that Coding Jesus didn't say in his video, which Mutahar keeps mentioning.
There's nothing wrong with having shit code, right? There's nothing wrong with being bad at it. I'm not a fucking great coder either.
So I'm actually doing something which I want to sell to Microsoft at some point later on, but I'm also not claiming to be this crazy fucking guru hacker expert in the world.
Yeah, for the past 10 years you've been claiming to be an engineer, a computer science engineer, a cybersecurity engineer. You fuck with code.
Dude, I'm a fucking computer engineer.
I'm a YouTuber. Why are you asking me?
You do programming as a hobby, but when it comes to showing your knowledge, you only know the basics. Now you're here judging someone for inflating their credentials. At least Pirate Software's lies didn't break the law. At least he actually worked at Blizzard for 7 years.
Again, when you have an ego, you gotta be able to match it with the skill. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like that skill is all the way there. Unless that skill is making a whole lot of spaghetti code. Ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it, I'm out.
Man, what a great way to end a video. Let's check out some of those comments. We love reading the comments from regular commenters like Mr. Obvious. I wonder what he's into.
Mr. Obvious says, my feel win, I might as well be all for. And then we see some lolly here, featuring some underage characters. Here's 2 more drawings of underage characters posted by Mr. Obvious. Kinda strange, isn't it? Mr. Obvious says, boys, heart emoji. And then underneath that, we can see a photo of an underage girl.
Is this where we start to like get into some doxing areas? I do find it interesting that 2 of the biggest coders on YouTube get attacked within a month. Well, again, from everything on this video on Mutahar, it just doesn't, none of this seems, there's nothing legit here. He could be correct. He could be totally wrong. There's tons of like, the problem that I have with a lot of videos, especially in the drama space, is that, and this is even my own experience with these people is that lots of times they'll make videos about something based on some sort of like possibility of something that could be. And so they'll notice something and then they'll come up with this like big explanation for like how this is all a lie, and they don't ever consider all of the different possibilities except for this. So it's kind of like they start with the conclusion and then just keep trying to prove that conclusion, whereas there's so many other like possibilities that exist that actually would make more sense than what it is that they're saying, but they just run with that anyways. And it's just over and over and over and over. They'll do the same fucking things. And it's obnoxious as fuck. It's obnoxious as fuck where they don't do their due diligence to actually like make sure that they're right. They don't do anything to actually check on any of this. So yeah, it's just it's obnoxious where they will run with a theory and then the other person will come out and be like, no, this is what happened. And you're like, oh, well, fuck. And so lots of times when I watch these things, I'll think like, okay, like all of this could be real. Like, yeah, like watching this, right? It could be that he just doesn't have any expertise in this area. He doesn't have any reason to ever call himself an engineer. He doesn't have any reason to use any of these labels. But this guy keeps saying he didn't go to school for it, therefore he didn't have this job, and so he's lying about this. That's the narrative that he keeps running with Mutahar. Whereas, well, you only have to get a license in order to be called an engineer, and you don't have to go to school for that. So him just banking everything on he didn't get a degree, he didn't graduate from school, therefore he can't call himself this, is not true. That's probably true for the majority of people, though. So it makes sense. It makes sense that probably by far the majority of people who are engineers, they probably graduated from college getting some sort of degree in engineering or, you know, computer science or, you know, whatever. But they don't have to do that. That's not the only thing that can make you that thing. And he keeps saying he doesn't work this job anymore. Therefore, he's not even an engineer anymore. Even if he did work that job, he hasn't worked that for years. Well, again, this isn't about the job. This is about the title. And so if you got the license, you're still allowed to use the title. So there's still an explanation here for this. And so with this explanation here, where he didn't go to school, but he was able to get the license. He does say at one point that he's an engineer by trade. That, like, this is way more likely than the other thing. And it's like, okay, it makes sense why you would be skeptical about this thing. It makes sense. But you didn't just say, you know, I wonder if this thing is this, which I still would have a problem with, like the just asking questions bullshit where you're pushing a narrative but not actually claiming it. But here he is just straight up claiming this is what happened, showing a bunch of evidence for it, and then it turns out they're like, yeah, that's not the only conclusion that you can come to here. There's other options, and you're just claiming this is what happened. We know this. Like he says this as a conclusion and then continues moving forward with it throughout the rest of the video. So yeah, that is the frustrating part of this, is that like they try to link things that they don't have information for and then just run with that narrative, and they don't actually have enough evidence to actually claim the narrative that they're claiming. There's other possibilities, and those possibilities are more likely. Not just lying, he's saying he's breaking the law. Yeah. Yep. He's calling himself a pro though, right? Yeah, but again, if he worked in the trade and got the licensing, then he would be a pro, yes. Well, you do have regulatory protections, which are legal distinctions based on some kind of training education. It's illegal for him to call himself a professional engineer. No, it's not. Again, not if he has a fucking license. Not if he has a license. He has a license. That's it. The engineer label is the protected part. Just the engineer part. Just calling yourself any sort of engineer, that is protected. Any sort of engineer, that is protected. So once you have the license for that, then you are an engineer. If you don't have a degree, then you get a conditional license, which means you participate at CBD and maintain your license. Right, that's what I was saying before, is that it's likely that they have to like update their licenses or take classes or take tests again afterwards and shit like that. But also, it's not illegal to call yourself anything. No, yes it is. There's protected labels. There's labels that are protected. Like you cannot call yourself a thing. But in this case, he's not just calling himself a thing. He's saying, as this thing, I can tell you X, Y, and Z, right? He's saying, as an engineer, I can tell you this is incorrect. As an engineer, I can tell you this is bad code. As an engineer, if he's on YouTube, you can call yourself anything legally. No, you can't. Clay, you are incorrect. There are protected labels. You cannot do this. You can't. I can't just sit here and tell you guys that I'm a fucking doctor and start telling you about like what about like medical things and giving medical advice and talking about all of this shit if I'm not actually a doctor. If I claim to be a doctor, I have to actually be a doctor. If I say that I have like I went to school for medicine and I'm a doctor, I have to actually be a doctor. There are labels that are protected and you cannot call yourself things. Says who? Show me that law. We've gone over it 100 times during this stream. Computer engineers, design development systems. In Canada, the use of the term engineer is legally protected, and to call yourself video engineer or any other type of engineer, you must be licensed by that engineering regulator in your province or territory. Even if you have an engineering degree, you are not considered an engineer in Canada until you are licensed. Unlicensed individuals using the title engineer in job titles, resumes, social media, or other public platforms can face legal action. This is how fucking AI is. This is how protected labels work. This is how they work. This is how it works. That's what a protected label is. It means that there is a regulating body who makes sure that the people who call themselves certain things actually have been approved by the state to call themselves that thing. That there is, yes, in Canada for engineer. We have protected labels in the United States as well. What about Dr. Disrespect? True. True, my bad. Engineering is a regulated profession in Canada. This means that by law, you must have a license from a regulatory body in Canada in order to work as an engineer and use the term engineer in your professional title. In Canada, provincial and territorial regulatory bodies, regulators have the responsibility for licensing engineers. You must apply for your professional engineering P-Eng license with a regulator in the province or territory where you work. You should contact that regulator to answer your questions about its admission policies and application processes. The Engineers Canada, academic, work experience, But yeah, that's how protected labels work. That's how they work. Like we've had to go over this a couple of times because it's fairly common on, especially in these political spaces where there's a lot of like academic labels that are thrown around, where people are accused of claiming a label that is a protected label that they're not allowed to use, and so they, like, everybody starts running around, oh my goodness, they use the label, and then everybody starts looking into whether or not they're allowed to use the label or not allowed to use the label. And so yeah, it's a thing that we have to get into pretty often here. This is from Professional Engineers of Ontario. Illegal practices fact sheet. Can someone call themselves an engineer, professional engineer, or PEng if they don't have a license? The term engineer, professional engineer, or PEng can only be used by those who have been granted the license by PEO under the authority of the Professional Engineer Act. The title engineer is restricted to Ontario license holders under S 402-8 of the Act. So yeah. Engineer covers a lot of areas. Yes, it does. That's kind of what we were talking about earlier, because there's a lot of different types of engineers. So I saw this the other day. So we were talking about the other day that nobody ever mentioned Katie Johnson in anything, and Katie Johnson is like the only person to accuse Donald Trump of raping her and actually file a lawsuit and connect. She claimed both Donald Trump and Epstein did this, and she did this before Epstein was this big name that everybody knew of as this like horrible person. And so there's this video that I just came across, which seems like bullshit. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you, but I want to look into some of the claims that they make in here. But I just came across this yesterday, where it actually does mention some of the stuff in the lawsuit, and I think it also mentions one of the problems that we had in the lawsuit was that the other person who was also filing an affidavit in that scenario was like the Ghislaine Maxwell at the time. She was paid and hired to throw parties for him and recruit young women to come to the parties all the time. And so every time that they would throw parties, she would bring a bunch of young girls, and she recruited this girl. And she says in her affidavit that not only did she recruit this girl, but she also heard Donald Trump and Epstein rape her and threaten her with her life and all of these other things. The problem is that they ended up dropping the lawsuit because they were being threatened, and they said that like she just stopped showing up places because she was afraid for her life and crap like that. So you don't know, like, that can also just be like an excuse, right? That's a possible thing for somebody to just drum up media, to file lawsuits against people, and then drop them by saying that they're too afraid to actually move forward, and then try to use that filing of the lawsuit for some way of like making their claims in the future, even though they never actually went through the actual court case. So this isn't this court case was dropped. It's not something that we can use as some sort of like, you know, Trump did this. Like it didn't never go to court, and so it's not like a real objective thing here. But yeah, anyways, just like I said, this seems to have some bullshit in it. We'll try to look into some of it, but it does mention, because all of the names were Jane Doe and Tiffany Doe and crap like that, they do mention names in this that we're able to look into, and it has like a lot more media and information in this that that I definitely want to check out. So
Katie Johnson is the only Epstein victim who officially filed a lawsuit against Donald Trump. She alleges that Donald Trump sexually assaulted her and raped her on 4 different occasions. These rapes occurred in 1994 when she was 13 years old. Katie's original lawsuit, filed in California, was thrown out by the judge. She had filed a civil rights suit but failed to actually state an applicable civil rights claim. Katie filed a second lawsuit in New York with 2 highly credible lawyers guiding her, Thomas Mager and Lisa Bloom. Katie withdrew her second claim after a hacker hacked into Lisa Bloom's server and Katie's personal details were found out.
So yeah, so it says her and Lisa Bloom.
Katie withdrew her second claim after a hacker hacked into Lisa Bloom's server and Katie's personal details. 2 highly credible lawyers guiding her, Thomas Mager and Lisa Bloom. Katie withdrew her second claim after a hacker hacked into Lisa Bloom's server and Katie's personal details were found out.
So yeah, that part I never heard. So I don't know if that's true. So we'll have to So yeah, at the time, this was in 2016 when Trump was running for president. But again, Epstein is mentioned in this numerous times, and they were parties for Epstein and at Epstein's places for Les Wexner. And this is, yeah, before Epstein was even like a well-known name. And the fact that like the party organizer was one of them is the only reason that this is even interesting. A woman suing Trump over alleged teen rape drops suit again. A woman who accused Donald Trump of raping her 2 decades ago when she was 13-year-old aspiring teen model has again dropped a federal lawsuit over the alleged assaults. The accuser, identified in the lawsuit as the pseudonym Jane Doe, was expected to appear at a news conference in Los Angeles Wednesday, but that appearance was abruptly canceled. The lawyer who organized the event, Lisa Bloom, said Trump's accuser had received threats and was too frightened to show up. In the most recent suit, Trump's accuser asserted that while she was exploring a modeling career in 1994, she attended a series of parties. We've gone over the entire like affidavit on this show, so it's not most of you guys listening already know like all of the gory details of this. Yeah, she attended a series of parties in Manhattan, home of prominent investor Jeffrey Epstein. She alleges that during those parties, the real estate mogul tied her to a bed and raped her. She also claimed that Epstein raped her during that series of gatherings. The accuser's lead attorney, Thomas Mager of New Jersey, did not immediately respond to requests for comment. He filed a 1-page notice dismissing the case Friday evening in federal court in Manhattan. No explanation was given for the action. Bloom did not immediately respond to requests for comment Friday. Through his attorney, Trump had flatly denied the woman's allegations. It is categorically untrue. It is completely frivolous. It is baseless. It is irresponsible, Trump attorney Alan Garten told Politico in September. I won't even discuss the merits because it gives it credibility that it doesn't deserve. Doe named Trump and Epstein as defendants in the suit and says they knew she was well under 17, the age of consent. I understood that both Mr. Trump and Epstein knew that I was 13 years old, she wrote. 2 earlier suits were filed over the same alleged events. The first suit over the alleged rapes was filed in federal court in Riversdale, California in April by someone acting without an attorney and using the name Katie Johnson. That suit named both Trump and Epstein as defendants, alleging that the 2 men held Johnson as a sex slave and repeatedly forced her to engage in sexual acts against her will. So one of the crazy things about this as well is that, like, a lot of the places that she mentions are places that all of the other women later that we hear from also mention. And so this is, a lot of this is interesting. Subsequent news reports raised doubts about who filed the suit. Oh, that's right. I think they also had like associations with people who were kind of like political grifters, who were like always paying people for like stunts and shit. And so, yeah, Johnson claimed she had just $300 in assets and that she was living in a home in 29 Palms, California, but Radar Online reported neighbors said the home had been foreclosed upon and vacant since its owner died last year. U.S. District Court Judge Dolly G. dismissed that case in May, ruling that Johnson's complaint didn't raise valid claims under federal law. G., an appointee of President Barack Obama, noted that the suit cited a criminal statute that doesn't give rise to civil damages, and that the civil statute Johnson cited only applies to actions based on race-based or class-based animus. Another version of the suit was filed in federal court in June, but withdrawn in September after apparently never being served on the defendants. What? The case was refiled later that month. The second and third iterations of the complaint accused Trump of only a single act of rape, but said he had sexual contact with the accuser on 3 other occasions. A declaration from an anonymous witness attached to the later suits continued to accuse Trump of 4 acts of rape or sexual assault. A lawyer for Epstein declined to comment on the lawsuits. About a decade ago, Epstein came under investigation by local and federal authorities near his Palm Beach, Florida home over allegations that he solicited underage girls to have sex with him at that residence and another on an island owned in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Epstein pleaded guilty in June 2008 to state felony charges relating to prostitution and was sentenced to 18 months in jail. He served only 13 months before being released and was required to register as a sex offender. Okay.
If you're frustrated with occasional bloating or gas, your body's giving you signs. It's time to try Align. Align probiotic was specifically designed by gastroenterologists to help relieve your occasional bloating and gas. When you feel the signs, it's time to try Align.
Jane Doe was here all day. She was prepared to go forward. She has received some terrible threats, as have all the Trump accusers who I have been representing for several months. She's in great fear, and she was unable, ultimately, to do this.
That was the whole video.
My name is Mikhail Bufala. You are here in Route 30A. Look at.
Up until that point, Katie was simply known as Jane Doe. After that, the death threats came pouring in, including a bomb threat. And the day that Katie was scheduled to live stream her press conference to the world, she panicked and walked away for good.
Jane Doe has received numerous threats today, as have all the Trump accusers that I have represented. She is living in fear. She has decided that she is too afraid to show her face. She's been here all day, ready to do it, but unfortunately, she's in terrible fear.
Katie.
This has a note on it from October of '97. To Jeff, you are the greatest. Signed, Donald. What is this? Wait, Katie Johnson actually exists? Property of Justice for Katie Legal Fund in Trust, copyright protected, all rights reserved, unauthorized use will be subject to criminal prosecution. Trump's sexual assault accuser is real and in hiding, says her former attorney. This is from October 21st, 2019, 3 years later. This is what I've been looking for. This is exactly what I've been looking for. I've been waiting for something, like nothing ever really, I couldn't find anything that actually mentioned this case or what happened afterwards or like anything that just kind of went away. And so I was hoping for something to say like this was kind of debunked. It was, you know, it turned out that these people weren't credible, or it turned out that like, no, they were getting death threats. They were getting bomb threats. They like, she was scared for her life and she's been in hiding ever since. I've been waiting for something to tell me anything. And so, yeah, this sounds like this is exactly what I've been looking for this case. A California woman who accused Donald Trump of raping her quarter century ago was, when she was 13, has gone to ground, says her former attorney, deepening the mystery surrounding Katie Johnson. Recent attempts to reach her have revealed that she has disconnected her telephone number. Evan Goldman, a New Jersey attorney who represented Johnson in the late 2016, wrote in an email. Katie Johnson and Jane Doe are pseudonyms for the woman who sued Trump for convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein in California and New York federal courts 3 years ago, before Trump was elected president in 2016, and before authorities say Epstein hung himself in the jail cell in August while facing child sex trafficking charges. According to the filings, Johnson was an aspiring model in 1994 when, after a string of unsuccessful meetings with agencies in New York, she was at a Port Authority bus terminal getting ready to make her cross-country trip back home. Instead, a woman told Johnson she could make money and modeling connections attending parties. It was at these parties, allegedly featuring other underage girls and wealthy guests, that Johnson says she was forced to sexually gratify the future president on 4 occasions, each one escalating in its described level of depravity. After their supposed final encounter, in which Johnson claimed she begged Trump to no veil to wear a condom, the complaint states Trump grabbed his wallet and threw some money at the plaintiff and suggests she get an abortion. The bombshell claims never gained as much traction as other Trump misconduct allegations for several reasons. Johnson's initial lawsuit, filed without an attorney, included a hinky phone number and unverifiable mailing address, and was swiftly dismissed in the Central District of California. Johnson abruptly withdrew her second lawsuit and canceled a press conference days before the election, citing fears for her safety. The sum total was that the press didn't know what to make of Johnson or those surrounding her, and moved on to other controversies such as Access Hollywood tape and the Stormy Daniels payoff. But since multiple women emerged this year with shockingly similar stories about how Jeffrey Epstein recruited and sexually enslaved them as young girls, some of the people who believed Johnson in 2016 say her claims should be reconsidered today. Katie's story mimics those that have come out in the past several months. Goldman wrote, She was very forthcoming and also a very reluctant person. She only decided to do something when she saw that there was a chance that Trump could become president. Goldman and 2 other attorneys represented Johnson from September 30th to November 4th, 2016. Before they represented her, Johnson's first lawsuit was dismissed for failing to cite an actionable civil rights claim. It sought $100 million in damages and described in graphic detail the allegations against both Trump and Epstein, a one-time financier accused of hosting underage sex parties for the obscenely rich. SN&R corresponded via text with a person who identified as Katie Johnson in May 2016 and recently traced the phone number to a Southern California aesthetician. Goldman said he couldn't reveal Johnson's true identity, but stressed that she is and was a real person. Oh boy. This is There were real threats which forced her to drop the lawsuit, he added. On the day Johnson was supposed to participate in a press conference arranged by attorney Lisa Bloom, whom the attorneys hired to conduct their media outreach, Johnson's car and cell phone were stolen, Goldman said. This freaked her out, and that is when she decided not to go through with it. Bloom, the daughter of feminist civil rights attorney Gloria Allred, has come under fire for recently for her behind-the-scenes work to discredit Harvey Weinstein's accusers. Oof. Oof. That's rough. As for Johnson, Goldman says he has no way of contacting her. The attorney didn't respond to questions about whether a blurred out video purporting to show Johnson being interviewed was of his one-time client, but SNR obtained what appears to be a letter from a combative never-Trump conservative who arranged for the video to be made. The June 30th, 2017 letter from Illinois political donor Steve Bayer is marked confidential, directed to then special counsel Robert Mueller, and copied to numerous others, including select media. In the 10-page document, which included an unblurred image of Johnson from her video interview, Bayer urges Mueller to investigate the claims of the pseudonyms Katie Johnson, writing that his group Freedom Partners Trust V, while skeptical that the president colluded with Russians or obstructed justice, does believe Johnson. The current president of the United States raped a 13-year-old girl in 1994, writes Bayer, who has been credited with other aggressive email campaigns. Bayer could not be reached for comment. House Democrats are currently in a formal impeachment investigation of Trump for openly urging foreign leaders to dig up dirt on former Vice President Joe Biden, a possible challenger for re-election. Damn. The story has been debunked by several journalists who are not friendly to Trump, and it's evil to keep repeating it. No, it hasn't been debunked. And as of February 2024, when Epstein's papers came out, and the same was in there word for word, the bottom line is Trump is a pedophile, sex trafficker, sexual abuser. Okay. Bullshit. This story has never been debunked by any reputable journalist. Yeah, I feel like lots of times people both all over the spectrum use the terms debunked, and what they mean is that they heard it wasn't true. But they say like, oh, this has been totally debunked, and yeah, they just mean, oh, I heard that wasn't true one time. Yeah, I do remember seeing something that really talked about the fact that like this was being funded by people who were definitely shady characters, so. But I never actually looked into that, so. Trump said it's not true, so debunked. Yep. Got him. July 4th, 2024. Donald Trump, Katie Johnson allegations. Everything we know. Okay. I think we did read this one. A viral post on social media circulating a court document of this year's presidential... circulating this court documents with allegations of sexual assault against former President Donald Trump. Oh my goodness. Made in legal filings that was dismissed almost a decade ago. The post alleges that Trump, the presumptive Republican nominee for this year's presidential election, forced a young girl to perform lesbian sex acts It has amassed more than 17 million views on X, formerly Twitter, since Monday, and has been shared more than 34,000 times. Some X users appear to believe that the document is a recent filing. The post was shared after about 150 pages of transcripts related to a 2006 grand jury investigation into Jeffrey Epstein rape and sex trafficking teenagers was released to the public Monday. However, the document included in the X post isn't connected to those papers, but actually comes from a lawsuit filed in the months leading up to the 2016 election by an anonymous plaintiff using the name Katie Johnson. That lawsuit, filed in federal court in Riversdale, California, 2016, named Trump and Epstein in the late convicted sex offender. A judge dismissed the case. Another version of the lawsuit was filed in June, but reportedly withdrawn months later. A third version of the suit, with plaintiffs going by Jane Doe, was filed in September 2016, accusing Trump of rape. That suit also dropped months later. Trump's accuser has been expected to appear in a news conference earlier in 2016, but her attorney Lisa Bloom said she received threats and was too afraid to show up. Doe's attorney Thomas Mager then filed a notice to dismiss the case without providing an explanation. The woman hasn't been heard from since. Alan Garton, Trump's then lawyer, dismissed the woman's allegations as categorically untrue. At the time, it's completely frivolous, baseless. I won't even discuss the merits. Trump's spokesperson has been contacted for comment via email. The allegations in the now dismissed suit appears to resurface on social media when documents related to Epstein are unsealed. A similar social media post circulated in January after previously sealed court documents from a now settled lawsuit filed against Ghislaine Maxwell by one of Epstein's victims were made public. Epstein was charged in federal prosecutors, sex trafficking, 2019, found dead in a cell. Maxwell was convicted of sex trafficking charges in December of 2021. She's serving a 20-year sentence. Okay. This is rated unfair, left-leaning. What the fuck? Bro. People are so fucking salty. It's literally just saying that these things existed. It doesn't say that they're true. It doesn't say anything like that. It just says that, like, these things happened. And they all say it's untrue, far left. Well, yeah, doesn't seem like there's still anything to this, so. I feel like I read this in here. This one. In April 2016, an anonymous woman using the pseudonym Katie Johnson filed a lawsuit in California accusing both Trump and Jeffrey Epstein of forcibly raping her when she was 13, underage sex parties, Epstein residence. The case was following a month. Second version of the lawsuit, blah, blah, blah. Raped, assaulted, 1994. Lawsuit, September. Doe's read, wildly pleaded. A July investigation by The Guardian said that the lawsuit appeared to be organized by Norm Lubow, who has been associated in the past with a range of disputed claims involving celebrities, including O.J. Simpson and Kurt Cobain. Another prominent promoter of Doe's accusations was conservative Never Trump activist Steve Bayer. Doe identified Trump from his TV show The Apprentice years after the attacks. A federal judge in New York has ordered counsel for Donald Trump and the disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein to appear in court along with attorney for a woman who referred to as Jane Doe, who alleged Republican presidential nominee raped her when she was 13. Judge Ronnie Abrams has stated an initial status conference in civil lawsuit for the 16th, New York. The order raises an extraordinary prospect for Trump to win the 8th November battle for White House of Counsel, President-elect being called. Trump is viciously... the Guardian investigation this summer found that the lawsuit appeared to have been coordinated by a former producer on the Jerry Springer TV show, who has been associated in the past with a range of disputed claims involving celebrities, including O.J. Simpson and Kurt Cobain. A publicist acting for Jane Doe also attempted to sell a video in which the woman describes her allegations against Trump to media outlets at the $1 million price tag. The court ordered... Wait, what was that? She attempted to sell a video where she describes what happened for $1 million. The court order gives no details of the legal complaint raised by Jane Doe. It instructs all parties to the case to set out in advance the nature of the allegations and the principal defense, as well as any previous motions and discovery, as well as the estimated length of trial. The original federal lawsuit filed in June. Guardian investigation found that the publicist calling himself Al Taylor attempted to sell the videotape of Jane Doe relating her allegations for $1 million. It linked Taylor through a variety of means, including shared email addresses and phone numbers, to Norm LeBeau, who used to work on Springer's daytime talk show. LeBeau was connected to a contentious claim raised in 1998 documentary movie Kurt Cobain and Courtney offered a fellow musician $50,000 to murder her husband. Kurt Cobain of Nirvana. Love denied the charge. According to the New York Post, LeBeau was also behind the tabloid newspaper the story that O.J. Simpson bought illicit drugs on the day his estranged wife, Nicole, was killed. When the Guardian quizzed Al Taylor about his true identity, the publicist replied, "Just be warned, we'll sue you if we don't like what you write. We'll sue your ass. Own your ass and own your newspaper ass as well, punk." The Trump presidential campaign did not immediately respond to a request for comment about the forthcoming court procedure. A lawyer for the Trump organization told the Guardian in July this is basically a sham lawsuit brought by someone who desires to impact the presidential election. Yeah, this does sound like more and more like bullshit. It's not necessarily bullshit. It doesn't. Yeah, there are some things that are surrounding it that just make it look like it's some sort of like publicity stunt. Especially the fact that they tried to sell a video for $1 million. That doesn't mean that like it's possible she could have been in like a scenario where she actually needed the money, and it sounds like from other reports that she was poor, that she was that she like got evicted from a place, that she wasn't in like long-term living conditions and had problems, so maybe she was also trying to sell a video at the same time. But yeah, this just doesn't look good. So
The actual conspiracy theory surrounding Trump and Epstein. It's not what you think it is. By Gautamana.
How long is this?
Content warning. Rape, child rape. Reminder. If you appreciate my work, including the following original transcript, please consider a paid subscription. Your support enables me to devote the necessary time to writing this newsletter. Thank you for reading. Nearly 70% of Americans now believe that the Trump administration is concealing information about the notorious sex trafficker and child rapist Jeffrey Epstein. But still, among my progressive circles, a fair proportion of people are still dismissing this possibility, and with it, the idea that Trump actually abused teen girls at Epstein's parties, as a baseless conspiracy theory. To be sure, much of MAGA's conviction that Trump is hiding something personal have dubious origins in the wild and pernicious lies perpetuated in QAnon.
Pernicious?
The cult that spread the belief that a cabal of elite child cannibals and molesters have been trafficking toddlers. But you can, of course, believe the right thing.
Alright, I think I'm going to listen to this for a little bit. I gotta remake my... my border for all of this here. And so, once I make my border real quick, then I'll probably go and jump on a what do you call it? Well, like a TikTok panel or something like that.
For the wrong reasons. And given the solid evidence to hand about Trump's misconduct, some of it new, much of it old, the real conspiracy theory at this point has a radically different basis. Nobody in the mainstream media has yet named it, and it desperately needs acknowledgement. The real conspiracy theory around Trump and Epstein is that multiple apparently unconnected women lied and continue to lie about Trump's behavior. This with nothing to gain and much to lose by speaking out about his misdeeds. Let's start with Katie Johnson, the pseudonym adopted by the woman who I wrote about here last time. Her story, if we take her word for it, goes like this. For decades, she was silent after Trump allegedly raped her at the age of 13 at the home of Jeffrey Epstein in 1994. She also alleges that Trump sexually abused her there on 3 prior occasions. Katie never planned to speak about this publicly until 2016, when Trump was running for president. Katie met a TV producer at a party who offered to tell her story, Norm Lubo, who adopted the pseudonym Al Taylor. He shopped around her video testimony to multiple media outlets, who found, upon vetting him, that he had once been a producer on The Jerry Springer Show and that he had an anti-Trump agenda, among other red flags. The story fizzled out, and Katie was assumed to be a liar who Lubo had coached or scripted. At the same time, her lawsuit in California was filed incompetently, and her lawsuit in New York, filed by a respectable attorney who met and video conferenced with Katie, was dropped after she received threats, including death threats. For the same reason, she canceled her planned press conference in LA a few days before the presidential election, where she had planned to warn America about the kind of man they were on the verge of electing. Again, that's all if we take Katie's word for it. Another possibility, of course, is that Lubo did coach or script Katie's lengthy video testimony. A few points, however. That testimony is compelling, at least in my view. It was widely dismissed when it surfaced in 2016 partly because what Katie was saying was judged just too incredible when it came to Epstein's sex trafficking of teen girls. Remember, the full story...
Yeah, that's what... Even when I read it, I thought, this is fucking insane, dude. This is harsh. Like, this is fucking wild. But then watching the documentary about Epstein, where I listened to all of the people talk about their interactions with Epstein, this just made too much sense. This made too much sense. And then especially like knowing about the way that like Ghislaine Maxwell interacted with Epstein, and then knowing about the Tiffany Doe girl and what she was doing for Epstein, where she was supposed to go and recruit young girls for Epstein and bring them to parties for him and his friends and blah, blah, blah. Like that they would tell them that they were going to get them, you know, modeling careers, that they would give them all of these promises to get them there, and then this sort of shit would happen. This just made it seem like, yeah, a lot more credible at the time. But I saw the beginning of the Fatty panel before going to sleep. My boy looked good, didn't he? Who was your boy? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's what the article kind of lines up for me. Okay. Yeah, it's just it tells a lot of the same stories, has a lot of the same details, it has a lot of the same threats, it has a lot of the same it's just, and this is before like we had this information, and before like Donald Trump, like before, you know, Epstein was this famous like pedophile everywhere, before you know, the two of them were were like tightly connected. Like it was just, there was a lot more stuff that like back then we just didn't even have this information, yet she did. And then now we have this information, and now looking back at that, it's like, oh, that's interesting. But it is possible that somebody who was privy to his 2008 case and knew the details of it could have been able to put all of this together for her if she was actually like coached on how to write this shit. Fatty, only other Portuguese you know?
About his crimes didn't emerge until late in 2018, thanks to Julie Kay, Brown's trenchant and prize-winning reporting in the Miami Herald. We now know that what Katie said about Epstein was not only plausible but completely true. Moreover, Katie wouldn't be the first woman to mistakenly rely on an unscrupulous huckster in order to tell her story. The same is true, notoriously, of the former sex worker Stormy Daniels. People initially dismissed Daniels' account because she was represented by the huckster lawyer, Michael Avenatti. But Daniels was clearly telling the truth about Trump's hiring her in 2006 and then, a decade later, paying her hush money. To cite the fact that her lawyer was Shonky was, intentionally or not, dismissing Daniels via guilt by association. Many people may have made the same mistake vis-a-vis Katie Johnson. After all, as we'll consider shortly, numerous women have testified in ways that corroborate her story. Katie's lawsuits and video testimony have long stuck in my mind. Back in 2016, and even 2024, when they briefly resurfaced on Twitter, I didn't know quite what to make of them. But now, I suggest we should at least listen to Katie. Here is one especially relevant part of the video transcript, which I did myself. It simply isn't out there. I am making it available to you now in full, at the end of this post. Partly because the video has, interestingly enough, disappeared from one common source on X, and also because no journalist has seemingly ever bothered to write down her words. This despite the video providing the clearest and fullest account of what Americans are now clamoring for. A sense of Trump's alleged entanglement with Epstein. When women speak and tell us of rich and powerful white men's misdeeds, we not only don't believe them, we often don't even bother to listen in the first place. One hopes that now, in the wake of 2017's #MeToo moment, we are at least slightly savvier about the importance of hearing.
I feel like already she is going a little bit too strong on some of this stuff. Like when she says like, you know, they don't now only sound familiar, but we now know this is true. Like, I think that's a little bit too far to say that we now know this is true. Kind of ridiculous.
Hearing even imperfect victims, or rather, those who had deeply imperfect initial representation. Here's Katie, on her final encounter with Trump at Epstein's mansion, where she alleges she was tied to the bed for an orchestrated rape fantasy. It was a rape fantasy to him, but I wasn't playing, as she put it. Trump ripped off all my clothes, and he started to basically have sex with me, and I was screaming. I'd never had sex before, it was my first time, and Epstein's handler, Tiffany, was yelling at him too. She was saying I was a virgin, and he told us to just shut the fuck up, and just basically took my virginity while I was crying and telling him to stop, and basically begging for him to just stop. Afterward, I was crying and Tiffany was consoling me, and she was apologizing. She told me that she would never put me in that situation again. But he comes over mad because I was crying, and he said that I should be thankful that someone like Donald Trump took my virginity. Well, he didn't say took my virginity. He said, I should be glad that someone like Donald Trump popped my cherry, and not some pimply little 14-year-old.
Wait, is this her testimony from the video? Let's see. When Trump was running for president, Katie's met a TV producer at a party who offered to tell her story, Norm Lubo, who adopted the pseudonym Al Taylor. He shopped around her video testimony with multiple media outlets who found, upon vetting him, that he had once been a producer on the Jerry Springer show and that he had an anti-Trump agenda, among other red flags. The story fizzled out. Okay, he was the one who offered it for $1 million, not her. Okay, that does change things if that's true. If he's the one who shopped it around for $1 million and not her, that really changes things. So yeah, it sounds like she got duped into this where he says, hey, I want to film you and listen to what you have to say and tell your story, and then he just takes the video and tries to shop it around to everybody else to make money off of it. That is very different. The story fizzled out. California. I heard her say something about like a video disappeared. Again, that's all. If we take Katie's word for it, another possibility, of course, is LeBeau did coach her on the script. Lengthy video testimony. Okay, that's linked here. A few points, however, that testimony is compelling, at least in my view. It was widely dismissed when it surfaced in 2016, partly because what Katie was saying was judged just too incredible. Okay. So that she is telling us what she says in the video. Okay.
And I just was like, what if I get pregnant? Not even talking to him. I didn't want to talk to him. I was talking to Tiffany and he said, well, you'll get an abortion then, bitch. I find Katie's story believable, not only because it is obviously truthful with respect to Epstein, as we know now. It is also plausible regarding Trump's own behavior. Some telling details, which emerge below, include Trump's germophobia. He would only allow his penis to be touched with a glove or a condom. His well-documented sexual proclivity for his own daughter, Ivanka. He allegedly enjoyed her likeness to Katie when she donned a blonde wig. Trump's racism and Islamophobia and anti-immigrant vitriol, including in one abusive fantasy Katie details involving a Hispanic maid who Trump threatened to call immigration on. His domineering speech, the sheer tone of it even. And, just as importantly, Katie's testimony squares with that of several apparently independent witnesses and victims. Namely, Tiffany Doe, the handler referred to above in the transcript, in the 2016 court cases, who corroborated each key element of Katie's account in a sworn affidavit. Joan Doe, a friend of Katie's, also provided corroboration that Katie had told her about the incident with Trump and Epstein during the 1994 to 1995 school year. Maria Farmer, who recently testified that, when she was working for Epstein in 1995, he brought her to Trump's office late one night. After Trump leered at her legs, Epstein corrected him. No, she's not here for you. The seeming implication being, other girls were or would be. Farmer overheard Trump remarking that he thought she looked about 16, though she was actually in her 20s. Farmer originally accused Epstein of sexual assault in 1996, when she brought the matter to the FBI. Farmer said then that Trump was also worthy of their attention. She repeated both claims a decade later, when she was re-interviewed. Stacey Williams, who testified last October that, in the 1990s, when she was a model in her 20s dating Epstein, he took her to Trump's office at Trump Tower. Williams alleges that Trump groped her, she froze, and then Epstein got mad at Williams. Yes, Williams. They were not mere acquaintances, Williams told the Bulwark's Tim Miller in an interview this morning. She also testified that Epstein took a non-consensual video of Williams undressing at his residence. None of the women testifying to Trump's misdeeds apparently had or have much, if anything, to gain by coming forward. On the contrary, they had or have a lot to lose and risk being discredited, as well as shamed and blamed for their victimhood or act of witnessing. This can ruin women's lives, or even end them. Virginia Giuffre, an important advocate for justice for sex trafficking victims, died tragically by suicide in April. She, notably, was working as a spa attendant at Trump's resort, Mar-a-Lago, in 2000, when Epstein's co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell recruited her to be part of Epstein's entourage at the age of 17. Gifford was instrumental in the court case against Epstein in 2008 that ended with him getting a sweetheart non-prosecution agreement, as well as the second criminal case against Epstein in 2019. Gifford also obtained a $16 million settlement from Prince Andrew, an alleged Epstein client. Then there are the following puzzle pieces regarding Trump's history of sexual misconduct in general and involvement with Epstein in particular. 5 Miss Teen USA contestants, aged as young as 15, testify that Trump walked in on them while changing in 1997, something Trump actually boasted about to Howard Stern in 2005. Trump also hosted a Calendar Girls competition at Mar-a-Lago in 1993. The only other guest? Jeffrey Epstein. The body letter Trump wrote to Epstein for his 50th birthday in 2003, as reported by the Wall Street Journal last week.
One of the things that I keep mentioning, though, with the Howard Stern thing is when he's talking to Howard Stern, he's just talking about pageants. Donald Trump didn't only have, like, Miss Teen USA pageants. He also had, like, actual pageants with adults and people above 18 as well. You can still think it's, like, discussing one way or the other, but it didn't necessarily mean that he was talking about the kids. And I don't remember seeing multiple people say that he walked in on them, but I'll have to check this again. Teen beauty queens say Donald Trump walked in on them changing when they were as young as 15. At least 4 women who competed in Miss Teen USA beauty pageants told BuzzFeed News that Donald Trump walked into their dressing rooms while contestants as young as 15 were undressing. Former Miss Vermont Teen USA tells BuzzFeed that now 70 years old Republican presidential candidate caused a panic in the dressing room of the 1997 pageant when he barged in unannounced as the young women were changing. However, she says Trump shrugged off the intrusion, says something along the lines of, "Don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before." 3 other former teen beauty queens. That's all it shows. Okay.
Stay ahead of your child's moderate to severe eczema with clearer skin and less itch. The #1 prescribed biologic by dermatologists and allergists helps heal their skin from within. Severe allergic reactions, including skin reactions, can occur. Get help right away for face, mouth, tongue, or throat swelling, wheezing, or trouble breathing. Tell your doctor of new or worsening eye problems like eye pain or vision changes, skin symptoms, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop other treatments without talking to your doctor. Ask your child's doctor about Dupixent.
I don't know what's going on with this, but I'm trying to edit this and it keeps popping up with like weird colors behind the image. It's like blue over here, gray over here, black over here, gray over here. It's so confusing. I don't know why. I'm trying to just make a border and it's adding like all of these random colors behind it. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
As we come on the air tonight, more women coming out to accuse Donald Trump of stories and for studio booth to
clothing or anything. Some girls were topless, other girls were naked.
She was 18 years old at the time, and she describes how Donald Trump allegedly walked in on her backstage at the 2001 Miss USA pageant, which he owned at the time.
Our first introduction to him was when we were at the dress rehearsal and half naked changing into our bikinis.
Dixon, the now former Miss Arizona, says Trump seemed to take advantage of the contestants being in a compromised position.
To have the owner come waltzing in when we're naked or half naked in a very physically vulnerable position, and then to have the pressure of the people that work for him telling us to go fawn all over him, go walk up to him, talk to him, get his attention.
Ironically, the theme of the pageant that year, empowering women.
I'm telling you, Donald Trump owned the pageant for the reason to utilize his power to get, around beautiful women.
Dixon says she's speaking out now because of these recently unearthed comments from 2005. On the Howard Stern show, Trump admitted to pushing the boundaries of his power as the owner of the Miss USA beauty pageants.
I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Hey man, it's Dan Harris. Longtime pageant coach Bill Alverson says if these allegations are true, this kind of behavior is not typical of beauty contests. So in your view, given your years of experience in this world, how would you characterize these reports about his behavior?
If these reports
with Donald Trump
about it, we're still, I don't remember specifically, and just to wish us good luck. But nothing, out of the ordinary. It was very professional and nice. If something did take place, that the girls would have talked about it. We're still very much in contact with each other through social media, and nobody's ever said anything.
Tonight, Donald Trump's campaign responding to Miss Arizona's claims, saying these accusations have no merit and have already been disproven by many other individuals who were present. When you see questionable attacks like this magically put out there in the final month of a presidential campaign, you have to ask yourself what the political motivations really are and why the media is pushing it. But there is more tonight. Just hours ago, the New York Times posted this video online featuring Jessica Leeds, a former businesswoman. She says she sat next to a young Donald Trump on a flight into New York City in the early 1980s.
Somehow or another, the armrest in the seat disappeared, and it was a real shock when all of a sudden his hands were all over me. He started encroaching on my space, and I hesitate to use this expression, but I'm going to, And that is, he was like an octopus. It was like he had 6 arms. He was all over the place.
Leeds says she did not report Trump's alleged behavior to anyone.
During the late 60s, 70s, and into the 80s, culture had instilled in us that somehow it was our fault. The attention that we received from men, that we were responsible for their behavior. You didn't complain.
I mean, I think that's kind of the point of a beauty pageant, but they're a little young, I guess, to really make that decision or understand it at the time.
To the authorities, you didn't complain to your boss. If something happened to you, you just bucked up and you went on.
Leeds does tell the New York Times that she is a Clinton supporter, and the Trump campaign is out tonight with a statement saying this entire article is fiction, and for the New York Times to launch a completely false, coordinated character assassination against Mr. Trump on a topic like this is dangerous.
Horrible.
And late tonight, sources tell
Poor
ABC
guy.
News Donald Trump's team is drafting a lawsuit against the New York Times for defamation.
Yes.
Whoa.
Yes, the Donald is good. Whoa. Oh, my man.
These new allegations against the Republican nominee come, of course, on the heels of that now infamous Access Hollywood video that surfaced last Friday.
I gotta use some Tic Tacs just in case I start kissing her.
Trump has apologized several times and characterized his comments on the tape as locker room talk, denying in this past Sunday's debate that he's guilty of what he described in that video, which would amount to sexual assault.
Grab him by the I can do anything.
I have tremendous respect for women.
Have you ever
and
done those
women
things?
have respect for me. And I will tell you, no, I have not.
While Donald Trump is fighting off these new allegations tonight, Hillary Clinton is out having tacos. Here she is in Las Vegas. Her campaign is clearly watching these new Trump stories very closely, and her spokeswoman put out this statement just hours ago. Quote, these reports suggest that he, Donald Trump, lied on the debate stage and that the disgusting behavior he bragged about in the tape is more than just words. Donald Trump is no longer in the beauty pageant business. Last year, after making those comments about Mexicans, pageant broadcasters NBC and Univision dropped Trump, which ultimately forced him to sell the franchise. But here's the thing, with thousands of beauty queens under Trump's domain over the years, and with 27 days left in this election, people in both campaigns have to be wondering tonight whether there are more shoes to drop.
Okay.
And a reminder, tonight you can watch the final.
The letter said, "We have certain things in common, Jeffrey, and enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Then, happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret." And a doodle of a naked woman with the signature Donald rendered.
Underage is relative to where you are on the planet. True. True. Yeah, because technically, there's people who are ahead of us all the time in other countries. But it's kind of fucked up that they didn't, like, call us and let us know that, like, 9/11 was about to happen, or Pearl Harbor, or any of that shit. They probably got the news hours before we did, and didn't even tell us.
A squiggle over her pubic area. Trump also told New York Magazine in 2002 that he'd known Epstein for 15 years and called him a terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it, Jeffrey enjoys his social life, he told the reporter. He flew on Epstein's private jet 4 times in 1993, as well as once in 1994, 1995, and 1997. Epstein later described Trump as his closest friend in an interview. Ivana Trump testified to the Trump biographer Harry Hurt III that her then-husband raped her in 1989. She subsequently recanted, under pressure from Trump's lawyers, as I detail in Down Girl in the introduction, eating her words. Trump is a legally adjudicated rapist in the case of E. Jean Carroll, who brought a civil suit against him in 2023 for raping her in a Bergdorf Goodman dressing room in the mid-1990s. Carroll was initially awarded $5 million in damages. She was then awarded over $80 million in a second lawsuit, as she details in her recent New York Times best-selling book, Not My Type. The book's title is a reference to Trump's chief defense against these allegations in the media. Carroll was not his type. Ergo, he didn't rape her. Obviously, and notoriously, Trump boasted,
I wouldn't even rape her. Is a good defense. She's not even hot. So, these are some good defenses. Yeah, solid defense. She wasn't even hot. Yes. Yeah, it's a Sargon quote where somebody said something about, I think some woman said that he like sexually assaulted her or something, and he said I wouldn't even rape her. And so there was a day where somebody came in and said in chat or in my Discord, they came in and said, Tom, Kelly Jean's accusing you of sexual harassment or something like that, which wasn't true, but they said Kelly Jean's accusing you of sexual harassment and sex pesting her, and I replied I wouldn't even rape her. So that's something that somebody just the other day asked me. They're like, hey, why did you say you wouldn't even rape this woman? Like, oh, motherfucker, dude. More TikTok people.
about non-consensually kissing and grabbing women by the pussy to Billy Bush in 2005. Hot mic footage of which emerged in the run-up to the 2016 election, producing a brief public outcry. Trump has also been accused by dozens of other women of sexually assaulting them, predominantly by alleged non-consensual kissing and or groping, as meticulously documented in the book, All the President's Women. This past Wednesday, the news broke that Attorney General Pam Bondi told Trump during the spring that he is named, in some capacity, in the Epstein files. So when it comes to the idea that Katie was a TV producer's plant, and that the women testifying in congruent ways, many of which jibe with established facts about Trump's behavior, all happen to be lying, I have to say, sounds like a conspiracy theory, and simply implausible. Consider all of the above points, and then consider Katie's testimony, which I reproduce in full below, save for brief edits for length and clarity. Does it constitute an open and shut case that Trump did what she said he did and raped her at the age of 13? Of course not, but beyond reasonable doubt. And for that matter, innocent until proven guilty, are legal standards, not moral or epistemic ones. The question that concerns me now, and that I...
Yes, but we do also believe like a moral claim is that for extraordinary claims, we require extraordinary evidence, and in this case, we don't have the extraordinary evidence. We actually have very lackluster evidence that we can't really even use to a large degree. So we're it's not yeah, this isn't something that I would say is credible.
Posed to you here, in light of the foregoing, is whether Katie's story is credible and plausible. Should we, as concerned citizens, deign to believe her? I say yes. Her story is all too believable, and we have buried and ignored it to our national peril.
Actually, okay, I'll say if somebody came forward with these claims on a stream about another streamer and they had this type of like evidence where they're saying like, you know, yes, the person who recruited me, and we already know that this person has like a pattern of like having recruiters like this, and they say, yes, this is the person who recruited me, this person was also there, this person also has, actually I think that would be credible. I think we would consider that credible evidence, actually. This is definitely the best. This is definitely the best shaped border I've made yet. I kept having problems with like the corners and getting it all even and everything. This one is perfect. This one is perfect all the way around. The only difference on this one is the color a little bit. It's the pink is not really my color pink. So I'm probably going to make it a bit more of like a tomfoolery pink, but But yeah, this one's definitely much better.
I came to this interview of my free will. No, there was nothing promised to me for doing this interview. Yes, everything that I say in this interview will be the truth. I met Donald Trump at some parties that I was working for Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. There were about 3 or 4 times that I had encounters with Donald Trump. I was 13. The first time that I met Donald Trump was at a party at Jeffrey Epstein's mansion. There was an orgy going on, and he was kind of watching off in the distance. He basically asked if I could come over and give him a hand job. At first, I wasn't very comfortable with it. This was my first party, and I didn't think that that was my responsibility. But my recruiter told me that I needed to do it. So I agreed to it, and then I began to, sorry, this is a little difficult. But before I gave him a hand job, he kind of slapped my hand away and said, you need to use a glove. The recruiter ran over and handed me a glove and said, no one touches Mr. Trump's penis without a glove. So I needed to use a glove. I gave him a hand job, and then immediately after he had an orgasm, he left, and I didn't see him again at that party. I originally came to New York trying to be a model, and in my travels I met a girl named Tiffany there who was very interested in me, and said that that's what she did, is that she helped girls, get what they wanted. She could help me get into modeling.
Was that but that sounds like that was the recruiter. When she says my recruiter ran over and handed me a glove, I'm pretty sure that was the recruiter, was Tiffany.
That she knew a lot of people that were higher-ups, and that it would be no problem. And so that's why, I would just basically have to come model at a couple of events and meet some people. There would be no sweat. So of course I went, that sounded like no big deal. And she was recruiting the girls to come to these parties, and they all looked, most of them were my age. There were maybe a couple girls that were maybe 14 or 15, but it seemed to me like we were all very young. Jeffrey Epstein knew that I was 13 years old. When he interviewed me, he asked me to get down to my bra and just my panties, and I thought that was weird, but, modeling. Maybe it was something about my figure. He asked me to give him a massage. He asked me my age. I told him that I was 13. I told him why I was there, and he basically said, well, you'll do, I'm sure that you'll fit pretty nicely here. And then he tried to basically slip himself inside of me. And I pushed him away and I said, because at that point in time I still believed that there were models, and then there was the girls that did that. Like I thought there was a separation. So I told him that I wasn't interested in that, but he said that I would do. And as far as Donald Trump, he knew that I was 13, and I believe that Tiffany told him. He seemed to take a liking to me because I was so young and I was also a virgin. So, I don't know, he seemed like he wasn't really into having girls that were liked by the other guys. The whole glove thing. He kind of liked things to be his first, for lack of a better term. He was the one who wanted to get to a girl before everyone else did. Donald Trump knew that I was 13 because the first night that I was there, Tiffany actually suggested that, and she had a whole bunch of different wigs, and I expressed interest in them, and I always told her that I would love to walk around with blue hair. And so I tried some on, and there was a blonde wig that she said that looked great on me. So I wore that wig, and Donald Trump had specifically asked about me because I remind him of his daughter, and she said, well, she's 13 as well. So, he knew the first time that he saw me. He took a liking to me because I looked like his daughter. The reason I'm coming out now is, when it happened originally, I just wanted to forget about the whole incident. And when I saw that he was running for president, I felt that it was my responsibility to come out and tell our country what kind of man this person is. I don't think that he should even be the dog catcher, let alone running the greatest country in the world. The first time that I met Jeffrey Epstein, he did try to force himself inside of me without getting the go-ahead or anything. And then it was probably about the 3rd or 4th party is when he basically forced. It was another massage, and it was basically like, it wasn't sex, but there was penetration. And I told him that I didn't want that, but he kind of got a little irritated. So, I don't know, there was something about him that, I guess I kind of held a lot of resentment towards him. By the time that happened, I already started catching on that maybe I wasn't there for modeling, and maybe I was just getting used for things, and I kind of held him responsible. I did receive money to go to these parties. After every party, I was paid by Mr. Epstein. There wasn't, out of all the girls that were there with me, most of them were 13, 14. I think the oldest one might have been 16, but just turned 16 and she'd been there for a while. Second time that I saw Mr. Trump was, same scenario. He was an onlooker at an orgy and Tiffany came over to me and said that Donald Trump had requested that I perform oral sex on him. And I'd never done something like that with anybody, so I was a little nervous. So, I walked up to him and he was sitting there very proud-like, and I just kind of moved in that direction, and he kind of slapped me away and said, what are you doing? You need to put a condom on. Like I was some dirty filth or something. Tiffany ran over and handed me a condom and apologized profusely and said that would never happen again. And she looked at me and scolded me basically like a child and said that, that's not how. Donald Trump always, anytime anyone touches his penis, it needs to have a condom on or a glove. Especially when it comes to performing oral sex. So, I apologized and then I performed oral sex on him. And once he was done, he hopped up, and that's the last I saw of him at that party. It's like once he's done, he's out. Some of the things that I noticed that were weird with him. Sometimes before the parties he would come over and Jeffrey Epstein and himself would kind of banter back and forth, and Donald Trump was very racist. He said a lot of racist things. There was a lot of comments towards Mr. Epstein about being Jewish, and he called him a Jew bastard, said that he was cheap, and there were some...
That's, okay. Like, it's a little bit different for your friends saying shit like this. I was also about to say that, like, the 90s were a very different time as well. Like, the amount of, like, racist jokes that were made back then and shit, like, things were... Yeah, it was a little different.
Words I didn't even understand. Something about his, the shape of his penis being directly related to his mole, or, I mean, I'm not too familiar with the Jewish tradition, but I'm pretty sure that whatever he was saying wasn't very nice. He also referred to, people of Hispanic origin. He called them spics. That was around the first time that the World Trade Center had gotten bombed in the 90s. And he was talking about the towel heads and how we would just be better off if we didn't let them in and basically got rid of everyone, every single one that was already here. And it made me really uncomfortable, really, really uncomfortable. He also loved to call black people N, and Arabic people he called Sand N. The only time that he tried to give me some money was our last encounter together, where he acted out a rape fantasy. I was forced to give that money back because Jeffrey Epstein paid us after the party. I don't even know why he gave it to me, maybe to make me feel more cheap. It was a rape fantasy to him, but I wasn't playing. The next thing that Tiffany approached me with was that he had a fantasy where he walked in on his maids basically making out, and it was some type of fantasy for him. At that point, I was like, I don't want to be involved with anything that has to do with him. But she's like, you are just basically the other one. So, there's nothing that you will have to do. Just, he's requesting you to be involved. So, I reluctantly, I felt like I didn't have a choice there, but it was basically, he's walking in on his two maids. I was one of the maids, I was the white maid. And there was a Spanish girl, Maria, who was the Hispanic maid. And we were making out, and he walks in, and he gets really angry and threatens to call immigration on Maria.
This is the part that I've always wanted looked into. This is the part that I've always wanted looked into. This is something that would make everything else verified. This is something that would make everything else like, oh, okay, we got this. Like, because this Maria girl goes missing later. And they say that Trump later says to her, they threaten her family, they say that, like, they'll kill all of them, blah, blah, blah. And then they say, if you don't want to disappear like Maria, you'll do what you're told, implicating that they made Maria disappear. They disappeared Maria now because she didn't do what she was told, so now she's gone. And they knew Maria from the other parties. So the idea that, like, oh, well, so there should be some sort of, like, missing girl report, missing persons report that, like, you can go look up about Maria, and we should be able to find this and see that, like, somebody did just disappear and go missing, and now we also have, like, a fucking murder investigation on our hands that can make this make sense. Or Maria went to the fucking island, or, got taken somewhere else. Like, the whole idea of Maria is intriguing, and I never, like, this is something else that, like, I just can't find anything on, like, an accuser's story suggests how Trump might appear in the Epstein files. A former Jeffrey Epstein, this just came out. A former Jeffrey Epstein employee said that she told the FBI in 1996 and 2006 about what she considered a troubling encounter with Donald J. Trump. It was the summer of 1996 when Maria Farmer went to law enforcement to fucking shit. This just came out? When did this come out? July 20th. Holy shit. We missed this by like a day or two. The last time I looked this up, it was like, it was like the 18th or the 19th when I was looking over all this. Am I down? Is my stream down? I shouldn't be down. Oh, you're back? Okay. But yeah, this is fucking crazy, dude. I swear, I'm pretty sure we went over this story like on like the 18th or 19th or something like that. Like that was like right before this fucking story came out. Tom, she's been out? Well, I've looked up the name Maria in connection to Donald Trump numerous times, and I couldn't find anything. So this is but I don't care if she's been out. I'm talking about stories that actually like reference some of this stuff. So yeah, 1996, Maria. Holy shit. So this is, at the time she said she had been sexually assaulted by Mr. Epstein and his longtime partner Ghislaine Maxwell. Miss Farmer, then in her mid-20s, had also learned about a troubling encounter that her young sister, then a teenager, had endured from Mr. Epstein's ranch in New Mexico, and she's describing facing threats from Mr. Epstein. Wait, is this part of the... Wait, I think she was in the Netflix thing. Farmer appeared in a 4-part Netflix series released. Yeah, because I remember her talking about... She's pretty, too. If I remember correctly, she was fucking gorgeous. She was the blonde chick, right? Oh, maybe not. Okay, maybe not. Okay, maybe it was her sister then. Yep, her. Yeah, I remember them in the series, because their stories were fucking wild. Like the amount that they like promised them and that they were gonna do for them, and then like they were sending them to like college, and it's a little wild at one part where like she's talking about the fact that like all of this was happening to her, and that she was like being raped, and like they were forcing her into all this shit. And then later they're like, yeah, so like a year later they offer my sister a scholarship, and I was really happy for her that they were going to send her to school, and they were taking her on a trip to like Italy or something like that. And I'm sitting there like, what? You just said that you were leaving. You never wanted to see them again. You ran out. You were gone, and now your sister is getting the same invitation, and you're like, I'm so happy for... What is going on? It's very strange. They also, in the Netflix series, they also have some of the women who were who like initially went in and said like, oh no, I'm not going to do this. And the Epstein's like, oh, well, we'll pay you to recruit women for us. And it's sad, like, watching them, but they're sitting there crying, saying, like, you know, I've always blamed myself, and I know lots of people blame me, but, like, I've had to, like, recognize that this isn't my fault, and blah, blah, blah. And so, yeah, it's really sad, like, watching a lot of people, like, talk about recruiting for Epstein and like bringing other women in, but they were paid like hundreds of dollars at the age of like 14 or 15, something like that. So I haven't watched the Netflix documentary, but just read a bunch. The Netflix documentary, I think, is like kind of a must watch to like understand the totality of a lot of it. There's a lot of details in it that I haven't found in other investigations. Not that they didn't know or anything, it's just that they like there's a lot of like unmentioned things that go here and there, and to just actually hear the stories from the people themselves talking about everything that happened, and like getting the little details of it, it's Yeah. At the time, she said she had been sexually assaulted by Mr. Epstein a long time, New Mexico, and she described facing threats from Mr. Epstein. Ms. Farmer said that when she discussed her concerns with the New York Police Department, then with the FBI, she also urged them to take a broader look at the people Mr. Epstein's orbit, including Donald J. Trump. Then, still 2 decades from being elected president, she repeated the message. That message, she said, when FBI interviewed her again about Mr. Epstein in 2006. Her account is among the clearest indicators yet of how Mr. Trump might have come to be named in the unreleased investigation files in the Epstein case, a matter that has generated another political uproar in recent weeks. In interviews over the past week about what she told the authorities, Ms. Farmer said she had no evidence of criminal wrongdoing by Mr. Epstein's associates, but she said she was alarmed by what she saw as Mr. Epstein's pattern of pursuing girls and young women while building friendship with prominent people, including Mr. Trump and Bill Clinton. Investigations like the one that targeted Mr. Epstein often explore a wide range of tips, evidence, recollections, relationships, little which ends up being used in court records for the basis of criminal prosecution. Now, after his Attorney General and FBI director abruptly abandoned their earlier promises to reveal everything about the Epstein files, said, in effect, there was nothing to see here. Mr. Trump's ties to Mr. Epstein are under renewed scrutiny, leading to the questions about what so far undisclosed appearances he might have in the investigative record. The story of Ms. Farmer's efforts to call law enforcement attention to Mr. Epstein and his circle shows how the case files could contain material that is embarrassing or politically problematic to Mr. Trump, even if it is largely extraneous to Mr. Epstein's crimes and was never fully investigated or corroborated. So yeah, so this doesn't mention Katie Johnson in it anywhere. And if she doesn't have any accusations against Trump here, the encounter with Mr. Trump, Ms. Farmer said, occurred in 1995 as she was preparing to work for Epstein. She said that she told authorities that one night Mr. Epstein unexpectedly called her into his office in a luxury building in Manhattan, and she arrived in running shorts. Mr. Trump then arrived wearing a business suit and started to hover over her. She said she told the authorities. Ms. Farmer said she recalled feeling scared as Mr. Trump stared at her bare legs. Then Mr. Epstein entered the room, and she recalled him saying saying to Mr. Trump, no, she's not here for you. The two men left the room, and Ms. Farmer said she could hear Mr. Trump commenting that he thought Ms. Farmer was 16 years old. After her encounter with Mr. Trump, Farmer said she had no other alarming interactions with him and did not see him engage in inappropriate conduct with girls or women. Yeah, so okay, so this couldn't be the same person if the story was true. This wouldn't be the same person then, right? Trump then threatened that the same thing would happen to her as the missing 13-year-old Maria. Oh, okay. So wait, is Maria also a pseudonym? There's another Maria called Maria Bellotto. Okay. Yeah, so it doesn't seem like there's anything with this other person.
Maria if she doesn't come over and make things right and give him a blowjob. So while she is over there giving him a blowjob, I am supposed to look scared like, oh no, cleaning up things and pretending like I'm trying to go back to my job as a maid. And then he's being so rude to Maria. I felt so bad for her. It just didn't seem like a fantasy. It's the weirdest fantasy as far as that goes. He was threatening to call immigration on her. She wasn't even near going down to perform oral sex on him before he slapped her away and said, "What are you doing? You know you need to put a condom on." And she's trying to say, "I'm so sorry." And he's like, I can't even understand what you're saying. Just speak English. He called her derogatory comments. And then he's like, you know what? You don't know what you're doing. Have her come over and show you how it's done. And so I said that I had to go over there or else he was going to call immigration on Maria.
Well, Clay, it's both. It's both. It's that he's aware he's trafficking, and if he thinks she's 16, he's aware that it's underage girls as well. So it's both. It's not... That's why they mention it, is because if he knows that she's 16, and he says she's not for you, then it is that he knows that he's trafficking and trafficking underage girls.
I didn't know if it was true or not, but he said that if I didn't show her how to perform oral sex on him, then he was going to call immigration.
He could have been expressing shock. Sure, that doesn't change the fact that he would know, right?
On her, and then get rid of us both. Anything that was in relation to him getting off or being satisfied or happy had to do with him being in power, extreme power. And it was always intimidating when he was like that. You didn't really know if it was true. If he refused to play along, would he really call immigration on Maria? Would he really get rid of us both? And I didn't even want to know what that meant. It wasn't a game. The one night that I had the blonde wig on, he mentioned that I reminded him of his daughter. And actually the maid's fantasy, I didn't have a blonde wig on. I was trying to stay away from blonde wigs at the time. But he actually told Tiffany that that's what he wanted me to wear. Like he wanted it, and anytime I put it on, anytime I had it on and he'd see me, he would say, "Oh man, you look." And it wasn't like "Oh, you remind me of my daughter." It was this sick, evil, "You remind me of my daughter." It was just this weird pleasure, sick smile. Like I don't even want to know what he was thinking about. I could imagine what he was thinking about. After the parties would end, we were to report to Mr. Epstein and basically tell him everything that happened, with who, what they liked, what they disliked, if there was any requests, if there was any talk about anything. That's what we told Mr. Epstein, everything. And then he paid us, and then we got to go home. The fact that Trump has a chance to be the next president makes me feel disgusting inside. I've always been proud to be an American. I think we live in a beautiful country, but I just see him ruining everything. He's horrible. What he portrays on the outside isn't even that great. But people don't even know the half of how evil, how sick and twisted that man is. I have a friend that's been my friend ever since the school year that I stopped going, the 8th grade. I confided in her, and she knows all about it. She knows everything. I'm prepared to do whatever it takes to save the country that I believe that we have. I know what he does behind closed doors. I'm willing to sacrifice my life to put our country back in the right, like going maybe in some type of positive direction. Not even there's no right or wrong, but a positive direction. This guy's not going to take us anywhere positive. You know, as far as my life changing by coming out with this information, I've thought long and hard about whether or not I should. And I've gone back and forth. But I think that the American people need to know what kind of man this person is. And if my life changes because of that, then so be it. But the American people need to know what they're dealing with. If I had the chance to talk to Donald Trump, I would run the other way. I'm scared of him like I've never been scared of anything else in my entire life. I can't explain it to you, but the fear of him even being in a next room, I have a panic attack. The last encounter that I had with Donald Trump, Tiffany approached me about a rape scene that was supposed to be played out. And I didn't like the sound of that at all. But Tiffany assured me that it wasn't going to be. If it was anything I wasn't comfortable with, we could stop. That she would be right there and that it wouldn't get out of hand. And that it was just a fantasy, like it wasn't really going to happen. And so I told her that I would. I mean, Tiffany was always nice to me. I trusted her, or else I wouldn't have always done what she asked me to. But she was there and he came in and I was basically tied to a bed with pantyhose. And they were so tight it hurt to even lay there. And I tried to say something, and he was just, "Shut up. Shut up, bitch." He was being really, really rough. It just didn't seem like a fantasy. And I started to get scared, and he was basically like ripping my clothes off. And I got freaked out. I told him that I didn't want to do this. I screamed over for Tiffany, and she was like, "Mr. Trump, she's not. This is scaring her." And he's like, "Oh, you shut up too." He just turned into this animal. It was like a completely different person. It was like everyone in the room was scared of him. and I couldn't do anything about it. He ripped off all my clothes, and he started to basically have sex with me, and I was screaming. I'd never had sex before. It was my first time, and Tiffany was yelling at him too. She was saying I was a virgin, and he told us to just shut the fuck up, and just basically took my virginity while I was crying and telling him to stop, and basically begging for him to just stop. And Tiffany didn't know what else to do either. No one was there to help us, or me. And so, after the fact, he basically finishes. It didn't take that long at all, but it felt like it was like 5.5 hours. It felt like it was an eternity. I was crying and Tiffany was consoling me, and she was apologizing. She told me that she would never put me in that situation again. But he comes over mad because I was crying, and he said that I should be thankful that someone like Donald Trump took my virginity. Well, he didn't say took my virginity. He said, I should be glad that someone like Donald Trump popped my cherry and not some pimply little 14-year-old. And I just was like, what if I get pregnant? Not even talking to him. I didn't want to talk to him. I was talking to Tiffany, and he said, well, you'll get an abortion then, bitch. And then just walked away. And I told Tiffany I needed to go home. I never went back again. I guess it's for you to decide. I don't have any kids myself because I'm afraid to have kids because who knows what kind of damage they can get into. But if you have a 13-year-old daughter, would you be okay with the person who's running our country doing that to your little girl? And I don't know. I just want people to know. I think that I have a faith in our society that will make the right choice. He seemed to be taking great pleasure in dominance and control, and the more I screamed, the more I got scared, the more he was enraged with power, and it was like he was just charged with it. It was scary. More to Hate is a reader-supported publication. To receive new posts and support my work, consider becoming a free or paid subscriber.
I mean, she didn't really connect all of the other things I would have expected. I would have expected her to like actually mention a bunch of these things as she's going through, but okay. Alright, well, I'm almost at 10.5 hours, so we're gonna head out. Appreciate all the donos tonight. We're over $250, so major oodles of boodles of thanks to, I don't even know how to say the fucking name, Zyran for $230, $230 US. Huge thank you. Let's get some more W's in chat for the 230. Big dubs. Big dubs. But all right. Outside of that, we're going to run through some credits real quick. So if you guys will do me a favor, hang out for just a moment. Let us run through some credits to honor our awesome channel members. And then after that, if you'll leave a comment, it's super helpful for us to get pushed in the algorithm. I always check and I see you guys leaving comments. Really appreciate it. And also, if you guys had a question that I didn't answer that you want me to answer, just leave it in the comment section and put @Tom at the beginning, and I will make sure to always answer questions if you have them. You know, or just let me know how you felt about the panel, about the, you know, some part of the stream, whatever. If you got questions or comments, leave them all there, or just leave a comment for the algorithm. But it's always helpful to get the channel pushed in the algorithm more, and makes it to where more people find the videos. So till then, appreciate you, love you, and I'll see you next time. Later, fools.
Oh, yes. We were one of the first to say the Hunter laptop was real.
But you
and we
didn't
were censored,
verify
and we
it.
got the censorship.
You did not
cancel
verify
culture
it.
marks.
The FBI did. The FBI did verify it.
If you're right,
and the CIA lied about it. Who would have thought that detectives would get to the bottom of it and the spies would lie?
When did they lie about it?
The CIA?
Yeah.
When they said it was Russian disinformation.
They didn't
oh
say
yeah,
that.
you're gonna play pretend.
All right.
No, I'm not playing pretend.
You actually kind of are. Because
you
no,
are
that was the
choosing to be
exact
inaccurate.
fucking headline the Politico was used. That
We're
was
not
used
talking
for
about Politico.
everybody.
If you
That
wanna
was
say
how
that's
it
what
was
Politico
reported
said,
to
then that's
everybody,
fine.
and
But
that was
you did
how
not
the
say that's what
consequences
Politico said.
were
You said that's what
inflicted
the
on
CIA
anybody that
said
tried to spread
because
this
you're
story,
lying.
Tom.
You
You know.
The claim that I had issue with was that you were saying this was like inherently anti-Semitic. It's just obviously not inherent to the action.
It is inherent, and I don't know if I'll stick to it. I won't die on this hill.
What?
You are. But you are, though. It's such a stupid hill to die on.
Again, I won't die on this hill anymore.
Wait, you are. Oh my god.
Okay.
Imagine this is a hill, and I am you. Okay.
You're leaning on my hill, or I'm leaning on your hill.
Dying on the hill.
No, you died on the hill.
Died on the hill.
That's